Plays over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference.
I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
NBC News, streaming free now.
A Wisconsin couple has millions of reasons to feel good after winning big on a game show. The candle makers continue to raise money for Ukraine. Katie Sharrow from our Green Bay affiliate has more.
Door County Candle Company owners Christiana and Nick Trapani won more than $1 million on the NBC game show The Wall.
Last year in April, we got a call from a producer from The Wall, and they wanted to feature us, and my husband and I were like, we're so busy, like we don't have time to leave the shop.
Christiana tells us what they plan to do with all of that money.
We're excited to reinvest that into the equipment, into the business, and just continue to grow and thrive, and we want to continue giving back. I never would have thought a year ago we would be where we are today.
Their employees are just as excited for them.
Everyone was just watching it, just like the rest of America, thinking, oh my God, what are they going to do? Are they going to bust out? Are they going to make money? Or, but it was really exciting to watch.
But that's not the only exciting thing happening for the Trapanis. They just raised $1 million on their own by making candles to help Ukraine. All the proceeds benefit the war-torn country.
I was thinking, even if we just raised like $100, it's something to make a difference, but $1 million is just beyond my wildest dreams being able to raise that much money.
She says they've shipped Ukraine candles to all 50 states and Canada. Employee Julia LaViolet says when they began selling the Ukraine candles, she didn't anticipate she'd be making as many as she currently is now. But she's excited that they met their $1 million goal.
I hoped for it. I mean, that was incredible, for a candle store where we hand pour all the candles. So it was pretty amazing.
Christiana says now they've branched out to more philanthropy efforts.
And not only is Door County Candle Company creating candles to benefit Ukraine, but they're also creating candles to benefit local nonprofits, like Door Tran, who provides free rides to those who need transportation in the area.
Since then, we've done other causal candles, such as one for Hurricane Ian, for UNICEF for the Turkey earthquake.
And she says she's glad she and her husband decided to go on the game show.
At the end of the day, we realized it's just one more way to promote our mission and what we want to do and how we want to help with our candles.
Thanks to Katie Sparrow for that report. You put goodness out there, it comes back to you.
That's right. Keep that in mind. In North Carolina, a homeowner's security footage hit just right. Check this out here. This now viral video. David Oppenheimer is seen lounging around outside his house when this unexpected visitor stumbles into the frame. The two strangers appear startled but frozen after they catch glimpses of each other. Now, the curious bear was most likely looking for a snack now that, winter's over, hibernation's over. And so is that guy's peace of mind. Forever.
Why would we react the same way if that worked? Will Dominion get its day in court? Not today, at least. Why the defamation suit against Fox is being pushed back.
It's Marathon Monday, a decade after the horrific attack. We're remembering those lives lost in the Boston Marathon attacks as more than 30,000 runners get ready to race.
After 25 years, the final curtain comes down on Broadway's longest-running show, The Phantom of the Opera.
And Love May Be Blind, but it sure wasn't live streamed. Netflix bungling the reality show's live reunion in what fans are calling a disaster. It's Monday, April 17th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. The highly anticipated defamation lawsuit against Fox News has been postponed by one day. Opening statements will now begin tomorrow. Dominion Voting Systems is suing Fox for $1.6 billion, saying the conservative network knowingly lied about their voting machines in the 2020 election. Let's go live now to Washington, D.C. and Drew Petrimo. Good morning, Drew. So do we know why the judge postponed the trial this late in the game?
Well, good morning, Philip. Actually, right now we don't. The judge giving no explanation of why he issued this continuance late last night, and neither Fox nor Dominion has responded to NBC's request for comment on the issue. We do know that this latest twist came a week after contentious pretrial hearings in a Delaware Superior Court. The judge admonished lawyers for the Fox Corporation, accusing them of withholding evidence and misstating Chairman Rupert Murdoch's role in the company. Fox actually apologized to the judge for what it called a misunderstanding over Murdoch, but pushed back on against other allegations. The suit is perhaps the biggest legal challenge Fox has ever faced. The Wall Street Journal reports that Fox has made a last-minute attempt to settle out of court. There is a very high bar in defamation cases. Plaintiffs have to prove that the defendant lied on purpose with malice, and that is what Dominion lawyers claim they can demonstrate in this case. During his deposition made public last month, Rupert Murdoch admitted to, quote, "Some of our commentators were endorsing it." Yes, they endorsed. The "it," of course, being unfounded claims that Joe Biden won the presidency in 2020 through fraud. Murdoch confirming under oath that he thought some Fox personalities endorsed the election fraud lie. There was further embarrassment for the network when, during the discovery process, it had to turn over text messages from Fox personalities like Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, and Laura Ingraham. A notable example was a text from Carlson to an unidentified person that Fox News is, quote, "very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait," close quote. He later said that he hates Trump passionately and that, quote, "I can't handle much more of this." The U.S. has very robust free speech protections, and Fox News lawyers are pointing to the First Amendment in their dismissal of the suit's central claims. But a trial is widely expected to air a lot of Fox's private messages in public. So regardless of the outcome of the trial, the company could still possibly suffer a lot of damage. Philip, Francis?
Which is why purportedly they're trying to settle out of court before all this gets going. All right, Drew, thank you.
Let's turn now to Dadeville, Alabama, the latest community shattered by gun violence. Counselors will be on hand today at schools after a mass shooting at a Sweet 16 birthday party left 4 people dead. There are still questions this morning about what happened and who the suspects are. Priscilla Thompson joins us from Alabama with the latest.
Well, the dance studio behind me was filled with teenagers Saturday night celebrating a Sweet 16 birthday party when officials say that gunfire erupted. 4 people were killed and 28 people were injured as a result of that violence. Police unable to answer any questions about motive or how all of this unfolded, nor have they been able to say whether they have identified and arrested a suspect. Instead, they are saying that the investigation remains ongoing, and they are urging members of the public with any information to come forward, saying that no tip is too small. Meanwhile, this community held a prayer vigil to honor the lives of the 4 people who died and to pray for those who are recovering and those who are grieving, as so many are in this community. Priscilla Thompson, NBC News, Dadeville, Alabama.
Violent clashes have resumed this morning in the African nation of Sudan following a UN-backed ceasefire Sunday in order to evacuate wounded citizens. This fighting between the country's armed forces and a paramilitary group has already led to the deaths of nearly 100 people in just 3 days. For more on this, we go to NBC's Megan Fitzgerald in London. Megan, good morning. So what led to this sudden conflict in Sudan?
Well, Philip, good morning. Good to be with you. Look, the latest information coming from the ground here is that both sides are signaling that they are unwilling to stop the violence. Now, to set the stage here, as you mentioned, we've got 2 groups at play here. You've got the Sudanese armed forces that are locked in this bloody power struggle with the paramilitary that the armed forces, the army, is trying to take under its control. Both of these sides loyal to 2 separate leaders. Now, we have seen tensions in Sudan, the continent of Africa's 3rd largest country, brewing for some time now. All of this culminating Saturday morning with gunfire, explosions erupting in the capital city, with fighter jets flying above. We know that U.S. citizens are trapped in the middle of all of this. You've got a tweet coming Saturday morning from the U.S. ambassador to Sudan saying that he and his team are hunkered down. They are sheltered in place there. The U.S. State Department saying that at this moment they don't have any plans of evacuating U.S. citizens. But keep in mind, the International International Airport in the capital city is closed as this battle continues to rage on. The latest numbers coming in right now, as you mentioned, 97 people killed, according to Sudanese doctors, with the injured soaring as well, past 900. And in this rare show of unity, you're seeing countries like Russia and China standing with the United States, calling for the violence to stop in the country, along with other people, other leaders across the world that are calling for a ceasefire. But nevertheless, this battle continues to rage on, showing no signs of slowing. Philip.
Just a harrowing situation in Sudan this morning. Megan, thank you.
Today, nearly 30,000 runners will race to the finish line at the 127th Boston Marathon. It has been 10 years since the unthinkable attack, back-to-back bombs that left 3 dead and hundreds more injured. On Saturday, thousands gathered for a ceremony at the finish line to pay tribute to the victims and survivors. On Sunday, more than 100 golden retrievers took a mile walk in honor of the Boston Marathon dog, Spencer. He and his sister Penny died earlier this year from cancer. Spencer became the official dog of the marathon in 2018 when a video of him holding Boston's strong flags in his mouth along the runner's route went viral.
Well, it's been 10 years now. All right, let's get to your Monday forecast with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Good morning, Michelle. Hope you had a good weekend.
Good morning to you both. I had a great weekend. It went way too fast, as always, and hope you guys did too. So speaking of Boston, we're going to see some showers, maybe some thunderstorms as we go throughout this Monday. It's all due to an area of low pressure that's spinning over the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes, and it's bringing some snow to portions of the upper Great Lakes and also portions of the upper Midwest. We had snow all weekend long, and we could see an additional 8 inches in some spots. Still, we have winter weather advisories, winter storm warnings, even blizzard warnings. That's where you see the purple there. We could see winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour. This is what it looks like on radar. All that blue is the snow falling. You see some yellows and reds. That's heavy rain falling. So that's in portions of the Northeast, and that's going to linger throughout today and also tomorrow. It's sort of just spinning over the area. So we'll see some wet snow over the higher elevations of the Northeast tomorrow. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, guys, we're looking at temperatures warm in the south, the southern plains, the Gulf Coast into the southeast. Could see some showers and storms in portions of Florida. And it's winter-like in the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes. That's setting the stage for some snow. Just 36 in Green Bay. All right, it's Monday already. That means we're going to take a look at the week ahead in just a bit.
Okay, see you in a bit. Thank you, Michelle. A desperate search is underway for 3 Americans who went sailing from Mexico over a week ago. The Coast Guard says Carrie and Frank O'Brien asked William Gross to join them as they were sailing from Mexico to San Diego on April 4th. But there hasn't been a record of their location since. Mexico's Navy is helping the Coast Guard with that search.
After the break, the curtain drops one last time on Broadway's longest-running show. Really Today is back in just 60 seconds on this Monday, April 17th.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle. Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
After more than 3 decades, the longest-running Broadway show took its final bow. Yesterday evening, the Phantom of the Opera graced the stage for the last time as a beloved Broadway mainstay. Our George Solis was at the Majestic Theater for the final chandelier drop.
The iconic chromatic chords will reverberate one last time as the Phantom of the Opera takes its final Broadway bow after a record-breaking 35-year run. Fans from around the world gathering outside the historic Majestic Theater.
It's a range of emotions.
Yes.
It's sad, it's exciting.
M. Pringle has seen the show 15 times.
What does this show mean to you?
Everything. It was the first tattoo I got on my arm.
One more journey through the mirror and into the depths of the Paris Opera House to hear this tale of a disfigured musical genius and his quest for love. Silently the senses. All set to Andrew Lloyd Webber's legendary score.
It's a tale that still speaks to now, is that beauty is found from within.
The global phenomenon has grossed a staggering $1.3 billion.
It's just unprecedented. You know, what we see here on stage, what has happened with the Phantom around the world.
February was set as the point of no return for the show, but then ticket sales began to surge, extending its run another 8 weeks.
I don't know. I think it's the best musical project.
Still, with cost of production soaring following the pandemic and inflation, producers say it's not enough to keep the chandelier crashing night after night. And so, at least for now, the music of the night.
The power of the music of the night.
Fades softly, deftly, and back into the dark. George Solis, NBC News, New York.
That's going to be the earworm for the day. After that.
Yeah, 35 years, quite a bit. Last week, an 80-year-old segregation wall was torn down at Morgan State University in Baltimore. The red brick wall, known as the Spite Wall, separated a predominantly white neighborhood from the school, a historically black institution. The university's president said they had no choice but to tear it down, adding that they couldn't have this symbol of hate staring down at them every single day. The school plans to keep a small part of the wall in place where students can learn about its history.
In Ukraine, as a growing number of LGBTQ+ soldiers fight on the front lines, there's progress on a different front in the socially conservative country. One way to distance itself from Russia is taking a stance against Putin's anti-gay messaging. Last year, Ukrainian lawmakers passed a bill outlawing hate speech against LGBTQ minorities in the media. And just last month, another lawmaker introduced legislation that would recognize same-sex civil partnerships, granting partners the same rights as their heterosexual counterparts. Ukraine was the first post-Soviet country to decriminalize homosexuality in 1991 when it gained independence from Russia.
Still to come, the Wisconsin game show winners who make a little more than money when the cameras stop rolling.
And Netflix says Love is Blind, but what if you couldn't watch the live show to see for yourself?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
A couple in Wisconsin has millions of reasons to feel good. After winning big on a game show, the candle makers continue to raise money for Ukraine. Katie Shiro from our Green Bay affiliate has more.
Door County Candle Company owners Christiana and Nick Trapani won more than $1 million on the NBC game show The Wall.
Last year in April, we got a call from a producer from The Wall, and they wanted to feature us, and my husband and I were like, we're so busy, like we don't have time to leave the shop.
Christiana tells us what they plan to do with all of that money.
We're excited to reinvest that into the equipment, into the business, and just continue to grow and thrive, and we want to continue giving back. I never would have thought a year ago we would be where we are today.
Their employees are just as excited for them.
Everyone was just watching it, just like the rest of America, thinking, oh my God, what are they going to do? Are they going to bust out? Are they going to make money? Or, but it was really exciting to watch.
But that's not the only exciting thing happening for the Trapanis. They just raised $1 million on their own by making candles to help Ukraine. All the proceeds benefit the war-torn country.
I was thinking, even if we just raised like $100, it's something to make a difference, but $1 million is just beyond my wildest dreams being able to raise that much money.
She says they've shipped Ukraine candles to all 50 states and Canada. Employee Julia LaViolet says when they began selling the Ukraine candles, she didn't anticipate she'd be making as many as she currently is now. But she's excited that they met their $1 million goal.
I hoped for it. I mean, that was incredible, for a candle store where we hand pour all the candles. So it was pretty amazing.
Christiana says now they've branched out to more philanthropy efforts.
And not only is Door County Candle Company creating candles to benefit Ukraine, but they're also creating candles to benefit local nonprofits, like Door Tran, who provides free rides to those who need transportation in the area.
Since then, we've done other causal candles, such as one for Hurricane Ian, for UNICEF for the Turkey earthquake.
And she says she's glad she and her husband decided to go on the game show.
At the end of the day, we realized it's just one more way to promote our mission and what we want to do and how we want to help with our candles.
Wow, how amazing all the way around, right? $1 million.
The ultimate paying it forward. It always will come back, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fans of the reality Netflix series Love is Blind were frantic Sunday night as the live stream of the season 4 reunion just wasn't working. The show features couples who proposed before ever seeing one another. And while it was meant to broadcast by 8 p.m., it didn't air until over an hour later. This reunion was only the second live show in Netflix's history, so whatever went wrong, I mean, it worked so well with Chris Rock, as you were bringing up, but apparently so wrong in this case. But at least it was an hour, and people are waiting for this. The drama happens at those reunion shows.
Of course, I can understand them, being a little frustrated because they, kind of scheduled their Sunday night around that. But, it also might work for marketing. I mean, a lot of people didn't know about this show. I mean, this was trending, like the top trending thing on Twitter for a while last night, and I had to click on it, like, well, what's going on with Love is Blind? I had heard of it, but now it's like, wow, this is a really big deal, and a lot of people were upset.
At least people know it's not just them, right? Can you imagine, like, resetting your router, checking every plug, thinking it's just your Netflix account that has a problem?
Of course.
There you go.
All right, coming up next, Michelle has a look at our weather for your work week. Stay with us.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, Phil? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
Welcome back on this Monday. We are starting wet in portions of the Northeast, the upper Midwest, into the upper Great Lakes. We have an area of low pressure that's sort of spinning. It's bringing April snow showers up to 8 inches in some spots. The Boston Marathon, you could be wet too with some showers, some thunderstorms. It's dry in the middle of the country and above average. We'll be right back.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels.
Storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet? More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you? This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city. Some more breaking news.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back with some heartwarming stories to start your work week off right, highlighting moments of personal and family triumph through hardship. Our Jose Diaz-Balart has the good news for us.
There were other unforgettable moments, too.
Dad, oh
my God! Here's Army Major Eric Kusich a few weeks back surprising his kids at their schools in New York after a 10-month mission overseas. A homecoming that means so much to this military family.
Oh my God.
And in St. Louis...
Are you kidding me?
That's John Ivanowski. Shocked to find out his daughter, Delaney, was his kidney donor.
It's fine.
It's a secret she kept for months, preparing for the procedure when his kidney disease got worse. The gift of life, helping him heal.
I think about it every day. She's my hero. I'll take care of her the rest of my days here. I need you to read something for me, okay?
Across the country, students were celebrating good news, like Stephen Russell.
That you are to be admitted.
The multi-sport star with Special Olympics Georgia.
There you go.
Overwhelmed when he found out he got into Kennesaw State University.
Way to go, Stephen!
But this was the moment that moved everyone to tears. That's Southgate High School senior Joshua Alvarado in Los Angeles, surprised with a $50,000 scholarship. He plans to study engineering at Stanford. Joshua embraced by his mom Irene and his two sisters. The moment bittersweet. That's because his dad Mario died 5 years ago. Joshua prayed to him after the celebration.
What'd you tell him?
I told him that I hope he's watching.
He's proud. No doubt. You should know that.
Thank you.
The family has overcome struggles, even homelessness. As a first-generation son of Mexican immigrants, Joshua hopes his story inspires others.
How would you define the American dream?
The American dream, to me, has always been reaching for something more. That belief that there's better out there and that it's within your reach if you just work hard enough.
New chances and hope. Thanks to Jose for bringing us those uplifting stories.
The best part about Monday is taking these stories and have them just bring us throughout the entire week, especially when we're not having the best of days.
That's right.
This is Early Today.
President Biden renews his call for gun safety legislation after tragedy strikes again, this time in Alabama.
Will Dominion get its day in court? Not today, at least. Why the defamation suit against Fox is being pushed back.
And 5 days after that massive fire with toxic chemicals, the EPA is issuing a new warning to residents of Indiana.
And a medical breakthrough: conjoined twins separated after an 11-hour surgery. It's Monday, April 17th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning, I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. The highly anticipated defamation lawsuit against Fox News has been postponed by 1 day. Opening statements will now begin tomorrow. Dominion Voting Systems is suing Fox for $1.6 billion, saying the conservative network knowingly lied about their voting machines in the 2020 election. Let's go live now to Washington, D.C. and Drew Petrimo. Drew, good morning. Do we know why the judge postponed the trial this late in the game?
Well, good morning, Francis. Actually, we don't right now. The judge giving no indication of why he issued this continuance late last night, and both Fox and Dominion have not yet responded to requests for comment from NBC News. Now, we do know that this latest twist came after a week of contentious pretrial hearings in Delaware Superior Court. The judge admonished lawyers for the Fox Corporation, accusing them of withholding evidence and misstating Chairman Rupert Murdoch's role in the company. Fox actually apologized to the judge for what it called a misunderstanding over Murdoch and pushed back against other allegations. The suit is perhaps the biggest legal challenge Fox has ever faced. The Wall Street Journal reports that Fox has made a last-minute attempt to settle out of court. There is a very high bar in defamation cases. Plaintiffs have to prove that the defendant lied on purpose with malice, and that is exactly what Dominion lawyers say they can demonstrate in this case. During his deposition made public last month, Rupert Murdoch admitted to, quote, "Some of our commentators were endorsing it." Yes, they endorsed. The "it," of course, being the unfounded claims that Joe Biden won the presidency in 2020 through fraud. Murdoch confirming under oath that he thought some Fox personalities endorsed the election fraud lie. There was further embarrassment for the network when, during the discovery process, it had to turn over text messages from Fox personalities like Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, and Laura Ingraham. A notable example was a text from Carlson to an unidentified person that Fox News is, quote, "very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights. I truly can't wait," end quote. Later saying he hates Trump passionately and saying that "I can't handle much more of this." Those quotes from Tucker Carlson. Now, the U.S. has very robust free speech protections, and Fox News lawyers are pointing to the First Amendment in their dismissal of the suit's central claims. But a trial is widely expected to air lots of Fox's private messages in public. So regardless of the outcome of the trial, the company could suffer a lot of damage. That's the latest from here in Washington. Back to you.
Okay, it is the 11th hour. We'll see if we'll be reporting on trial or settlement this time tomorrow. Drew, thank you.
All right, let's turn now to Dadeville, Alabama, the latest community shattered by gun violence. Counselors will be on hand today at schools after a mass shooting at a Sweet 16 birthday party left 4 people dead. There are still questions this morning about what happened and who the suspects are. Priscilla Thompson has the latest from Alabama.
Oh my God.
What began as a Sweet 16 party celebrating life ended in a massacre.
It's very horrific for the children, probably traumatized, and plus it was our 16th birthday party.
The tragedy taking place inside a small dance studio in Dadeville, Alabama, the tiny town just 60 miles northeast of Montgomery.
Honestly, I was hoping it wasn't true. You know, I was hoping that somebody would shoot some fireworks outside and scaring the kids, because, you know, we don't have any gun violence here.
Investigators say a gunman opened fire Saturday night, killing 4, and that 28 others were injured. Michael Taylor is an assistant football coach at Dadeville High.
We're going to have to really be a family now. Some counseling for kids, because this is, they're going to take a while for them to kind of recover from this.
Investigators providing few details about how the shooting unfolded and declining to say whether they have identified or arrested a suspect, confirming only that the investigation remains ongoing.
We've got to have information from the community. So if you are at home right now or you know somebody that has any information, we absolutely need you to share it.
Authorities say there is no active threat. Dadeville is the latest community to be shattered by gun violence. The shooting there happening within hours of a deadly mass shooting in Louisville, Kentucky. Police say 2 people died and 4 more were rushed to the hospital after shots were fired into a crowd at a park.
I'm so tired of this. And I can't make any sense of it.
That shooting just days after a mass shooting at a bank in the same city left 5 dead. More prayers, but little solutions.
And officials here say no tip is too small, urging the public to come forward with any information as they continue to investigate how all of this unfolded and who is responsible. Back to you.
All right, Priscilla, thank you.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is predicting more caution from the banking system after a turbulent first quarter of the year. Yellen told CNN on Sunday that banks will likely tighten their lending in response to the major failures of Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank back in March. Yellen added that this clampdown could negate the need for future interest rate hikes by the Federal Reserve. Despite the lingering effects from these bank collapses, Yellen said that she still expects to see moderate economic growth this year, as well as a continued strong labor market.
Evacuation orders have finally been lifted in Richmond, Indiana. Residents that were finally given the all clear to go home late Sunday, more than 5 days after a massive fire broke out at a plastics recycling center. But the danger hasn't completely passed.
The EPA is warning people not to handle or remove any debris because asbestos has been found in some samples, which can cause several types of cancer. The agency says residents should report any debris so they can have it professionally removed.
Violent clashes have resumed this morning in the African nation of Sudan following a UN-backed ceasefire on Sunday in order to evacuate wounded citizens. This fighting between the country's armed forces and paramilitary group has already led to the deaths of nearly 100 people in just 3 days. For more on this, we go to NBC's Megan Fitzgerald in London. Megan, good morning. Do we know what led to this sudden conflict in Sudan?
Philip, good morning to you. We do, actually. Again, as you mentioned, we've got 2 sides at play here. You've got the Sudanese armed forces. They're locked in this bloody power struggle with the paramilitary that the armed forces, the Sudanese army, is trying to take under their control. Now, of course, both sides are loyal to different leaders. But look, we have seen tensions brewing in Sudan for some time now. All of this culminating Saturday morning where the capital city just erupted in violence with gunfire and explosions going off. Fighter jets flying above. U.S. citizens, of course, are trapped in the middle of this. Saturday morning is the last time that we heard from the U.S. ambassador to Sudan saying that he and his team are hunkered in place. They are sheltering in place. That's something that people are being called to do there. As this bloody battle just continues to rage, we know that the United States State Department is saying at this point that they don't have plans to evacuate U.S. citizens, but also keep in mind that the international airport in the capital city is closed. Right now, the latest numbers that are coming in from the ground are some 97 people that have been killed. That is according to the Sudanese doctors on the ground there. And the injury toll just continues to soar past 900 since Saturday. And in this rare look of unity, if you will, you're seeing countries like China and Russia standing with the United States, calling on the violence in Sudan to end. This, of course, is echoed by leaders across the world that are calling for the violence to stop, a ceasefire. But at this hour, both sides are showing no signs of stopping.
Unexpected allies during this very dangerous situation developing in Sudan at this hour. Megan, thank you.
On Sunday, Russian President Vladimir Putin and Russian Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu met with China's Defense Minister General Li Shangfu. This comes less than a month after Chinese President Xi attended a 3-day state visit to Moscow. Officially, China remains neutral in Russia's war in Ukraine, but it's providing Russia with political cover and offering economic assistance during its ongoing investigation. But last week, China's foreign minister said the country wouldn't be helping Russia with weapons, which has been a concern for the U.S. and its Western allies. During the meeting, Putin praised the development of Russia-China relations. According to the Kremlin, he said in part that they are cooperating in the field of military technical cooperation and conducting joint exercises. All right, time now to get a check of your Monday forecast with NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman. Hi, Michelle. Good morning.
Good morning to you both. Great to see you. And we are tracking April snow showers, also some rain showers. We had snow over the weekend in parts of the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes. That is continuing today, along with really gusty winds. Winds gusting up to 50 miles per hour. We have winter alerts, even blizzard warnings, where you see the purple there. So radar showing us that the snow continues to fall. That's where you see the blue. We have some mixed precipitation. That's the purple and the pink. And then some heavy rain falling in parts of the Mid-Atlantic, also the Northeast. That's where you're seeing those brighter colors. And we will see that rain lingering in parts of the Northeast as we go throughout this Monday. So this is what it looks like, an area of low pressure spinning over the Great Lakes. It's going to bring heavy wet snow, and the strong winds will continue. Then tomorrow it's going to move slowly off to the north and east. We'll see that rain mixing with wet snow in the higher terrain. It's going to bring in some cooler air as well. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, feeling summer-like in the south, the southern plains, the Gulf Coast, into portions of the southeast. We could see some showers in Miami, even some thunderstorms, and then winter-like in parts of the northern plains, the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes. Temperatures only in the 30s, 36 in Green Bay. All right, guys, it's Monday. We're going to take a look at the week ahead in just a bit.
What a drastic change. I mean, last week, Minneapolis, Green Bay around 90 degrees, and now they're flirting with freezing weather again. All right, Michelle, thank you. We are back in just 60 seconds with a potential breakthrough in the fight against melanoma.
And we've got two more medical marvels to show you, a celebration and an important milestone for conjoined twins.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, my family.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, my family.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, my family.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now to an NBC News exclusive. Over 14 million adults in the U.S. who are on Medicaid are now at the risk of losing their dental coverage. The public health emergency for COVID-19, originally enacted in 2020, included a rule that protected millions from losing their access to Medicaid during the pandemic. But states are now able to review Medicaid's recipients' eligibility following the end of the public health emergency on April 1st. According to data from the think tank CareQuest Institute for Oral Health, the 5 states facing the biggest drop in Medicaid coverage are Hawaii, Wyoming, Indiana, Florida, and Illinois.
Now to an exciting breakthrough in cancer vaccine research. A personalized mRNA vaccine for melanoma has shown promise in phase 2 clinical trials. The results show that the combination of the vaccine and immunotherapy reduced the risk of cancer reoccurrence by nearly half. When participants were given only the immunotherapy drug, 40% had a reoccurrence of their cancer within 2 years, but only around 22% who had the drug and the vaccine had a reoccurrence. After a patient's tumor is removed, doctors identify proteins specific to that person's tumor and no other cells in the body. The vaccine is then made to target up to 34 of the tumor's mutations. Phase 3 trials are expected this summer, and researchers anticipate it'll yield similar results.
More medical optimism with this heartwarming welcome home party for a pair of Texas babies. After spending the first 6 months of their lives in the hospital, the former conjoined twins are separated and finally home. From our Dallas-Fort Worth station, here's Katie Blakey.
In their matching bows and outfits, a celebration for Amy Lynn and Jamie Lynn Finley. Born conjoined at the chest and sharing a liver, they became the first twins surgically separated at Cook Children's. After an 11-hour operation, months of rehab and recovery, Jamie Lynn went home last month. Amy Lynn last week. The family of 7 now finally under one roof.
At some moments, it's just so hard. You gotta stay positive. You gotta keep the right mindset.
Their mother understandably overwhelmed, watching her babies play in their own room.
Them looking at each other and holding hands.
Their care team says the girls are home faster than they expected.
It's neat when we get to see our kids go home with their families. That's why we do it.
Though both still need frequent checkups. Amy developed scoliosis as she naturally pulled away from Jamie when they were joined.
We all just love both of the babies. Like they're part of our family. And so there's a little piece missing now that they're not here. But we're also so happy that they've done so well and that they get to go home and be with each other.
Doctors, nurses, and family grateful to have made it to this moment. The girls healthy and home.
Have faith, because even when they were there going into that surgery room, we didn't know the outcome, but we were just praying for the right one. And we got the right one.
Thanks to Katie Blakey from our Dallas affiliate. You would never know if you saw those girls that they had any medical issues at all, looking happy and healthy.
It truly is a miracle. That's just amazing all the way around. Still to come here in early today. In case you missed it, we've got a Saturday Night Live recap headed your way.
And Love May Be Blind, but not so patient. What was behind that reunion delay?
This is what it looks and feels
storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war, there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are. Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here. How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you? This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news. We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
In an interview, Donald Trump claimed that New York police and court employees were crying when they arrested him. Why is everyone in Trump's stories always crying?
People came to me and they saw me and they were crying. Very tough, very strong, very powerful men. They were crying. They had tears in their eyes.
You're bragging that when people see you, they just like burst into tears? Because it never sounds like excited crying, like when teenagers see like BTS. It sounds more like scared crying, like when hostages see Jigsaw.
Saturday Night Live didn't hold back this weekend. Colin Jost on Weekend Update poked fun at the former president for seemingly bragging about making people cry in his first post-arraignment interview. The episode also featured first-time host actress Ana de Armas and musical guest Carol G. I have so much catching up to do when it comes to all the SNLs, and you have a good point. You watch some of the clips, right?
Yeah,
that SNL posts.
If I don't catch it or read it live, which I do prefer to do, you know, in the moment to watch it live, but if not, all those clips the next day, really, it's a good way to catch up.
A little sleep schedule kind of gets in the way sometimes.
There is that. All right, fans of the reality Netflix series Love is Blind were just frantic on Sunday night as the live stream of the season 4 reunion just wasn't working. The show features couples that propose before ever even seeing one another, and while it was meant to be broadcast by 8 p.m., it didn't air until over an hour later. This reunion was only the second live show in Netflix's history. You may remember not that long ago it was Chris Rock's stand-up special that they tried a live show, and that seemed to go off without a hitch. Not so much with this one.
It would have been a revolt if there was a problem with the Chris Rock show, though, after waiting an entire year for him to talk about the Oscar slap and then having some kind of glitch.
Yep.
At least it was this, and they got their show, and they got the reunion.
Still working out the kinks, though.
All right, what's the weather looking like for your week ahead? Michelle has the answer to that next.
And still to come, the game show winners raising money for a good cause, even when the cameras weren't rolling.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels
from the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi! Hi, family!
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Welcome back on this Monday. We do have a new Pacific storm system moving onshore in the Pacific Northwest into Northern California. We're going to see mountain snow and some lower elevation rain. In the middle of the country, it's dry. We're looking at temperatures above normal in the central and southern plains. It'll be windy too, so we're going to see the fire danger increase throughout the day. Snow showers in the Intermountain West into the northern plains on Wednesday. Still dry in the central plains. Could see a few showers in parts of the southern plains. Back to you both.
Okay, Michelle, thank you. We'll be back with a viral video that will make you grin at the homeowner who had to bear it. We'll see the end.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi, my family.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
A Wisconsin couple has millions of reasons to feel good after winning big on a game show. The candle makers continue to raise money for Ukraine. Katie Sharrow from our Green Bay affiliate has more.
Door County Candle Company owners Christiana and Nick Trapani won more than $1 million on the NBC game show The Wall.
Last year in April, we got a call from a producer from The Wall, and they wanted to feature us, and my husband and I were like, we're so busy, like we don't have time to leave the shop.
Christiana tells us what they plan to do with all of that money.
We're excited to reinvest that into the equipment, into the business, and just continue to grow and thrive, and we want to continue giving back. I never would have thought a year ago we would be where we are today.
Their employees are just as excited for them.
Everyone was just watching it, just like the rest of America, thinking, oh my God, what are they going to do? Are they going to bust out? Are they going to make money? But it was really exciting to watch.
But that's not the only exciting thing happening for the Trapanis. They just raised $1 million on their own by making candles to help Ukraine. All the proceeds benefit the war-torn country.
I was thinking, even if we just raised like $100, it's something to make a difference, but $1 million is just beyond my wildest dreams being able to raise that much money.
She says they've shipped Ukraine candles to all 50 states and Canada. Employee Julia LaViolet says when they began selling the Ukraine candles, she didn't anticipate she'd be making as many as she currently is now. But she's excited that they met their $1 million goal.
I hoped for it. I mean, that was incredible, for a candle store where we hand pour all the candles. So it was pretty amazing.
Christiana says now they've branched out to more philanthropy efforts.
And not only is Door County Candle Company creating candles to benefit Ukraine, but they're also creating candles to benefit local nonprofits, like Door Tran, who provides free rides to those who need transportation in the area.
Since then, we've done other causal candles, such as one for Hurricane Ian, for UNICEF for the Turkey earthquake.
And she says she's glad she and her husband decided to go on the game show.
At the end of the day, we realized it's just one one more way to promote our mission and what we want to do and how we want to help with our candles.
Thanks to Katie Sparrow for that report. You put good news out there, it comes back to you.
That's right. Keep that in mind. In North Carolina, a homeowner's security footage hit just right. Check this out here. This now viral video. David Oppenheimer is seen lounging around outside his house when this unexpected visitor stumbles into the frame. The two strangers appear startled but frozen after they catch glimpses of each other. Now, the Curious Bear was most likely looking for a snack now that, winter's over, hibernation's over. And so is that guy's peace of mind. Forever.
Why would we react the same way if that were?
Good Monday morning, everybody. I'm Lindsay Reiser. And I'm Zinklea Samoa. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, delayed. Developing this morning, a high-profile defamation trial against Fox News put on hold for at least a day after a dramatic week of pre-trial proceedings. More on the late-night court ruling and what it could mean for the case. Tragedy in Alabama after a Sweet 16 celebration ends with gunfire. This morning, at least 4 people are dead and dozens more injured in what's just the latest in a string of deadly mass shootings in America.
I'm so tired of this. And I can't make any sense of it. I can't understand the rage and the anger of wanting to hurt someone, let alone kill someone.
What we're learning from witnesses as the investigation gets underway. Guns and politics, the Second Amendment taking center stage in Indianapolis over the weekend, with former President Donald Trump addressing supporters at this year's NRA convention. His message to advocates as he picks up momentum in his campaign for re-election. And 1 day away. Procrastinators, this one's for you. Tomorrow's tax deadline is quickly approaching, but do not worry. We have some tips for last-minute filers, plus what to do if you need an extension. But hopefully you don't.
That stresses me out.
I could never.
I'm like, the second I can get that done, I will.
You know? Good to be with you this morning, Lindsay. And we begin this morning with the historic legal battle between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News.
Yeah, the trial will determine whether Fox can be held financially liable for publishing false claims that Dominion's voting machines rigged the 2020 presidential election, and the outcome could have far-reaching effects. Opening arguments were set to kick off today, but just last night, Delaware Superior Court Judge Eric Davis announced proceedings would be delayed until tomorrow. Reports from the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and Reuters are citing sources who say Fox is pursuing settlement talks. Dominion and Fox have not commented on the delay. On Friday, a spokesperson for Fox News released a statement saying Dominion's lawsuit is a political crusade in search of a financial windfall, but the real cost would be cherished First Amendment rights. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa is in Wilmington, Delaware with the latest. And NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas is also joining us with a closer look at the case. Good morning to both of you. Emily, we'll start with you here. The trial delayed until tomorrow. Why is that? And what can we expect to happen in court if it still does come to that?
Well, good morning to you both. What was supposed to be playing out this morning at 9 a.m. now happening tomorrow morning. First will be the completion of the jury selection process. That's a process that first got underway last week. We were reporting on it. The court working to narrow down from hundreds of potential jurors descending here in Wilmington, Delaware, to 12 jurors and 12 alternates. The judge did express some concern in the pretrial hearings around the potential for juror tampering, considering the high nature profile of a case like this. He expressed the importance of protecting their privacy. But what's going to be happening tomorrow now? Well, lawyers from both sides, Fox and Dominion, will have the chance to strike 6 jurors each. They've been paying close attention to the answers from potential jurors around questions like, do you regularly watch Fox News programming? Do you know any family members, or have you previously worked in a newsroom? So that's going to be playing out tomorrow. After the jury is set, then opening arguments will begin. Dominion, we know, will first lead the way on that, then followed by Fox. But I think the delay in this and the reports of a potential push for settlement here underscore the point that at any point during this trial process, a settlement could be reached, guys.
And Danny, I want to bring you in here because it's important to note that Dominion has already proved that Fox's claims pertaining to Dominion in the 2020 election were false. They've been debunked. So what exactly do they have to prove now?
That's a huge win. It was decided in a pretrial motion, a rare win for a plaintiff because normally judges let these issues go to the jury. So with the falsity now established, really the only thing left that Dominion has to prove is that Fox either knew it was false or they were reckless. In other words, they were like an ostrich hiding its head in the sand as to whether or not it was false, that they had good reason to know it was false and ignored it and went full steam ahead anyway. That is still not a layup for Dominion. They still have to meet that burden of proof, but they have a lot of evidence of people in the Fox chain of command that they can use to impute that knowledge or what they should have known at the time it was aired.
So, Emily, Danny mentioned Fox chain of command. I mean, who could we hear from testify in this trial? Are we talking big names that people would recognize?
Yeah, absolutely. A number of high-profile people, including some of Fox's most popular hosts, including Maria Bartiromo. There's the potential for Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity. But what we don't know is when we could see these people actually take the stand. We could also hear from Fox Corporation Chairman Rupert Murdoch, who we gained some insight from in court documents. In his testimony, he acknowledged that some of the hosts did more than just give a platform to false voter fraud election claims, but actually endorse them. He also confirmed he could have exerted some control over the network. Fox, as you both mentioned, has defended its election coverage and called this lawsuit baseless.
And Danny, how long are we expecting this trial to go on for? Is it possible that there's a settlement reached before we even see it go to trial now that we're experiencing this delay of a day?
Yeah, I think the judge budgeted 6 weeks, but that is always just a rough estimate. And we lawyers, when we're asked how long our case takes, we always add a couple days on or weeks just to be safe. But this is a case that I am just completely confused as to why settlement talks didn't go on earlier. If it's true that Fox is considering settling this case, they should have done this a long time ago before all the bloodletting in the public arena. Now, in the ordinary case that nobody cares about, nobody covers, insurance carriers and defendants love to wait until the eve of trial. It's like magical thinking. They think that something could happen with their case that helps them, but ultimately, and when it comes to trial, they don't like uncertainty. They don't like the coin flip that is a jury verdict. But in this case, Fox has already suffered. It's already gotten all of its information. Its dirty laundry has all been aired. This is something, if they are serious about settlement, they probably should have thought about weeks, months, maybe even a year ago.
Well, a lot to watch. You called it a coin flip. The coin's definitely in the air. Emily and Danny, thank you so much.
Turning now to a tragedy out of Alabama, where police are investigating a mass shooting that happened over the weekend. 4 people were killed, more than 24 others were injured when gunfire erupted at a Sweet 16 party. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson has more.
Well, witnesses say the dance studio just behind me was dark and packed with people when gunfire erupted. Police say 4 people were killed and 28 people injured, most of them teens. Investigators spent the entire day Sunday combing this crime scene, looking for any clues about how all of this unfolded. But for now, they are sharing very few details, declining to say anything about a motive or whether or not they have identified or arrested any suspects. Instead, they are calling on the community for any tips that could help them as they continue to investigate what exactly happened here. Meanwhile, we are learning that one of the family members here has identified one of the victims as Philstavius Dowdell, a star on the high school football team who had planned to go to Jacksonville State here in Alabama and play in the fall. Now, as all of this unfolded here in Alabama, in Louisville, Kentucky, there was also a shooting where police say 2 people were killed and 4 people injured after shots rang out at a park. And now President Biden is calling the wave of mass shootings, quote, outrageous and unacceptable, and calling on Congress to pass stricter gun laws. Back to you.
Priscilla Thompson, thank you.
Turning now to Missouri, where this morning there are growing calls for justice after a 16-year-old black boy was shot twice after ringing the wrong doorbell. Celebrities have been joining in calls for justice, including actress Halle Berry posting these photos demanding action. The community in Kansas City also protesting yesterday as word spread through social media. Kansas City police say the teen, whose name was not released by authorities, went to pick up his siblings Thursday night and ended up at the wrong address, apparently mistaking the residence for one that was a block away. The resident, whose name also has not been released, was taken into custody and held for 24 hours, the maximum for a suspect in a felony, until charges are filed. Now the community is calling for answers.
The fact that there's a kid in the hospital and everything I read says not even a charge has been done, that concerns me.
Just hold this man accountable, and you see that the community came out and supported.
The teen remains in the hospital in stable condition, and the teen's family has hired prominent civil rights lawyers Lee Merritt and Ben Crump. And the National Rifle Association held its annual conference in Indianapolis over the weekend. The convention came amid the recent mass shootings in Nashville, Louisville, and now Alabama. The event saw 2024 Republican presidential hopefuls take to the stage and address supporters. So for more on this, we're joined by NBC News senior national politics reporter Jonathan Allen. John, good to see you again. So we know the event was headlined by former President Donald Trump. What were some of the biggest takeaways from his speech?
I think the biggest takeaway from Donald Trump's speech is he understands that it's very difficult, if not impossible, to win a Republican presidential primary while calling for gun restrictions. In fact, the folks at the NRA convention, many of them Republican primary voters, are absolutely looking for candidates who have reasons other than guns for this wave of mass shootings over recent years. Take a listen to what Donald Trump had to say about it.
But let's be very clear, the issue is not too many guns. The issue is too many thugs, hoodlums, and savage criminals on our street. That's really what the issue is. This is not a gun problem. This is a mental health problem. This is a social problem. This is a cultural problem. This is a spiritual problem.
And so that was Trump talking about all those various things other than restricting weapons, ammunition, or who has access to those things. You know, it was a moment for Trump where he got a huge ovation from the crowd when he stepped on stage. He got chants of USA, huge ovation when he left. And yet, when I spoke to gun rights activists at the NRA, some of them were disappointed a little bit with what Trump had done in office, in particular trying to ban bump stocks, which allow semi-automatic weapons to fire more like automatic weapons, and also when he considered at one point trying to ban the sale of weapons to people under 21.
And John, of course, Trump is not the only prominent Republican we heard from. Who else spoke during the convention?
Pretty much everybody who is running for president or thinking about running for president on the Republican side. So you had South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem, who's been mentioned as a possible candidate, Chris Sununu, the governor of New Hampshire. Ron DeSantis visited by video, as did Nikki Haley. And of course, you had former Vice President Mike Pence. Take a listen here.
President Biden and the Democrats have returned to the same tired arguments about gun control and gun confiscation. But we don't need gun control. We need crime control. We don't need lectures about the liberties of law-abiding citizens. We need solutions to protect our kids.
And so what you have here from Mike Pence, very similar to what Donald Trump was saying, essentially taking the idea of gun restrictions and holding that up for ridicule and turning to a different point altogether. You know, Mike Pence was applauded for many of the things that he said while he was on stage, but when he got up to speak, he was booed pretty lustily. Got some applause too, but the boos were very loud. Same thing when he left the stage. Obviously, a lot of President Trump's supporters are still angry with Pence for not certifying the 2020 election. I'm sorry, for certifying the 2020 election.
Yeah, I mean, lots of prominent political figures there. And I know the NRA has also been criticized numerous times in the past over its response to mass shootings. Of course, this is in the context of many mass shootings that have been happening in our country. We actually saw protesters there at the NRA event. So from what we've seen, John, are they still as influential and important, the organization, as it used to be?
It's such a great question, and the answer is they are not as powerful as they used to be because they've been through scandal, they've been through lawsuit. There is, you know, a group of gun owners who would like to see some gun restrictions, and still they are the most powerful single platform for candidates to reach gun owners. And so, you know, again, the NRA remains powerful, and it will it appears that it will never change.
All right, John Allen, thank you so much.
Bipartisan outrage is growing over the leak of classified documents online as the 21-year-old National Guardsman suspect awaits a hearing this week. Congress is calling for more accountability. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney has the latest on the growing outrage in Washington.
There is growing outrage among members of Congress about the national security leaks, even as new documents are published online. One lawmaker even calling for people to be fired. Here's more. As accused leaker Jack Teixeira awaits a detention hearing Wednesday, lawmakers expressing outrage.
The sources and methods of how we collect on adversaries have been compromised. Some people need to be fired over this.
These are damaging both the United States and to our allies.
Calling the leaks inexplicable, given that the man accused of releasing the documents was a 21-year-old Air National Guardsman working on a remote base in Massachusetts.
Who was keeping watch? Where was the custody of the documents and who were they for?
Meanwhile, a leaked U.S. intelligence report published by the Washington Post, but not seen by NBC News, says the Russian government believes its disinformation operations on American social media are hugely successful, boasting that networks detect Russian bots just 1% of the time. Experts are wondering whether Teixeira is emblematic of a new risk. He allegedly uploaded the documents to the gaming platform Discord, which is so popular with young people that the military has even used it as a recruiting tool. An official Pentagon guide to Discord urged military members, don't post anything in Discord that you wouldn't want seen by the general public. Teixeira's friends say he lived by a different code, sharing secrets to impress them.
Individuals have access to much more information. Part of this is an overcorrection from 9/11, whereas, you know, the problem was too much information was too compartmented. And so there was a need to share more.
The chairman of the House Intelligence Committee saying the alleged leaker could have been stopped.
Clearly, he was having access to documents that he should not have had access to, and someone should have been paying attention.
Lawmakers plan to investigate the obvious security failures here, including how the leaker smuggled out secret documents, but also the broader issue of whether too many people have access to too many secrets. Back to you.
Ken, thank you. And this weekend on Meet the Press, Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy discussed the battle over abortion rights in the U.S. This as the Supreme Court has temporarily preserved medication abortion access to Americans. Here's moderator Chuck Todd.
Well, hello there, Zinkley and Lindsay. This week on Meet the Press, I had on Republican Senator Bill Cassidy from Louisiana to discuss the future of abortion access. How will the Texas judge's ruling on mifepristone impact women's health care nationwide? Take a look at what the senator had to say about the issue.
I think what is important is that we have a political process by which we resolve these issues. That particular ruling seems to be going through, it was on a process-oriented thing. Among the reasons that they ruled that way, I'm told, is that the FDA did not follow correctly the Administrative Procedures Act.
On this Texas decision, it does seem like it's going to call into question other FDA approvals on other drugs. I mean, do you worry about the upending a status quo and sort of upending the FDA's authority in a way that will be create sort of chaos in the pharmaceutical industry?
I think that's totally alarmist. It's totally alarmist. And by the way, when did the FDA go above the law? It can ignore the Administrative Procedure Act, which every other agency has to follow theoretically, but they don't have to. So I mean, I think that's alarmist, and I also think that the FDA should not be above the law.
Did it turn out Roe v. Wade was the uncomfortable middle ground for America?
I think Dobbs is the uncomfortable middle ground, where people will confront that there's a diversity of opinion, and no one group has the ability to impose their will upon the other. Dobbs, I think, was the correct decision.
You can see my full interview and a lot more at MeetThePress.com. You can also get more Meet the Press right here on NBC News Now every single weekday at 4 p.m.
Chuck, thanks so much. Right, we start the week with a major cool down for a lot of the U.S. Some even expecting some spring snow. Others are getting some April showers.
That's right. So NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is tracking a new storm system this morning and all the weather. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning to you both. Great to see you on this Monday. And yeah, we're starting out with a few problem areas on this Monday, one being those April snow showers and also some rain showers. We saw over a foot of snow in some spots over the weekend. We're going to add to that today, even a foot in some spots. So we have winter alerts in place where you see the pink. Yep, that is your winter storm warning. We have a blizzard warning even. We're going to see winds really gusty. Winds could gust up to 50 miles per hour. So this is for portions of the upper Great Lakes as we head throughout this Monday. And looking on radar, you can see that snow is falling. It is heavy. Where you see that whiter blue, that's where we're looking at that heaviest snow falling. We're looking at mixed precipitation too, the purples, the pinks, and then some heavy rain throughout the northeast, the reds, the yellows, the oranges. That's where we're seeing the heaviest rain falling. So we could see some flash flooding in portions of the northeast as we head throughout this Monday. The green is that plain rain, and that will continue too in parts of the northeast. Now, further down south, we're looking at some heavy rain this morning in Florida. And I want to mention, because Fort Lauderdale received over 25 inches of rain last Wednesday into Thursday, we're getting more rain today. We saw it this morning, even some lightning strikes, some heavy rain with those brighter colors. But we're going to get a whole batch throughout the day here as we see some showers and storms roll through, and they could drop some heavy rain, especially in southern Florida, right around Miami. Now, rainfall amounts anywhere from an inch, but greater amounts within those showers and thunderstorms. So something to watch, and also the chance for some strong winds. Further to the north, we are tracking that snow. Where you see the pink and purple, that is the highest amount. So again, some spots receiving an additional foot of snow. We're looking at really cold air in place. The winds are bringing down that cold air from Canada, and we're going to see some cooler temperatures into the northeast as well. This is a setup, an area of low pressure, spinning very slowly. It's bringing down that cold air. It's going to linger over the Great Lakes today, also tomorrow, bringing that heavy, wet snow and also the strong winds. Then by tomorrow, moving ever so slowly to the north and also to the east. That rain mixing with some wet snow in the higher terrain, and then that cool air for portions of the northeast. So good news is it's a short-lived cold blast because we're looking at warmer temperatures by the end of the work week. So anywhere from an inch, quarter inch, half inch of rain in the northeast. But where you see that yellow, we could see pockets of heavy rain, and we are concerned about flash flooding in portions of New England for today. But let's talk about those temperatures because it is cold. Temperatures in the 30s and 40s today, well below normal for this time of year, even up to 22 degrees below what is typical for this time of year. And that cold air is into the Ohio Valley. Columbus 46, Pittsburgh just 49 degrees. That's 15 degrees below average. This will move off to the east tomorrow, so that April chill affecting portions of the northeast. Syracuse just 49. That's 10 degrees below average. Buffalo 41. And Scranton 50 degrees. But look at this, a quick rebound, and we're back into the 60s on Wednesday in New York, 70s on Thursday, 71 on Thursday, 71 on Friday. And D.C., you could hit 90 degrees on Friday. If not, you're going to be into the mid and upper 80s. So we'll get through the next 2 days, and then we're going to warm it right back up. Back to you guys.
I like the sound of heat.
Michelle, me too.
Thank you. Sure. And coming up on Morning News Now, a third day of violence in Sudan's capital.
Dozens of civilians are confirmed killed in a bitter dispute between rival forces. After the break, more on the power struggle that some are now calling an all-out war. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks.
We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Fighting in Sudan appears to be continuing for a third straight day amid reports this morning of explosions and gunfire in the capital, Khartoum. Over the weekend, fighting broke out between Sudan's army and a rival paramilitary group called the Rapid Support Forces. A Sudanese doctors union said nearly 100 civilians have been killed in the violence, with hundreds more left injured. To dig into this, we're joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea. Kelly, good to see you. So first, can you just help us understand how did this conflict come to be? Why are both sides fighting right now? And what's the situation like?
Well, first to what it's like on the ground, Zinkley. We spoke to a human rights lawyer who's in Khartoum earlier today, and he described it as madness. He said the streets are empty, the stores are closed, nobody is going outside because they're afraid to. Food is running low, and he said you can hear heavy artillery fire. He said government jets are bombing RSF positions. RSF fighters are fighting in residential neighborhoods. Remember, this is a densely packed city of more than 5 million, and it has not seen this kind of violence. Yes, there has been violence in Sudan over several years now, but the fighting usually happens outside of the capital. So an extremely dangerous situation there in Khartoum and throughout the country as this fighting spreads to other parts of the country. This is essentially a power struggle between two rival generals. Their former allies helped to overturn the government in 2019 and again in 2021. They're now fighting over who controls the country, about how the country, what the country looks like, how it operates under a civilian government. There is a framework in place, but the two sides haven't yet signed on to it, haven't agreed because of this issue of how the paramilitary forces will be absorbed into the armed forces and who will control those people. Zinkley.
And Kelly, you rightly described this as a power struggle, right? So what's been the regional and international reaction to all of this? What kind of efforts are being made to stop the violence in this northeastern African country?
Yeah, so lots of countries speaking out about this, calling for calm, calling for a ceasefire. Egypt and South Sudan, both of Sudan's neighbors, trying to mediate here. The Security Council putting out a statement, UN Security Council calling for calm. And also Secretary of State Antony Blinken talking about this for the second day in a row while at the G7 in Japan. Take a listen.
There is a shared deep concern about the fighting, the violence that's going on in Sudan. Also, a strongly held view, again, across all of our partners, on the need for an immediate ceasefire and a return to talks. Talks that were very promising in putting Sudan on the path to a full transition to civilian-led government.
But at this point, both generals are digging in, accusing the other side of atrocities and calling on the other side to surrender. And the risk, of course, Zinkley, is that this tumbles into a full-scale civil war.
Yeah, and Kelly, I mean, the reality is Sudan has a long history of conflict and humanitarian disasters. I am glad you made the distinction, though, that it's not typically this widespread. So I know the UN Food Agency has been forced to halt its operations there after 3 employees were killed. What can you tell us about that? And does Sudan, is it going to be able to survive this, given how heavily it relies on humanitarian aid?
Yeah, this is a tough one. A third of the country is dependent on humanitarian aid right now, not just because of conflict, but also because of severe weather, severe drought over the past several years. The WFP, the World Food Program, says that 3 of their employees were killed in the Darfur region under fighting on Saturday. One of their planes was also significantly damaged, or one of the UN humanitarian humanitarian planes was significantly damaged at the Khartoum airport. So it's a very difficult situation right now for aid workers. They've suspended operations, and that is putting the health and lives of millions more people at risk. Zinkley.
Keeping that country and those people in our prayers. Kelly, thank you so much.
We are tracking other headlines around the world this morning, including a U.S. warship spotted in the Taiwan Strait.
Yeah, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with more. Good morning, Megan.
Guys, good morning to you. That's right. We start in Taiwan, where just one day after China's military conducted live fire drills around the island, an American warship sailed through the waters of the Taiwan Strait. The U.S. says it was routine, but keep in mind, the military drills we saw from China last week happened while leaders from the G7 are meeting in Japan, and U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in attendance. One of the topics of discussion, Chinese military threats to Taiwan. And in Mexico, a gunman opened fire at a resort on Saturday, killing a child and 6 adults. At least one person was injured. This happened in Guanajuato, a city considered one of Mexico's most dangerous. But this is just the latest incident in a string of violence. Just 2 weeks ago, 4 people were found dead in the popular resort city of Cancun. And lastly, this incredible story from Spain, where a mountaineer just came out of a cave after spending a year and a half alone underground. Ladies, a year and a half. We're talking some 500 days. This woman, now 50, was asked if she ever panicked while 230 feet below ground. She said never, and in fact, she didn't want to come out. I can tell you, there's no way. Not a chance.
Introversion at its finest. Hey, a little me time. That's great. Wow. I go an hour without talking and I'm lonely. Fair.
Right.
Megan, thanks. Thank you. And coming up, emotions are running high this morning as runners of this year's Boston Marathon mark 10 years since the bombing at the finish line. We'll take you there for a look at the action.
Plus, new developments this morning in that massive plant fire in Indiana as people are now being allowed to return to their homes. This is Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. More than 30,000 people will be running in the Boston Marathon this morning. And while the marathon is always a big event, this one marks 10 years since the bombing near the finish line that killed 4 people and wounded hundreds more. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is at the finish line, joins us now with more. Good morning, Kathy. Talk to us here about what the mood is like this morning in Boston.
Hey, Lindsay, good morning to you. Yeah, Marathon Monday has arrived, and you can probably see the folks behind me. These are the runners getting to the shuttle buses right now. We're anticipating roughly 30,000 runners to participate in this year's marathon, representing more than 100 countries. And right now, the stage is set, and obviously all eyes are on the skies right now. The weather conditions, it's a chilly 50 degrees right now, but there is some rain possibly in the forecast, but hopefully that rain holds off. But as you mentioned, it definitely has a somber note this year as well because of the 10-year anniversary of those bombings. And this weekend there were several tributes for the survivors, the victims, and the first responders who rushed to the scene. But this race starts in Hopkinton and then ends right here in Boston. But you can definitely feel the energy ahead of this race, Lindsay.
Chilly 50 degrees is beautiful running weather. I'm sure runners are loving it. It's been so hot some years. But Kathy, on a more serious note, you did attend the memorial service to honor the victims and survivors. What can you tell us about what happened on Saturday?
Yeah, so Saturday was the exact day, 10 years ago that day, the bombs went off right by the finish line, killing 3 people there. And obviously, a lot of emotions running high that day. In the morning, there was a private gathering for the victims' families, a wreath-laying ceremony, and then later on in the afternoon, there was a public event attended by thousands where there was a special dedication at the finish line as well. And it was a day that people also use to pay it forward. Ever since those bombings, it's called One Boston Day, and people volunteer and also just share acts of kindness. So a lot of good came out of such a tragic day, and we also had a chance to speak with a lot of people on the ground. In fact, Michelle Blackburn being one of them. She was 25 years old 10 years ago, at the time of the bombing. She said she was a spectator cheering on a friend at the time. But then moments later, the bombs went off, and she said, incredibly, roughly less than an hour after that event, she was rushed to the hospital and was at an operating table. Unfortunately, doctors were able to save her leg. And obviously, her recovery has been very challenging, but just this year, she actually trained for the marathon. However, a new injury set her back, and she wasn't able to enter this year's marathon, but she's still pressing ahead, pushing forward, and that's kind of the perseverance that we've been seeing throughout this weekend. Take a listen.
I feel like I'm doing really well. I've always really been able to, I think, focus in on all of the good things that I've gotten from that day, all of the people that I've met, all the people that helped me along the way.
I feel like the city feels actually stronger and more united.
And Lindsay, even for those not directly impacted by the bombings, they're here to show their support. A lot of folks say that this is more than just running. They want to be here for Boston Strong, and it's certainly been on full display in the past couple of days.
Wow. And, about that injury this season, just the fact, Kathy, that she was able to go from being in danger of losing her leg to training for a marathon is just absolutely incredible. And congrats to her on just that drive and that achievement. Kathy, thank you.
Turning now to new developments in that giant plant fire in Indiana. Residents of Richmond are now able to return home after evacuation orders were lifted Sunday. The news comes as separate evacuation orders were issued in Georgia after a fire reignited at a plant in Brunswick on Saturday. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more on the story.
The thick smoke towering over Brunswick, Georgia.
We heard a big boom. My house was shaking. And we looked out the window, and there was a big fire, like going in the sky.
Officials say after an industrial plant caught fire Saturday, the blaze reignited. Residents asked to evacuate within a half mile. Others asked to shelter in place. Officials say the fire was out shortly after 10 p.m. in a city roughly 70 miles from Jacksonville, Florida.
To me, it was really devastating.
Just hours after being announced, the evacuation and shelter in place both lifted. Officials reporting 2 minor burn injuries, saying early air testing results show no levels were registered to call for public safety concerns, adding the plant's chemical tanks remained intact. Richmond, Indiana's evacuation order finally lifted more than 5 days after this toxic plume rose over a plastics recycling center there.
All of the chemicals that we tested for have been non-detectable except for 3, benzene, naphthalene, and butadiene.
and these are in small levels.
What about the water? What about all the debris that's went through the air?
But officials there say some debris contained asbestos, which people should not pick up. The EPA says crews have begun searching for more debris at nearby school grounds, adding once exposure levels are demonstrated to be safe, protective gear will be downgraded. We've reached out to the plant, and there's no final word on cause in either Georgia or Indiana, with American communities still waiting for answers. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Coming up, one giant leap for commercial space exploration. This morning, we're watching the highly anticipated launch of SpaceX's latest rocket. How this newest mission brings us one step closer to a return to the moon.
And time's running out to file your taxes. What procrastinators need to know next on Morning News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi! Hi, family!
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Well, it's a big morning for the commercial space industry with today's launch of Elon Musk's SpaceX rocket in Texas.
And this is a crucial test of the Starship rocket, as it's called.
That's right. And joining us now to dig into this is Dr. Paul Sutter. He's an astrophysicist and professor at the Institute for Advanced Computational Science at Stony Brook University. Dr. Sutter, good morning. So first, can you just explain to us how we got to this point, and let's dig into the Starship a bit. What exactly is it designed to do?
Yes, this rocket is the largest spacecraft ever. This is the largest object actually ever to be able to launch itself off of the surface of the Earth. We're talking about a rocket, which comes in two parts. There's the super heavy booster at the bottom, and then the actual Starship at the top. Combined, they are nearly 400 feet tall. That's taller than the Statue of Liberty, plus its pedestal, and it weighs over 5 1,000 tons. This is definitely, when you think of rockets, this is going to be the rocket of the future. And as a special bonus, the entire assembly, both the Super Heavy booster and the Starship, is designed to be 100% reusable, which means it can launch a payload into space, and then both parts come back down onto the surface, and we refuel them, stack them back together, and put something else into space.
That is so cool. And Doctor, when we talk about this being the spaceship of the future here, I mean, I covered, the first part of the Artemis mission with NASA. I felt that power. That was NASA's most powerful rocket ever, the SLS. How does that space launch system compare to what we're seeing here with this Starship? And also, is there a space race at play here, or does NASA want to see this work?
Oh, NASA absolutely wants to see this work. There is not a race here. There is a partnership between NASA, which is publicly funded, and SpaceX, which is privately funded. You mentioned the Artemis and the SLS, which was fantastic. That was a powerful rocket. This is even more powerful. Wow. And future Artemis missions are going to use both the Space Launch System and the SpaceX spaceship. In fact, the spaceship, that rocket at the top, is going to be the moon lander for the Artemis mission. So this is essential to work.
Love that. Peak teamwork. And Dr. Sutter, getting back to the moon is just the first step, right? But then what happens? What's next for SpaceX? And what are some of Elon Musk's goals and ambitions going forward?
Well, the crazy thing about this is that this is really uncharted territory. Space launches are incredibly expensive, and they're expensive because up until now, up until the developments of SpaceX, we simply ditch the rocket and the booster every time we launch something into space. You saw that in, that massive SLS launch system. Only the top part goes into space. The rest we just chuck in the ocean. That's what makes it so expensive. So when we lower the price to access space, it's almost unimaginable what is going to come out of that. When you make something cheap and easy to do, all of a sudden you have all sorts of creative ideas that have been bubbling around for decades. All these ideas that would just be pushed to the side because, no, that'll never work. It's too expensive. All of a sudden, they're not too expensive anymore. And, well, to borrow the phrase, the sky's the limit here.
So, Doctor, what are you going to be watching for today? Because we've seen some test flights here. I don't think that this has gone out of, Earth's orbit yet, Earth's atmosphere even yet. So, and we've also seen some test flights in which, they've been a little fiery. Not what you want to see with some of this. So what are you going to be watching for?
Yes, hopefully no disasters. But remember, this is a test. If something goes wrong, that's okay. That is the point of testing things. So an explosion or a mission or the spaceship coming apart, that doesn't mean we failed. That means we learned something. Okay. This is the point of a test. So what I'm hoping is successful. I hope it meets or exceeds all of their expectations. They will not be testing the return of these boosters and the spaceship in this test. Those tests are coming later. So right now they are hoping for a successful launch, a deployment of spaceship into space. It will coast in space for about an hour, hour and a half before splashing back down onto the Earth. Hopefully everything is nominal, everything looks good, and they can continue testing and really open the door to that reusability.
Yeah, we'll see if the testing works. Dr. Paul Sutter, thank you so much.
Turning to financial headlines now, another search bar could be coming to Google, but this one would be powered by AI.
Ooh, AI is everywhere. So CNBC's Silvana now joins us now to break it all down. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Zinkley. Good morning, Lindsay. Yeah, so Google is racing to build a new search engine powered by artificial intelligence. The New York Times reports that it's in the early stages of creating a service to anticipate what you want in the hopes of offering a more personalized experience. Now, the project has no clear timetable, and Google is also developing a range of new AI features for its existing search engine. These include a chatbot that can answer software engineering questions and even generate code. Google has also experimented with the feature allowing you to search for music through a chatbot conversation. Best Buy plans to cut hundreds of store employees. The Wall Street Journal reporting the electronics chain will eliminate consultant roles or workers who specialize in selling more complex items such as computers and smartphones. A smaller number of people will now do those jobs. And Best Buy tells the Journal it's reshaping its store to reflect changes in consumer behavior. In its latest earnings report, the company says more sales are moving online. And Sonic the Hedgehog and Angry Birds are teaming up. Sega, the creator of Sonic, has struck a deal today to buy Rovio Entertainment. That's the company behind the Angry Birds mobile game for nearly $800 million. Sega says it's been a long-term goal to expand in the rapidly growing mobile gaming market, but analysts say a lack of blockbuster products outside of Angry Birds will keep investors cautious, guys. So Angry Birds is pretty fun to play. So I thought it was over, though, but
You played both?
Yeah.
Sonic.
I never had a Nintendo. I had a Sega.
Sega was so much fun.
We love to see it. Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
And in case you need another reminder, tomorrow is the deadline to file your tax returns. And if you haven't done your taxes yet, you are not alone.
IRS data actually shows about 29% of all tax returns are filed in the 3 weeks leading up to deadline day. So joining us right now is Mark Stieber. He's a Senior Vice President and Chief Tax Information Officer at Jackson Hewitt Tax Service. Mark, good morning, and thanks for being with us here. When we talk about, these people who are doing their last-minute filings, big day is tomorrow, what do people need to know? Is there anything special that people need to do today or tomorrow?
Well, not special, but it's time-tested and proven practices that'll get you over this hurdle. And the first thing I would say is don't rush, don't panic, don't shortcut in the effort to just get it done. You leave something off, you leave off a credit, you leave off a benefit, it stays off forever. The IRS does not go about fixing your refund. On the other hand, you don't want to miss the deadline. You've got about 40 hours left, depending on what time zone you're in. You certainly don't want to miss that because you'll have late filing penalty risk, underpayment penalty, late payment penalty, and interest on top of all that. So be mindful of the deadline, plenty of help, plenty of extra resources, plenty of capacity, but it is about the time to get it done with 40 hours to go.
And Mark, the reality is some people won't make the deadline. So what do people need to know when it comes to filing for an extension? What are some of the reasons people do it? Does it mean you're still on the hook for any taxes you may owe before the tax deadline? And are there penalties for it?
Yeah, you don't want to miss the deadline. And if you do, you want to get after it as soon as possible. It's not the type of situation where you say, I'll get to it this summer, because as soon as you miss the deadline, the penalties, the interest start compounding daily. So if you do miss it for whatever reason, and with 20 or 30 million people coming over the next 2 days, there'll be some, people who just can't get it done. Just know that sooner is better than later. A pro can help you understand what it is that you need to do. And if you by chance are not one of those 70% or 7 out of 10 that are getting a refund, which is still really good news, and you do owe, there are options for that as well if you don't have the money. The IRS has installment plans, they have a forgiveness program, they have a whole different bunch of tools that a pro can help you with if in fact you really are up against the wall and you don't think you can pay or you don't think you can file. The last thing I would leave you with is simply this: there is an automatic extension, the 4868. You'll need to get that in or a tax return, but it's only an extension of time to file your paperwork, not pay your taxes. But it is important, if you can't pay, to file it anyway. You'll at least stop the failure to file penalty, and then all you'll be having to deal with is the failure to pay penalty. The two are separate, not bundled together.
Mark, I got to be quick with you on this, but, tax season happens every year, but still I feel surprised by all the information we need. So what happens if we, by accident, make a mistake here?
Well, there's good news and there's not good news. The good news is if you find a program like this and you hear about a great tip or a tax credit that you didn't take, you have up to 3 years to go back and perfect your tax return. You'll file an amended return, add that deduction, add that credit, add that benefit back, and the IRS will send you that money in a few short weeks. On the bad side, the IRS also has about 3 years to go and look at your stuff. So if you file your return and you think you're all home free now, you have about 3 years for the IRS to look. So 3 years to amend and add something, and 3 years for the IRS to come around and ask you some questions. So accuracy counts. No guesstimating, no estimating, even in these final hours.
Wow. Great information. I'm sure you are looking forward to an end to tax season as well. Maybe actually get a full weekend. Mark, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All good. Y'all get it done.
Coming up, diversifying ballet one dance at a time.
When we come back, we'll introduce you to a ballerina who's using her art to inspire others. This is Morning News Now.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back with the first look at the two leads from the Wicked two-part film adaptation. This is starring Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. And director John Chu has shared two never-before-seen photos on his Instagram. So the first one, we see Erivo as Elphaba mounting a broom here, signature black cloak, pointy hat. The second one shows Grande here as Galinda in a bright pink dress ascending a long staircase. John captioned the post with, "You weren't told the whole story. What happens when you veer off the yellow brick road?" That's the quintessential premise here to Wicked. And Cynthia commented on the post saying, "It's been wonderful making magic with you." So Zinkley, we're gonna have to wait a little bit because part one is scheduled to hit theaters in time for Thanksgiving next year. But I can tell you, regardless, Defying Gravity, Wizard and I, it's all on replay in my house.
Oh, love it. I'm such a fan, and I love those two women, so I cannot wait.
I know,
to
their
see it.
voices are iconic.
Gorgeous. Lindsay, thank you. And Swan Lake is an iconic ballet, and at one renowned theater in Philadelphia, one ballerina took it upon herself to make the art form more inclusive. NBC's Kristen Welker introduces us to her, showing us the obstacles she's overcome and how she's trying to make it easier for young people to follow in her footsteps.
Nestled in the heart of South Philadelphia, the sounds of change are afoot.
1, 2, 3.
Led by Philadelphia native Chanel Holland, who at age 13 saw dance as an escape.
It was like, this is me, like this is where I'm supposed to be. This is my safe haven.
But Chanel quickly realized she was one of few black dancers in the predominantly white world of ballet.
I was not as tall. I was not as thin.
You look different.
The physicality of ballet was designed for a specific body type. So automatically to them, she'll never make it in New York City ballet.
How did you not let that get you down?
I cried a lot. Like I'm having a moment now just thinking about it. Going into a locker room and having all your stuff stolen. Because you're the only African-American in that company.
Chanel persevered, driven by her passion for dance. At age 16, accepted to the world-renowned Alvin Ailey Dance Theater.
They really nurture you as an artist, and that experience really made me who I was today.
After 5 years dancing professionally, she realized she wanted to give back and see more young black aspiring professionals.
And it's like, I gotta go get them. I gotta go back to my community and get them.
In 2017, she created Chocolate Ballerina Company, a community-based dance program, bringing ballet to black and brown students from Philly, Baltimore, and Washington. For many, the barriers to ballet are insurmountable, with a bill that can be $900 a month. So Chanel offers free or reduced price classes. Chanel's efforts paid off, putting on performances that celebrate African American history and culture, including a twist on the traditional Christmas ballet, the Nutcracker dipped in chocolate. For 17-year-old Jayla Anderson, this experience has put her on a powerful path.
I was able to dance and feel free and know that everybody else in the room was like me.
Jayla says it's the details that make a difference, including leotards for darker skin tones.
When I wear brown, I literally just my body relaxes and I feel very confident and comfortable in my skin.
During a recent Sunday rehearsal, the company was preparing for what they believe will be the first ever all black and brown performance of Swan Lake. Sade Barnwell plays the part of the dying swan, hoping to inspire the next generation of ballerinas.
Young kids, being able to see it, young black and brown dancers, being able to see they can end up somewhere and end up on a stage and do what they love.
Chanel's vision is now a reality, but her work is not finished.
Such a good story. Our thanks to Kristen Walker for that report. And Swan Lake actually opens in Philadelphia on June 4th. Chanel's dream is to grow the chocolate ballerina company, programs in New York, Texas, Florida, and the D.C. area.
No doubt she will.
Yes.
That'll do it for this hour Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
I'm Lindsay Reiser. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, false start. Late last night, a court pushed back the start date for Dominion's billion-dollar defamation lawsuit against Fox News. Why the delay and the big question a judge is set to answer ahead of the landmark trial. Birthday tragedy this morning. At least 4 people are dead. More than 24 others are hurt after a shooter opened fire in the middle of a teen's Sweet 16 party. With no arrests made, questions are swirling this morning as the country marks its 148th mass shooting this year. Growing outrage, lawmakers are demanding to know how the Pentagon failed to detect or stop the biggest U.S. intelligence breach in a decade.
I don't know what led to this airman's actions, but he's done a lot of damage to our stand.
Sounds like he was extremely immature and someone who did not understand the weight and the importance of these documents.
This morning, the troubling new reports about what some of that leaked intel may say as the airman at the center of the investigation prepares for his next hearing. And future of spaceflight, a major test this morning for the biggest rocket ever built. It's designed to eventually fly humans to the moon and even Mars. Not all of its test flights, though, have gone smoothly. We are breaking down this historic test mission. Dr. Sutter in our last hour got me so pumped for this. He was so excited. His energy, so we'll be watching that.
Can't wait to see it.
All right, the courtroom battle between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News is now set to begin tomorrow.
Yeah, opening arguments were scheduled to start today, but last night, Delaware Superior Court Judge Eric Davis announced a one-day delay. Reports from the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and Reuters are citing sources who say Fox is pursuing settlement talks. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from Wilmington, Delaware, for more on this. Stephanie, good morning. So first off, what are we hearing this morning about a possible settlement, especially so late in the game? Is it possible this case will not go to trial at all?
Yeah, Zinkley, that is a possibility. It's been a possibility all along. In a case like this, a settlement can be made at the last moment. They euphemistically say a settlement can be made on the courthouse steps, which is kind of what this would be at this point. We were all ready to go when we got that announcement from the judge that there would be a single delay. He did not offer up an official reason, but as you say, there are multiple reports this morning that settlements are taking place. The Washington Post citing 2 sources familiar with the negotiations who can't speak publicly about them, saying that they will be meeting today. There is court this morning. The judge did say he would announce the delay. Of course, we are all hopeful that there might be more information as to what was behind it.
And Stephanie, we know Dominion has already proven in court that Fox News' claims about Dominion and the 2020 election are false, right? That is a fact. So what is Fox News' defense here?
Right. So that is really important. And that was a decision that was made by Judge Davis roughly about 2 weeks ago as he was deciding on whether there should be a summary judgment. He said that it was, in his words, crystal clear that the statements, that 20 of them that had been made about Dominion voting systems, were false. But in a libel case, you have to prove actual malice. In other words, they have to prove that Fox News knowingly or at least recklessly spread those lies. That was what was going to be on tap here for this case over the next 5 or 6 weeks.
And Stephanie, obviously, this is a historic lawsuit with far-reaching implications. So what impact would a win for either side have on future cases like this?
Well, you have to look at the First Amendment. I mean, this is the industry of journalism is really on trial here to some degree over the next 5 or 6 weeks. If it does go forward, the First Amendment allows news organizations, gives them this latitude to have potentially falsehoods on their broadcast or in their publications, as long as there wasn't this threshold of actual malice. In the situation, if Fox loses this case and faces some huge settlement in the neighborhood of over $1 billion, you could imagine a scenario where news organizations could be facing a number of lawsuits where people perhaps feel emboldened to bring similar lawsuits against other news organizations. If they win, it will be a whole other conversation of when is a journalistic institution liable for the things that are said on its broadcast and in its publication. So ramifications really, no matter what the decision is.
Yeah, all eyes on this one. We know you'll stay on it. Stephanie Gosk, thank you.
Now to the growing outrage in Washington as a 21-year-old airman is accused of the worst intelligence breach in years.
Yeah, he is facing a detention hearing later this week as the fallout from those leaked classified documents spreads around the world. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest.
Good morning, Lindsay and Zinclay. Well, Congress comes back this week, and they will be getting briefings on just how the Pentagon failed to prevent the leaks or notice them sooner online. As accused leaker, 21-year-old airman Jack Teixeira faces a detention hearing Wednesday after being arrested at his home and charged with possessing and sharing classified documents. The outrage is growing over the biggest U.S. intelligence breach in a decade. According to the Washington Post, citing documents not seen by NBC News, leaked Pentagon assessments revealed troubling new details about Taiwan's ability to fend off a Chinese invasion. Among the revelations, that Taiwanese officials doubt their air defenses can accurately detect missile launches, and that barely more than half of Taiwan's aircraft are fully mission capable. The Post, citing other documents not verified by NBC News, reports the Chinese spy balloon shot down in February carried sensors and antennas the U.S. still had not identified more than a week after shooting it down, and that the U.S. knew of up to 4 additional Chinese spy balloons. The Pentagon is declining comment. Lawmakers from both parties want to know why Teixeira, an enlisted man and IT specialist, was able to take documents home, according to the government's affidavit, without being caught.
Through life patterns, there were clearly signals that he might be a likely leaker of information in the future, and then also the access that he was having to this information should have been cut off.
Among America's allies, the diplomatic fallout is growing.
Who wants to share information with the United States if you're going to read about it in the paper or find it on the internet?
Still, Secretary of State Tony Blinken, at a G7 foreign ministers meeting in Japan, says he has seen no sign that allies are withholding information from the U.S.
What I've heard so far, at least, is an appreciation for the steps that we're taking, and it's not affected our cooperation.
But foreign officials I've talked to say that they are concerned and they want answers to how a 21-year-old enlisted man could be permitted to take documents home. Another case, they say, of U.S. carelessness in handling top secrets. Meanwhile, Taiwan's defense ministry told the Washington Post its defense systems are, quote, carefully constructed based on enemy threats. Lindsay and Zinclay.
Andrea, thanks so much. And there are new developments this morning in the legal battle over the abortion drug mifepristone. Women can still receive the drug by mail for now.
The Supreme Court issued a temporary hold Friday on a court decision that blocked patients from getting the drug by mail. So the hold will remain in effect until midnight on Wednesday. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now. So Danny, when we talk about stays and holds, what do people need to know about access to the drug right now and what happens next?
Technically, it's back to what it was originally. I mean, last week, a district court judge essentially took away the FDA's approval of this drug, but then later on, the Fifth Circuit, which is the next appellate court above that district court, overruled in part, but also allowed parts of that order to go into effect. So in other words, I think mail order of the drug was impaired, the ability to get it prescribed over a video visit. But now that the Supreme Court has put the entire thing on hold, that means that we are back to the status quo, which is the whole idea behind the stay, which is that, hey, if there's some hot issue that needs to be decided, but people might be hurt in the meantime, you issue a stay to preserve the status quo, especially if it's likely that one of the parties is likely to win. Then you can justify saying, well, we'll preserve it that way since that's probably the way it's going to end out end up when this is all finished.
Yeah, and Danny, this is not the only case the Supreme Court is hearing. There's also one on religious freedom, specifically a mail carrier who says his rights were infringed upon, having to work on a day of religious observation. What's the argument here?
This is a fascinating issue because it implicates the First Amendment. And if somebody claims their religious observances don't allow them to do something, that is not an absolute rule. In other words, somebody cannot claim that my religious observances or my religious beliefs prevent me from doing anything at all. It really is whether or not the impairment of if there is an accommodation that can be made, but if you simply cannot perform your job due to your religious beliefs or something else, that isn't always a license to practice whatever religion you like. And the problem is, no two religious practices are the same. A good rule of thumb is no law, no employer, no anyone can ever infringe on your right to believe what you believe. But sometimes what you wear, how you behave, your practice, your conduct in furtherance of that practice may be impaired, may be regulated, may even be prevented.
Danny, let's talk about oral arguments expected in a case called Counterman v. Colorado. It's about free speech. What can you tell us about that?
Counterman v. Colorado is coming up very soon. It's another free speech case that involves, again, whether the extent to which the First Amendment allows us to speak freely and whether or not the government, and it's only the government, no free speech case is ever involved if the government, if a state actor is not involved. So, for example, our companies, our employers could impair our speech as much as they like. There's absolutely nothing preventing them from doing that. It's only when a state actor is involved that free speech is actually something that is that cannot be impaired, cannot be infringed upon. But even then, there are limits too.
Okay, Danny, thank you so much.
Thank you. And turning now to a tragedy out of Alabama as police investigate a mass shooting from over the weekend. 4 people were killed and dozens injured when police say gunfire erupted at a Sweet 16 birthday party. This latest mass shooting not only shaking a tight-knit community, but also reigniting ongoing conversations about gun violence in America. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Dadeville, Alabama. Priscilla, good morning.
Clay, good morning. Police have not released any details about possible leads, nor have they said if they have identified or arrested a suspect here, leaving many in this grieving community still waiting for answers about how all of this unfolded and who is responsible. This morning, a community is reeling after unthinkable tragedy at a Sweet 16.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Officials say 4 people were killed and at least 28 injured at the birthday celebration late Saturday. The party's DJ describing a chaotic scene, saying the room was dark and packed before shots rang out. He tried to protect as many teenagers as he could, shielding them as others fled for the exit.
After everybody ran out, I made sure they were okay. That's when I came out and the police arrived.
According to family members, Philstavius Dowdell was among the victims. A star on the high school football team, he'd been planning to play at Alabama's Jacksonville State next year.
First thing about Phil, he got his huge smile. He got a heart. He's humble. He's a grandmother's boy.
The tight-knit town of Dadeville, Alabama, is in shock. Do you ever think anything like that would happen here?
No, man. Not in a million years. It's just that's why it's so shocking, because everybody knows each other. Everybody loves each other.
Officials giving no word on possible suspects or motive and asking the community for any leads.
We absolutely need you to share it.
The tiny Alabama community, not the only one to be rocked by gun violence this weekend. 2 were killed and 4 more injured in a park shooting in Louisville on Saturday, less than a week after another mass shooting at a bank there killed 5. President Biden calling the seemingly endless wave of shootings outrageous and unacceptable, and asking Congress to pass gun safety reforms. In Dadeville, an emotional vigil late Sunday included many students. Jordan Rambo says he lost a best friend that night.
It's hard. Me and him were very, very close. It doesn't seem real.
And investigators are working to confirm everyone who was inside the dance studio at that party on Saturday night and urging the public that no tip is too small as they work to piece this together. Meanwhile, students are back in the classroom today. The superintendent says there will be counselors on hand as many of those students are still grieving. Clay.
Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much.
On Capitol Hill, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is set to return to the office this morning. He was hospitalized in early March for a concussion and minor rib fracture after a fall. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake is with us now. So, Garrett, we know Senator McConnell has been working from home. Our colleague Ryan Nobles got video of him showing up to the office on Friday. But this is his first full day back. How big of a deal is this, and how's he doing?
Lindsay, a lot of people are going to be watching this very closely today. Obviously, a concussion is a serious injury for anybody, but especially an 81-year-old man. We had not seen or heard much of McConnell except for statements from his office until he showed up back at the Capitol on Friday, looking casual, making his way through to his office to check things out before returning to work today. But we do expect him to make remarks on the floor today, as he typically does on Mondays. And then tomorrow, take questions from reporters. That's an every Tuesday thing. But this is the longest serving Senate leader in either party's history. And Lindsay, I think people are going to be watching that Q&A very, very closely tomorrow just to see, how he's doing and whether he's up to kind of getting out there every day in the same way that he used to.
Yeah. And Garrett, Democrats John Fetterman and Dianne Feinstein, they've also been absent for health reasons. What can you tell us about how they're doing and the impact their absences have had?
We've had a lot of health challenges early in this new Congress here. John Fetterman's back today. He was suffering from depression, was getting treatment here in Washington, D.C. Of course, he also had suffered that stroke during his campaign. He's not quite been at full strength since he's been a member of the Senate, but we do expect to see him back today. Dianne Feinstein's case is the more complicated one for Democrats. She's been out since February with a case of shingles that had her hospitalized. She is not expected back today. It's a big open question about when she will return. Her vote missing on the floor is one thing, but she's also a member of the Judiciary Committee, which is probably the single most active committee in terms of moving nominees, Biden-nominated judges to the Senate floor. When she's out, it's harder to do. Replacing her would take consent from all senators. Republicans aren't keen to get out of the way and make that happen. And so what happens with Dianne Feinstein over the next couple of weeks is going to be really one of the big dramas to watch in Congress.
Hey, Garrett, this is the first day back to Congress after a 2-week recess. So what will the Senate be focusing on in these coming days, especially now as these senators are getting back?
There's going to be a lot of focus on oversight. I think you're going to hear a lot about classified documents and briefings. Both, remember, Senate Intel Committee members were trying to get access to the classified document involved in both the Mar-a-Lago and found at Joe Biden's residence. That's been going on for weeks. They're finally making some progress there. And then this entire classified documents leak story that broke last week has really consumed a lot of attention from lawmakers who want to get to the bottom of what kind of information was out there, how was it exposed, how was someone who was apparently such a low-level military aide able to put that kind of thing out on the internet. I expect to see a lot of focus on oversight and not a lot of focus on legislating, at least this week as they get back, Linz.
Okay, Garrett, thanks.
And it's time now for a check at your morning News Now weather.
NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is back with us for the latest. Good morning.
Good morning to you both. Happy Monday. And good news is we're not looking at severe weather on this Monday, but we are looking at a few problem spots. We're looking at some April snow and really heavy snow. We had a feet of snow in portions of the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes, and we could add another foot in some spots. It will be windy too, so the winds are going to be gusting there. And then we're looking at some rain in portions of the Ohio Valley into the Northeast. This same storm system's going to usher in some colder air too. I'll show you those temperatures. Also watching the chance for Florida showers and storms. We're already watching that this morning. Just last Wednesday, Fort Lauderdale had 25 inches of rain Wednesday into Thursday. So we're going to be watching that very closely. Quiet in the middle of the country. That's good news. We do have pretty gusty winds, so we could see some fire danger there. But otherwise, we're looking at dry conditions. We're looking at sunshine, too, and we're looking at warm temperatures in the southern plains. It's chilly in the northern plains. And then out west, we're looking at another storm system bringing rain and snow. So some mountain snow and some lower elevation rain. That's going to extend all the way down to portions of northern California. Then as we get towards the middle of the work week, lots of snow in portions of the west, the Intermountain West, and northern plains. Also looking at some rain in the Midwest, seasonal temperatures throughout the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, warm sunshine in the Southeast. It's going to be warm, too, in parts of the southern plains. Could see a few thunderstorms in parts of the southern plains. And then Friday, it's going to be a wet one for many. An April chill throughout the Intermountain West into the northern plains, also the upper Midwest into the Great Lakes. And then heavy rain extending through portions of the Tennessee Valley, parts of the Ohio Valley. But that rain really does stretch from New England all the way down to the Gulf Coast states. So we'll watch those showers as we get closer to Friday. This is a setup for today with that storm system bringing April snow showers, that low pressure just spinning very slowly over the Great Lakes, bringing heavy wet snow, bringing some gusty winds as well. Winds could gust up to 50 miles per hour. Then tomorrow it's going to move to the northeast, rain mixing with wet snow in the higher terrain and cool air for many. We do have millions under winter alerts, a blizzard warning even. That's where you see the purple winter storm warning is in the pink there. And there's that radar showing us that the rain continues to fall, as well as that snow. The snow is in the blue, the rain is in the green. We do have some heavier pockets of rain, so we could see some flash flooding in parts of the northeast. But we could add a foot of snow in some spots, especially where you see that pink color. And then as far as the rain, we're not expecting a whole lot, but we could see pockets of heavy rain throughout portions of the interior northeast and New England. That could bring some flash flooding. And then we're concerned about the rain, too, in parts of Florida. Southern Florida especially. We're seeing that rain falling right now in West Florida into Central Florida, and we're going to see this as we go throughout the day. And look at these temperatures. It feels like winter in so many spots. 30s and 40s. Milwaukee, 14 degrees below average. 41 degrees today. 42 in Detroit. 46 in Erie. And this will move off to the east tomorrow. So Scranton, Pennsylvania, you're well below normal at 50 degrees. Just 66 in Baltimore. Morgantown, 57. But we're going to rebound very quickly. We're looking at temperatures rebounding back into the 70s. Thursday and Friday in New York City. D.C., we're looking at 85 by Friday. So the little cold snap is short-lived, which is good news. Back to you.
Like a short-lived cold snap. Michelle Grossman,
yes.
Thank you. And now to a very big morning for billionaire Elon Musk. SpaceX and America's planned to return to the moon.
This is a critical test flight of the rocket that will do the job, even eventually hopefully taking astronauts to Mars. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now with the latest. Tom, you and I were together when we heard, when we felt, when we saw the SLS.
Yeah.
We're hearing from an astrophysicist in our last hour, this is even more powerful.
More powerful, bigger, 400 feet tall. It is bigger and more powerful than even the Saturn V rocket that lifted Apollo up into space. It's called Starship. It's going to be going around the Earth in a 90-minute test flight to see if it can one day carry astronauts to the moon and even to Mars. The Starship right now sitting on the pad near the Texas-Mexican border on the Gulf of Mexico. The FAA has given the green light. This is uncrewed, nobody on board. After a few previous failures and explosions, Elon Musk says he's not sure it will get into orbit, but he is guaranteeing excitement, promising it won't be boring. Elon Musk's vision for the future starts here at his Starbase on the Gulf of Mexico near Brownsville, Texas. Starship is the most powerful rocket ever built, even taller than the Apollo Saturn V, designed to carry more cargo and more humans. NASA has already paid for the rocket to one day carry Artemis astronauts to the lunar surface, perhaps as soon as 2025. The ultimate goal, to boldly go where no one has gone before, carrying hundreds of astronauts one day to Mars, even building a human colony. NASA Chief Bill Nelson says it's happening fast. How quickly will there be human boots on Mars?
2040.
So within 20 years, you think we could have humans on Mars?
Within 17 years.
SpaceX has been testing Starship for years. On 4 previous flights, the rocket crashed and exploded. But in 2021, it landed perfectly back on Earth. This test flight is programmed to orbit the Earth, then fall into the ocean off Hawaii. No astronauts on board yet.
We're trying to unleash the ingenuity and creativity of private industry with, obviously, NASA considerable oversight, because we're putting NASA astronauts on those vehicles.
Elon Musk told me in 2021 humanity must reach for Mars and beyond if we are to survive.
I think it's important that humanity become a multi-planet species and that we extend consciousness and life as we know it beyond Earth.
With NASA astronauts already training for the Artemis missions to the moon, first an orbit, then a landing, the pressure is on SpaceX to prove Starship is up to the job. Lindsay Reiser and I are going to be following every moment of this. Starship is not not just for NASA. SpaceX plans for a private crew to be the first to fly Starship, orbiting the Earth, and then two private flights that would orbit the moon. No landings, just fly-arounds. NASA thinks we could be landing on the moon with astronauts in Starship in 25 or 26 at the earliest, guys.
Wow. All right. So, Tom, I mean, you seem pretty impressed that within 17 years we can get humans on Mars, but a layman might think, man, that's a really long time. I mean, why does it take so long?
Yeah, I think it's a really short time. I don't know if we can do this, but here's the deal. To get to Mars with humans and come back, you're talking about a 2-year round trip minimum. That means 2 years of exposure to space radiation. So NASA has got a lot of issues to work through, but they are looking at how to speed up the trip, and one answer may be going nuclear, using nuclear-powered spacecraft. And guess what? They've been working on this technology already for 50 years. This is not something they're just starting. They've got all of the diagrams. They've already been building engines, nuclear engines. So this is a fascinating new development.
It's a long game for sure, Tom and Lindsay. I know you'll both stay on it. Thank you so much.
All right.
Coming up, caught in chaos. One of Africa's largest countries is engulfed in a violent coup. We've got the latest on the deadly fighting in Sudan this morning as the U.S. government urges Americans there to shelter in place.
Plus, missing at sea. 3 Americans sailing from Mexico to San Diego have vanished. We'll have more on the international rescue efforts underway this morning.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
A search is underway for 3 American sailors lost at sea. Officials say the sailors who were traveling from Mexico to San Diego haven't been heard from in nearly 2 weeks. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest on the story.
Between the three of them, those missing sailors have about 100 years of experience out at sea, but now they've been missing 13 days, and authorities and search crews are growing more desperate every day.
This morning, a desperate search for 3 American sailors lost off the coast of Mexico is underway. The Mexican Navy and U.S. Coast Guard scouring a 2,500 square mile search area at sea for husband and wife Frank and Carrie O'Brien and their friend William Gross. All are said to be experienced sailors. The O'Briens are even licensed Coast Guard captains, but none have been seen in nearly 2 weeks.
We're pleading for anyone out there to be on the lookout. We miss you so much and love you so much. We just want you to come home.
The trio was on their way to San Diego and was last heard from on Tuesday, April 4th, when they set sail from the Mexican port city of Mazatlan. They had planned to stop for supplies in Cabo San Lucas 2 days later, but the Coast Guard says there is no record of them arriving and their location is unknown.
There's no confirmation they had filled the vessel's fuel tanks, nor confirmation that they took on food and supplies.
The group was traveling on the O'Brien's 44-foot sailing vessel Oceanbound with minimal technology on board, and they may have encountered winds over 30 knots and 20-foot waves.
It certainly is significant and would have affected how fast they were able to transit the coast.
Their disappearance comes about a month after 4 Americans were kidnapped, 2 of them killed, likely by drug cartels, in the border town of Matamoros. While the 3 missing sailors set sail from a do-not-travel zone, the Coast Guard says they are strictly focusing on the search and rescue operation.
Hopefully somebody sees them and gets them to make contact or relay some messages out there.
This morning, the families of the lost sailors hopeful their experience at sea will help them make a safe return home.
And again, that trio of sailors had missed a point where they were supposed to stock up in Mexico on supplies, and authorities simply don't think they have enough food and water to have made it 13 days. That is making this search even more desperate. Back to you.
Miguel, thanks. And fighting is raging on for a 3rd day in Sudan amid an ongoing power struggle between 2 rival military groups. At least 97 people have been killed and hundreds more injured, according to a Sudanese doctors group. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now with the latest. Kelly, good morning.
Zinkley, good morning to you. Yeah, Sudan is one of the biggest countries in Africa. It's strategically located on the Red Sea, a place where the U.S., Russia, and other countries have been vying for influence. But now a violent power struggle has turned the country into a war zone. This morning, fighter jets in the skies over Sudan's capital, Khartoum. For a 3rd day, the Sudanese military battling a powerful paramilitary group for control of the country. And civilians are caught in the chaos.
Woke up to the sound of gunshots and bombs here in Khartoum.
32-year-old American software engineer Lakshmi Parthasarathi says people are hiding in their homes.
There were many fighter jets, and you can hear like rapid artillery. By the sounds of it, it's not dying down, and it sounds like it's escalating.
Clashes broke out Saturday and quickly spread across Sudan. The commander of the armed forces, General Abdel Fattah Burhan, fighting General Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo's rapid support forces. The 2 generals are former allies, overthrowing the government in October 2021. A 3-hour ceasefire Sunday to allow people to safely leave their homes to buy food and other supplies barely held. The UN's World Food Program announcing it was stopping all operations in the country after 3 aid workers were killed. WFP Executive Director Cindy McCain saying any loss of life in humanitarian service is unacceptable, and I demand immediate steps to guarantee the safety of those who remain. Both sides claim they have control of the airport and other key strategic sites. This morning, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken urging peace.
People in Sudan want the military back in the barracks. They want democracy. They want a civilian-led government. Sudan needs to return to that path.
Secretary Blinken there speaking at the G7 meeting in Japan and speaking out, by the way, for the second day in a row on this. Today, both generals are digging in. They say they won't agree to a truce, each demanding the other's surrender. And Zincle, again, the risk here is this devolves into civil war.
We hope it doesn't get that far. Kelly, thank you so much.
Coming up, a soon-to-be Harvard Law School graduate is paying it forward. We're going to tell you his incredible story and his mission to help the school's support staff.
And take a bow. The final curtain has fallen on one of Broadway's most iconic musicals. We'll have more on how theater lovers are honoring the Phantom of the Opera after a record run on the Great White Way.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. Our next guest is getting ready to graduate from Harvard Law School soon. He's no stranger to working hard, but before getting into this top school, he was doing a different kind of hard work as a sanitation worker.
And now, as he moves forward, Rayhan Staten is using his personal experiences to honor other people like him. So Harvard Law student and nonprofit co-founder Rayhan Staten joins us now.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. I want to just jump into it. Your organization, the Reciprocity Effect, raised over $70,000 to honor support staff at Harvard. No small feat. So can you just talk to us a little bit about the ceremony? Where did you get this idea, and what was it like for you to be able to celebrate some of the people who were in the positions that you once occupied?
For sure. You know, I really just thought it would be a good idea to have something similar to like a ceremony, you know, similar to how students get at the end of the year when we graduate. I just said it would be great if we could just give support staff that same honoring before the end of the year. And when I was walking down the hall one day, basically I said hi to this custodian, and she was so surprised that I was talking to her. She said, "Oh, wow, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were talking to me. Some students would rather look at the wall than talk to me." So after hearing that, I said, I'm going to go and see if I can do something about that.
Yeah, how awful. I mean, you told the Washington Post, quote, "When I see them, I see me." Why is it so important for us to simply just, when you see someone, they're just like us, just say hello, say thank you, acknowledge them? And what are some ways that you want to try and encourage people to do that as well?
You know, I just think by leading by example. You know, a lot of folks kept asking me the question, you know, did you do this because, you know, you used to be a sanitation worker, something adjacent to a support staff, custodian, and other careers of that nature? And I basically said, you know, this is from the more of a basic standpoint, this is just how my father raised me. And, you know, whenever I just walk down the hall, whether it was another support staff, whether it was a professor, whether it was almost anyone, you know, it's just kind of my natural instinct just to make sure I give someone their acknowledgement before walking past them.
You know, so powerful, and clearly it's like culture-changing work that you're doing. So I'm so glad you're doing it, and you're also walking across the graduation stage soon. Congratulations, big congrats. What do you want people to gain from hearing your story? What kind of impact are you hoping to ultimately make?
I just want to make sure that everyone knows that, you know, it always takes a village, and just try to give reciprocal works as much as one can, because I really do think it takes a village, and I think that's how we all win.
Truly, that's how we all win. Rayhan Staten, thank you so much for your work. Congratulations. Happy graduation. We're rooting for you.
Thank you so much.
All right, for 35 years, it has been one of New York City's biggest draws. But last night, the record-smashing musical Phantom of the Opera ended its historic run. NBC News correspondent George Solis was there as they got to raise the curtain and drop the chandelier one last time.
The iconic chromatic chords will reverberate one last time as the Phantom of the Opera takes its final Broadway bow after a record-breaking 35-year run. Fans from around the world gathering outside the historic Majestic Theater.
It's a range of emotions.
Yes.
It's sad, it's exciting.
M. Pringle has seen the show 15 times.
What does this show mean to you?
Everything. It was the first tattoo I got on my arm.
One more journey through the mirror and into the depths of the Paris Opera House to hear this tale of a disfigured musical genius and his quest for love. Silently the senses. All set to Andrew Lloyd Webber's legendary score.
It's a tale that still speaks to now, is that beauty is found from within.
The global phenomenon has grossed a staggering $1.3 billion.
It's just unprecedented. You know, what we see here on stage, what has happened with the Phantom around the world.
February was set as the point of no return for the show, but then ticket sales began to surge, extending its run another 8 weeks.
I don't know, I think it's the best musical on Broadway.
Still, with cost of production soaring following the pandemic and inflation, producers say it's not enough to keep the chandelier crashing night after night. And so, at least for now, the music of the night.
The power of the music of the night.
Fades softly, deftly, and back into the dark. George Solis, NBC News, New York.
We were talking while this was playing. This got me into musical theater. It was the first musical I ever saw.
What's not to love? But all good things, I guess, must come to an end.
Yeah, you still listen to the music every day.
Yes.
Yes. All right, coming up, the future of farming may be under the sea.
Yeah, up next, we're taking you to an aqua farm to see how it's growing food and protecting the planet.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. It's time to get into what's making financial headlines. Leading off with new buzz around Apple's upcoming Worldwide Developers Conference in June.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Lindsay. Good morning, Zinkley. Yeah, so Apple is holding its Worldwide Developers Conference in June, and it's shaping up to be a big event for new products. Now, Bloomberg reports that Apple's mixed reality headset will be the star, but the company is also expected to unveil new Mac laptops and the biggest overhaul of the Apple Watch's software since it was introduced back in 2015. Now, in the case of the headset, though, it's unlikely to go on sale for several months after being unveiled at the conference, as Apple wants to give developers time to create new apps and services. Merck is boosting its drug pipeline, striking a deal to buy Prometheus Biosciences for roughly $11 billion. Now, Prometheus specializes in treatments for autoimmune diseases and has promising drugs for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. Merck has been looking for acquisitions as patents on its blockbuster cancer drug Keytruda expires in the next few years. And move over stuffed crust pizza. The cream cheese stuffed bagel is here. Philadelphia cream cheese and New York City chain H&H Bagels have unveiled this new menu item. And unlike the pizza, the bagel is filled after it's baked. And act fast, it's only available through tax day tomorrow. The companies say the stuffed bagel will help people avoid one type of sales tax in New York City. Baked goods are tax exempt, while prepared foods, such as a regular bagel with cream cheese and lox, are not. So how about that?
You gasped all
I have so many feelings, but I think I'm excited about it. Like,
okay, so Duncan actually has something like that, where it's like little, Silvana knows.
Yeah.
And it's not a donut, it's a bagel.
No, it's not a donut. Yeah, it's a bagel.
I like it because on the road, it's like
That's what I'm saying, on
it's
the
very
go.
Easy.
Wow,
yes.
This is what we call news you can use, Silvana Henao. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much. Thank you.
You got it.
And today, we're kicking off a new series. It's looking at the climate challenge, and it's with today's show's Al Roker. He took a look at a sustainable way to raise native seafood and plants underwater. And as he found out, so-called aqua farming is also helping save the planet.
In oceans from the Pacific to the Atlantic, a new blue technique is taking hold. It's called aquaculture, and it's combating overfishing, climate change, and saving many endangered species.
When you talk about aquaculture, why are you so heavily investing in that?
We import about 90% of the seafood that we consume in the United States, so this helps put people to work in a way that helps sustain ourselves.
Rafael Castellanos runs the Port of San Diego's pilot Blue Economy program. That includes 2 aquaculture farms, underwater farming for sustainable seafood and shellfish.
We were looking for new and innovative ways to solve some of the big environmental challenges that we're facing.
The port works with NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, to help farmers like Tori Polizzi, owner of Sunken Seaweed.
So, Tori, when I think about a farm, I don't think about seeing 6 buoys floating on the water. What is this?
What we're doing here is testing the feasibility of different seaweed species that can be scaled up in Southern California. Underneath the surface where these buoys are, I just have a frame, and it has lines going across it. There are like so many applications of seaweed. I focus on food. I like feeding people.
And that's exactly what he did. Tori and renowned San Diego chef Jojo Ruiz prepared a meal of fresh, local aquaculture cuisine. Abalone, an endangered native shellfish, now being grown here at the port.
Yeah, of course he does. Great.
And seaweed direct from Tori's farm.
I mean, it's kind of like eating frisée, except it's salty.
Seaweed production has increased globally by nearly 75% over the past decades. And in the U.S., seaweed farming is the fastest growing aquaculture crop.
Aquaculture farms like this one are the sustainable wave of the future from coast to coast.
I met up with Norm Bloom, who took me out to his farm on Long Island Sound.
You're an oyster farmer. How did you get the idea, hey, sugar kelp?
The state started talking about it, and they figured, well, let's make it go.
It sounds like, in a way, you're almost ahead of the market idea.
Well, first we got to prove we can grow it.
Right. And how's that been going?
That's good.
Sugar kelp, like Tori's seaweed, can also be used in food, cosmetics, or as potential biofuels.
It's a new and emerging industry.
The kelp harvested here at Copp's Island is staying all in the family, used in a cosmetics line designed by third-generation farmer Jeannie Bloom.
Does that feel somewhat satisfying that, you know, you're kind of continuing in a way your family's legacy?
Yeah, definitely. I love merging the two together, and if it's good for the environment, it's good for you.
Al Roker, thank you so much. And the NOAA is currently identifying sites for potential farms across the country with the goal of creating jobs, improving food security, and rebuilding protected species and habits.
All right, coming up, one of our very own becomes a member of the Rhythm Nation.
Up next, Janelle Jones takes us behind the velvet rope to go deep with Janet Jackson ahead of her newest tour.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
All right, for today's Good Talker, you've heard the saying, love is blind. And last night, it was also late. The heavily trailed live reunion of Netflix's dating show, Love is Blind, left many with a major case of FOMO after the live stream was delayed for more than an hour for many of its subscribers. On Sunday night, the streaming giant took to Twitter to apologize, saying, quote, to everyone who stayed up late, woke up early, gave up their Sunday afternoon, we are incredibly sorry that the Love is Blind live reunion did not turn out as we had planned. They promised their viewers they would release a recorded version of the show as soon as possible. This was only the streaming giant's second ever live event after the Chris Rock special last month. Lindsay, I'll tell you, I did watch the Chris Rock special. I was not staying up to watch Love is Blind, but hey, to each their own.
Don't mess with those fans, though, apparently.
I know.
Things inside. One of our own had her dreams come true over the weekend after appearing on the Today Show back in December. Janet Jackson saw a clip of Today News anchor Chanel Jones dressed as Janet dancing in one of her songs. And the singer invited Chanel to not only come to Florida for her tour's opening weekend, but to get on stage as one of her backup dancers.
You know what? I would love for you to join me. You should.
4 months ago to the day, Janet Jackson invited this girl from Wichita, Kansas to be her backup dancer on tour.
Well, you didn't have to ask me twice. I am hours away from hitting that stage and living my best life.
That's right. I am on center stage at the Hard Rock Live in Hollywood, Florida. Hey, baby, it's Janet. For Janet's opening weekend of her Together Again tour, her first major tour in 4 years.
When fans from all over the country and different cities come to see the show, what do you want them to feel?
Joy, just complete bliss, excitement.
By the way, I should mention you're letting cameras kind of follow you around for an upcoming documentary. You're still developing this, but we know it involves family, this tour.
Family, the tour. There are some surprises. I think it'll be quite fun.
Do you think there would be a time when you guys would perform together or get on a stage?
I hope so.
Why do you think now is the time in the season that you're in your life now to share a little bit more of you or to share some of those things?
You know, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not as shy as I used to be, so I'm a little bit more open and just sharing more in my life than I ever did before, and having my own family now. And
you can be called many things: a singer, Grammy winner, actor, producer, fashion icon, philanthropist, mom. Is there any title that you hold at the top of the list, or do they all have a place in there?
I think they all have a place, but the one that gives me the biggest gratification is mama. Well,
that goes without saying.
I said mama.
Janet's son, Issa, just turned 6 in January.
What is it about being a mom that just completes you?
Everything. When you're tired, when you need a break, I just love it all. I love it all. When you're in that moment, you see something special happens, it's like, oh my God. And I know I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life. Sorry, I'm getting emotional because I'm thinking of one thing in particular. And I'll never forget it. And it was just so beautiful. And I just thought, that's my baby. That's you're making me emotional.
Because I get it. I have 3 little ones. It puts everything in perspective.
That's the highest for me, being a mama.
Okay, so finally, let's talk about tonight. But me being here all started with good old-fashioned Today Show Halloween.
I thought you did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Okay, so Miss Jackson thinks I did a good job, but I had a month to rehearse that. I now had to learn a new routine in just hours. To help me loosen up, Janet took me to look at her tour wardrobe.
These are the costumes for the show.
Wow. Is it heavy?
No, this is light. Valentino did this for me. This is light. This is my opening cat suit. They did this cape. Pia Paolo. This is heavy. It makes me feel very, very, very powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Christian, he's been a friend of mine for a good while. Christian Louboutin, and I just called him up and I said, Mama needs some new shoes.
I mean, if Mama needs new shoes, these aren't bad.
Once Janet had calmed my nerves from an 11 to about a 10.5, it was time for her to take me to meet my fellow dancers.
This is our path. You see all this glow tape in there.
Is it
crew
a little lighter than this when you're doing this?
No, it's darker than this. All you see are silhouettes. I'm gonna sit out.
Okay.
I'm gonna, as you say, release you into the wild. Give it up to God the way I do every night. It's in His hands. You'll be fine.
Thank you, Janet.
I'm a step out.
Okay.
All right. Have fun.
All right.
But right now, fun was feeling more like fear. But I had to put those nerves aside.
5, 6, 7, 8. Lost a little bit.
Then I found out Janet wanted me to come out during Together Again, the encore song.
Crazy!
This was huge. She trusted me. I had to nail it.
I'll just go upstairs and practice that little thing.
I spent the next 2 hours practicing in my room until it was showtime.
You're gonna do that.
And suddenly, my nerves melted away, and I just embraced the magic of the moment. And the next thing I knew, I was dancing with Janet Jackson.
Come on, Sarah! All my love is for you, always been true. And you told me never, but I can reach for you to wrap your wings around me, baby. Wrap them around me, baby. Sometimes he
do the ugly cry when this is all over.
But just like her music, Janet just wanted me to smile to the very end.
Our thanks to Chanel for that incredible story. Don't forget to see Janet's Together Again tour. It runs through June. I think both of us were just like,
so impressive, so impressive.
She did amazing.
Yes, and that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Happening now, the growing impact over the worst U.S. intelligence breach in years. This morning, Congress is demanding hearings on how dozens of classified files were leaked. The 21-year-old National Guard airman accused of leaking those documents is facing another hearing this week. We have the latest on the fallout.
Also this morning, a delay in the historic defamation lawsuit against Fox News. What we're learning about the pause in the trial and what it could mean for the outcome.
Plus, lawmakers are holding a rare field hearing in New York City. The focus, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. We'll have more on the latest battle on the ongoing fight with Trump allies in Congress, what we're learning about this hearing, and the DA's response.
And happening now, SpaceX is gearing up for the launch of its Starship rocket. The launch is expected just minutes from now and could be another step toward humans returning to the moon, even embarking on a first trip to Mars. So we will take you inside that launch.
Thanks so much for starting your week with us on this Monday morning. I'm Zinklea Samoa.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. We're going to get to those stories in a few minutes. But right now, we do have the latest on the deadly mass shooting in Alabama. According to police, 4 people were killed, 28 others injured when shots rang out at a Sweet 16 birthday party. Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Dadeville, Alabama. Priscilla, good morning. What's the latest on this, and what do we know about the victims?
Well, Lindsay, good morning. Police have not yet released the names of the 4 people who were killed, but this morning, family members of one of those victims has identified him as Philstavius Dowdell, a star on the high school football team who had plans of heading to Jacksonville State University here in Alabama to play football in the fall. And today, his classmates are remembering him as someone who had a smile that could light up a room. And as for those 28 people who were injured, the local hospital CEO tells us that 15 of those victims were taken in at that hospital. All of them had gunshot wounds. We know that 9 of them were transferred to other hospitals, and 4 of them remained in critical condition at that time. Lindsay?
And Priscilla, we have been covering these crises for far too long. This latest mass shooting, once again involving young people. President Biden issued a statement over the weekend. What did he say?
Yeah, Lindsay, and important to note that the shooting here happened within hours of another mass shooting in Louisville, Kentucky, where 2 people were killed and 4 people injured after gunfire erupted in a park. And so President Biden issued a statement responding to both of those shootings, saying children cannot attend a birthday party without fear. Guns are the leading killer of children in America, and the numbers are rising, not declining. I stand ready, as I always have been, to work across the aisle in good faith on federal legislation that will save lives. So you hear there the president renewing calls for Congress to act on the issue of gun safety measures. Lindsay?
Priscilla, this community has been described over and over again as very tight-knit. Given that this happened at a Sweet 16, given there are minors involved, how is the city moving forward after this?
Yeah, Lindsay, there's a lot of pain. We saw that overnight at a vigil where there were lots of hugs and prayers, and you just saw teenagers all around crying and some of them inconsolable. And the superintendent says that as those students head back to class today, the school district is preparing to support them. Take a listen to some of what he had to say.
We will have counseling provided for students at the schools. We will make every effort to comfort those children. And don't lose sight of the fact that those are the ones most impacted by this situation.
Yeah. And certainly everyone in this very tight-knit community trying to come together and support those students, as so many here remain in shock and are certainly hurting and grieving. Lindsay?
Priscilla, thank you.
And this morning, multiple reports suggest it's possible settlement talks are underway in Dominion Voting Systems' defamation lawsuit against Fox News. The trial was scheduled to begin this morning, but late last night, Delaware Superior Court Judge Eric Davis announced a one-day delay. Reports from the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and Reuters are citing sources who say Fox is pursuing settlement talks. Dominion and Fox have not commented on the delay. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Wilmington, Delaware, to break it all down. Emily, good morning. So if settlement talks are are in fact happening right now? Is it possible that we will not see this go to trial tomorrow?
Zinkley, that is possible, and I should note that settlement can be reached at any point until a verdict is rendered. I'll tell you what is playing out right behind me in the courthouse as we speak. The judge is giving an announcement, a formal announcement as to the trial being pushed from this morning until tomorrow. What we don't know is if he's going to provide any kind of insight around why they're pushing it, why there is this delay. So we'll be waiting to see on that. And I will tell you this, there's no live audio stream out, so we're not able to follow this in real time. And also the reporters inside, they can't communicate with us on the outside of court. So until one of our producers walks out the door, we won't know exactly what is said. Now, let's say the trial and the opening arguments do in fact begin tomorrow. First, we will see the jury selection process be finalized, and then the opening arguments will begin. Dominion first, followed by Fox and Clay.
So, Emily, what exactly does Dominion have to prove in order for Fox to actually be found liable for defamation?
So the judge has already ruled that the claims around Dominion playing some kind of role in rigging the 2020 presidential election, those claims are false. So what Dominion has to do is prove that Fox acted with something called actual malice. And what that means is that Fox knew that those claims were false when they were being broadcasted over its airways, or it acted with some kind of reckless disregard, essentially that it didn't take any significant steps towards looking into the information. Now, I will say when it comes to these kinds of cases, they typically actually don't reach a trial, defamation cases. They are typically settled outside of court. So it's something significant that a lot of, especially constitutional lawyers, are watching closely.
All eyes on this one. Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
A 21-year-old airman accused of the worst intelligence breach in years after leaking classified documents online is facing a detention hearing later this week. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us with more. So, Ken, good morning. There is bipartisan outrage on Capitol Hill over all of this. What are they calling for?
Well, first and foremost, Lindsay, members of Congress want answers. There were some obvious security failures here. This 21-year-old airman was somehow able to smuggle out documents, take pictures of them, and post them on social media, and they were there for months before the government realized they were there. So obviously members of Congress want specific answers about how the heck that happened. But they also are looking to answer broader questions, like how was this 21-year-old airman able to get access to all this highly sensitive classified information? Are there too many people with top secret clearances? There are 1.3 million Americans that hold that clearance. And is information being shared too widely? You know, after 9/11, there was a push to share intelligence, to connect the dots. But has the government gone too far in that regard? These are some of the questions that Congress is asking, Lindsay.
Yeah, and they're also asking, Ken, why nobody at the Pentagon knew this was happening. Is the Pentagon saying anything, and are we hearing anything from our allies?
Well, allies are chagrined, obviously, about these leaks that implicate them, especially our Five Eyes partners, the English-speaking world. On the other hand, they're a little sanguine about this. They've seen this movie before. They know that America is the most powerful intelligence collector in the world, but also the leakiest. So they've experienced this before. But in terms of how this stuff was able to live online for so long, it's because the government does not monitor the private social media of clearance holders. They look at public Twitter posts and things like that, but they have no right to go inside a chat room unless they have a warrant. And they had no reason to know that that Discord gaming server that Teixeira allegedly used to leak the documents was even there.
What happens from here, Ken? What are the next steps in the legal process?
So Jack Teixeira is facing a detention hearing on Wednesday where the government will no doubt ask to keep him in custody. He's in jail now. And now he faces a really hard decision as to whether to negotiate a plea deal that likely would require him to serve a lengthy prison sentence or to fight these charges, Lindsay.
All right, Ken, thanks so much.
You bet.
A search and rescue mission is underway for Americans who went sailing from Mexico nearly 2 weeks ago. The Coast Guard says Carrie and Frank O'Brien asked William Gross to join them as they were sailing from Mexico to San Diego on April 4th. But there hasn't been a record of their location since. Each of the missing sailors are said to have decades of experience. The O'Briens have their Coast Guard captain's licenses. Mexico's Navy is now helping the Coast Guard with the search, and officials say searchers have been in contact with marinas in Mexico, but no one has reported seeing the sailors or their boat.
And on Capitol Hill this morning, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is set to return to office this week. McConnell made an appearance at the Capitol on Friday. He was hospitalized back in March after suffering a concussion and minor rib fracture due to a fall. Turning now to your weather, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here now. We've got some cooler temps and showers in the Pacific Northwest or Northern California, right?
We do. Hi there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're looking at that mountain snow falling, also some lower elevation rain throughout the coast and the valleys, and that's going to extend down to Northern California. So the Pacific Northwest starting out this work week wet, and we're going to see that kind of holding on over the next several days. So a new storm system moving onshore. In the middle of the country, we are dry. We're looking at sunshine. It's going to be warm in the southern plains, but it's going to be windy too, and that's going to increase that fire risk throughout the central and southern plains. The northern plains, we have sunshine, but it's a little bit cooler there. And then we have a powerful April storm system that's bringing snow, wind, also rain in portions of the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes. We're going to add another 8 inches in some spots. We saw snow all weekend long. And then on the warmer side of that system, we're looking at rain falling throughout the Ohio Valley into portions of the Northeast, also New England. And then that tail end of the system, we're looking at some showers in portions of Florida. Remember, just Wednesday of last week, we saw 25 inches of rain in Fort Lauderdale. So we're going to add to those totals. We saw rain this morning, and we're going to see rounds of rain throughout the day. Now, in terms of the winter weather, we are looking at winter alerts, winter storm warning. That is in the pink. A blizzard warning in April. That is in purple. We're going to see the winds kicking up. That's going to increase those blizzard conditions. And we're going to start to see it improve as we go throughout the day into Tuesday morning. But this is what it looks like on radar. Yes, that snow is still falling, and it's falling heavy. Where you see the white kind of embedded in that blue, that's where we're seeing the heaviest snowfall. So throughout portions of the Great Lakes, we're seeing some freezing precipitation too. That's the purple and pink. And then we're seeing heavy rain, pockets at least of heavy rain, where you see the yellows, the reds, the oranges throughout portions of the Northeast into New England. And that's going to hold steady over the next day or so. This is what it looks like. An area of low pressure moving very slowly. It's spinning over the Great Lakes. It's bringing those windy conditions and also bringing that heavy, wet snow. Then by tomorrow, not moving very far. It's going to move up to the north and east. So we're going to see rain mixing with wet snow in the higher terrain, and then cooler air is funneling into from Canada. Additional snowfall mentioning up to 8 inches in some spots, especially where you see the purple shading, the pink shading. That's where we're going to see the highest amounts. And then rainfall amounts, not a whole lot in the northeast, but we could certainly see pockets of heavier rain. That could lead to flash flooding. You notice some yellow kind of embedded in there, some red too. That's where we could see those pockets of heavier rain. So we're concerned about that. Concerned about heavy rainfall once again in portions of southern Florida. This could lead to some flooding as well, where any of these showers and storms can drop a lot of rain in a short amount of time. So as we go throughout the middle of the work week, we're looking at seasonal temperatures throughout the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, warm sunshine. We're going to need that in portions of Florida, the Southeast, strong storms on Wednesday in parts of the Central Plains into the mid-Mississippi Valley, and also snow still lingering in the west into the Intermountain West and Northern Plains, some rain for parts of the Midwest. By Friday, it's rainy for a lot of us from the New England into the Northeast, Tennessee Valley. We could see some heavy rain there. Back to you guys.
Those April showers, Michelle Grossman.
Yes,
thank you so much.
They go on and on.
Happening this morning, the House Judiciary Committee is holding a New York City field hearing called Victims of Violent Crime in Manhattan. But critics say the move is a political stunt by the Republican-controlled committee. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us from New York City with more on this. So, Ryan, walk us through the aims of the committee and what members are planning to talk about.
Yeah, well, Lindsay, it really depends on who you're talking to about the aims of this particular hearing here today. Republicans arguing that this is a way to highlight the fact that the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is focused on the wrong things. And they're not coming right out and saying it, but they're alluding to the fact that there's a criminal indictment against the former President Donald Trump. They're going to try and illustrate today that there's a real crime problem in Manhattan that needs to be solved, and that's something that Bragg and members of New York City law enforcement need to focus on. On the other side, Democrats are going to try and point out that they view this as a political stunt, that it's just House Republicans providing air cover for Donald Trump as he faces these legal problems here in Manhattan. Lindsay.
Yeah, and some members have called for Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg to testify before this committee. As we know, it was his investigation into alleged hush money payments made by Donald Trump during the 2016 election that led to the former president's indictment. What is Bragg saying about this?
Well, what's interesting about the back and forth there, Lindsay, is that Bragg or no one from his office was actually invited to testify at this hearing here today. Instead, they're going to try and use individuals who they say are victims of violent crime or dealing with violent crime in Manhattan But you're right, there is an attempt to get Bragg to at least sit for a transcribed interview with members of the committee at some point. And there's even the possible threat of a subpoena down the road. They've also subpoenaed a former member of the district attorney's office. So this is kind of a sticky issue for House Republicans because they're trying to create a level of oversight that traditionally the House Judiciary Committee does not have. So there will be an interplay, a back and forth between both sides, much of what will likely be decided in a court of law.
So, Ryan, how are Democrats planning to push back on this?
Well, we've already heard them call this a political stunt. They held a press conference before the hearing took place with the mayor of New York City arguing that per capita, New York City is one of the safest cities in America, and that some of these districts of these House members actually have a higher crime rate than New York City does. And they're also going to make it very obvious that they believe that this is just about protecting Donald Trump, that they aren't really all that interested in solving crime in New York. And then finally, they say that House Republicans are ignoring the big problem, and that is the prevalence of guns across the country. And they say that the vast majority of gun crimes in New York City come from guns that were not purchased in Manhattan or within the city limits. They come from places like North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and Georgia. So those are their three main points here today as they try and counteract and kind of rebut the claims made by House Republicans.
All right, Ryan, we'll be watching. Thank you.
And we're following breaking news this morning. The SpaceX Starship rocket launch has just been scrubbed.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Tom Costello as well as Dr. Paul Sutter to discuss. Dr. Sutter is an astrophysicist and professor at the Institute for Advanced Computational Science at Stony Brook University. Good morning to both of you.
That's right. So, Tom, I just want to start with you. What happened here? Talk to us about that. Obviously, this was a highly anticipated event today.
Just happened moments ago. SpaceX announcing that they are now turning this into what they call a wet dress rehearsal, and that means exactly as the name would suggest. It is wet because they fuel the vehicle. It's now a dress rehearsal. Why? Because they've got a launch pressurization issue, specifically a valve that seems to be stuck. And as they were loading the cryopropellants, this became an issue. Elon Musk actually kind of suggested this could happen. He suggested late last night or early this morning, you know, he said, we may have to pause, we may not go. It all depends on a very, very complicated countdown process and a very complicated rocket. That is Starship on the pad. It is the biggest, tallest, most powerful rocket ever built. It stands 400 feet tall. That's taller than the Saturn V rocket that carried Apollo astronauts to the moon. It is beautiful. It's that stainless steel that you see sitting there. And at the moment, it's not going anywhere. They plan to take this simply as a dress rehearsal right there on the Texas-Mexican border on the Gulf of Mexico. We would point out that there are 33 engines on this rocket. So this is not something that is, you know, easy peasy with just a couple of rockets on the bottom. And if they've got a valve issue, they have got to stop the whole thing. I don't know yet when the second launch attempt will be. It could be tomorrow. We'll have to see what SpaceX says. But for now, this rocket, which is a dress rehearsal, and it has no astronauts on board. This was an uncrewed test to fly around the Earth 90 minutes, then come down and splash into the ocean off Hawaii. This is going to hold for at least a day. Ultimately, guys, as you well know, we talked earlier, the plan is to use Starship to go to the moon and eventually on to Mars. And the biggest version of Starship, Elon Musk says, could carry up to 100 astronauts. So we'll see if that comes to fruition, but at the moment, we're going to pause. Back to you guys.
So, Dr. Sutter, let's talk to you. Not easy peasy, in Tom Costello's words here, not just a couple of rockets at the bottom. What's your reading about today?
Oh, this is unfortunate, but it's also fine. These rockets are the most advanced, complex machines ever devised by humanity. And so I don't know how many valves are on this particular rocket, but let's just go ahead and say a lot. And when you run into an issue, you have two choices. Either play it safe, scrub the launch, dig into the issue, or cross your fingers and risk blowing up the whole thing. And considering how expensive these are and how delicate they are and how hard it is to diagnose issues after a major explosion, we're always going to take the safe bet.
And Tom, I want to bring you back in because this would have been the first launch with Starship's two sections together. How common is it for us to see a launch stall last minute?
Excuse me, I was just watching and listening to the SpaceX live feed. They're now saying this was a stage 1 valve issue. And if I heard correctly, and I'm going to ask Grace off camera here, I think they said 48-hour hold. Is that right? 48-hour minimum hold is what SpaceX is now saying. And I apologize. I was listening to SpaceX. I didn't hear your question, guys.
No, that's an important development. Thank you, Tom. Just wondering how common this issue is.
Well, listen, I think Lindsay can tell you, she and I stood on top of that building at down at the Kennedy Space Center waiting for Artemis to go, waiting and waiting and waiting. It was one thing after another. But I'll tell you, having covered NASA now for 18 years, this is not NASA, of course, but this is all part of the space program, they take no chances. They are acutely aware, painfully aware of what happens when you decide that you're gonna go regardless of what a few people may raise. And I'm talking specifically about Apollo 1 when 3 astronauts died, Challenger when the entire crew died, Columbia when the entire crew died. Nobody is involved, of course. No humans are on this rocket, but it is extremely expensive, and they want to get it right. And they no longer take chances at all, period, end of conversation.
Dr. Sutter, 48-hour hold minimum. What does that mean here? What's going to be happening over the next few days?
So over the next few days, they are going to finish this wet dress rehearsal, but then they need to pull all the fuel out of the tanks of the rocket. They need to open it up, check the valve, run some diagnostics, see what's going on. And they need at least that minimum amount of time in order to do all of those safety checks in order to open up a new launch window. So every time there is a pause or a delay, they have to completely stop all operations and reset back to where they were a couple days ago when they started preparing for this launch.
Well, big developments today as the Starship rocket launch has been scrubbed. Tom Costello and Dr. Paul Sutter, we know you'll stay on, and thank you both so much.
Coming up, the clock is ticking to finish your taxes.
Yeah, tomorrow is tax day, and if you're one of the millions of people who have yet to file your taxes, you're not alone, and we've got you covered with the best ways to get your taxes done and avoid any mistakes. You're watching Morning News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis.
a daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle?
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Fighting in Sudan appears to be continuing for a third straight day amid reports this morning of explosions and gunfire in the capital, Khartoum. Over the weekend, fighting broke out between Sudan's army and a rival paramilitary group called the Rapid Support Forces. A Sudanese doctors union said nearly 100 civilians have been killed in the violence, with hundreds more left injured. To dig into this, we're joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea. Kelly, good to see you. So first, can you just help us understand, how did this conflict come to be? Why are both sides fighting right now? And what's the situation like?
Well, first to what it's like on the ground, Zinkley. We spoke to a human rights lawyer who's in Khartoum earlier today, and he described it as madness. He said the streets are empty, the stores are closed, nobody is going outside because they're afraid to. Food is running low, and he said you can hear heavy artillery fire. He said government jets are bombing RSF positions. RSF fighters are fighting in residential neighborhoods. Remember, this is a densely packed city of more than 5 million, and it has not seen this kind of violence. Yes, there has been violence in Sudan over several years now, but the fighting usually happens outside of the capital. So an extremely dangerous situation there in Khartoum and throughout the country as this fighting spreads to other parts of the country. This is essentially a power struggle between two rival generals. Their former allies helped to overturn the government in 2019 and again in 2021. They're now fighting over who controls the country, about how the country, what the country looks like, how it operates under a civilian government. There is a framework in place, but the two sides haven't yet signed on to it, haven't agreed, because of this issue of how the paramilitary forces will be absorbed into the armed forces and who will control those people. Zinkley.
And Kelly, you rightly described this as a power struggle, right? So what's been the regional and international reaction to all of this? What kind of efforts are being made to stop the violence in this northeastern African country?
Yeah, so lots of countries speaking out about this, calling for calm, calling for a ceasefire. Egypt and South Sudan, both of Sudan's neighbors, trying to mediate here. The Security Council putting out a statement, UN Security Council calling for calm. And also Secretary of State Antony Blinken talking about this for the second day in a row while at the G7 in Japan. Take a listen.
There is a shared deep concern about the fighting, the violence that's going on in Sudan. Also, a strongly held view, again, across all of our partners, on the need for an immediate ceasefire and a return to talks. Talks that were very promising in putting Sudan on the path to a full transition to civilian-led government.
But at this point, both generals are digging in, accusing the other side of atrocities and calling on the other side to surrender. And the risk, of course, Zinkley, is that this tumbles into a full-scale civil war.
Yeah, and Kelly, I mean, the reality is Sudan has a long history of conflict and humanitarian disasters. I am glad you made the distinction, though, that it's not typically this widespread. So I know the UN Food Agency has been forced to halt its operations there after 3 employees were killed. What can you tell us about that? And does Sudan, is it going to be able to survive this, given how heavily it relies on humanitarian aid?
Yeah, this is a tough one. A third of the country is dependent on humanitarian aid right now, not just because of conflict, but also because of severe weather, severe drought over the past several years. The WFP, the World Food Program, says that 3 of their employees were killed in the Darfur region under fighting on Saturday. One of their planes was also significantly damaged, or one of the UN humanitarian planes was significantly significantly damaged at the Khartoum airport. So it's a very difficult situation right now for aid workers. They've suspended operations, and that is putting the health and lives of millions more people at risk. Zinkley.
Keeping that country and those people in our prayers. Kelly, thank you so much.
We are tracking other headlines around the world this morning, including a U.S. warship spotted in the Taiwan Strait.
Yeah, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with more. Good morning, Megan.
Guys, good morning to you. That's right. We start in Taiwan, where just one day after China's military conducted live fire drills around the island, an American warship sailed through the waters of the Taiwan Strait. The U.S. says it was routine, but keep in mind the military drills we saw from China last week happened while leaders from the G7 are meeting in Japan, and U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in attendance. One of the topics of discussion, Chinese military threats to Taiwan. And in Mexico, a gunman opened fire at a resort on Saturday, killing a child and 6 adults. At least one person was injured. This happened in Guanajuato, a city considered one of Mexico's most dangerous. But this is just the latest incident in a string of violence. Just 2 weeks ago, 4 people were found dead in the popular resort city of Cancun. And lastly, this incredible story from Spain, where a mountaineer just came out of a cave after spending a year and a half alone underground. Ladies, a year and a half. We're talking some 500 days. This woman, now 50, was asked if she ever panicked while 230 feet below ground. She said never, and in fact, she didn't want to come out. I can tell you, there's no way. Not a chance.
Introversion at its finest. Hey, a little me time. That's great. Wow. I go an hour without talking and I'm lonely. Fair.
Right.
Megan, thanks.
Thank you. And coming up, emotions are running high this morning as runners of this year's Boston Marathon mark 10 years since the bombing at the finish line. We'll take you there for a look at the action.
Plus, new developments this morning in that massive plant fire in Indiana as people are now being allowed to return to their homes. This is Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
This is what it looks and feels
like. The latest from a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels
like. The latest from a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
and Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
This is what it looks and feels
like. The latest from a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. More than 30,000 people will be running in the Boston Marathon this morning. And while the marathon is always a big event, this one marks 10 years since the bombing near the finish line that killed 4 people and wounded hundreds more. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is at the finish line, joins us now with more. Good morning, Kathy. Talk to us here about what the mood is like this morning in Boston.
Hey, Lindsay, good morning to you. Yeah, Marathon Monday has arrived, and you can probably see the folks behind me. These are the runners getting to the shuttle buses right now. We're anticipating roughly 30,000 runners to participate in this year's marathon, representing more than 100 countries. And right now, the stage is set, and obviously all eyes are on the skies right now. The weather conditions, it's a chilly 50 degrees right now, but there is some rain possibly in the forecast, but hopefully that rain holds off. But as you mentioned, it definitely has a somber note this year as well because of the 10-year anniversary of those bombings. And this weekend there were several tributes for the survivors, the victims, and the first responders who rushed to the scene. But this race starts in Hopkinton and then ends right here in Boston. But you can definitely feel the energy ahead of this race, Lindsay.
Chilly 50 degrees is beautiful running weather. I'm sure runners are loving it. It's been so hot some years. But Kathy, on a more serious note, you did attend the memorial service to honor the victims and survivors. What can you tell us about what happened on Saturday?
Yeah, so Saturday was the exact day, 10 years ago that day, the bombs went off right by the finish line, killing 3 people there. And obviously, a lot of emotions running high that day. In the morning, there was a private gathering for the victims' families, a wreath-laying ceremony, and then later on in the afternoon, there was a public event attended by thousands where there was a special dedication at the finish line as well. And it was a day that people also used to pay it forward. Ever since those bombings, it's called One Boston Day, and people volunteer and also just share acts of kindness. So a lot of good came out of such a tragic day, and we also had a chance to speak with a lot of people on the ground. In fact, Michelle Blackburn being one of them. She was 25 years old 10 years ago, at the time of the bombing. She said she was a spectator cheering on a friend at the time. But then moments later, the bombs went off, and she said, incredibly, roughly less than an hour after that event, she was rushed to the hospital and was at an operating table. Unfortunately, doctors were able to save her leg. And obviously, her recovery has been very challenging, but just this year, she actually trained for the marathon. However, a new injury set her back, and she wasn't able to enter this year's marathon, but she's still pressing ahead, pushing forward, and that's kind of the perseverance that we've been seeing throughout this weekend. Take a listen.
I feel like I'm doing really well. I've always really been able to, I think, focus in on all of the good things that I've gotten from that day, all of the people that I've met, all the people that helped me along the way.
I feel like the city feels actually stronger and more united.
And Lindsay, even for those not directly impacted by the bombings, they're here to show their support. A lot of folks say that this is more than just running. They want to be here for Boston Strong, and it's certainly been on full display in the past couple of days.
Wow. And, about that injury this season, just the fact, Kathy, that she was able to go from being in danger of losing her leg to training for a marathon is just absolutely incredible. And congrats to her on just that drive and that achievement. Kathy, thank you.
Turning now to new developments in that giant plant fire in Indiana. Residents of Richmond are now able to return home after evacuation orders were lifted Sunday. The news comes as separate evacuation orders were issued in Georgia after a fire reignited at a plant in Brunswick on Saturday. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more on the story.
The thick smoke towering over Brunswick, Georgia.
We heard a big boom. My house was shaking. And we looked out the window, and there was a big fire, like going in the sky.
Officials say after an industrial plant caught fire Saturday, the blaze reignited. Residents asked to evacuate within a half mile. Others asked to shelter in place. Officials say the fire was out shortly after 10 p.m. in a city roughly 70 miles from Jacksonville, Florida.
To me, it was really devastating.
Just hours after being announced, the evacuation and shelter in place both lifted. Officials reporting 2 minor burn injuries, saying early air testing results show no levels were registered to call for public safety concerns, adding the plant's chemical tanks remained intact. Richmond, Indiana's evacuation order finally lifted more than 5 days after this toxic plume rose over a plastics recycling center there.
All of the chemicals that we tested for have been non-detectable except for 3, benzene, naphthalene, and butadiene. and these are in small levels.
What about the water? What about all the debris that's went through the air?
But officials there say some debris contained asbestos, which people should not pick up. The EPA says crews have begun searching for more debris at nearby school grounds, adding once exposure levels are demonstrated to be safe, protective gear will be downgraded. We've reached out to the plant, and there's no final word on cause in either Georgia or Indiana, with American communities still waiting for answers. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Coming up, one giant leap for commercial space exploration. This morning, we're watching the highly anticipated launch of SpaceX's latest rocket. How this newest mission brings us one step closer to a return to the moon.
And time's running out to file your taxes. What procrastinators need to know next on Morning News Now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
This is what it looks and feels
The latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is what it looks and feels
The latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas.
From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back. Well, it's a big morning for the commercial space industry with today's launch of Elon Musk's SpaceX rocket in Texas.
And this is a crucial test of the Starship rocket, as it's called.
That's right. And joining us now to dig into this is Dr. Paul Sutter. He's an astrophysicist and professor at the Institute for Advanced Computational Science at Stony Brook University. Dr. Sutter, good morning. So first, can you just explain to us how we got to this point, and let's dig into the Starship a bit. What exactly is it designed to do?
Yes, this rocket is the largest spacecraft ever. This is the largest object actually ever to be able to launch itself off of the surface of the Earth. We're talking about a rocket, which comes in two parts. There's the super heavy booster at the bottom, and then the actual Starship at the top. Combined, they are nearly 400 feet tall. That's taller than the Statue of Liberty, plus its pedestal, and it weighs over 5 1,000 tons. This is definitely, when you think of rockets, this is going to be the rocket of the future. And as a special bonus, the entire assembly, both the Super Heavy booster and the Starship, is designed to be 100% reusable, which means it can launch a payload into space, and then both parts come back down onto the surface, and we refuel them, stack them back together, and put something else into space.
That is so cool. And Doctor, when we talk about this being the spaceship of the future here, I mean, I covered, the first part of the Artemis mission with NASA. I felt that power. That was NASA's most powerful rocket ever, the SLS. How does that space launch system compare to what we're seeing here with this Starship? And also, is there a space race at play here, or does NASA want to see this work?
Oh, NASA absolutely wants to see this work. There is not a race here. There is a partnership between NASA, which is publicly funded, and SpaceX, which is privately funded. You mentioned the Artemis and the SLS, which was fantastic. That was a powerful rocket. This is even more powerful. Wow. And future Artemis missions are going to use both the Space Launch System and the SpaceX spaceship. In fact, the spaceship, that rocket at the top, is going to be the moon lander for the Artemis mission. So this is essential to work.
Love that. Peak teamwork. And Dr. Sutter, getting back to the moon is just the first step, right? But then what happens? What's next for SpaceX? And what are some of Elon Musk's goals and ambitions going forward?
Well, the crazy thing about this is that this is really uncharted territory. Space launches are incredibly expensive, and they're expensive because up until now, up until the developments of SpaceX, we simply ditch the rocket and the booster every time we launch something into space. You saw that in, that massive SLS launch system. Only the top part goes into space. The rest we just chuck in the ocean. That's what makes it so expensive. So when we lower the price to access space, it's almost unimaginable what is going to come out of that. When you make something cheap and easy to do, all of a sudden you have all sorts of creative ideas that have been bubbling around for decades. All these ideas that would just be pushed to the side because, no, that'll never work. It's too expensive. All of a sudden, they're not too expensive anymore. And, well, to borrow the phrase, the sky's the limit here.
So, Doctor, what are you going to be watching for today? Because we've seen some test flights here. I don't think that this has gone out of, Earth's orbit yet, Earth's atmosphere even yet. So, and we've also seen some test flights in which, they've been a little fiery. Not what you want to see with some of this. So what are you going to be watching for?
Yes, hopefully no disasters. But remember, this is a test. If something goes wrong, that's okay. That is the point of testing things. So an explosion or a mission or the spaceship coming apart, that doesn't mean we failed. That means we learned something. Okay. This is the point of a test. So what I'm hoping is successful. I hope it meets or exceeds all of their expectations. They will not be testing the return of these boosters and the spaceship in this test. Those tests are coming later. So right now they are hoping for a successful launch, a deployment of spaceship into space. It will coast in space for about an hour, hour and a half before splashing back down onto the Earth. Hopefully everything is nominal, everything looks good, and they can continue testing and really open the door to that reusability.
Yeah, we'll see if the testing works. Dr. Paul Sutter, thank you so much.
Turning to financial headlines now, another search bar could be coming to Google, but this one would be powered by AI.
Ooh, AI is everywhere. So CNBC's Silvana now joins us now to break it all down. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Zinkley. Good morning, Lindsay. Yeah, so Google is racing to build a new search engine powered by artificial intelligence. The New York Times reports that it's in the early stages of creating a service to anticipate what you want in the hopes of offering a more personalized experience. Now, the project has no clear timetable, and Google is also developing a range of new AI features for its existing search engine. These include a chatbot that can answer software engineering questions and even generate code. Google has also experimented with a feature allowing you to search for music through a chatbot conversation. Best Buy plans to cut hundreds of store employees. The Wall Street Journal reporting the electronics chain will eliminate consultant roles or workers who specialize in selling more complex items such as computers and smartphones. A smaller number of people will now do those jobs. And Best Buy tells the Journal it's reshaping its store to reflect changes in consumer behavior. In its latest earnings report, the company says more sales are moving online. And Sonic the Hedgehog and Angry Birds are teaming up. Sega, the creator of Sonic, has struck a deal today to buy Rovio Entertainment. That's the company behind the Angry Birds mobile game for nearly $800 million. Sega says it's been a long-term goal to expand in the rapidly growing mobile gaming market, but analysts say a lack of blockbuster products outside of Angry Birds will keep investors cautious, guys. So Angry Birds is pretty fun to play. So I thought it was over, though, but
both.
You
played both?
Yeah.
Sonic.
I never had a Nintendo. I had a Sega.
Sega was so much fun.
We love to see it. Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
And in case you need another reminder, tomorrow is the deadline to file your tax returns. And if you haven't done your taxes yet, you are not alone.
IRS data actually shows about 29% of all tax returns are filed in the 3 weeks leading up to deadline day. So joining us right now is Mark Stieber. He's a Senior Vice President and Chief Tax Information Officer at Jackson Hewitt Tax Service. Mark, good morning, and thanks for being with us here. When we talk about, these people who are doing their last-minute filings, big day is tomorrow, what do people need to know? Is there anything special that people need to do today or tomorrow?
Well, not special, but it's time-tested and proven practices that'll get you over this hurdle. And the first thing I would say is don't rush, don't panic, don't shortcut in the effort to just get it done. You leave something off, you leave off a credit, you leave off a benefit, it stays off forever. The IRS does not go about fixing your refund. On the other hand, you don't want to miss the deadline. You've got about 40 hours left, depending on what time zone you're in. You certainly don't want to miss that because you'll have late filing penalty risk, underpayment penalty, late payment penalty, and interest on top of all that. So be mindful of the deadline, plenty of help, plenty of extra resources, plenty of capacity, but it is about the time to get it done with 40 hours to go.
And Mark, the reality is some people won't make the deadline. So what do people need to know when it comes to filing for an extension? What are some of the reasons people do it? Does it mean you're still on the hook for any taxes you may owe before the tax deadline? And are there penalties for it?
Yeah, you don't want to miss the deadline. And if you do, you want to get after it as soon as possible. It's not the type of situation where you say, I'll get to it this summer, because as soon as you miss the deadline, the penalties, the interest start compounding daily. So if you do miss it for whatever reason, and with 20 or 30 million people coming over the next 2 days, there'll be some, people who just can't get it done. Just know that sooner is better than later. A pro can help you understand what it is that you need to do. And if you by chance are not one of those 70% or 7 out of 10 that are getting a refund, which is still really good news, and you do owe, there are options for that as well if you don't have the money. The IRS has installment plans, they have a forgiveness program, they have a whole different bunch of tools that a pro can help you with if in fact you really are up against the wall and you don't think you can pay or you don't think you can file. The last thing I would leave you with is simply this: there is an automatic extension, the 4868. You'll need to get that in or a tax return, but it's only an extension of time to file your paperwork, not pay your taxes. But it is important, if you can't pay, to file it anyway. You'll at least stop the failure to file penalty, and then all you'll be having to deal with is the failure to pay penalty. The two are separate, not bundled together.
Mark, I got to be quick with you on this, but, tax season happens every year, but still I feel surprised by all the information we need. So what happens if we, by accident, make a mistake here?
Well, there's good news and there's not good news. The good news is if you find a program like this and you hear about a great tip or a tax credit that you didn't take, you have up to 3 years to go back and perfect your tax return. You'll file an amended return, add that deduction, add that credit, add that benefit back, and the IRS will send you that money in a few short weeks. On the bad side, the IRS also has about 3 years to go and look at your stuff. So if you file your return and you think you're all home free now, you have about 3 years for the IRS to look. So 3 years to amend and add something, and 3 years for the IRS to come around and ask you some questions. So accuracy counts. No guesstimating, no estimating, even in these final hours.
Wow. Great information. I'm sure you are looking forward to an end to tax season as well. Maybe actually get a full weekend. Mark, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All good. Y'all get it done.
Coming up, diversifying ballet one dance at a time.
When we come back, we'll introduce you to a ballerina who's using her art to inspire others. This is Morning News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back with the first look at the two leads from the Wicked two-part film adaptation. This is starring Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. And director John Chu has shared two never-before-seen photos on his Instagram. So the first one, we see Erivo as Elphaba mounting a broom here, signature black cloak, pointy hat. The second one shows Grande here as Galinda in a bright pink dress ascending a long staircase. John captioned the post with, "You weren't told the whole story. What happens when you veer off the yellow brick road?" That's the quintessential premise here to Wicked. And Cynthia commented on the post saying, "It's been wonderful making magic with you." So Zinkley, we're gonna have to wait a little bit because part one is scheduled to hit theaters in time for Thanksgiving next year. But I can tell you, regardless, Defying Gravity, Wizard and I, it's all on replay in my house.
Love it. I'm such a fan, and I love those two women, so I cannot wait.
I know, their voices are iconic.
Gorgeous. Lindsay, thank you. And Swan Lake is an iconic ballet, and at one renowned theater in Philadelphia, one ballerina took it upon herself to make the art form more inclusive. NBC's Kristen Welker introduces us to her, showing us the obstacles she's overcome and how she's trying to make it easier for young people to follow in her footsteps.
Nestled in the heart of South Philadelphia, the sounds of change are afoot.
1, 2, 3.
Led by Philadelphia native Chanel Holland, who at age 13 saw dance as an escape.
It was like, this is me, like this is where I'm supposed to be. This is my safe haven.
But Chanel quickly realized she was one of few black dancers in the predominantly white world of ballet.
I was not as tall. I was not as thin.
You look different.
The physicality of ballet was designed for a specific body type. So automatically to them, she'll never make it in New York City Ballet.
How did you not let that get you down?
I cried a lot. Like I'm having a moment now just thinking about it. Going into a locker room and having all your stuff stolen. Because you're the only African-American in that company.
Chanel persevered, driven by her passion for dance. At age 16, accepted to the world-renowned Alvin Ailey Dance Theater.
They really nurture you as an artist, and that experience really made me who I was today.
After 5 years dancing professionally, she realized she wanted to give back and see more young black aspiring professionals.
And it's like, I gotta go get them. I gotta go back to my community and get them.
In 2017, she created Chocolate Ballerina Company, a community-based dance program bringing ballet to Black and brown students from Philly, Baltimore, and Washington. For many, the barriers to ballet are insurmountable, with a bill that can be $900 a month. So Chanel offers free or reduced price classes. Chanel's efforts paid off, putting on performances that celebrate African American history and culture, including a twist on the traditional Christmas ballet, the Nutcracker dipped in chocolate. For 17-year-old Jayla Anderson, this experience has put her on a powerful path.
I was able to dance and feel free and know that everybody else in the room was like me.
Jayla says it's the details that make a difference, including leotards for darker skin tones.
When I wear brown, I literally just my body relaxes and I feel very confident and comfortable in my skin.
During a recent Sunday rehearsal, the company was preparing for what they believe will be the first ever all Black and brown performance of Swan Lake. Sade Barnwell plays the part of the dying swan, hoping to inspire the next generation of ballerinas.
Young kids, being able to see it, young Black and brown dancers, being able to see they can end up somewhere and end up on a stage and do what they love.
Chanel's vision is now a reality, but her work is not finished.
Such a good story. Our thanks to Kristen Walker for that report. And Swan Lake actually opens in Philadelphia on June 4th. Chanel's dream is to grow the Chocolate Ballerina Company programs in New York, Texas, Florida, and the D.C. area.
No doubt she will.
Yes.
That'll do it for this hour Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good Monday morning. I'm Zinklea Asamoah.
I'm Lindsay Reiser. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. Right now on Morning News Now, false start. Late last night, a court pushed back the start date for Dominion's billion-dollar defamation lawsuit against Fox News. Why the delay, and the big question a judge is set to answer ahead of the landmark trial. Birthday tragedy this morning. At least 4 people are dead. More than 24 others are hurt after a shooter opened fire in the middle of a teen's Sweet 16 party. With no arrests made, questions are swirling this morning as the country marks its 148th mass shooting this year. Growing outrage, lawmakers are demanding to know how the Pentagon failed to detect or stop the biggest U.S. intelligence breach in a decade.
I don't know what led to this airman's actions, but he's done a lot of damage to our stand.
Sounds like he was extremely immature and someone who did not understand the weight and the importance of these documents.
This morning, the troubling new reports about what some of that leaked intel may say as the airman at the center of the investigation prepares for his next hearing. And future of spaceflight, a major test this morning for the biggest rocket ever built. It's designed to eventually fly humans to the moon and even Mars. Not all of its test flights, though, have gone smoothly. We are breaking down this historic test mission. Dr. Sutter in our last hour got me so pumped for this. He was so excited. His energy, so we'll be watching that.
Can't wait to see it.
All right, the courtroom battle between Dominion Voting Systems and Fox News is now set to begin tomorrow.
Yeah, opening arguments were scheduled to start today, but last night, Delaware Superior Court Judge Eric Davis announced a one-day delay. Reports from the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and Reuters are citing sources who say Fox is pursuing settlement talks. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk joins us now from Wilmington, Delaware, for more on this. Stephanie, good morning. So first off, what are we hearing this morning about a possible settlement, especially so late in the game? Is it possible this case will not go to trial at all?
Yeah, Zinkley, that is a possibility. It's been a possibility all along. In a case like this, a settlement can be made at the last moment. They euphemistically say a settlement can be made on the courthouse steps, which is kind of what this would be at this point. We were all ready to go when we got that announcement from the judge that there would be a single delay. He did not offer up an official reason, but as you say, there are multiple reports this morning that settlements are taking place. The Washington Post citing 2 sources familiar with the negotiations who can't speak publicly about them, saying that they will be meeting today. There is court this morning. The judge did say he would announce the delay. Of course, we are all hopeful that there might be more information as to what was behind it.
And Stephanie, we know Dominion has already proven in court that Fox News' claims about Dominion and the 2020 election are false, right? That is a fact. So what is Fox News' defense here?
Right. So that is really important. And that was a decision that was made by Judge Davis roughly about 2 weeks ago as he was deciding on whether there should be a summary judgment. He said that it was, in his words, crystal clear that the statements, that 20 of them that had been made about Dominion voting systems, were false. But in a libel case, you have to prove actual malice. In other words, they have to prove that Fox News knowingly or at least recklessly spread those lies. That was what was going to be on tap here for this case over the next 5 or 6 weeks.
And Stephanie, obviously this is a historic lawsuit with far-reaching implications. So what impact would a win for either side have on future cases like this?
Well, you have to look at the First Amendment. I mean, this is the industry of journalism is really on trial here to some degree over the next 5 or 6 weeks. If it does go forward, the First Amendment allows news organizations, gives them this latitude to have potentially falsehoods on their broadcast or in their publications, as long as there wasn't this threshold of actual malice. In the situation, if Fox loses this case and faces some huge settlement in the neighborhood of over $1 billion, you could imagine a scenario where news organizations could be facing a number of lawsuits where people perhaps feel emboldened to bring similar lawsuits against other news organizations. If they win, it will be a whole other conversation of when is a journalistic institution liable for the things that are said on its broadcast and in its publication. So ramifications really, no matter what the decision is.
Yeah, all eyes on this one. We know you'll stay on it. Stephanie Gosk, thank you.
Now to the growing outrage in Washington as a 21-year-old airman is accused of the worst intelligence breach in years.
Yeah, he is facing a detention hearing later this week as the fallout from those leaked classified documents spreads around the world. NBC News Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell has the latest.
Good morning, Lindsay and Zinkley. Well, Congress comes back this week, and they will be getting briefings on just how the Pentagon failed to prevent the leaks or notice them sooner online. As accused leaker, 21-year-old airman Jack Teixeira faces a detention hearing Wednesday after being arrested at his home and charged with possessing and sharing classified documents. The outrage is growing over the biggest U.S. intelligence breach in a decade. According to the Washington Post, citing documents not seen by NBC News, leaked Pentagon assessments revealed troubling new details about Taiwan's ability to fend off a Chinese invasion. Among the revelations, that Taiwanese officials doubt their air defenses can accurately detect missile launches, and that barely more than half of Taiwan's aircraft are fully mission capable. The Post, citing other documents not verified by NBC News, reports the Chinese spy balloon shot down in February carried sensors and antennas the U.S. still had not identified more than a week after shooting it down, and that the U.S. knew of up to 4 additional Chinese spy balloons. The Pentagon is declining comment. Lawmakers from both parties want to know why Teixeira, an enlisted man and IT specialist, was able to take documents home, according to the government's affidavit, without being caught.
Through life patterns, there were clearly signals that he might be a likely leaker of information in the future, and then also the access that he was having to this information should have been cut off.
Among America's allies, the diplomatic fallout is growing.
Who wants to share information with the United States if you're going to read about it in the paper or find it on the internet?
Still, Secretary of State Tony Blinken, at a G7 foreign ministers meeting in Japan, says he has seen no sign that allies are withholding information from the U.S.
What I've heard so far, at least, is an appreciation for the steps that we're taking, and it's not affected our cooperation.
But foreign officials I've talked to say that they are concerned and they want answers to how a 21-year-old enlisted man could be permitted to take documents home. Another case, they say, of U.S. carelessness in handling top secrets. Meanwhile, Taiwan's defense ministry told the Washington Post its defense systems are, quote, carefully constructed based on enemy threats. Lindsay and Zinkley.
Andrea, thanks so much. And there are new developments this morning in the legal battle over the abortion drug mifepristone. Women can still receive the drug by mail for now.
The Supreme Court issued a temporary hold Friday on a court decision that blocked patients from getting the drug by mail. So the hold will remain in effect until midnight on Wednesday. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now. So Danny, when we talk about stays and holds, what do people need to know about access to the drug right now and what happens next?
Technically, it's back to what it was originally. I mean, last week, a district court judge essentially took away the FDA's approval of this drug, but then later on, the Fifth Circuit, which is the next appellate court above that district court, overruled in part, but also allowed parts of that order to go into effect. So in other words, I think mail order of the drug was impaired. The ability to get it prescribed over a video visit. But now that the Supreme Court has put the entire thing on hold, that means that we are back to the status quo, which is the whole idea behind the stay, which is that, hey, if there's some hot issue that needs to be decided, but people might be hurt in the meantime, you issue a stay to preserve the status quo, especially if it's likely that one of the parties is likely to win. Then you can justify saying, well, we'll preserve it that way, since that's probably the way it's going to end up when this is all finished.
Yeah, and Danny, this is not the only case the Supreme Court is hearing. There's also one on religious freedom, specifically a mail carrier who says his rights were infringed upon, having to work on a day of religious observation. What's the argument here?
This is a fascinating issue because it implicates the First Amendment. And if somebody claims their religious observances don't allow them to do something, that is not an absolute rule. In other words, somebody cannot claim that my religious observances or my religious beliefs prevent me from doing anything at all. It really is whether or not the impairment of if there is an accommodation that can be made, but if you simply cannot perform your job due to your religious beliefs or something else, that isn't always a license to practice whatever religion you like. And the problem is, no two religious practices are the same. A good rule of thumb is no law, no employer, no anyone can ever infringe on your right to believe what you believe. But sometimes what you wear, how you behave, your practice, your conduct in furtherance of that practice may be impaired, may be regulated, may even be prevented.
Danny, let's talk about oral arguments expected in a case called Counterman v. Colorado. It's about free speech. What can you tell us about that?
Counterman v. Colorado is coming up very soon. It's another free speech case that involves, again, whether the extent to which the First Amendment allows us to speak freely and whether or not the government, and it's only the government, no free speech case is ever involved if the government, if a state actor is not involved. So, for example, our companies, our employers could impair our speech as much as they like. There's absolutely nothing preventing them from doing that. It's only when a state actor is involved that free speech is actually something that that cannot be impaired, cannot be infringed upon. But even then, there are limits too.
Okay, Danny, thank you so much.
Thank you. And turning now to a tragedy out of Alabama as police investigate a mass shooting from over the weekend. 4 people were killed and dozens injured when police say gunfire erupted at a Sweet 16 birthday party. This latest mass shooting not only shaking a tight-knit community, but also reigniting ongoing conversations about gun violence in America. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Dadeville, Alabama. Priscilla, good morning.
Zane Clay, good morning. Police have not released any details about possible leads, nor have they said if they have identified or arrested a suspect here, leaving many in this grieving community still waiting for answers about how all of this unfolded and who is responsible. This morning, a community is reeling after unthinkable tragedy at a Sweet 16.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Officials say 4 people were killed and at least 28 injured at the birthday celebration late Saturday. The party's DJ describing a chaotic scene, saying the room was dark and packed before shots rang out. He tried to protect as many teenagers as he could, shielding them as others fled for the exit.
After everybody ran out, I made sure they were okay. That's when I came out and the police arrived.
According to family members, Philstavius Dowdell was among the victims. A star on the high school football team, he'd been planning to play at Alabama's Jacksonville State next year.
First thing about Phil, he got this huge smile,
He got a heart. He's humble. He's a grandmother's boy.
The tight-knit town of Dadeville, Alabama, is in shock. Do you ever think anything like that would happen here?
No, man, not in a million years. It's just, that's why it's so shocking, because everybody knows each other, everybody loves each other.
Officials giving no word on possible suspects or motive and asking the community for any leads.
We absolutely need you to share it.
The tiny Alabama community, not the only one to be rocked by gun violence this weekend. 2 were killed and 4 more injured in a park shooting in Louisville on Saturday, less than a week after another mass shooting at a bank there killed 5. President Biden calling the seemingly endless wave of shootings outrageous and unacceptable, and asking Congress to pass gun safety reforms. In Dadeville, an emotional vigil late Sunday included many students. Jordan Rambo says he lost a best friend that night.
It's hard. Me and him were very, very close. It doesn't seem real.
And investigators are working to confirm everyone who was inside the dance studio at that party on Saturday night, and urging the public that no tip is too small as they work to piece this together. Meanwhile, students are back in the classroom today. The superintendent says there will be counselors on hand as many of those students are still grieving. Zinclay?
Priscilla Thompson, thank you so much.
On Capitol Hill, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is set to return to the office this morning. He was hospitalized in early March for a concussion and minor rib fracture after a fall. NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake is with us now. So, Garrett, we know Senator McConnell has been working from home. Our colleague Ryan Nobles got video of him showing up to the office on Friday. But this is his first full day back. How big of a deal is this, and how's he doing?
Lindsay, a lot of people are going to be watching this very closely today. Obviously, a concussion is a serious injury for anybody, but especially an 81-year-old man. We had not seen or heard much of McConnell except for statements from his office until he showed up back at the Capitol on Friday, looking casual, making his way through to his office to check things out before returning to work today. But we do expect him to make remarks on the floor today, as he typically does on Mondays. And then tomorrow, take questions from reporters. That's an every Tuesday thing. But this is the longest-serving Senate leader in either party's history. And Lindsay, I think people are going to be watching that Q&A very, very closely tomorrow, just to see, how he's doing and whether he's up to kind of getting out there every day in the same way that he used to.
Yeah. And Garrett, Democrats John Fetterman and Dianne Feinstein, they've also been absent for health reasons. What can you tell us about how they're doing and the impact their absences have had?
We've had a lot of health challenges early in this new Congress here. John Fetterman's back today. He was suffering from depression, was getting treatment here in Washington, D.C. Of course, he also had suffered that stroke during his campaign. He's not quite been at full strength since he's been a member of the Senate, but we do expect to see him back today. Dianne Feinstein's case is the more complicated one for Democrats. She's been out since February with a case of shingles that had her hospitalized. She is not expected back today. It's a big open question about when she will return. Her vote missing on the floor is one thing, but she's also a member of the Judiciary Committee, which is probably the single most active committee in terms of moving nominees, Biden-nominated judges to the Senate floor. When she's out, it's harder to do. Replacing her would take consent from all senators. Republicans aren't keen to get out of the way and make that happen. And so what happens with Dianne Feinstein over the next couple of weeks is going to be really one of the big dramas to watch in Congress.
Hey, Garrett, this is the first day back to Congress after a 2-week recess. So what will the Senate be focusing on in these coming days, especially now as these senators are getting back?
There's going to be a lot of focus on oversight. I think you're going to hear a lot about classified documents and briefings. Both, remember, Senate Intel Committee members were trying to get access to the classified document involved in them, both the Mar-a-Lago and found at Joe Biden's residence. That's been going on for weeks. They're finally making some progress there. And then this entire classified documents leak story that broke last week has really consumed a lot of attention from lawmakers who want to get to the bottom of what kind of information was out there, how was it exposed, how was someone who was apparently such a low-level military aide able to put that kind of thing out on the internet. I expect to see a lot of focus on oversight and not a lot of focus on legislating, at least this week as they get back, Linz.
Okay, Garrett, thanks. And it's time now for a check at your morning news now weather.
NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is back with us for the latest. Good morning.
Good morning to you both. Happy Monday. And good news is we're not looking at severe weather on this Monday, but we are looking at a few problem spots. We're looking at some April snow and really heavy snow. We had a feet of snow in portions of the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes, and we could add another foot in some spots. It will be windy too, so the winds are going to be gusting there. And then we're looking at some rain in portions of the Ohio Valley into the Northeast. This same storm system's going to usher in some colder air too. I'll show you those temperatures. Also watching the chance for Florida showers and storms. We're already watching that this morning. Just last Wednesday, Fort Lauderdale had 25 inches of rain Wednesday into Thursday, so we're going to be watching that very closely. Quiet in the middle of the country. That's good news. We do have pretty gusty winds, so we could see some fire danger there. But otherwise, we're looking at dry conditions. We're looking at sunshine, too, and we're looking at warm temperatures in the southern plains. It's chilly in the northern plains. And then out west, we're looking at another storm system bringing rain and snow. So some mountain snow and some lower elevation rain. That's going to extend all the way down to portions of northern California. Then as we get towards the middle of the work week, lots of snow in portions of the west, the Intermountain West, and northern plains. Also looking at some rain in the Midwest, seasonal temperatures throughout the Mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, warm sunshine in the Southeast. It's going to be warm, too, in parts of the southern plains. Could see a few thunderstorms in parts of the southern plains. And then Friday, it's going to be a wet one for many. An April chill throughout the Intermountain West, into the northern plains, also the upper Midwest, into the Great Lakes. And then heavy rain extending through portions of the Tennessee Valley, parts of the Ohio Valley. But that rain really does stretch from New England all the way down to the Gulf Coast states. So we'll watch those showers as we get closer to Friday. This is a setup for today with that storm system bringing April snow showers, that low pressure just spinning very slowly over the Great Lakes, bringing heavy wet snow, bringing some gusty winds as well. Winds could gust up to 50 miles per hour. Then tomorrow it's going to move to the Northeast, rain mixing with wet snow in the higher terrain and cool air for many. We do have millions under winter alerts, a blizzard warning even. That's where you see the purple winter storm warning is in the pink there. And there's that radar showing us that the rain continues to fall, as well as that snow. The snow is in the blue, the rain is in the green. We do have some heavier pockets of rain, so we could see some flash flooding in parts of the Northeast. But we could add a foot of snow in some spots, especially where you see that pink color. And then as far as the rain, we're not expecting a whole lot, but we could see pockets of heavy rain throughout portions of the interior Northeast and New England. That could bring some flash flooding. And then we're concerned about the rain, too, in parts of Florida. Southern Florida especially. We're seeing that rain falling right now in West Florida into Central Florida, and we're going to see this as we go throughout the day. And look at these temperatures. It feels like winter in so many spots. 30s and 40s. Milwaukee, 14 degrees below average. 41 degrees today. 42 in Detroit. 46 in Erie. And this will move off to the east tomorrow. So Scranton, Pennsylvania, you're well below normal at 50 degrees. Just 66 in Baltimore. Morgantown, 57. But we're going to rebound very quickly. We're looking at temperatures rebounding back into the 70s. Thursday and Friday in New York City. D.C., we're looking at 85 by Friday. So the little cold snap is short-lived, which is good news. Back to you.
I like a short-lived cold snap. Michelle Grossman, yes. Thank you. And now to a very big morning for billionaire Elon Musk. SpaceX and America's planned to return to the moon.
This is a critical test flight of the rocket that will do the job, even eventually hopefully taking astronauts to Mars. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now with the latest. Tom, you and I were together when we heard, when we felt, when we saw the SLS. Yeah. We're hearing from an astrophysicist in our last hour, this is even more powerful.
More powerful, bigger, 400 feet tall. It is bigger and more powerful than even the Saturn V rocket that lifted Apollo up into space. It's called Starship. It's going to be going around the Earth in a 90-minute test flight to see if it can one day carry astronauts to the moon and even to Mars. The Starship right now sitting on the pad near the Texas-Mexican border on the Gulf of Mexico. The FAA has given the green light. This is uncrewed, nobody on board. After a few previous failures and explosions, Elon Musk says he's not sure it will get into orbit, but he is guaranteeing excitement, promising it won't be boring. Elon Musk's vision for the future starts here at his Starbase on the Gulf of Mexico near Brownsville, Texas. Starship is the most powerful rocket ever built, even taller than the Apollo Saturn V, designed to carry more cargo and more humans. NASA has already paid for the rocket to one day carry Artemis astronauts to the lunar surface, perhaps as soon as 2025. The ultimate goal, to boldly go where no one has gone before, carrying hundreds of astronauts one day to Mars, even building a human colony. NASA Chief Bill Nelson says it's happening fast. How quickly will there be human boots on Mars?
2040.
So within 20 years, you think we could have humans on Mars?
Within 17 years.
SpaceX has been testing Starship for years. On 4 previous flights, the rocket crashed and exploded. But in 2021, it landed perfectly back on Earth. This test flight is programmed to orbit the Earth, then fall into the ocean off Hawaii. No astronauts on board yet.
We're trying to unleash the ingenuity and creativity of private industry with, obviously, NASA considerable oversight, because we're putting NASA astronauts on those vehicles.
Elon Musk told me in 2021, humanity must reach for Mars and beyond if we are to survive.
I think it's important that humanity become a multi-planet species and that we extend consciousness and life as we know it beyond Earth.
With NASA astronauts already training for the Artemis missions to the moon, first an orbit, then a landing, the pressure is on SpaceX to prove Starship is up to the job. Lindsay Reiser and I are going to be following every moment of this. Starship is not just for NASA. SpaceX plans for a private crew to be the first to fly Starship, orbiting the Earth, and then two private flights that would orbit the moon. No landings, just fly-arounds. NASA thinks we could be landing on the moon with astronauts in Starship in 25 or 26 at the earliest, guys.
Wow. All right. So, Tom, I mean, you seem pretty impressed that within 17 years we can get humans on Mars, but a layman might think, man, that's a really long time. I mean, why does it take so long?
Yeah, I think it's a really short time. I don't know if we can do this, but here's the deal. To get to Mars with humans and come back, you're talking about a 2-year round trip minimum. That means 2 years of exposure to space radiation. So NASA has got a lot of issues to work through, but they are looking at how to speed up the trip, and one answer may be going nuclear, using nuclear-powered spacecraft. And guess what? They've been working on this technology already for 50 years. This is not something they're just starting. They've got all of the diagrams. They've already been building engines, nuclear engines. So this is a fascinating new development.
It's a long game for sure, Tom and Lindsay. I know you'll both stay on it. Thank you so much.
All right.
Coming up, caught in chaos. One of Africa's largest countries is engulfed in a violent coup. We've got the latest on the deadly fighting in Sudan this morning as the U.S. government urges Americans there to shelter in place.
Plus, missing at sea. 3 Americans sailing from Mexico to San Diego have vanished. We'll have more on the international rescue efforts underway this morning.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
like. The bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle, Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
A search is underway for 3 American sailors lost at sea. Officials say the sailors, who were traveling from Mexico to San Diego, haven't been heard from in nearly 2 weeks. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has the latest on the story.
Between the 3 of them, those missing sailors have about 100 years of experience out at sea, but now they've been missing 13 days, and authorities and search crews are growing more desperate every day.
This morning, a desperate search for 3 American sailors lost off the coast of Mexico is underway. The Mexican Navy and U.S. Coast Guard scouring a 2,500 square mile search area at sea for husband and wife Frank and Carrie O'Brien and their friend William Gross. All are said to be experienced sailors. The O'Briens are even licensed Coast Guard captains, but none have been seen in nearly 2 weeks.
We're pleading for anyone out there to be on the lookout. We miss you so much and love you so much. We just want you to come home.
The trio was on their way to San Diego and was last heard from on Tuesday, April 4th, when they set sail from the Mexican port city of Mazatlan. They had planned to stop for supplies in Cabo San Lucas 2 days later, but the Coast Guard says there is no record of them arriving and their location is unknown.
There's no confirmation they had filled the vessel's fuel tanks, nor confirmation that they took on food and supplies.
The group was traveling on the O'Brien's 44-foot sailing vessel Oceanbound with minimal technology on board, and they may have encountered winds over 30 knots and 20-foot waves.
It certainly is significant and would have affected how fast they were able to transit the coast.
Their disappearance comes about a month after 4 Americans were kidnapped, 2 of them killed, likely by drug cartels, in the border town of Matamoros. While the 3 missing sailors set sail from a do-not-travel zone, the Coast Guard says they are strictly focusing on the search and rescue operation.
Hopefully somebody sees them and gets them to make contact or relay some messages out there.
This morning, the families of the lost sailors hopeful their experience at sea will help them make a safe return home.
And again, that trio of sailors had missed a point where they were supposed to stock up in Mexico on supplies, and authorities simply don't think they have enough food and water to have made it 13 days. That is making this search even more desperate. Back to you.
Miguel, thanks.
And fighting is raging on for a 3rd day in Sudan amid an ongoing power struggle between 2 rival military groups. At least 97 people have been killed and hundreds more injured, according to a Sudanese doctors group. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now with the latest. Kelly, good morning.
Zincle, good morning to you. Yes, Sudan is one of the biggest countries in Africa. It's strategically located on the Red Sea, a place where the U.S., Russia, and other countries have been vying for influence. But now a violent power struggle has turned the country into a war zone. This morning, fighter jets in the skies over Sudan's capital, Khartoum. For a 3rd day, the Sudanese military battling a powerful paramilitary group for control of the country. And civilians are caught in the chaos.
Woke up to the sound of gunshots and bombs here in Khartoum.
32-year-old American software engineer Lakshmi Parthasarathi says people are hiding in their homes.
There were many fighter jets, and you can hear like rapid artillery. By the sounds of it, it's not dying down, and it sounds like it's escalating.
Clashes broke out Saturday and quickly spread across Sudan. The commander of the armed forces, General Abdel Fattah Burhan, fighting General Mohammed Hamdan Dagalo's rapid support forces. The two generals are former allies, overthrowing the government in October 2021. A 3-hour ceasefire Sunday to allow people to safely leave their homes to buy food and other supplies barely held. The UN's World Food Program announcing it was stopping all operations in the country after 3 aid workers were killed. WFP Executive Director Cindy McCain saying any loss of life in humanitarian service is unacceptable, and I demand immediate steps to guarantee the safety of those who remain. Both sides claim they have control of the airport and other key strategic sites. This morning, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken urging peace.
People in Sudan want the military back in the barracks. They want democracy. They want a civilian-led government. Sudan needs to return to that path.
Secretary Blinken there speaking at the G7 meeting in Japan and speaking out, by the way, for the second day in a row on this. Today, both generals are digging in. They say they won't agree to a truce, each demanding the other's surrender. And Zincle, again, the risk here is this devolves into civil war.
We hope it doesn't get that far. Kelly, thank you so much.
Coming up, a soon-to-be Harvard Law School graduate is paying it forward. We're going to tell you his incredible story and his mission to help the school's support staff.
And take a bow. The final curtain has fallen on one of Broadway's most iconic musicals. We'll have more on how theater lovers are honoring the Phantom of the Opera after a record run on The Great White Way.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Our next guest is getting ready to graduate from Harvard Law School soon. He's no stranger to working hard, but before getting into this top school, he was doing a different kind of hard work as a sanitation worker.
And now, as he moves forward, Rayhan Staten is using his personal experiences to honor other people like him. So Harvard Law student and nonprofit co-founder Rayhan Staten joins us now.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you so much for being with us. I know I want to just jump into it. Your organization, the Reciprocity Effect, raised over $70,000 to honor support staff at Harvard. No small feat. So can you just talk to us a little bit about this ceremony? Where did you get this idea, and what was it like for you to be able to celebrate some of the people who were in the positions that you once occupied?
For sure. You know, I really just thought it would be a good idea to have something similar to like a ceremony, you know, similar to how students get at the end of the year when we graduate. I just said it would be great if we could just give support staff that same honoring before the end of the year. And when I was walking down the hall one day, basically I said hi to this custodian, and she was so surprised that I was talking to her. She said, "Oh, wow, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were talking to me. Some students would rather look at the wall than talk to me." So after hearing that, I said, I'm going to go and see if I can do something about that.
Yeah, how awful. I mean, you told the Washington Post, quote, "When I see them, I see me." Why is it so important for us to simply just, when you see someone, they're just like us, just say hello, say thank you, acknowledge them? And what are some ways that you want to try and encourage people to do that as well?
I just think about leading by example. A lot of folks kept asking me the question, did you do this because, you used to be a sanitation worker, something adjacent to a support staff, custodian, and other careers of that nature? And I basically said, this is from the more of a basic standpoint, this is just how my father raised me. And, whenever I just walk down the hall, whether it was another support staff, whether it was a professor, whether it was almost anyone, it's just kind of my natural instinct just to make sure I give someone their acknowledgement before walking past them.
So powerful, and clearly it's like culture-changing work that you're doing. So I'm so glad you're doing it, and you're also walking across the graduation stage soon. Congratulations, big congrats. What do you want people to gain from hearing your story? What kind of impact are you hoping to ultimately make?
I just want to make sure that everyone knows that it always takes a village, and just try to give reciprocal works as much as one can, because I really do think it takes a village, and I think that's how we all win.
Truly, that's how we all win. Rayhan Staten, thank you so much for your work. Congratulations. Happy graduation. We're rooting for you.
Thank you so much.
All right, for 35 years, it has been one of New York City's biggest draws. But last night, the record-smashing musical Phantom of the Opera ended its historic run. NBC News correspondent George Solis was there as they got to raise the curtain and drop the chandelier one last time.
The iconic chromatic chords will reverberate one last time as the Phantom of the Opera takes its final Broadway bow after a record-breaking 35-year run. Fans from around the world gathering outside the historic Majestic Theater.
It's a range of emotions.
Yes.
It's sad, it's exciting.
M. Pringle has seen the show 15 times.
What does this show mean to you?
Everything. It was the first tattoo I got on my arm.
One more journey through the mirror and into the depths of the Paris Opera House to hear this tale of a disfigured musical genius and his quest for love. Silently the senses. All set to Andrew Lloyd Webber's legendary score.
It's a tale that still speaks to now, is that beauty is found from within.
The global phenomenon has grossed a staggering $1.3 billion.
It's just unprecedented. What we see here on stage, what has happened with the Phantom around the world.
February was set as the point of no return for the show, but then ticket sales began to surge, extending its run another 8 weeks.
I don't know, I think it's the best musical project.
Still, with cost of production soaring following the pandemic and inflation, producers say it's not enough to keep the chandelier crashing night after night. And so, at least for now, the music of the night.
The power of the music of the night
fades softly, deftly, and back into the dark. George Solis, NBC News, New York.
We were talking while this was playing. This got me into musical theater. It was the first musical I ever saw.
What's not to love? But all good things, I guess, must come to an end.
Yeah, you still listen to the music every day.
Yes.
Yes. All right, coming up, the future of farming may be under the sea.
Yeah, up next, we're taking you to an aqua farm to see how it's growing food and protecting the planet.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
Storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
We begin with breaking news just coming in.
Russia has launched another round of attacks.
What was it like when you came back and saw your neighborhood like this?
They say that in modern war there aren't any front lines anymore. Here, there certainly are.
Extreme weather tonight on both the West Coast and the East Coast.
We've had some of the strongest winds here.
How many of you were up there?
At least like 11.
Now to the economy, as Americans face the highest inflation rate in decades.
How does this all impact your wallet?
More fallout from Elon Musk's Twitter takeover.
Peak flu season is almost here.
How does RSV specifically hit some kids so hard, and then it seems like it almost doesn't affect others? Can voters trust that you will be able to do this job?
Why should voters believe you?
This special election night.
We love it. We live for this.
We have a substantial team of NBC News correspondents fanned out.
This is the first time we've not been able to call control of the House on election night.
Tonight, we'll take an unflinching look at the resurgence of anti-Semitism in America.
They're waiting until Title 42 is lifted before they decide whether to cross into the United States.
What made you decide to go the medicinal healing route for what you're growing here?
Who should be accountable? The city points the finger at the state at the city.
Some more breaking news.
We are live on the ground there.
I want to show you an up-close look at what we're talking about here.
The news continues right now.
Welcome back. It's time to get into what's making financial headlines, leading off with new buzz around Apple's upcoming Worldwide Developers Conference in June.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us now with more. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Lindsay. Good morning, Zinkley. Yeah, so Apple is holding its Worldwide Developers Conference in June, and it's shaping up to be a big event for new products. Now, Bloomberg reports that Apple's mixed reality headset will be the star, but the company is also expected to unveil new Mac laptops and the biggest overhaul of the Apple Watch's software since it was introduced back in 2015. Now, in the case of the headset, though, it's unlikely to go on sale for several months after being unveiled at the conference, as Apple wants to give developers time to create new apps and services. Merck is boosting its drug pipeline, striking a deal to buy Prometheus Biosciences for roughly $11 billion. Now, Prometheus specializes in treatments for autoimmune diseases and has promising drugs for ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. Merck has been looking for acquisitions as patents on its blockbuster cancer drug Keytruda expires in the next few years. And move over stuffed crust pizza. The cream cheese stuffed bagel is here. Philadelphia cream cheese and New York City chain H&H Bagels have unveiled this new menu item. And unlike the pizza, the bagel is filled after it's baked. And act fast, it's only available through tax day tomorrow. The companies say the stuffed bagel will help people avoid one type of sales tax in New York City. Baked goods are tax exempt, while prepared foods, such as a regular bagel with cream cheese and lox, are not. So how about that?
You gasped on
I have so many feelings, but I think I'm excited about it. Like,
okay, so
just so
Dunkin'
fast.
actually has something like that, where it's
Right.
like little, yeah, Silvana knows.
Yeah.
And it's not a donut, it's a bagel.
No, it's not a donut. Yeah, it's a bagel.
I like it because on the road, it's like
That's what I'm saying.
It's
On the
very
go.
easy,
Wow,
yes.
this is what we call news you can use. Silvana Henao. Thank you
You're
so much.
welcome.
Thank you.
You got it.
And today, we're kicking off a new series. It's looking at the climate challenge, and it's with Today Show's Al Roker. He took a look at a sustainable way to raise native seafood and plants underwater. And as he found out, so-called aqua farming is also helping save the planet.
In oceans from the Pacific to the Atlantic, a new blue technique is taking hold. It's called aquaculture, and it's combating overfishing, climate change, and saving many endangered species.
When you talk about aquaculture, why are you so heavily investing in that?
We import about 90% of the seafood that we consume in the United States, so this helps put people to work in a way that helps sustain ourselves.
Rafael Castellanos runs the Port of San Diego's pilot Blue Economy program. That includes 2 aquaculture farms, underwater farming for sustainable seafood and shellfish.
We were looking for new and innovative ways to solve some of the big environmental challenges that we're facing.
The port works with NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, to help farmers like Tori Polizzi, owner of Sunken Seaweed.
So, Tori, when I think about a farm, I don't think about seeing 6 buoys floating on the water. What is this?
What we're doing here is testing the feasibility of different seaweed species that can be scaled up in Southern California. Underneath the surface where these buoys are, I just have a frame and it has lines going across it. There are like so many applications of seaweed. I focus on food. I like feeding people.
And that's exactly what he did. Tori and renowned San Diego chef Jojo Ruiz prepared a meal of fresh, local aquaculture cuisine. Abalone, an endangered native shellfish, now being grown here at the port.
Yeah, of course he does. Great.
And seaweed direct from Tori's farm.
I mean, it's kind of like eating frisée, except it's salty.
Seaweed production has increased globally by nearly 75% over the past decades. And in the U.S., seaweed farming is the fastest growing aquaculture crop.
Aquaculture farms like this one are the sustainable wave of the future from coast to coast.
I met up with Norm Bloom, who took me out to his farm on Long Island Sound.
You're an oyster farmer. How did you get the idea, hey, sugar kelp?
The state started talking about it, and figured, well, let's make it go.
It sounds like, in a way, you're almost ahead of the market idea.
Well, first we got to prove we can grow it.
Right. And how's that been going?
That's good.
Sugar kelp, like Tori's seaweed, can also be used in food, cosmetics, or as potential biofuels.
It's a new and emerging industry.
The kelp harvested here at Copp's Island is staying all in the family, used in a cosmetics line designed by third-generation farmer Jeannie Bloom.
Does that feel somewhat satisfying that, you know, you're kind of continuing in a way your family's legacy?
Yeah, definitely. I love merging the two together, and if it's good for the environment, it's good for you.
Al Roker, thank you so much. And the NOAA is currently identifying sites for potential farms across the country with the goal of creating jobs, improving food security, and rebuilding protected species and habits.
All right, coming up, one of our very own becomes a member of the Rhythm Nation.
Up next, Janelle Jones takes us behind the velvet rope to go deep with Janet Jackson ahead of her newest tour.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated. We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family! Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hey, podcast podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
This is what it looks and feels
What's the latest? The bigger piece of the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
All right, for today's Good Talker, you've heard the saying, love is blind. And last night, it was also late. The heavily trailed live reunion of Netflix's dating show, Love is Blind, left many with a major case of FOMO after the live stream was delayed for more than an hour for many of its subscribers. On Sunday night, the streaming giant took to Twitter to apologize, saying, quote, to everyone who stayed up late, woke up early, gave up their Sunday afternoon, we are incredibly sorry that the Love is Blind live reunion did not turn out as we had planned. They promised their viewers they would release a recorded version of the show as soon as possible. This was only the streaming giant's second ever live event after the Chris Rock special last month. Lindsay, I'll tell you, I did watch the Chris Rock special. I was not staying up to watch Love is Blind, but hey, to each their own.
Don't mess with those fans, though, apparently.
I know.
Things inside. Well, one of our own had her dreams come true over the weekend after appearing on the Today Show back in December. Janet Jackson saw a clip of Today News anchor Chanel Jones dressed as Janet dancing in one of her songs. And the singer invited Chanel to not only come to Florida for her tour's opening weekend, but to get on stage as one of her backup dancers.
You know what? I would love for you to join me. You should.
4 months ago, to the day, Janet Jackson invited this girl from Wichita, Kansas, to be her backup dancer on tour.
Well, you didn't have to ask me twice. I am hours away from hitting that stage and living my best life.
That's right. I am on center stage at the Hard Rock Live in Hollywood, Florida. Hey, baby, it's Janet. Janet's opening weekend of her Together Again tour, her first major tour in 4 years.
When fans from all over the country and different cities come to see the show, what do you want them to feel?
Joy, just complete bliss, excitement.
By the way, I should mention you're letting cameras kind of follow you around for an upcoming documentary. You're still developing this, but we know it involves family, this tour.
Family, the tour. There are some surprises. I think it'll be quite fun.
Do you think there would be a time when you guys would perform together or get on a stage?
I hope so.
Why do you think now is the time in the season that you're in your life now to share a little bit more of you or to share some of those things?
You know, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm not as shy as I used to be, so I'm a little bit more open and just sharing more in my life than I ever did before, and having my own family now. And
you can be called many things: a singer, Grammy winner, actor, producer, fashion icon, philanthropist, mom. Is there any title that you hold at the top of the list, or do they all have a place in there?
I think they all have a place, but the one that gives me the biggest gratification is mama.
That goes without saying.
I said mama.
Janet's son, Issa, just turned 6 in January.
What is it about being a mom that just completes you?
Everything. When you're tired, when you need a break, I just love it all. I love it all. When you're in that moment, you see something special happens, it's like, oh my God. And I know I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life. Sorry, I'm getting emotional because I'm thinking of one thing in particular. And I'll never forget it. And it was just so beautiful. And I just thought, that's my baby. That's You're making me emotional.
Because I get it. I have 3 little ones. It puts everything in perspective.
That's the highest for me, being a mama.
Okay, so finally, let's talk about tonight. But me being here all started with good old-fashioned Today Show Halloween.
I thought you did a wonderful
job.
Thank you.
Okay, so Miss Jackson thinks I did a good job, but I had a month to rehearse that. I now had to learn a new routine in just hours. To help me loosen up, Janet took me to look at her tour wardrobe.
These are the costumes for the show.
Wow. Is it heavy?
No, this is light. Valentino did this for me. This is light. This is my opening cat suit. They did this cape. Pia Paolo did. This is heavy. It makes me feel very, very, very powerful. Christian, he's been a friend of mine for a good while. Christian Louboutin, and I just called him up and I said, Mama needs some new shoes.
I mean, if Mama needs new shoes, these aren't bad.
Once Janet had calmed my nerves from an 11 to about a 10.5, it was time for her to take me to meet my fellow dancers.
This is our path. You see all this glow tape in there.
Is it at least a little lighter than this when you're doing this?
No, it's darker than this. All you see are silhouettes. So I'm gonna sit out.
Okay.
I'm gonna, as you say, release you into the wild. Give it up to God the way I do every night. It's in His hands. You'll be fine.
Thank you, Janet.
I'm a step out.
Okay.
All right. Have fun.
All right.
But right now, fun was feeling more like fear. But I had to put those nerves aside.
5, 6, 7, 8. Lost it a bit.
Then I found out Janet wanted me to come out during Together Again, the encore song.
Crazy!
This was huge. She trusted me. I had to nail it.
I'll just go upstairs and practice that little thing.
I spent the next 2 hours practicing in my room until it was showtime.
You're gonna do that.
And suddenly, my nerves melted away, and I just embraced the magic of the moment. And the next thing I knew, I was dancing with Janet Jackson.
Go on, sit down. All my love's for you, always been true. And you told me never, but I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me, baby. Wrap them around me, baby. Sometimes he'll whisper, rain, no more pain, no worries. Will you ever see me, baby?
It was surreal. One of the best days of my life. I'm gonna do the ugly cry when this is all over.
But just like her music, Janet just wanted me to smile to the very end.
Our thanks to Chanel for that incredible story. Don't forget to see Janet's Together Again tour. It runs through June. I think both of us were just like,
so impressive, so impressive.
She did amazing.
Yes, and that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Happening now, the growing impact over the worst U.S. intelligence breach in years. This morning, Congress is demanding hearings on how dozens of classified files were leaked. The 21-year-old National Guard airman accused of leaking those documents is facing another hearing this week. We have the latest on the fallout.
Also this morning, a delay in the historic defamation lawsuit against Fox News. What we're learning about the pause in the trial and what it could mean for the outcome.
Plus, lawmakers are holding a rare field hearing in New York City. The focus, Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg. We'll have more on the latest battle on the ongoing fight with Trump allies in Congress, what we're learning about this hearing, and the DA's response.
And happening now, SpaceX is gearing up for the launch of its Starship rocket. The launch is expected just minutes from now and could be another step toward humans returning to the moon, even embarking on a first trip to Mars. So we will take you inside that launch.
Thanks so much for starting your week with us on this Monday morning. I'm Zinklaya Samwa.
And I'm Lindsay Reiser. Joe and Savannah are on assignment. We're going to get to those stories in a few minutes. But right now, we do have the latest on the deadly mass shooting in Alabama. According to police, 4 people were killed, 28 others injured when shots rang out at a Sweet 16 birthday party. Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Dadeville, Alabama. Priscilla, good morning. What's the latest on this, and what do we know about the victims?
Well, Lindsay, good morning. Police have not yet released the names of the 4 people who were killed, but this morning, family members of one of those victims has identified him as Philstavius Dowdell, a star on the high school football team who had plans of heading to Jacksonville State University here in Alabama to play football in the fall. And today, his classmates are remembering him as someone who had a smile that could light up a room. And as for those 28 people who were injured, the local hospital CEO tells us that 15 of those victims were taken in at that hospital. All of them had gunshot wounds. We know that 9 of them were transferred to other hospitals, and 4 of them remained in critical condition at that time. Lindsay?
And Priscilla, we have been covering these crises for far too long. This latest mass shooting, once again involving young people. President Biden issued a statement over the weekend. What did he say?
Yeah, Lindsay, and important to note that the shooting here happened within hours of another mass shooting in Louisville, Kentucky, where 2 people were killed and 4 people injured after gunfire erupted in a park. And so President Biden issued a statement responding to both of those shootings, saying children cannot attend a birthday party without fear. Guns are the leading killer of children in America, and the numbers are rising, not declining. I stand ready, as I always have been, to work across the aisle in good faith on federal legislation that will save lives. So you hear there the president renewing calls for Congress to act on the issue of gun safety measures. Lindsay?
Priscilla, this community has been described over and over again as very tight-knit. Given that this happened at a Sweet 16, given there are minors involved, how is the city moving forward after this?
Yeah, Lindsay, there's a lot of pain. We saw that overnight at a vigil where there were lots of hugs and prayers, and you just saw teenagers all around crying, and some of them inconsolable. And the superintendent says that as those students head back to class today, the school district is preparing to support them. Take a listen to some of what he had to say.
We will have counseling provided for students at the schools. We will make every effort to comfort those children. And don't lose sight of the fact that those are the ones most impacted by this situation.
Yeah. And certainly everyone in this very tight-knit community trying to come together and support those students, as so many here remain in shock and are certainly hurting and grieving. Lindsay?
Priscilla, thank you.
And this morning, multiple reports suggest it's possible settlement talks are underway in Dominion Voting Systems' defamation lawsuit against Fox News. The trial was scheduled to begin this morning, but late last night, Delaware Superior Court Judge Eric Davis announced a one-day delay. Reports from the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and Reuters are citing sources who say Fox is pursuing settlement talks. Dominion and Fox have not commented on the delay. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us now from Wilmington, Delaware, to break it all down. Emily, good morning. So if settlement talks are in fact happening right now, is it possible that we will not see this go to trial tomorrow?
Zinkley, that is possible, and I should note that settlement can be reached at any point until a verdict is rendered. I'll tell you what is playing out right behind me in the courthouse as we speak. The judge is giving an announcement, a formal announcement as to the trial being pushed from this morning until tomorrow. What we don't know is if he's going to provide any kind of insight around why they're pushing it, why there is this delay. So we'll be waiting to see on that. And I will tell you this, there's no live audio stream out, so we're not able to follow this in real time. And also the reporters inside, they can't communicate with us on the outside of court. So until one of our producers walks out the door, we won't know exactly what is said. Now, let's say the trial and the opening arguments do in fact begin tomorrow. First, we will see the jury selection process be finalized, and then the opening arguments will begin. Dominion first, followed by Fox and Clay.
So, Emily, what exactly does Dominion have to prove in order for Fox to actually be found liable for defamation?
So the judge has already ruled that the claims around Dominion playing some kind of role in rigging the 2020 presidential election, those claims are false. So what Dominion has to do is prove that Fox acted with something called actual malice. And what that means is that Fox knew that those claims were false when they were being broadcasted over its airways, or it acted with some kind of reckless disregard, essentially that it didn't take any significant steps towards looking into the information. Now, I will say when it comes to these kinds of cases, they typically actually don't reach a trial, defamation cases. They are typically settled outside of court. So it's something significant that a lot of, especially constitutional lawyers, are watching closely.
All eyes on this one. Emily Aketa, thank you so much.
A 21-year-old airman accused of the worst intelligence breach in years after leaking classified documents online is facing a detention hearing later this week. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us with more. So, Ken, good morning. There is bipartisan outrage on Capitol Hill over all of this. What are they calling for?
Well, first and foremost, Lindsay, members of Congress want answers. There were some obvious security failures here. This 21-year-old airman was somehow able to smuggle out documents, take pictures of them, and post them on social media, and they were there for months before the government realized they were there. So obviously members of Congress want specific answers about how the heck that happened. But they also are looking to answer broader questions, like how was this 21-year-old airman able to get access to all this highly sensitive classified information? Are there too many people with top secret clearances? There are 1.3 million Americans that hold that clearance. And is information being shared too widely? You know, after 9/11, there was a push to share intelligence, to connect the dots. But has the government gone too far in that regard? These are some of the questions that Congress is asking, Lindsay.
Yeah, and they're also asking, Ken, why nobody at the Pentagon knew this was happening. Is the Pentagon saying anything, and are we hearing anything from our allies?
Well, allies are chagrined, obviously, about these leaks that implicate them, especially our Five Eyes partners, the English-speaking world. On the other hand, they're a little sanguine about this. They've seen this movie before. They know that America is the most powerful intelligence collector in the world, but also the leakiest. So they've experienced this before. But in terms of how this stuff was able to live online for so long, it's because the government does not monitor the private social media of clearance holders. They look at public Twitter posts and things like that, but they have no right to go inside a chat room unless they have a warrant. And they had no reason to know that that Discord gaming server that Teixeira allegedly used to leak the documents was even there.
What happens from here, Ken? What are the next steps in the legal process?
So Jack Teixeira is facing a detention hearing on Wednesday where the government will no doubt ask to keep him in custody. He's in jail now. And now he faces a really hard decision as to whether to negotiate a plea deal that likely would require him to serve a lengthy prison sentence or to fight these charges, Lindsay.
All right, Ken, thanks so much.
You bet.
A search and rescue mission is underway for Americans who went sailing from Mexico nearly 2 weeks ago. The Coast Guard says Carrie and Frank O'Brien asked William Gross to join them as they were sailing from Mexico to San Diego on April 4th. But there hasn't been a record of their location since. Each of the missing sailors are said to have decades of experience. The O'Briens have their Coast Guard captain's licenses. Mexico's Navy is now helping the Coast Guard with the search, and officials say searchers have been in contact with marinas in Mexico, but no one has reported seeing the sailors or their boat.
And on Capitol Hill this morning, Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is set to return to office this week. McConnell made an appearance at the Capitol on Friday. He was hospitalized back in March after suffering a concussion and minor rib fracture due to a fall. Turning now to your weather, let's get a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here now. We've got some cooler temps and showers in the Pacific Northwest or Northern California, right?
We do. Hi there, guys. Great to see you. Yeah, we're looking at that mountain snow falling, also some lower elevation rain throughout the coast and the valleys, and that's going to extend down to Northern California. So the Pacific Northwest starting out this work week wet, and we're going to see that kind of holding on over the next several days. So a new storm system moving onshore. In the middle of the country, we are dry. We're looking at sunshine. It's going to be warm in the southern plains, but it's going to be windy too, and that's going to increase that fire risk throughout the central and southern plains. The northern plains, we have sunshine, but it's a little bit cooler there. And then we have a powerful April storm system that's bringing snow, wind, also rain in portions of the upper Midwest, the upper Great Lakes. We're going to add another 8 inches in some spots. We saw snow all weekend long. And then on the warmer side of that system, we're looking at rain falling throughout the Ohio Valley into portions of the Northeast, also New England. And then that tail end of the system, we're looking at some showers in portions of Florida. Remember, just Wednesday of last week, we saw 25 inches of rain in Fort Lauderdale. So we're going to add to those totals. We saw rain this morning, and we're going to see rounds of rain throughout the day. Now, in terms of the winter weather, we are looking at winter alerts, winter storm warning. That is in the pink. A blizzard warning in April. That is in purple. We're going to see the winds kicking up. That's going to increase those blizzard conditions. And we're going to start to see it improve as we go throughout the day into Tuesday morning. But this is what it looks like on radar. Yes, that snow is still falling, and it's falling heavy. Where you see the white kind of embedded in that blue, that's where we're seeing the heaviest snowfall. So throughout portions of the Great Lakes, we're seeing some freezing precipitation too. That's the purple and pink. And then we're seeing heavy rain, pockets at least of heavy rain, where you see the yellows, the reds, the oranges throughout portions of the Northeast into New England. And that's going to hold steady over the next day or so. This is what it looks like. An area of low pressure moving very slowly. It's spinning over the Great Lakes. It's bringing those windy conditions and also bringing that heavy, wet snow. Then by tomorrow, not moving very far. It's going to move up to the north and east. So we're going to see rain mixing with wet snow in the higher terrain, and then cooler air is funneling into from Canada. Additional snowfall mentioning up to 8 inches in some spots, especially where you see the purple shading, the pink shading. That's where we're going to see the highest amounts. And then rainfall amounts, not a whole lot in the northeast, but we could certainly see pockets of heavier rain. That could lead to flash flooding. You notice some yellow kind of embedded in there, some red too. That's where we could see those pockets of heavier rain. So we're concerned about that. Concerned about heavy rainfall once again in portions of southern Florida. This could lead to some flooding as well, where any of these showers and storms can drop a lot of rain in a short amount of time. So as we go throughout the middle of the work week, we're looking at seasonal temperatures throughout the mid-Atlantic, the Northeast, warm sunshine. We're going to need that in portions of Florida, the Southeast, strong storms on Wednesday in parts of the Central Plains into the mid-Mississippi Valley, and also snow still lingering in the west into the Intermountain West and Northern Plains, some rain for parts of the Midwest. By Friday, it's rainy for a lot of us from the New England into the Northeast, Tennessee Valley. We could see some heavy rain there. Back to you guys.
Those April showers, Michelle Grossman.
Yes,
thank you so much.
They go on and on.
Happening this morning, the House Judiciary Committee is holding a New York City field hearing called Victims of Violent Crime in Manhattan. But critics say the move is a political stunt by the Republican-controlled committee. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us from New York City with more on this. So, Ryan, walk us through the aims of the committee and what members are planning to talk about.
Yeah, well, Lindsay, it really depends on who you're talking to about the aims of this particular hearing here today. Republicans arguing that this is a way to highlight the fact that the Manhattan District Attorney's Office is focused on the wrong things. And they're not coming right out and saying it, but they're alluding to the fact that there's a criminal indictment against the former President Donald Trump. They're going to try and illustrate today that there's a real crime problem in Manhattan that needs to be solved, and that's something that Bragg and members of New York City law enforcement need to focus on. On the other side, Democrats are going to try and point out that they view this as a political stunt, that it's just House Republicans providing air cover for Donald Trump as he faces these legal problems here in Manhattan. Lindsay.
Yeah, and some members have called for Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg to testify before this committee. As we know, it was his investigation into alleged hush money payments made by Donald Trump during the 2016 election that led to the former president's indictment. What is Bragg saying about this?
Well, what's interesting about the back and forth there, Lindsay, is that Bragg or no one from his office was actually invited to testify at this hearing here today. Instead, they're going to try and use individuals who they say are victims of violent crime or dealing with violent crime in Manhattan. But you're right, there is an attempt to get Bragg to at least sit for a transcribed interview with members of the committee at some point. And there's even the possible threat of a subpoena down the road. They've also subpoenaed a former member of the district attorney's office. So this is kind of a sticky issue for House Republicans because they're trying to create a level of oversight that traditionally the House Judiciary Committee does not have. So there will be an interplay, a back and forth between both sides, much of what will likely be decided in a court of law.
So, Ryan, how are Democrats planning to push back on this?
Well, we've already heard them call this a political stunt. They held a press conference before the hearing took place with the mayor of New York City arguing that per capita, New York City is one of the safest cities in America, and that some of these districts of these House members actually have a higher crime rate than New York City does. And they're also going to make it very obvious that they believe that this is just about protecting Donald Trump, that they aren't really all that interested in solving crime in New York. And then finally, they say that House Republicans are ignoring the big problem, and that is the prevalence of guns across the country. And they say that the vast majority of gun crimes in New York City come from guns that were not purchased in Manhattan or within the city limits. They come from places like North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and Georgia. So those are their three main points here today as they try and counteract and kind of rebut the claims made by House Republicans.
All right, Ryan, we'll be watching. Thank you.
And we're following breaking news this morning. The SpaceX Starship rocket launch has just been scrubbed.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Tom Costello as well as Dr. Paul Sutter to discuss. Dr. Sutter's an astrophysicist and professor at the Institute for Advanced Computational Science at Stony Brook University. Good morning to both of you.
That's right. So, Tom, I just want to start with you. What happened here? Talk to us about that. Obviously, this was a highly anticipated event today.
Just happened moments ago, SpaceX announcing that they are now turning this into what they call a wet dress rehearsal, and that means exactly as the name would suggest. It is wet because they fueled the vehicle. It's now a dress rehearsal. Why? Because they've got a launch pressurization issue, specifically a valve that seems to be stuck. And as they were loading the cryopropellants, this became an issue. Elon Musk actually kind of suggested this could happen. He suggested late last night or early this morning, you know, he said, we may have to pause, we may not go. It all depends on a very, very complicated countdown process and a very complicated rocket. That is Starship on the pad. It is the biggest, tallest, most powerful rocket ever built. It stands 400 feet tall. That's taller than the Saturn V rocket that carried Apollo astronauts to the moon. It is beautiful. It's that stainless steel that you see sitting there. And at the moment, it's not going anywhere. They plan to take this simply as a dress rehearsal right there on the Texas-Mexican border on the Gulf of Mexico. We would point out that there are 33 engines on this rocket. So this is not something that is, you know, easy peasy with just a couple of rockets on the bottom. And if they've got a valve issue, they have got to stop the whole thing. I don't know yet when the second launch attempt will be. It could be tomorrow. We'll have to see what SpaceX says. But for now, this rocket, which is a dress rehearsal, and it has no astronauts on board. This was an uncrewed test to fly around the Earth 90 minutes, then come down and splash into the ocean off Hawaii. This is going to hold for at least a day. Ultimately, guys, as you well know, we talked earlier, the plan is to use Starship to go to the moon and eventually on to Mars. And the biggest version of Starship, Elon Musk says, could carry up to 100 astronauts. So we'll see if that comes to fruition, but at the moment, we're going to pause. Back to you guys.
So, Dr. Sutter, let's talk to you. Not easy peasy, in Tom Costello's words here, not just a couple of rockets at the bottom. What's your reading about today?
Oh, this is unfortunate, but it's also fine. These rockets are the most advanced, complex machines ever devised by humanity. And so I don't know how many valves are on this particular rocket, but let's just go ahead and say a lot. And when you run into an issue, you have two choices. Either play it safe, scrub the launch, dig into the issue, or cross your fingers and risk blowing up the whole thing. And considering how expensive these are and how delicate they are and how hard it is to diagnose issues after a major explosion, we're always going to take the safe bet.
And Tom, I want to bring you back in because this would have been the first launch with Starship's two sections together. How common is it for us to see a launch stall last minute?
Excuse me, I was just watching and listening to the SpaceX live feed. They're now saying this was a stage 1 valve issue. And if I heard correctly, and I'm going to ask Grace off camera here, I think they said 48-hour hold. Is that right? 48-hour minimum hold is what SpaceX is now saying. And I apologize. I was listening to SpaceX. I didn't hear your question, guys.
No, that's an important development. Thank you, Tom. Just wondering how common this issue is.
Well, listen, I think Lindsay can tell you, she and I stood on top of that building at down at the Kennedy Space Center waiting for Artemis to go, waiting and waiting and waiting. It was one thing after another. But I'll tell you, having covered NASA now for 18 years, this is not NASA, of course, but this is all part of the space program. They take no chances. They are acutely aware, painfully aware of what happens when you decide that you're gonna go regardless of what a few people may raise. And I'm talking specifically about Apollo 1 when 3 astronauts died, Challenger when the entire crew died, Columbia when the entire crew died. Nobody is involved, of course. No humans are on this rocket, but it is extremely expensive, and they want to get it right. And they no longer take chances at all, period, end of conversation.
Dr. Sutter, 48-hour hold minimum. What does that mean here? What's going to be happening over the next few days?
So over the next few days, they are going to finish this wet dress rehearsal, but then they need to pull all the fuel out of the tanks of the rocket. They need to open it up, check the valve, run some diagnostics, see what's going on, and they need at least that minimum amount of time in order to do all of those safety checks in order to open up a new launch window. So every time there is a pause or a delay, they have to completely stop all operations engines and reset back to where they were a couple days ago when they started preparing for this launch.
Well, big developments today as the Starship rocket launch has been scrubbed. Tom Costello and Dr. Paul Sutter, we know you'll stay on it. Thank you both so much.
Coming up, the clock is ticking to finish your taxes.
Yeah, tomorrow is tax day, and if you're one of the millions of people who have yet to file your taxes, you're not alone, and we've got you covered with the best ways to get your taxes done and avoid any mistakes. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight. Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, my family.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, my family.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Fighting in Sudan appears to be continuing for a third straight day amid reports this morning of explosions and gunfire in the capital, Khartoum. Over the weekend, fighting broke out between Sudan's army and a rival paramilitary group called the Rapid Support Forces. A Sudanese doctors union said nearly 100 civilians have been killed in the violence, with hundreds more left injured. To dig into this, we're joined by NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella. Kelly, good to see you. So first, can you just help us understand how did this conflict come to be? Why are both sides fighting right now? And what's the situation like?
Well, first to what it's like on the ground, Clay. We spoke to a human rights lawyer who's in Khartoum earlier today, and he described it as madness. He said the streets are empty, the stores are closed, nobody is going outside because they're afraid to. Food is running low. And he said you can hear heavy artillery fire. He said government jets are bombing RSF positions. RSF fighters are fighting in residential neighborhoods. Remember, this is a densely packed city of more than 5 5 million, and it has not seen this kind of violence. Yes, there has been violence in Sudan over several years now, but the fighting usually happens outside of the capital. So an extremely dangerous situation there in Khartoum and throughout the country as this fighting spreads to other parts of the country. This is essentially a power struggle between two rival generals. Their former allies helped to overturn the government in 2019 and again in 2021. They're now fighting over who controls the country, about how the country, what the country looks like, how it operates under a civilian government. There is a framework in place, but the two sides haven't yet signed on to it, haven't agreed because of this issue of how the paramilitary forces will be absorbed into the armed forces and who will control those people. Zinkley.
And Kelly, you rightly described this as a power struggle, right? So what's been the regional and international reaction to all of this? What kind of efforts are being made to stop the violence in this northeastern African country?
Yeah, so lots of countries speaking out about this, calling for calm, calling for a ceasefire. Egypt and South Sudan, both of Sudan's neighbors, trying to mediate here. The Security Council putting out a statement, UN Security Council calling for calm. And also Secretary of State Antony Blinken talking about this for the second day in a row while at the G7 in Japan. Take a listen.
There is a shared deep concern about the fighting, the violence that's going on in Sudan. Also, a strongly held view, again, across all of our partners on the need for an immediate ceasefire and a return to talks. Talks that were very promising in putting Sudan on the path to a full transition to civilian-led government.
But at this point, both generals are digging in, accusing the other side of atrocities and calling on the other side to surrender. And the risk, of course, Zinkley, is that this tumbles into a full-scale civil war.
Yeah, and Kelly, I mean, the reality is Sudan has a long history of conflict and humanitarian disasters. I am glad you made the distinction, though, that it's not typically this widespread. So I know the UN Food Agency has been forced to halt its operations there after 3 employees were killed. What can you tell us about that? And does Sudan, is it going to be able to survive this, given how heavily it relies on humanitarian aid?
Yeah, this is a tough one. A third of the country is dependent on humanitarian aid right now, not just because of conflict, but also because of severe weather, severe drought over the past several years. The WFP, the World Food Program, says that 3 of their employees were killed in the Darfur region under fighting on Saturday. One of their planes was also significantly damaged, or one of the UN humanitarian planes was significantly damaged at the Khartoum airport. So it's a very difficult situation right now for aid workers. They've suspended operations, and that is putting the health and lives of millions more people at risk. Zinkley.
Keeping that country and those people in our prayers. Kelly, thank you so much.
We are tracking other headlines around the world this morning, including a U.S. warship spotted in the Taiwan Strait.
Yeah, NBC News foreign correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now with more. Good morning, Megan.
Guys, good morning to you. That's right. We start in Taiwan, where just one day after China's military conducted live fire drills around the island, an American warship sailed through the waters of the Taiwan Strait. The U.S. says it was routine, but keep in mind, the military drills we saw from China last week happened while leaders from the G7 are meeting in Japan, and U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in attendance. One of the topics of discussion, Chinese military threats to Taiwan. And in Mexico, a gunman opened fire at a resort on Saturday, killing a child and 6 adults. At least 1 person was injured. This happened in Guanajuato, a city considered one of Mexico's most dangerous. But this is just the latest incident in a string of violence. Just 2 weeks ago, 4 people were found dead in the popular resort city of Cancun. And lastly, this incredible story from Spain, where a mountaineer just came out of a cave after spending a year and a half alone underground. Ladies, a year and a half. We're talking some 500 days. This woman, now 50, was asked if she ever panicked while 230 feet below ground. She said never, and in fact, she didn't want to come out. I can tell you, there's no way. Not a chance.
Introversion at its finest. Hey, a little me time.
That's great.
Wow. I go an hour without talking and I'm lonely. Fair.
Right. Megan, thanks. Thank you. And coming up, emotions are running high this morning as runners of this year's Boston Marathon mark 10 years since the bombing at the finish line. We'll take you there for a look at the action.
Plus, new developments this morning in that massive plant fire in Indiana as people are now being allowed to return to their homes. This is Morning News Now.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
We're back now from Las Vegas, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas, from Guatemala City, from Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. More than 30,000 people will be running in the Boston Marathon this morning. And while the marathon is always a big event, this one marks 10 years since the bombing near the finish line that killed 4 people and wounded hundreds more. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is at the finish line, joins us now with more. Good morning, Kathy. Talk to us here about what the mood is like this morning in Boston.
Hey, Lindsay, good morning to you. Yeah, Marathon Monday has arrived, and you can probably see the folks behind me. These are the runners getting to the shuttle buses right now. We're anticipating roughly 30,000 runners to participate in this year's marathon, representing more than 100 countries. And right now, the stage is set, and obviously all eyes are on the skies right now. The weather conditions, it's a chilly 50 degrees right now, but there is some rain possibly in the forecast, but hopefully that rain holds off. But as you mentioned, it definitely has a somber note this year as well because of the 10-year anniversary of those bombings. And this weekend there were several tributes for the survivors, the victims, and the first responders who rushed to the scene. But this race starts in Hopkinton and then ends right here in Boston. But you can definitely feel the energy ahead of this race, Lindsay.
Chilly, 50 degrees is beautiful running weather. I'm sure runners are loving it. It's been so hot some years. But Kathy, on a more serious note, you did attend the memorial service to honor the victims and survivors. What can you tell us about what happened on Saturday?
Yeah, so Saturday was the exact day. 10 years ago that day, the bombs went off right by the finish line, killing 3 people there. And obviously, a lot of emotions running high that day. In the morning, there was a private gathering for the victims' families, a wreath-laying ceremony, and then later on in the afternoon, there was a public event attended by thousands where there was a special dedication at the finish line as well. And it was a day that people also used to pay it forward. Ever since those bombings, it's called One Boston Day, and people volunteer and also just share acts of kindness. So a lot of good
came out of such a tragic day. And we also had a chance to speak with a lot of people on the ground. In fact, Michelle Blackburn being one of them. She was 25 years old. 10 years ago, at the time of the bombing. She said she was a spectator cheering on a friend at the time. But then moments later, the bombs went off. And she said, incredibly, roughly less than an hour after that event, she was rushed to the hospital and was at an operating table. Unfortunately, doctors were able to save her leg. And obviously, her recovery has been very challenging, but just this year, she actually trained for the marathon. However, a new injury set her back, and she wasn't able to enter this year's marathon, but she's still pressing ahead, pushing forward, and that's kind of the perseverance that we've been seeing throughout this weekend. Take a listen.
I feel like I'm doing really well. I've always really been able to, I think, focus in on all of the good things that I've gotten from that day, all of the people that I've met, all the people that helped me along the way.
I feel like the city feels actually stronger and more united.
And Lindsay, even for those not directly impacted by the bombings, they're here to show their support. A lot of folks say that this is more than just running. They want to be here for Boston Strong, and it's certainly been on full display in the past couple of days.
Wow. And, about that injury this season, just the fact, Kathy, that she was able to go from being in danger of losing her leg to training for a marathon is just absolutely incredible. And congrats to her on just that drive and that achievement. Kathy, thank you.
Turning now to new developments in that giant plant fire in Indiana. Residents of Richmond are now able to return home after evacuation orders were lifted Sunday. The news comes as separate evacuation orders were issued in Georgia after a fire reignited at a plant in Brunswick on Saturday. NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch has more on the story.
The thick smoke towering over Brunswick, Georgia.
We heard a big boom. My house was shaking. And we looked out the window, and there was a big fire, like going in the sky.
Officials say after an industrial plant caught fire Saturday, the blaze reignited. Residents asked to evacuate within a half-mile. Others asked to shelter in place. Officials say the fire was out shortly after 10 p.m. in a city roughly 70 miles from Jacksonville, Florida.
To me, it was really devastating.
Just hours after being announced, the evacuation and shelter in place both lifted. Officials reporting 2 minor burn injuries, saying early air testing results show no levels were registered to call for public safety concerns, adding the plant's chemical tanks remained intact. Richmond, Indiana's evacuation order finally lifted more than 5 days after this toxic plume rose over a plastics recycling center there.
All of the chemicals that we tested for have been non-detectable except for 3, benzene, naphthalene, and butadiene, and these are in small levels.
What about the water? What about all the debris that's went through the air?
But officials there say some debris contained asbestos, which people should not pick up. The EPA says crews have begun searching for more debris at nearby school grounds, adding once exposure levels are demonstrated to be safe, protective gear will be downgraded. We've reached out to the plant, and there's no final word on cause in either Georgia or Indiana, with American communities still waiting for answers. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
Coming up, one giant leap for commercial space exploration. This morning, we're watching the highly anticipated launch of SpaceX's latest rocket. How this newest mission brings us one step closer to a return to the moon.
And time's running out to file your taxes. What procrastinators need to know next on Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been crowned. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories, with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays. NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle.
from Guatemala City,
From
Wilmington. I was in space in Texas, from Normandy, from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. Well, it's a big morning for the commercial space industry with today's launch of Elon Musk's SpaceX rocket in Texas.
And this is a crucial test of the Starship rocket, as it's called.
That's right. And joining us now to dig into this is Dr. Paul Sutter. He's an astrophysicist and professor at the Institute for Advanced Computational Science at Stony Brook University. Dr. Sutter, good morning. So first, can you just explain to us how we got to this point, and let's dig into the Starship a bit. What exactly is it designed to do?
Yes, this rocket is the largest spacecraft ever. This is the largest object actually ever to be able to launch itself off of the surface of the Earth. We're talking about a rocket, which comes in two parts. There's the super heavy booster at the bottom, and then the actual Starship at the top. Combined, they are nearly 400 feet tall. That's taller than the Statue of Liberty, plus its pedestal, and it weighs over 5,000 tons. This is definitely, when you think of rockets, this is going to be the rocket of the future. And as a special bonus, the entire assembly, both the super heavy booster and the Starship, is designed to be 100% reusable, which means it can launch a payload into space, and then both parts come back down onto the surface, and we refuel them, stack them back together, and put something else into space.
That is so cool. And Doctor, when we talk about this being the spaceship of the future here, I mean, I covered, the first part of the Artemis mission with NASA. I felt that power. That was NASA's most powerful rocket ever, the SLS. How does that space launch system compare to what we're seeing here with this Starship? And also, is there a space race at play here, or does NASA want to see this work?
Oh, NASA absolutely wants to see this work. There is not a race here. There is a partnership between NASA, which is publicly funded, and SpaceX, which is privately funded. You mentioned the Artemis and the SLS, which was fantastic. That was a powerful rocket. This is even more powerful. Wow. And future Artemis missions are going to use both the Space Launch System and the SpaceX spaceship. In fact, the spaceship, that rocket at the top, is going to be the moon lander for the Artemis mission. Oh, so this is essential to work.
Love that. Peak teamwork. And Dr. Sutter, getting back to the moon is just the first step, right? But then what happens? What's next for SpaceX? And what are some of Elon Musk's goals and ambitions going forward?
Well, the crazy thing about this is that this is really uncharted territory. Space launches are incredibly expensive, and they're expensive because up until now, up until the developments of SpaceX, we simply ditch the rocket and the booster every time we launch something into space. You saw that in, that massive SLS launch system. Only the top part goes into space. The rest we just chuck in the ocean. That's what makes it so expensive. So when we lower the price to access space, it's almost unimaginable what is going to come out of that. When you make something cheap and easy to do, all of a sudden you have all sorts of creative ideas that have been bubbling around for decades. All these ideas that would just be pushed to the side because, no, that'll never work. It's too expensive. All of a sudden, they're not too expensive anymore. And, well, to borrow the phrase, the sky's the limit here.
So, Doctor, what are you going to be watching for today? Because we've seen some test flights here. I don't think that this has gone out of, Earth's orbit yet, Earth's atmosphere even yet. So, and we've also seen some test flights in which, they've been a little fiery. Not what you want to see with some of this. So what are you going to be watching for?
Yes, hopefully no disasters. But remember, this is a test. If something goes wrong, that's okay. That is the point of testing things. So an explosion or a mission or the spaceship coming apart, that doesn't mean we failed. That means we learned something. Okay. This is the point of a test. So what I'm hoping is successful. I hope it meets or exceeds all of their expectations. They will not be testing the return of these boosters and the spaceship in this test. Those tests are coming later. So right now they are hoping for a successful launch, a deployment of spaceship into space. It will coast in space for about an hour and a half before splashing back down onto the Earth. Hopefully everything is nominal, everything looks good, and they can continue testing and really open the door to that reusability.
Yeah, we'll see if the testing works. Dr. Paul Sutter, thank you so much.
Turning to financial headlines now, another search bar could be coming to Google, but this one would be powered by AI.
Ooh, AI is everywhere. So CNBC's Silvana now joins us now to break it all down. Good morning, Silvana.
Good morning, Zinkley. Good morning, Lindsay. Yeah, so Google is racing to build a new search engine powered by artificial intelligence. The New York Times reports that it's in the early stages of creating a service to anticipate what you want in the hopes of offering a more personalized experience. Now, the project has no clear timetable, and Google is also developing a range of new AI features for its existing search engine. These include a chatbot that can answer software engineering questions and even generate code. Google has also experimented with the feature allowing you to search for music through a chatbot conversation. Best Buy plans to cut hundreds of store employees. The Wall Street Journal reporting the electronics chain will eliminate consultant roles or workers who specialize in selling more complex items such as computers and smartphones. A smaller number of people will now do those jobs. And Best Buy tells the Journal it's reshaping its store to reflect changes in consumer behavior. In its latest earnings report, the company says more sales are moving online. And Sonic the Hedgehog and Angry Birds are teaming up. Sega, the creator of Sonic, has struck a deal today to buy Rovio Entertainment. That's the company behind the Angry Birds mobile game for nearly $800 million. Sega says it's been a long-term goal to expand in the rapidly growing mobile gaming market, but analysts say a lack of blockbuster products outside of Angry Birds will keep investors cautious, guys. So Angry Birds is pretty fun to play. So I thought it was over, though, but
both.
You played both?
Yeah.
Sonic.
I never had a Nintendo. I had a Sega.
Sega was so much fun.
We love to see it. Silvana, thank you.
You got it.
And in case you need another reminder, tomorrow is the deadline to file your tax returns. And if you haven't done your taxes yet, you are not alone.
IRS data actually shows about 29% of all tax returns are filed in the 3 weeks leading up to deadline day. So joining us right now is Mark Stieber. He's a Senior Vice President and Chief Tax Information Officer at Jackson Hewitt Tax Service. Mark, good morning and thanks for being with us here. When we talk about, these people who are doing their last-minute filings, big day is tomorrow. What do people need to know? Is there anything special that people need to do today or tomorrow?
Well, not special, but it's time-tested and proven practices that'll get you over this hurdle. And the first thing I would say is don't rush, don't panic, don't shortcut in the effort to just get it done. You leave something off, you leave off a credit, you leave off a benefit, it stays off forever. The IRS does not go about fixing your refund. On the other hand, you don't want to miss the deadline. You've got about 40 hours left, depending on what time zone you're in. You certainly don't want to miss that because you'll have late filing penalty risk, underpayment penalty, late payment penalty, and interest on top of all that. So be mindful of the deadline. Plenty of help, plenty of extra resources, plenty of capacity, but it is about the time to get it done with 40 hours to go.
And Mark, the reality is some people won't make the deadline. So what do people need to know when it comes to filing for an extension? What are some of the reasons people do it? Does it mean you're still on the hook for any taxes you may owe before the tax deadline? And are there penalties for it?
Yeah, you don't want to miss the deadline. And if you do, you want to get after it as soon as possible. It's not the type of situation where you say, I'll get to it this summer, because as soon as you miss the deadline, the penalties, the interest start compounding daily. So if you do miss it for whatever reason, and with 20 or 30 million people coming over the next 2 days, there'll be some, people who just can't get it done. Just know that sooner is better than later. A pro can help you understand what it is that you need to do. And if you by chance are not one of those 70% or 7 out of 10 that are getting a refund, which is still really good news, and you do owe, there are options for that as well if you don't have the money. The IRS has installment plans, they have a forgiveness program, they have a whole different bunch of tools that a pro can help you with if in fact you really are up against the wall and you don't think you can pay or you don't think you can file. The last thing I would leave you with is simply this: there is an automatic extension, the 4868. You'll need to get that in or a tax return, but it's only an extension of time to file your paperwork, not pay your taxes. But it is important, if you can't pay, to file it anyway. You'll at least stop the failure to file penalty, and then all you'll be having to deal with is the failure to pay penalty. The two are separate, not bundled together.
Mark, I got to be quick with you on this, but, tax season happens every year, but still I feel surprised by all the information we need. So what happens if we, by accident, make a mistake here?
Well, there's good news and there's not good news. The good news is if you find a program like this and you hear about a great tip or a tax credit that you didn't take, you have up to 3 years to go back and perfect your tax return. You'll file an amended return, add that deduction, add that credit, add that benefit back, and the IRS will send you that money in a few short weeks. On the bad side, the IRS also has about 3 years to go and look at your stuff. So if you file your return and you think you're all home free now, you have about 3 years for the IRS to look. So 3 years to amend and add something, and 3 years for the IRS to come around and ask you some questions. So accuracy counts. No guesstimating, no estimating, even in these final hours.
Wow. Great information. I'm sure you are looking forward to an end to tax season as well. Maybe actually get a full weekend. Mark, thanks so much.
Thank you.
All good. Y'all get it done.
Coming up, diversifying ballet one dance at a time.
When we come back, we'll introduce you to a ballerina who's using her art to inspire others. This is Morning News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
We're back now from Las Vegas. From Seattle, Guatemala City. From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy, France. From Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
Bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here are some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back with the first look at the two leads from the Wicked two-part film adaptation. This is starring Cynthia Erivo and Ariana Grande. And director John Chu has shared two never-before-seen photos on his Instagram. So the first one, we see Erivo as Elphaba mounting a broom here, signature black cloak, pointy hat. The second one shows Grande here as Galinda in a bright pink dress ascending a long staircase. John captioned the post with, "You weren't told the whole story. What happens when you veer off the yellow brick road?" That's the quintessential premise here to Wicked. And Cynthia commented on the post saying, "It's been wonderful making magic with you." So Zing Clay, we're gonna have to wait a little bit because part one is scheduled to hit theaters in time for Thanksgiving next year. But I can tell you, regardless, Defying Gravity, Wizard and I, it's all on replay in my house.
Love it. I'm such a fan, and I love those two women, so I cannot wait.
I know, their voices are iconic.
Gorgeous. Lindsay, thank you. And Swan Lake is an iconic ballet, and at one renowned theater in Philadelphia, one ballerina took it upon herself to make the art form more inclusive. NBC's Kristen Welker introduces us to her, showing us the obstacles she's overcome and how she's trying to make it easier for young people to follow in her footsteps.
Nestled in the heart of South Philadelphia, the sounds of change are afoot.
1, 2, 3.
Led by Philadelphia native Chanel Holland, who at age 13 saw dance as an escape.
It was like, this is me, like this is where I'm supposed to be. This is my safe haven.
But Chanel quickly realized she was one of few black dancers in the predominantly white world of ballet.
I was not as tall. I was not as thin.
You look different.
The physicality of ballet was designed for a specific body type. So automatically to them, she'll never make it in New York City Ballet.
How did you not let that get you down?
I cried a lot. Like I'm having a moment now just thinking about it. Going into a locker room and having all your stuff stolen. Because you're the only African-American in that company.
Chanel persevered, driven by her passion for dance. At age 16, accepted to the world-renowned Alvin Ailey Dance Theater.
They really nurture you as an artist, and that experience really made me who I was today.
After 5 years dancing professionally, she realized she wanted to give back and see more young black aspiring professionals.
And it's like, I gotta go get them. I gotta go back to my community and get them.
In 2017, she created Chocolate Ballerina Company, a community-based dance program bringing ballet to black and brown students from Philly, Baltimore, and Washington. For many, the barriers to ballet are insurmountable, with a bill that can be $900 a month. So Chanel offers free or reduced price classes. Chanel's efforts paid off, putting on performances that celebrate African-American history and culture, including a twist on the traditional Christmas ballet, the Nutcracker dipped in chocolate. For 17-year-old Jayla Anderson, this experience has put her on a powerful path.
I was able to dance and feel free and know that everybody else in the room was like me.
Jayla says it's the details that make a difference, including leotards for darker skin tones.
When I wear brown, I literally just like, my body relaxes and I feel very confident and comfortable in my skin.
During a recent Sunday rehearsal, the company was preparing for what they believe will be the first ever all black and brown performance of Swan Lake. Sade Barnwell plays the part of the dying swan, hoping to inspire the next generation of ballerinas.
Young kids, like being able to see it, young black and brown dancers, being able to see like they can end up somewhere and end up on a stage and do what they love.
Chanel's vision is now a reality, but her work is not finished.
Such a good story. Our thanks to Kristen Welker for that report. And Swan Lake actually opens in Philadelphia on June 4th. Chanel's dream is to grow the Chocolate Ballerina Company programs in New York, Texas, Florida, and the D.C. area.
No doubt she will.
Yes.
That will do it for this hour Morning News Now.
The news continues right now.
Hi, everyone. Good Monday to you. We're so glad you could be with us. I'm Vicki Nguyen.
I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, April 17th, Sweet 16 horror. An Alabama community is grieving after 4 people were killed in a shooting at a birthday party. What we know about the ongoing hunt for a suspect.
Lost at sea, it's been 13 days since anyone has seen or heard from 3 experienced American sailors. We'll have the latest details on the search and rescue mission as the families make a plea to the public for any information about their loved ones.
New Hope, the same vaccine technology that helped with the COVID vaccine, might now help people with melanoma. How the results from a new study could help save thousands of lives.
Listen to your gut. Amid all the diet crazes, more nutritionists are promoting a healthier alternative. It's called intuitive eating. We'll explain what that means and how it could impact your health for the better.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We are so glad you could be with us. We start with the tragedy in Alabama. 4 people are dead and nearly 30 are injured after a shooting at a Sweet 16 party on Saturday night.
Right now, the shooter is still on the loose. Police have still not released any information on a potential suspect.
That shooting happened in the small, tight-knit community of Dadeville. That's about an hour away from Montgomery. People at the party there were multiple parents and security guards present, and the building was packed with kids. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Alabama. Priscilla, what more do you know at this point about the shootings? And do police have any idea who is responsible, who the suspect is?
Well, Vicki, that is the big question, and police are not releasing any details about this case. They are not talking about how the shooting unfolded, nor have they said whether they have identified or arrested a suspect or given any possible information about motives. But what they are telling the community is that there is no threat to the community at this time, and they are encouraging anyone who might have information about what happened at the dance studio just behind me to come forward, saying that no tip is too small as they continue to investigate what exactly happened here. Vicki?
And Priscilla, it's Kate. Tell us about the victims. I know that one of them is a football star locally. What more do we know?
Yeah, Kate, we have now confirmed the identities of all 4 of the victims. The coroner telling us that Corbin Holston, a 23-year-old black male, is among the victims. Marcia Collins, a 19-year-old black male. Shankevia Smith, a 17-year-old black female, and Philstavius Dowdell, an 18-year-old male. And that was who you were just talking about. Everyone in this community describing him as a high school football star. He was headed to Alabama's Jacksonville State in the fall to play football there. I had an opportunity to speak with some of his teammates at a vigil last night, and I want to play a bit of my conversation with Jordan Rambo, who says that Phil was his best friend.
It's hard. Me and him were very, very close. It's hard to comprehend and understand why it happened and where it happened and just everything.
And in addition to the 4 people who were killed, there are 28 people who were injured. According to police, we know that more than half of those people went to a local hospital here. Some of them still hospitalized in critical condition. So we're waiting to see if the death toll here could potentially rise, but still so many questions and not enough answers in this community. Kate, Vicki?
Just heartbreaking. Priscilla Thompson, thanks.
Kate, a search and rescue operation is underway for 3 missing Americans who set sail from Mexico nearly 2 weeks ago. The Coast Guard says it has not seen or heard from these folks since they headed out for San Diego. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer has more details about the sailors and the mission now to find them.
Between the 3 of them, those missing sailors have about 100 years of experience out at sea, but now they've been missing 13 days, and authorities and search crews are growing more desperate every day.
And a desperate search for 3 American sailors lost off the coast of Mexico is underway. The Mexican Navy and U.S. Coast Guard scouring a 2,500 square mile search area at sea for husband and wife Frank and Carrie O'Brien and their friend William Gross. All are said to be experienced sailors. The O'Briens are even licensed Coast Guard captains, but none have been seen in nearly 2 weeks.
We're pleading for anyone out there to be on the lookout. We miss you so much and love you so much. We just want you to come home.
The trio was on their way to San Diego and was last heard from on Tuesday, April 4th, when they set sail from the Mexican port city of Mazatlan. They had planned to stop for supplies in Cabo San Lucas 2 days later, but the Coast Guard says there is no record of them arriving and their location is unknown.
There's no confirmation they had filled the vessel's fuel tanks, nor confirmation that they took on food and supplies.
The group was traveling on the O'Brien's 44-foot sailing vessel Oceanbound with minimal technology on board, and they may have encountered winds over 30 knots and 20-foot waves.
It certainly is significant and would have affected how fast they were able to transit up the coast.
Their disappearance comes about a month after 4 Americans were kidnapped, 2 of them killed, likely by drug cartels, in the border town of Matamoros. While the 3 missing sailors set sail from a do-not-travel zone, the Coast Guard says they are strictly focusing on the search and rescue operation.
Hopefully somebody sees them and gets them to make contact or relay some messages out there.
The families of the lost sailors hopeful their experience at sea will help them make a safe return home.
And again, that trio of sailors had missed a point where they were supposed to stock up in Mexico on supplies, and authorities simply don't think they have enough food and water to have made it 13 days. That is making this search even more desperate. Back to you.
Miguel Almaguer there. The family of a black teenager shot in the head in Kansas City, Missouri, has hired 2 well-known civil rights attorneys. Police have not released the name of the young person, but his family and attorneys say he is 16-year-old Ralph Yarl. Police say he was trying to pick up his younger siblings last week when he went to the wrong address. After ringing the doorbell, he was then shot by the owner of the home. The family's lawyers say that owner is a white man. Police would not confirm Yarl's injuries, but his aunt wrote online that the teenager was shot in the head, and while lying on the ground, she says he was shot a second time. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins us now. Maggie, the homeowner was arrested and I understand released after 24 hours. What's the latest?
Yeah, I think actually the terminology is the homeowner was taken into custody, and that's a really important stipulation, police say, because they say they're investigating this case. But under Missouri law, the homeowner, who they have yet to name, they have yet to give any identifying details about, that person can only be held for 24 hours until being arrested and charged. And they say the main holdup in this case right now is that they don't have a statement from the victim, from the 16-year-old boy who was shot in this case, because he's in the hospital recovering from those gunshot wounds. So once, basically per his condition, he's able to give that statement, give his side of what happened. Police say this investigation, which they promised to be fast and thorough, that's when they expect it to really move forward in that substantial way. So we'll wait and see when that happens, Kate.
And Maggie, how is the community responding to all of this?
Yeah, Kate, as you can imagine, when people heard basically that this happened Thursday night, and here we are now on Monday, and there is yet to be an arrest. There is yet to be a shooter named in this case. You can see we saw protests over the weekend there, hundreds at that one. They are furious, and they are demanding justice in this case for Ralph Yarl, who, again, is recovering at a hospital. Take a listen.
I realize that justice doesn't come overnight, but the fact that there's a kid in the hospital and everything I read says not even a charge has been done, that concerns me.
Something else that's worth noting, the police have held press conferences in this case, and in one particular press conference, the police chief was asked by reporters what kind of defense they expect to see in this case. And a reporter asked, could you see, for instance, a stand-your-ground defense? Missouri does have a stand-your-ground law, which has basically been used for self-defense, especially on a person's property, as you know. And the chief sort of said anything is possible in this case. That is a very big possibility in this case as well. And that's really upset a lot of people at those protests as well, because, again, as we've been told by the family, this boy basically rang the wrong doorbell. And that's what caused this to happen. Kate.
All right, NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa with us. Maggie, thank you so much.
We want to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. Artificial intelligence is facing new regulations in Europe. European lawmakers are pushing for new rules on AI tools like ChatGPT. In an open letter, the group of parliament members called for international cooperation to implement new guardrails.
CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa joins us now. Deirdre, a lot of experts have warned about AI, right, that it could become dangerously powerful if we don't take precautions. So what's being called for in Europe, and could we see that here in the U.S. anytime soon?
Well, could we see it is another question, but the warnings are definitely out there. And right now, European lawmakers, they're aiming to give regulators at least new powers to govern the rapid development of AI technology. These lawmakers are committed to, quote, steering the development of AI in a direction that is human-centric, safe, and trustworthy. This is according to their open letter. Back here in the U.S., the Biden administration is examining whether checks need to be placed on the tools, meaning that congressional action may not be far behind. Meanwhile, Sonic the Hedgehog and Angry Birds, they are teaming up. Sega, the creator of Sonic, struck a deal to buy the company behind the Angry Birds mobile game, Rovio Entertainment, for nearly $800 million. Sega says it has been a long-term goal to expand in the rapidly growing mobile gaming market, and they're hoping for another blockbuster product like the Angry Birds franchise. And despite their comparatively lower incomes, more than half of American Gen Z adults are considered frequent flyers. That means they have taken 3 or more leisure trips in the past year, according to the data research company Morning Consult. This is mainly because the younger generation is willing to cut other spending in order to pay for their travel, which sounds like a pretty good idea, guys.
Yeah, they've got their priorities straight, it sounds like to me.
I agree. More experiences, less stuff. We like that.
Yes. CNBC Tech Check anchor Deirdre Bosa, thank you so much.
Coming up, new vaccine technology could help prevent melanoma from recurring. How this significant breakthrough is changing the course for how we fight cancer. You're watching NBC News Daily.
NBC News, streaming free now. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from Guatemala City, from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
A possible breakthrough in the fight against skin cancer. Doctors are seeing a reduction of melanoma recurrences when immunotherapy treatment is mixed and combined with a new vaccine technology. It's according to a new study. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. Hey, nice to see you, Dr. Natalie. So first off, can you explain how this vaccine technology might help?
Yeah, absolutely, Kate. So what this study was looking at were patients who had their melanoma tumors taken out, so they were excised. And this just takes precision medicine to a whole new level, Kate, because what they then did was analyzed the tumor. They found a bunch of proteins, as many as they could, proteins that were specific to the tumor, not healthy cells. And then they take the genetic code of that and they introduce it to the patient. You might remember we talked about the spike protein, right? So this messenger RNA brings the genetic code into the body, into the cellular machinery that starts to generate these tumor proteins. It sounds scary, but it's not. They do it in such a measured, tiny amount to allow your body's immune system to recognize it as foreign and then attack it. And this was added on, as you mentioned, to standard of care immunotherapy. And they used melanoma because melanoma is one of the first cancers which was so responsive to immunotherapy. And they found, again, that patients who got standard of care Keytruda plus this new mRNA technology really had almost a 50% reduction in recurrence and improved survival, which is just dramatic.
Yeah, no, and that just to be clear, that mRNA technology is essentially what we call the vaccine, right? You're sort of doing like a tailored vaccine for each person. I wonder if there's...
I mean, it's the thing about it that was so exciting is that we all became familiar with this mRNA technology because of the COVID vaccine. Yeah. For the COVID vaccine, they took a little itty bitty bite of the spike protein and introduced it to us so that our bodies would make antibodies against the spike protein. And in this case, your body is making antibodies towards these very specific tumor proteins. And it's different for every patient. This isn't like going to be a generalized thing. It's for each individual patient, hence the term precision medicine, where they take the patient's tumor and this protein specific to that patient.
And just quickly, any side effects, any downside?
So, you know, generally speaking, what they report on is that the mRNA vaccine, the addition of that treatment to the standard of care Keytruda, did not add any additional side effects. And what I say to folks is this: immunotherapy is not like chemotherapy. It's not like a carpet bomb your whole entire immune system, but there are some side effects that can be associated with the treatment: nausea, rash, exhaustion, and certain other even autoimmune phenomenon. But the important thing is that the addition of this mRNA vaccine did not add any more significant, intolerance or morbidity, and was considered quite safe.
Wow, cutting edge medicine. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar, thanks so much.
Well, the suspect accused of leaking classified documents is expected back in court this week. NBC News chief foreign affairs correspondent Andrea Mitchell has new details about what those documents contained and now the growing calls to investigate this intelligence breach.
As accused leaker, 21-year-old airman Jack Teixeira faces a detention hearing Wednesday after being arrested at his home and charged with possessing and sharing classified documents. The outrage is growing over the biggest U.S. intelligence breach in a decade. According to the Washington Post, citing documents not seen by NBC News, leaked Pentagon assessments revealed troubling new details about Taiwan's ability to fend off a Chinese invasion. Among the revelations, that Taiwanese officials doubt their air defenses can accurately detect missile launches, and that barely more than half of Taiwan's aircraft are fully mission capable. The Post, citing other documents not verified by NBC News, reports the Chinese spy balloon shot down in February carried sensors and antennas the U.S. still had not identified more than a week after shooting it down, and that the U.S. knew of up to 4 additional Chinese spy balloons. The Pentagon is declining comment. Lawmakers from both parties want to know why Teixeira, an enlisted man and IT specialist, was able to take documents home, according to the government's affidavit, without being caught.
Through life patterns, there were clearly signals that he might be a likely leaker of information in the future, and then also the access that he was having to this information should have been cut off.
Among America's allies, the diplomatic fallout is growing.
Who wants to share information with the United States if you're going to read about it in the paper or find it on the internet?
Still, Secretary of State Tony Blinken, at a G7 foreign ministers meeting in Japan, says he has seen no sign that allies are withholding information from the U.S.
What I've heard so far, at least, is an appreciation for the steps that we're taking, and it's not affected our cooperation.
Andrea Mitchell, NBC News.
Up next, it's been 10 years since the deadly Boston Marathon bombing. We'll show you how the city is honoring those who lost their lives. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Back now from Las Vegas,
from Seattle, Guatemala City,
from Wilmington,
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
This is what it looks and feels
like. The latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In Georgia, residents are back in their homes after a large fire at a manufacturing plant. It happened Saturday in Brunswick. That's just north of the Florida border. And as NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch reports, this is now one of two potentially dangerous fires currently under investigation.
The thick smoke towering over Brunswick, Georgia.
We heard a big boom. My house was shaking, and we looked out the window, and there was a big fire, like going in the sky.
Officials say after an industrial plant caught fire Saturday, the blaze reignited. Residents asked to evacuate within a half mile. Others asked to shelter in place. Officials say the fire was out shortly after 10 p.m. in a city roughly 70 miles from Jacksonville, Florida.
To me, it was really devastating.
Just hours after being announced, the evacuation and shelter in place both lifted. Officials reporting 2 minor burn injuries, saying early air testing results show no levels were registered to call for public safety concerns, adding the plant's chemical tanks remained intact. Meanwhile, Richmond, Indiana's evacuation order finally lifted more than 5 days after this toxic plume rose over a plastics recycling center there.
All of the chemicals that we tested for have been non-detectable except for 3, benzene, naphthalene, and butadiene, and these are in small levels.
What about the water? What about all the debris that's went through the air?
But officials there say some debris contained asbestos, which people should not pick up. The EPA says crews have begun searching for more debris at nearby school grounds, adding once exposure levels are demonstrated to be safe, protective gear will be downgraded. We've reached out to the plant, and there's no final word on cause in either Georgia or Indiana, with American communities still waiting for answers. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
And today in Indiana, fire officials are expected to decide the next steps for the site of that toxic recycling plant fire. Schools in the area will stay closed today as local officials continue to work to protect the safety of that community. And the EPA is warning people to stay away from any fallen debris, saying that could pose a serious health risk. They say if you find debris on your property, call the EPA immediately.
Newly released body cam video from police shows a New Mexico man shot and killed by police. The police chief says it happened after officers showed up at the wrong house. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has the details, and we do want to warn you, parts of this story are disturbing.
New body camera video capturing the fatal police shooting of a homeowner in New Mexico. The videos from April 5th show 3 Farmington officers responding to a domestic violence report around 11:30 p.m., identifying themselves as police 3 times.
Farmington Police.
But the department says officers went to the wrong address.
It might have been 4308.
Is it 43 or 53?
Or, yeah, it might have been 5308.
52-year-old Robert Dotson opens his front door wearing a robe, investigators say pointing a gun at police.
Hands up!
All 3 officers fired their weapons.
I'm good. I'm good.
Dotson died at the scene.
One down at the doorway.
His wife is heard screaming inside.
Please don't.
Appearing to open the door when police say she begins firing.
Get her in cuffs.
Minutes later, she surrendered.
Where's the gun at? He dropped it and then she picked it up and pointed it at us.
Upstairs are 2 children heard on a 911 call released by the Farmington Police Department.
There were gunshots in the house and my dad was shot.
The police chief offered his condolences the next day.
Mr. Dotson was not the subject of the call that our officers were responding to. And this ending is just unbelievably tragic. I'm extremely sorry that we are in this position.
The department is not naming the 3 officers who are now on paid administrative leave.
It is a tragedy, no doubt.
Former police chief Carmen Best, who watched the video, says the shooting appears to be consistent with police training.
I would not expect my officer to have a gun pointed in their direction and not react.
A reaction stemming from a mistaken address now being investigated by state police. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Well, right now, a commonly used abortion pill is still available in 37 states, but the Supreme Court is now considering the future of mifepristone. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including all those places you see there on your screen. Of course, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
always so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends. Hi! Hi, family!
And we're back now on this Monday. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. Making news right now, a grand jury is reconvening today to look at more evidence in the deadly police-involved shooting of Jayland Walker. The grand jury is expected to decide if the officers involved in the shooting will face charges. Walker was shot more than 40 times by 8 police officers in June of last year while he was running from police. The officers involved say Walker fired a gun from his vehicle during a car chase leading up to that deadly shooting.
The trial for the Dominion Voting Systems lawsuit against Fox News is scheduled to begin tomorrow. The case was delayed by the court on Sunday, and it comes after a week of tense pre-trial hearings. Dominion is claiming it was defamed by Fox News when the network broadcasted claims that its machines were involved in rigging the 2020 presidential election. Fox argues it is protected by the First Amendment.
And Republican leader Mitch McConnell in the Senate is returning to the Senate today, almost 6 weeks after suffering a head injury in a Washington hotel. The 81-year-old has been recovering from a concussion at home since he was released from a treatment facility back in March. McConnell is expected to return to a full schedule this week.
All right, well, the Supreme Court is considering its next steps on mifepristone. That is a commonly used abortion pill that was restricted earlier this month by a federal judge in Texas.
Justice Samuel Alito granted the Justice Department's request for an administrative stay, putting a hold until midnight on Wednesday. That means that right now, the pill is still available in the 37 states that allow some form of medication abortion. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett joins us now. Laura, the court blocked essentially the Texas judge's decision last week, but only until Wednesday night. So what's happening behind the scenes right now?
Right now, they're trying to decide whether to keep that stay in place, which would essentially just keep a freeze on that judge's order, maintain the status quo. They want to decide whether to do that throughout the course of this appeal while the case plays out in the lower federal courts, or whether to lift the stay. If they lift the stay, that would mean you would see some of those older restrictions come back in play, which means you couldn't get the pill by mail. You would have to go to your doctor to get it. And so all of those types of things will be back on the table if they lift the stay. So that's what they're going to decide later this week. Do they keep it on hold or lift it?
Walk us through the timeline here and what we expect to see over the coming weeks or potentially months.
So they want to hear from the plaintiffs that actually filed this lawsuit by noon tomorrow. Anytime after that, the justices could rule. So they have set this deadline for Wednesday, but we might actually hear from them before Wednesday. And if, in fact, they decide to lift the stay, then the case will go right back down to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, and they've agreed to hear it on an expedited basis. Or the justices, I should add here, they could decide to hear the case themselves. If they wanted to, they could grab it for themselves, in which case we could be in for a long haul. That could take months.
Do your sources have any indication? Do they want to take this up?
It's really hard to know. They're so close. They keep this very close to the vest. You know, there's a lot of reasons they might want to take it, including the fact that there's a conflict right now between the lower federal courts. So that may be one reason they decide to take it.
Explain that for people who don't know. We've got two judges that made different decisions.
Texas decided, in that case, Texas decided that the FDA had actually violated the law, and so the restrictions should be back in place on this drug. A different federal court in Washington state said the FDA has to maintain the status quo as it relates to this drug, and so you have to keep the drug available. And given those two conflicts, you might see the Supreme Court decide they have to weigh in.
All right. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett. Laura, thank you so much.
At least 97 people are dead in Sudan as rival armed forces battle for the control of that country.
The fighting has been going on for 3 days now. The U.S. Embassy in Sudan said there are no plans for an evacuation of American citizens, but that all U.S. government workers there are accounted for and that they're safe. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv, Israel. Raf, let's start with the Americans who are trapped there. Why isn't the U.S. government organizing some kind of evacuation? And also, what are they telling U.S. citizens who are there right now to do to stay safe?
Well, Vicky, in terms of why there's no evacuation planned, it's largely because of the situation at the airport, which is one of the absolute epicenters of the fighting in the capital, Khartoum. The airport has been bombed several times. We've seen satellite images showing destroyed planes. Vehicles are on fire there. So it would not be at all straightforward for either the U.S. military or the State Department to try to fly in there and evacuate American citizens. And of course, the Biden administration has painful memories of what happened in Afghanistan, where 13 U.S. service personnel were killed trying to manage that evacuation from Kabul airport. Now, in terms of what American citizens are being told to do, the U.S. Embassy in Khartoum is saying U.S. citizens are advised to remain sheltered in place, to attempt to stay at lower levels of their location to try to avoid gunfire, and remain away from windows. So the advice is basically hunker down, watch social media, watch local media. And guys, we should say we don't have an exact number for how many Americans are in Sudan right now, but it is not thought to be a very large one. Guys.
Okay, and that video we're looking at, though, showing a lot of destruction there. In a rare moment of unity, Raf, the U.S., UK, Russia, China have all called for an end to this violence. Where do things stand with the fighting?
Yeah, very unusual to see the world powers united like that. In terms of the fighting on the ground, it is a very chaotic situation. The internet is intermittent in Sudan, so we don't have a great sense who's got the upper hand, either the regular army or the paramilitary forces, the Rapid Support Group, who they're fighting against. We do know the fighting is largely focused in the capital, and one of the key sites of contention right now are these bridges over the River Nile, because whoever controls those bridges can move their troops throughout the city. So we're seeing intense fighting there. It is a miserable situation for civilians. Fighter jets are going over the city. Electricity is in and out. Water is in and out. But it does appear that the fighting is spreading beyond the capital, especially to the Darfur region in the west of the country, which we talked about so much, the accusations of genocide there in the early 2000s. Yeah. And guys, one thing that Washington is watching very closely is whether any of the regional players like Egypt, like the UAE, like Saudi Arabia, weighs in on this conflict. Guys.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez on that for us. Thank you, Raf.
Well, okay, runners are taking their marks today for the 127th Boston Marathon, as the city also commemorates the 10th anniversary of the marathon bombing over the weekend. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is live near the finish line there in Boston. Kathy, what is it like there on the ground today?
Hey, Vicki, good afternoon to you. Well, Marathon Monday is always filled with so much excitement. Today, certainly no exception. You can probably hear the applause and the cheering. We understand that the non-professional, the first wave of men, they're crossing the finish line right now, so that explains the large crowd behind me. But obviously, this year, it strikes a little bit differently because of the 10-year anniversary of the bombings. And this weekend, there were several events commemorating this anniversary, remembering the lives lost, the victims, the survivors, as well as the first responders who quickly rushed in to save lives. So a lot of emotions, a lot of folks running for some of those survivors and those victims. But once again, it's a mixed bag of emotions, right? Because these folks, they just completed 26.2 miles. This wave right here going behind me, they started at 10 o'clock this morning. Despite the rain and the cold, they moved very quickly.
And Kath, you spoke to a few survivors from the 2013 bombing. How are they feeling now, a decade later?
So, Vicki, there were a lot of programs that were held right by the finish line, and it stirred up so many emotions. We spoke with 25-year-old Michelle Blackburn. She was 25 at the time, 10 years ago, and she was actually a spectator cheering on a friend when the bombs went off just yards away. Incredibly, she was able to make a remarkable recovery. She said she was in that operating room shortly after the blast in less than an hour, and doctors were able to save her leg. And we had a chance to speak with her just a couple of days ago. Take a listen.
I kind of had a drive from the beginning to not let what happened that day define my whole life. You know, I didn't want to be 10 years out saying I'm doing this or this is because of what happened to me. So I've kind of made it my mission to just move on and live a happy life that, you know, makes me proud.
And Vicki, there are roughly 30,000 1,000 runners from over 100 countries represented here at this year's Boston Marathon. And so many different stories of perseverance, grit, even folks who weren't directly impacted by the bombings, they felt compelled to run this race this year.
NBC News correspondent Kathy Park. Kathy, thank you so much.
Well, the Phantom of the Opera is saying goodbye to Broadway. It has been one of New York City's biggest draws, setting tons of records during its historic 35-year run. NBC News correspondent George Solis was there as the cast prepared to raise the curtain and drop the chandelier one last time.
The iconic chromatic chords reverberated one last time as Phantom of the Opera took its final Broadway bow after a record-breaking 35-year run. Fans from around the world gathering outside the historic Majestic Theater.
It's a range of emotions.
Yes.
It's sad, it's exciting.
M. Pringle has seen the show 15 times.
What does this show mean to you?
Everything. It was the first tattoo I got on my arm.
One last journey through the mirror and into the depths of the Paris Opera House to hear this tale of a disfigured musical genius and his quest for love. Silently the senses. All set to Andrew Lloyd Webber's legendary score.
It's a tale that still speaks to now, is that beauty is found from within.
The global phenomenon has grossed a staggering $1.3 billion.
It's just unprecedented. You know, what we see here on stage, what has happened with the Phantom around the world.
February was set as the point of no return for the show, but then ticket sales began to surge, extending its run another 8 weeks.
I don't know. I think it's the best musical project.
Still, with cost of production soaring following the pandemic and inflation, producers say it's not enough to keep the chandelier crashing night after night. And so, at least for now, the music of the night.
The power of the music of the night
Fades softly, deftly, and back into the dark. George Solis, NBC News, New York.
I had the chance to sit down with Andrew Lloyd Webber for this thing I do called The Drink, which is about how you got to the top of your field. And we sat on that stage.
At the Majestic?
And talked about how Phantom of the Opera was so integral to his own journey. So you can find that if you want to see it. It's at NBCnews.com/The Drink.
Amazing, and he has such an incredible career, but 35 years, that song's gonna be in my head for the day now.
Yeah, there you go.
Congratulations to them. All right, well, straight ahead, the key to staying healthy might be as simple as trusting your body's signals. Why nutritionists are now pushing for intuitive eating over the latest diet crazes. More NBC News Daily right after this.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Well, in a society that actively promotes diet culture, a lot of nutritionists and holistic coaches are now working to promote a healthier alternative. It's called intuitive eating.
It's a lifestyle that's based on an intuition-driven approach to food. It's really interesting. Here now with us is registered dietitian and founder of Find Food Freedom, Sam Previtt. Sam, explain to us, for those who don't know, what intuitive eating means in the first place.
Yes, so it is a self-care eating framework. It is not a diet. And it integrates your instinct, your emotion, and rational thought. There are 10 defined principles, over 140 studies, so it's evidence-based, and it's a weight-neutral approach to eating.
So it's not about weight loss, right?
No,
You're saying
not
weight
at
neutral.
all.
It's about eating what's good for you?
That's a great question. So it's so hard because we think everything is related to diet culture, and that's how our brains are programmed to think.
Right.
So it's very different from diet culture because actual intentional weight loss is not the goal whatsoever. When you're dieting, the only thing we're focused on is, am I shrinking my body, right? Am I losing weight? But with intuitive eating, we're actually focused on, do I feel pleasant in my body physically, emotionally, mentally?
Yeah, you mentioned the 10 principles. We've got 5 of the principles up there. Talk us through.
Yeah, so the first step is rejecting the diet mentality. We have to say, okay, I'm not dieting anymore, right? It doesn't help me. It's actually harming me. I don't feel good. Then we also have to look at, okay, am I honoring my hunger?
Yeah.
As humans.
What does that mean?
Right?
Right? Listen to your hunger?
Isn't that crazy? Because in diet culture, we have been conditioned to fight through the hunger, have more discipline, have more willpower, right? I'm sure you ladies have heard this before. So it's actually eating when you're hungry and listening to that.
And not eating when you're not hungry.
So that's a great point.
Yeah.
So actually, yes, we want to respect our fullness, and when we're full, be able to say no. That's a part of food freedom. But it's also being able to know that we're human and we're going to eat past like a comfortable fullness sometimes, and that's okay. Like if we're out with our girlfriends having a good time, it's like, I know I'm full, but I want to enjoy this because I'm having fun. That's okay too.
How do you recognize these signs and get out of the unhealthy habit of ignoring your hunger, or eating because you're stressed or eating because you're upset? How do you actually welcome this intuitive eating practice? Like, how does it look like from morning till evening?
Yeah. So it's recognizing these things that we've been taught were beliefs that were somewhere drilled into us. They came from somewhere, right? So we have that little voice in our head saying, you shouldn't be eating that. You're a bad person for eating that. It's recognizing that that voice is not you. Challenging the food police. That was one of those principles on the screen. So fighting back to that voice and saying, I deserve food. I'm a human being. I can eat this. I am safe. Allowing yourself to say these mantras out loud when you're eating, if you're in a safe space, can be really helpful.
It sounds like a real mental shift, right? And it also, to me, sounds like it might be really hard because you have a lot of self-discipline to do.
Absolutely. The clients I work with have been dieting for 20 plus years. And so it's a lot of awareness, a lot of shifting our intentions as well, and recognizing I'm doing this because I want to feel pleasant in my life. I want to enjoy my life. Life is so much more than trying to shrink your body.
So let's say you wake up and you're not normally hungry in the morning, so you don't eat. But what if you're starving in the morning? Then you do eat. But there's got to be a degree of nutrition to it in terms of the types of food you choose, right?
Well, so gentle nutrition is the 10th and final principle. So of course we increase our nutrient density if we want to. But principle number 3, making peace with food, is knowing that you have unconditional permission to eat all foods. So all foods fit. That doesn't mean you're going to be eating the cake, the pizza, the cookies all the time, but they're allowed to be there, just like the nutrient-dense foods as well.
It's so interesting because it's not sort of like a no carbs ever.
Yes, there's no rules. And that's what makes it so nuanced and so difficult to grasp sometimes.
And how do you make sure you're healthy?
You trust yourself. And I think that as women and as human beings, we've been told to listen to the meal plans, the calorie counts, the restrictions, but you actually learn how to trust those instincts that we all have.
All right. Registered dietitian and founder of Find Food Freedom. Sam Previtt, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you, ladies. You're watching NBC News Daily.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi, family.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
no.
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
From
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Well, after a 4-year hiatus, Janet Jackson is back. She's hitting the stage for her Together Again tour.
And guess who she's together with? During Sunday's opening night, a familiar face joined Jackson on stage during the encore. Today, co-host Chanel Jones, she shares what it was like to dance with the Queen of Pop.
You know what? I would love for you to join me. You should.
4 months ago, to the day, Janet Jackson invited this girl from Wichita, Kansas, to be her backup dancer on tour.
Well, you didn't have to ask me twice. I am hours away from hitting that stage and living my best life.
That's right. I am on center stage at the Hard Rock Live in Hollywood, Florida. For Janet's opening weekend of her Together Again tour, her first major tour in 4 years.
When fans from all over the country and different cities come to see the show, what do you want them to feel?
Joy, just complete bliss, excitement.
You can be called many things: a singer, Grammy winner, actor, producer, fashion icon, philanthropist, mom. Is there any title that you hold at the top of the list, or do they all have a place in there?
I think they all have a place, but the one that gives me the biggest gratification is Mama.
That goes without saying.
I said, Mama.
Janet's son, Issa, just turned 6 in January.
What is it about being a mom that just completes you?
Everything. When you're tired, when you need a break, I just love it all. I love it all. When you're in that moment, you see something special happens, it's like, oh my God. And I know I'm going to remember this for the rest of my life. Sorry, I'm getting emotional because I'm thinking of one thing in particular. And I'll never forget it. And it was just so beautiful. And I just thought, that's my baby. You're making me emotional. Because I get it. I have 3 little ones. It puts everything in perspective. That's the highest for me, being a mama. Okay, so finally, let's talk about tonight. But me being here all started with good old-fashioned Today Show Halloween. I thought you did a wonderful job.
Okay, so Miss Jackson thinks I did a good job, but I had a month to rehearse that. I now had to learn a new routine in just hours.
I'm gonna sit out. Okay. I'm gonna, as you say, release you into the wild. Give it up to God the way I do every night. It's in His hands. You'll be fine.
Thank you, Janet.
I'm a step out.
Okay,
all right. Have fun.
All right. Then I found out Janet wanted me to come out during Together Again, the encore song.
Crazy!
This was huge. She trusted me. I had to nail it. Suddenly, my nerves melted away, and I just embraced the magic of the moment. And the next thing I knew, I was dancing with Janet Jackson.
Go on, sit down. All my love's for you. Always been a true edge of me. Never thought I can wait for you to wrap your wings around me, baby. Wrap them around me, baby. Sometimes he'll whisper, bring no more pain, no worries. Will you ever see my baby?
It was surreal. One of the best days of my life. I'm gonna do the ugly cry when this is all over.
But just like her music, Janet just wanted me to smile to the very end. Chanel Jones, NBC News.
Oh my gosh.
Come on.
I love that so much
I
for
know.
Chanel.
She totally looked like she belonged on stage. I don't know if we're going to get her back here at NBC News. She might just join the tour.
I mean, she could moonlight as a dancer for Janet Jackson. Hey, let's look at what else is trending right now. Technical difficulties. Did you hear about this?
Yes.
Love is Blind fans waiting and waiting last night. Viewers had to wait over an hour to watch the highly anticipated live reunion special that they hyped up so much on Netflix. Well, the streaming platform had to apologize for the delay on Twitter, but did not offer like an explanation into what stopped the show from starting on time.
Puerto Rican superstar Bad Bunny is making history as the first Latin artist to headline Coachella. The rapper and singer filled his set with fan-favorite songs and a guest appearance from Post Malone. Love him. Bad Bunny also used his performance to educate his fans on the many Coachella acts that came before him. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight.
the debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Monday, April 17th. Unthinkable tragedy. 4 people were killed. At least 28 were hurt at a Sweet 16 birthday party in Alabama over the weekend. What we're learning about the victims, including a high school football star.
Implant illness. There are new warnings today about the popular cosmetic surgery, breast augmentation, how the procedure could cause unintended side effects like rashes, joint muscle pain, and even heart palpitations.
High stakes operation. Law enforcement agencies across the country are partnering with retail stores to fight organized crime. We have a rare inside look at a raid that recovered about $150,000 worth of high-end power tools.
Taking the field, a 56-year-old retiree went back to school so he could fulfill his lifelong dream of playing college baseball. More this hour on his underdog story.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with that mass shooting in Alabama.
4 people are now dead and 28 are hurt after a shooter opened fire at a Sweet 16 birthday party. That shooter is still at large right now. Police have not released any details on who that suspect may be.
The shooting happened in Dadeville, Alabama. That's about an hour northeast of Montgomery. It's a tiny town of 3,000 people, and people there say it's a place where everyone knows everyone. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas joins us now. Guad, what more can you tell us about the shooting and the ongoing search for the attacker?
Kate, as you mentioned, authorities have decided not to share details of what happened that evening. We know that authorities are asking members of the community to share any details that they can. They did say in their presser Sunday night that they were still trying to figure out who was present at the party. Now, because we've spoken to witnesses, we do know that this was a 16-year-old's birthday party. NBC News was able to speak to the DJ at the event, who was able to share some details as to what happened. One of the comments that the DJ made was that the lights were off, and because it was so dark, it was difficult to know exactly what happened. In his account, he said he went to the ground and he helped some of the teenagers that were there go to the ground and just protected them as best as possible. But one of the things that we keep hearing is the number of teenagers that, of course, were present at the 16-year-old's birthday party, but we're still waiting for more information from local police. They have informed that they're also working with state and federal authorities to investigate exactly what happened as they continue asking the public for details as well.
Guad, what should have been such a happy celebration, a Sweet 16. We know this town is extremely close-knit. Tell us more about the 4 people who were killed. We know one is a beloved football player.
Right, so we know that the ages were from 17 to 23. Phil Stavius was the football player that everyone knew. You talk about a small town of 3,000. These are the communities where all families know each other, and he was a star at his high school, and he was expected to attend Jacksonville State University. There was also a statement released by the head football coach there who just wants everyone to support all of the victims' families, and of course communicating that they are heartbroken because of this loss. I mean, you look at the ages: 17, another victim 18, another victim 19, and then a 23-year-old victim. And we have 28 other individuals that were wounded during this incident. The police there were also asking members of the community to pray for those that are wounded, several of them critically injured. That's the last report that we got from the police. So as of now, it's a community that is in shock and will require a lot of support as the investigation continues and the police begins to tie up all these loose ends. And then finally, hopefully, we will get more information as to what happened there. Kate, Vicki.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. Guad, thank you.
The family of a black teenager who they say was shot in the head for ringing the wrong doorbell is calling for justice now. Police took the shooter into custody for 24 hours, but then let him go, saying that that is the protocol until or unless charges are filed. Police say they're committed to a fast and thorough investigation. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa joins me now. Maggie, we understand investigators are hoping to speak to the teenager today. He was badly hurt, and that maybe could help a bit, right, with the investigation?
Yeah, it really could, because, Kate, as you know, one of the big things that's really infuriating people in Kansas City and infuriating the family in this case, too, is basically police say they took the homeowner in this case, the person who they say shot 16-year-old Ralph Yarl, into custody, held them for 24 hours, and then let them go without filing any charges. Police saying that's the longest, that 24-hour period, they could keep that person in custody without filing charges. And the reason they haven't filed those charges yet is because they're waiting to talk to 16-year-old Ralph Yarl, who they basically haven't been able to speak to because he's been in a hospital recovering from, again, his family says, being shot in the head twice after he basically, they say, rang the doorbell at the house of a stranger. So police say as soon as they can speak to Ralph, they hope to move forward with potential charges in this case and also naming the homeowner, which they have also yet to do.
And civil rights attorneys, we mentioned, have been hired by the family of the 16-year-old. They say that the homeowner is white. We saw protests over the weekend. Again, the teenager is black. Is that coming into play in terms of the reaction from the community?
Absolutely. It's coming into play. And the police chief acknowledged that in a press conference yesterday, saying that they are aware, the way the police chief phrased it, of the racial components in this case, that at this point they don't have evidence, they say, in their investigation to file any kind of charges tied to that, meaning potential hate crime charges. They say they don't have any evidence to show that that was the motivating factor for this case. But frankly, the attorneys of the family aren't buying it. They say in their words that it would be crazy to ignore that factor in this case. And again, we just want to point out, the family attorney is the only source we have at this point, because we've asked police, they've declined to confirm that the homeowner is white. Of course, we know the 16-year-old boy in this case who was shot was black. So we're waiting to get that information on the homeowner to confirm that now. But the family, they say, they believe it is absolutely a factor as to why this happened, Kate.
All right. Maggie Vespa for us. Thank you.
Well, the search and rescue operation is underway for 3 American sailors who are lost at sea. The trio departed Mexico nearly 2 weeks ago, and no one has seen or heard from them since. They are said to have decades of sailing experience. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin is following this story from Los Angeles for us. So, Dana, do we have any details about the rescue mission at this point involving the Coast Guard and others? And what else do we know about the planned trip? Were they planning to be gone for this long?
They definitely were not planning to be gone this long, Vicki. It has been 13 days since husband and wife Frank and Carrie O'Brien and their friend William Gross set sail off the coast of Mazatlan, heading to San Diego. Now, the trio was last heard from on Tuesday, April 4th. Cell phone pings that day show the boat calling into Cabo San Lucas. They had planned to stop there for supplies, but the Coast Guard says there is no record of them arriving. And as you mentioned, the 3 have a combined 100 years of sailing experience. The O'Briens are even licensed Coast Guard captains. The families of the lost sailors are hopeful that their experience at sea will help them make a safe return home. Vicki?
Dana, the group had a plan to stop, to refuel and to get supplies, but we are not seeing any record that they actually made it to that stop. Do rescuers think they have enough on board to sustain themselves?
So this group was traveling on the O'Brien's 44-foot sailing vessel called Ocean Bound. Officials do not believe that they had enough fuel or food on board, which is why, Vicki, they are aggressively pursuing this search and rescue.
And for now, do they think there's any foul play, or could this be a case of the sailboat going off course?
So the U.S. Coast Guard and the Mexican Navy are now searching a 2,500 square mile area. While the friends did sail from what they call a do not travel zone, the Coast Guard says that they are strictly focusing on search and rescue. Now, it's unclear if foul play may have been involved, but here's another key point. The Coast Guard tells us that they may have encountered winds over 30 knots and 20-foot waves. But Vicki, again, the family is just hopeful that they come home safely.
All right. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin, thank you.
Time now for our CNBC Money Minute. Companies are doing whatever they can to bring workers back into the office. Many companies even paying employees to move across the country, even around the world. Indeed.com says job postings in the U.S. with relocation benefits were up nearly 75% in February.
Really interesting. CNBC Markets reporter Pippa Stevens joins us now. So Pippa, what exactly are companies offering employees to help them come back to work in person and perhaps even relocate?
Well, Vicki, some companies are putting together very attractive packages to draw workers back to the office. These offers can include relocation assistance of a few $1,000s to full-service packages that cover packing and shipping, as well as rent and corporate housing during a transition. For many companies, these perks are necessary to attract new workers and get them into the office. And workers at a Ben & Jerry's flagship store in Burlington, Vermont are filing for a union election. Workers at the ice cream maker's store have the backing of the same union that launched Starbucks' fast-growing organizing campaign. Ben & Jerry's has become well known for putting its weight behind social justice causes, and a unionization push will put its corporate ideals to the test. And Apple is expanding further into financial services space with the launch of its new high-yield savings account. Apple Card Savings comes with a 4.15% annual percentage yield and requires no minimum deposit or balance. The accounts are launching through Goldman Sachs, and Apple users can manage their accounts in the Wallet app. I think the national average is 0.35% or something like that, so it certainly looks attractive in that regard.
Yeah, a lot of these internet banks and online accounts are offering pretty attractive rates.
Get you to move over. All right, CNBC Markets reporter Pippa Stevens, thanks so much.
Well, coming up next, a warning from a patient who is sharing her story about breast implant illness. The signs women need to know. You are watching NBC News Daily.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
What's the latest? A bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A New York City radio host is warning people about getting one of the most popular kinds of cosmetic surgery that's out there, breast implants. She says she suffered from rashes, joint muscle pain, and even heart palpitations after getting the procedure.
Yeah, NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sayal looked into the symptoms, which are being described by many as breast implant illness. And we do want to warn you, this story includes images that some people might find graphic.
49 seconds before we crack open the mic.
Radio personality Marissa Gonzalez, better known as Lala, goes on the air to talk about entertainment, music, and culture with her co-host and twin sister, Lulu.
103.5 KTU, the beat of New York.
But these days, she's talking about something else.
I've been sharing my story about explanting and
Explant surgery, or the removal of breast implants. Breast augmentation is one of the most popular kinds of cosmetic surgery, but its history has been fraught with legal challenges and even temporary suspensions of the procedure over possible health issues. After her surgery, Gonzalez says she began developing symptoms like rashes, joint and muscle pain, and even heart palpitations.
I went to a dermatologist, I went to an allergist, I threw out all my makeup, all the brushes. It wouldn't go away.
The FDA, which has approved saline and silicone-filled implants, says that they're monitoring and researching symptoms similar to Gonzalez's, described as breast implant illness. But the agency doesn't recognize the illness as a formal medical diagnosis, and that's left many patients without answers.
I felt like no doctor was taking me serious. They were like, it's gonna heal, you're fine.
But breast implant removal is becoming more common. Between 2006 and 2019, there was a 30% increase in these kinds of surgeries, according to data from the American Society of Plastic Surgeons. Dr. David Rankin, a plastic surgeon, once did hundreds of breast augmentations a year. Now, he focuses on patients who've had problems with the implants.
We see a lot of patients with thyroid issues. Joint pain is a big one, hair loss, brain fog, just generally tired, lethargic, not feeling themselves. There's theories that it's just a foreign body and your body's fighting against it. The real bottom line is, at this point, we really don't know.
Dee Hicks is a patient care coordinator for Dr. Rankin. She and other advocates have been pushing for the FDA to further acknowledge risks linked to augmentation. The agency issuing its strictest black box warning in 2021. But Hicks says the work is not over.
I see the suffering every day. I see people lose their jobs, their relationships, their health.
After months of feeling unwell, Gonzalez set up an appointment with Dr. Rankin to have her implants removed.
I'm finally here at Dr. Rankin's office.
How many days, weeks after did it take to kind of get better, or was it?
For me, it was immediate. I just felt like it's like a second chance of life. I'm happy that I can share my journey to help all those women that are probably feeling the same thing I was feeling.
I'm so glad you did this story, Dr. Sayal. It's so important for women to know. How long did she have her implants? Has she had her implants out for, and did she notice results right away?
Yeah, here's the cool part, Vicki. She got her implants out earlier this year by Dr. Rankin, who was a surgeon you just heard from. And what she tells us, almost an immediate fix. I mean, she woke up from that procedure, she tells us, with a smile on her face. Of course, she had the drains in place from her surgery, but she woke up feeling so much better. She woke up feeling so much more optimistic, so much more positive about her outlook and everything in life. And she said that her symptoms almost immediately just better.
Wow. We were talking during the commercial break, asking you a ton of questions, because I think a lot of people have questions about, like, what kind of implants, what are the risks? Because we've for years talked about potential side effects. So what are the risks?
Yeah, so generally speaking, you know, there's breast implant illness, which we just talked about, which is not a formal medical diagnosis, but you hear patients complaining about fatigue and joint pain and muscle pain and even a rash, like you heard Marissa. But there's other risks associated with breast implants, and that's including things like lymphomas or cancers.
Oh my gosh.
We're even hearing things about skin cancer, a kind called squamous cell carcinoma.
Wow.
We're hearing about contracture, which is the scar tissue that can form, that can contract and make it really hard and uncomfortable. So those are some of the other risks as well. Of course, infection with any medical procedure, with any surgery, that is a risk as well.
So obviously, if you are experiencing this, talk to your doctor. Let's say a woman has implants and she, you know, wants to get them out. What happens after that? Do you need some kind of reconstructive surgery? What does it look like? What does your body look like after you remove these implants?
Yeah, so the big thing you first said, talk to your doctor. You know, in hearing Marissa's story, she had to shop around a bit, get a second opinion. You know, from a doctor's perspective, we don't mind that.
Yeah.
It's okay to get a second opinion. You're not offending us. And if you feel dismissed by your first doctor, go out and ask a doctor, you know, again, I'm not feeling well, this is what I'm having. But if you do want them out, you know, it's a case-by-case basis. Some patients do tend to get a breast lift afterwards. You can get rid of that. Sometimes there's excess tissues, little extra skin there that you can get rid of. But it's really a case-by-case basis.
It's not an automatic, you have to reconstruct everything.
Right.
Okay.
That is
so interesting.
All right, NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Sal, thank you so much for shedding light on this issue.
Well, after a series of court rulings, we're going to clear up the confusion about access to a commonly used abortion pill. What's next in the ongoing legal battle, and what does it mean? You're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels.
The storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments.
We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
In Georgia, residents are back in their homes after a large fire at a manufacturing plant. It happened Saturday in Brunswick. That's just north of the Florida border. And as NBC News correspondent Jesse Kirsch reports, this is now one of two potentially dangerous fires currently under investigation.
The thick smoke towering over Brunswick, Georgia.
We heard a big boom. My house was shaking, and we looked out the window, and there was a big fire like going in the sky.
Officials say after an industrial plant caught fire Saturday, the blaze reignited. Residents asked to evacuate within a half mile. Others asked to shelter in place. Officials say the fire was out shortly after 10 p.m. in a city roughly 70 miles from Jacksonville, Florida.
To me, it was really devastating.
Just hours after being announced, the evacuation and shelter in place both lifted. Officials reporting 2 minor burn injuries, saying early air testing results show no levels were registered to call for public safety concerns, adding the plant's chemical tanks remained intact. Meanwhile, Richmond, Indiana's evacuation order finally lifted more than 5 days after this toxic plume rose over a plastics recycling center there.
All of the chemicals that we tested for have been non-detectable except for 3, benzene, naphthalene, and butadiene, and these are in small levels.
What about the water? What about all the debris that's went through the air?
But officials there say some debris contained asbestos, which people should not pick up. The EPA says crews have begun searching for more debris at nearby school grounds, adding once exposure levels are demonstrated to be safe, protective gear will be downgraded. We've reached out to the plant, and there's no final word on cause in either Georgia or Indiana, with American communities still waiting for answers. Jesse Kirsch, NBC News.
And today in Indiana, fire officials are expected to decide the next steps for the site of that toxic recycling plant fire. Schools in the area will stay closed today as local officials continue to work to protect the safety of that community. And the EPA is warning people to stay away from any fallen debris, saying that could pose a serious health risk. They say if you find debris on your property, call the EPA immediately.
Newly released body cam video from police shows a New Mexico man shot and killed by police. The police chief says it happened after officers showed up at the wrong house. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has the details, and we do want to warn you, parts of this story are disturbing.
New body camera video capturing the fatal police shooting of a homeowner in New Mexico. The videos from April 5th show 3 Farmington officers responding to a domestic violence report around 11:30 p.m., identifying themselves as police 3 times.
Farmington Police.
But the department says officers went to the wrong address.
It might have been 4308.
Is it 43 or 53?
Or yeah, it might have been 5308.
52-year-old Robert Dotson opens his front door wearing a robe, investigators say pointing a gun at police. Hands up! All 3 officers fired their weapons.
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm good. Dotson died at the scene.
One down at the doorway.
His wife is heard screaming inside.
Please don't.
Man! Appearing to open the door when police say she begins firing.
Get her in cuffs.
Minutes later, she surrendered.
Where's the gun at? He dropped it, and then she picked it up and pointed it at us.
Upstairs are 2 children heard on a 911 call released by the Farmington Police Department.
There were gunshots in my house and my dad is shot.
The police chief offered his condolences the next day.
Mr. Dotson was not the subject of the call that our officers were responding to. And this ending is just unbelievably tragic. I'm extremely sorry that we are in this position.
The department is not naming the 3 officers who are now on paid administrative leave.
It is a tragedy, no doubt.
Former police chief Carmen Best, who watched the video, says the shooting appears to be consistent with police training.
I'm not expecting my officer to have a gun pointed in their direction and not react.
A reaction stemming from a mistaken address now being investigated by state police. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Well, right now, a commonly used abortion pill is still available in 37 states, but the Supreme Court is now considering the future of mifepristone. You're watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now, wherever you stream, including all those places you see there on your screen. Of course, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Welcome back to NBC News Daily. I'm Kate Snow.
Good to be with you. I'm Vicki Wynn, making news right now. The Dominion voting systems trial against Fox News was delayed. It will start tomorrow after a week of tense pre-trial hearings. Dominion claims it was defamed by Fox News when the network broadcast claims that Dominion machines were involved in rigging the 2020 presidential election. Fox says it is protected under the First Amendment.
People are still making their way past the finish line of the 127th annual Boston Marathon. Some 30,000 runners entered this year's run. Evans Chabat took first place again for the men with a time of 2 hours, 5 minutes, and 54 seconds. This past weekend also marked 10 years since that deadly bombing at the event.
And tomorrow is the deadline to file your taxes. Extended deadlines may be available if you're a taxpayer in areas that were affected by disasters and storms. And if you have an annual income of $73,000 or less, you can use the free file program on the IRS website.
Right now, the commonly used abortion pill, mifepristone, is still available for mail order, but that could change within days. The Supreme Court temporarily blocked a decision by a federal judge in Texas that had invalidated the drug's FDA approval.
Yeah, that hold will remain in effect until midnight on Wednesday. The justices are now considering whether to take on the case themselves or whether they'll return it to the lower courts. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now from the D.C. Bureau. Yamiche, good to see you. So what exactly, to the best of your knowledge and from your sources, what's happening at the Supreme Court right now ahead of this Wednesday deadline?
Well, we should, of course, underscore what you just did, which is that mifepristone right now is still available in the 37 states that legally allow some form of medication abortion. That said, the Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito did issue an order on Friday that upholds that status quo through Wednesday while the Supreme Court considers whether to grant the Biden administration's emergency request to preserve the Food and Drug Administration's approval of the drug. Given that the stay is set to expire on Wednesday at midnight, experts believe the court is likely to act before then. It could maintain the stay or decide to lift it and possibly curtail access to the pill if the court decides to lift that stay and sides also with opponents of abortion rights. That could mean and could result in the pill not being available by mail, as you said, and also patients would need to obtain the pill in person and before 7 weeks of pregnancy. Now, Justice Alito instructed the groups challenging the FDA's approval of the drug mifepristone to file their brief by Tuesday at noon. Meanwhile, abortion clinics, we hear, are readying contingency plans in case the pill and the FDA approval is suspended later on. And I should also add there are the politics of this. I, along with my colleagues Peter Nichols and Carol Lee, we have a story out today that illustrates that the White House is also combating this with renewed GOP efforts to curb the access to abortion in this country, with Vice President Kamala Harris as the face of that battle to protect reproductive rights and to galvanize voters ahead of 2024. She's held scores of abortion events since Roe v. Wade was overturned. And now Harris is expected to hold at least one abortion event a week, and it's hoping those efforts will help preserve abortion access as well as galvanize and improve her and the president's approval rating. So a lot going on at the Supreme Court and a lot going on when it comes to politics. Vicki, Kate.
All right, NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Thanks, Yamiche.
We turn now to Sudan, where Americans are trapped as rival armed forces battle for control of the country. The U.S. Embassy in Sudan is telling Americans there to hunker down and shelter in place. At least 97 people have died since the fighting began 3 days ago. Hundreds more have been hurt. NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez joins us now from Tel Aviv, Israel. Raf, the worst of the fighting is taking place actually near the airport, as you've reported. So that's part of the reason the U.S. government is advising Americans to stay in Sudan. Do we expect the embassy to organize some sort of evacuation at some point if it becomes safe?
Well, Vicki, if it becomes safe, but that's the big question, right? The airport is the absolute epicenter of the fighting right now. It's been bombed several times. Satellite images show there are destroyed airplanes there. There are burning vehicles, both sides trying to seize control of the airport. So not at all straightforward for either the U.S. military or the State Department to fly a plane in there to evacuate U.S. citizens. And the Biden administration, of course, has these really painful memories from the evacuation from Kabul airport, where 13 U.S. service personnel were killed by a suicide bomber there. Now, instead, what American citizens in Sudan are being told in a statement from the U.S. Embassy in Khartoum is U.S. citizens are advised to remain sheltered in place, to attempt to stay at lower levels of their location, remain away from the windows, basically try to hunker down, do what you can to keep yourself and your family safe from the gunfire, which is just everywhere in the capital city right now. And Vicki, we should say we don't know exactly how many Americans there are in Sudan right now, but it is not thought to be a very large number.
Rafa, if you can quickly tell us more about why this fighting is going on.
Yeah, so a little history. 2019, Sudan has a revolution. The people overthrow their longtime dictator. 2021, there is a military coup, which kind of reverses the democratic gains of that revolution. And here we are in 2023, the military, which mounted that coup, basically turning its guns on each other. So you have the main army, the normal forces, fighting against a paramilitary group known as the Rapid Support Forces. Vicki.
All right, NBC News foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, thank you so much for bringing us up to date.
Well, Vicki, in 2021, retail theft cost stores almost $100 billion. That's according to a national retail security survey. And stores are now fighting back, joining forces with police departments to catch thieves. NBC News correspondent George Solis got a rare look inside one operation.
What do you want me to do with it?
As the radio calls come in.
Okay. All right, copy.
California Highway Patrol squads close in. The drama unfolding just before dusk in this Southern California neighborhood. Months of surveillance into an organized retail crime ring.
One was going into the stores on multiple occasions over the past 3 months, gathering as much items as they could.
All leading up to this. 3 suspects arrested on suspicion of organized retail theft, according to law enforcement. This is California Highway Patrol's specialized organized retail crime task force in action. Recovered a handyman's paradise worth of high-end tools.
What was the dollar figure that was recovered in tools yesterday?
It was about $150,000.
According to the CHP, this case involved 2 brothers who repeatedly stole power tools from Home Depots across Southern California and their fences, or the third party they were selling to.
They were concentrating on Milwaukee, DeWalt, you see over here, Makita.
This high-stakes operation, first flagged to the task force by Home Depot, a partnership between law enforcement and major stores to combat the rampant rise of organized retail crime.
As long as we let these people get away with what they're doing, you and I are going to pay for it.
Home Depot's own investigators were on site to ID the stolen items.
It makes a huge difference when we prosecute the case, because now everything's under one umbrella. We're dealing with one prosecutor.
Organized retail crime is different than shoplifting. The goal is to resell stolen items for a profit, resulting in tens of billions of dollars lost by retailers each year. Many instances caught on camera nationwide, from smash and grabs at luxury stores to dragging entire displays out the door.
This is not just one battery charger. This is a whole kit of them.
Right, entire boxes.
Since its creation in 2019, the Highway Patrol's unit has recovered more than $28 million worth of stolen goods. Because of that, California Attorney General Rob Bonta has made fighting organized retail crime a priority, even across state lines.
We will hold you accountable. We will bring felony charges against you.
The crime surge forcing retailers to drastically increase security.
Home Depot deploys a number of security measures to ensure their products stay safe. From security cameras that watch your every move, to products that are secured and locked in place.
We call it hardening the target.
If the thieves manage to thwart these growing security measures, the task force says they won't get far.
We're going to be following you, and we're going to catch you.
George Solis, NBC News, Los Angeles.
good to see that crackdown. Those thefts affect all of us as consumers.
Yeah,
Prices
you
go
report
up.
on that
Yeah.
all the time.
I know. That was great access. Thank you, George. All right. Well, Napa Valley wine, it is known for its rich flavors and deep colors, but climate change is throwing off the grape's balance after years of droughts, wildfires, and now historic floods.
NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles takes a look at the challenges the vine industry is facing.
2%.
In Napa Valley, taste tests for the 2021 wines are underway at Turnbull Winery.
That's so good. It's like magic unicorn horns.
Their backdrop is picturesque. Vibrant green hills, courtesy of record rainfall that eliminated more than 70% of California's drought in just 3 months. But some Napa wineries are still rising from the ashes. In 2020, the glass fire ripped through the Northern Valley. It was one of the most destructive fires in California history. 20 vineyards were destroyed.
The trees would just burst into flames.
Was it scary?
Oh, it was really scary.
Katie Lazar and Chris Howell, the wine growers at Kane Vineyard and Winery, narrowly escaped when flames came up their hillside, destroying every building and much of their 550-acre vineyard.
After driving through the fire, I remember the sound and the smell, but we're here. We lived.
The last 13 years have been Earth's hottest. Climate scientists say that California's record droughts and wildfires, swinging to record rains, floods, and even snow, are part of that change. In Napa Valley, this climate whiplash is a threat.
The concern is an extreme change in climate could change the taste of the wine, a taste that the local economy relies on.
These vines will soon produce the grapes that make Napa Valley famous, the world-renowned Cabernet Sauvignon.
Does the wine that was made in the warmer years taste any different than the others?
Yes, it does.
Beth Novak Milligan's family has owned these vineyards since the 1970s.
In 2022, we had a day here about 118 degrees. I mean, that's desert heat.
Then there's the fires and the smoke they produce.
If there is fresh smoke close by and it's just sort of hovering in your vineyard, the grapes do absorb that through their skins.
Peter Heitz lost about 20% of his 2020 harvest to what experts call smoke taint. He says it tastes like ash.
We took all the wines that were damaged and then we sold them off to other people that probably made barbecue sauce, and we lost millions of dollars doing that.
According to one estimate, the 2020 fires cost the California wine industry $3.7 billion. Almost all of that loss was due to smoke damage.
That'll be the thing that you need.
Growers are adapting to the climate challenge as best as they can.
We're like focusing on planting vines that won't need any water at all.
But all are resilient.
We have to be nimble, and then we have to react or respond to what Mother Nature sends our way. We all know that climate change is real, and it is impacting us.
Nayela Charles, NBC News.
Well, coming up, a new college baseball player is getting a lot of attention. How one grandfather is inspiring his much younger teammates. More NBC News Daily right after this.
day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back with the story of a retiree who is now chasing his lifelong dream. He's proving it's never too late to swing for the fences. There was some confusion when Jim Fullen first took to the field alongside Pennsylvania's Montgomery County Community College baseball team.
I was a little shocked at first. I thought he was one of the coaches.
But Jim isn't the coach. The 56-year-old is one of the new freshman players on the Mustangs' much younger roster. His first day memorable for all the wrong reasons.
It's horrible. I struck out on 3 pitches, made 3 errors. I almost wanted to pack it in.
But he didn't give up.
There's a reason why I'm here. And I just came at it another day. Ball, 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 ball.
That's because playing college ball has always been Jim's dream. One he put on hold to raise a family and join the Army.
A good buddy of mine said, Jim, do it for yourself. Don't do it for anybody else. So that's when I made the decision. Give one more.
Last year, the granddad of 9 retired from his job as a U.S. postmaster just so he could start applying to schools, hoping for a spot on a team and a chance to finally get a college education.
Runners split up half at first.
Mustangs coach Mike Fitzgerald says while Jim was a little rough around the edges, he made the team fair and square.
I don't even know if he made contact with the ball for the first week, but he had the will to want to keep coming back. And every day he came to practice, every day he got better.
Jim is not just a teammate. The right fielder is also inspiring players nearly 40 years younger.
The guy's 56 and he plays like he's 20. Keeps his body in shape. He's a good guy.
Yeah, let's go, Jim.
Swinging for the fences.
Yeah, Jim.
And now so grateful for each day on his very own field of dreams.
I say this to these guys probably a couple times a week. I say, we get to play baseball today. I'm out here playing baseball. It's great. I mean, what more can you ask for in life? It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Good stuff. And it's not all about baseball. Jim is also pursuing an associate's degree, and he told us that he's really enjoying his statistics class, Vicki.
I love it, Kate. Proof age is just a number. All right, well, for the first time in history, Kate, Puerto Rican veterans who served our country were recognized with an honor flight to the nation's capital. Bree Jackson from our NBC affiliate WCMH-TV joined these vets for the long overdue journey.
Land of the free because of the brave.
Countless passengers have passed through this gate, but this time there's a celebration. It's the long-awaited arrival of the first ever honor flight from Puerto Rico.
Sometimes our compatriots, our countrymen forget that we are part of the United States and that we also fight our wars.
21 veterans made this inaugural trip. Most served in Korea and in Vietnam. It's an emotional journey.
I lost a lot of good friends.
Those currently serving greeted them with cheers and open arms. Since 2005, Honor Flight has transported more than 275,000 veterans here to Washington, D.C. Organizers tell me their mission from Puerto Rico came with its own set of challenges, including not having a hub on the island to help coordinate and raise awareness about the program.
We want to do a better job of communicating to the communities and the veterans that we're here to honor our heroes and bring them here to see the memorials built in their honor.
Sites that are important to see for those who served at a time when support for the military was low.
Thank you for your service.
Now, they are taking time to remember the sacrifices made.
Freedom is not free. We have to understand that. A lot of lives they would never be returned again.
They were the first to make this trip from Puerto Rico. Now they want to ensure this once-in-a-lifetime experience is available to other veterans. In Washington, Bree Jackson, NBC News.
Beautiful. You're watching NBC News Daily.
How do you feel at this age, this stage, where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Well, there is a new sustainable fishing technique that is being used to humanely grow and harvest seaweed and some shellfish.
Today, co-anchor Al Roker shows us how aqua farming might be the key to a more environmentally friendly future.
In oceans from the Pacific to the Atlantic, a new blue technique is taking hold. It's called aquaculture, and it's combating overfishing, climate change, and saving many endangered species.
When you talk about aquaculture, why are you so heavily investing in that?
We import about 90% of the seafood that we consume in the United States, so this helps put people to work in a way that helps sustain ourselves.
Rafael Castellanos runs the Port of San Diego's pilot Blue Economy program. That includes 2 aquaculture farms, underwater farming for sustainable seafood and shellfish.
We were looking for new and innovative ways to solve some of the big environmental challenges that we're facing.
The port works with NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, to help farmers like Tori Polizzi, owner of Sunken Seaweed.
So, Tori, when I think about a farm, I don't think about seeing 6 buoys floating on the water. What is this?
What we're doing here is testing the feasibility of different seaweed species that can be scaled up in Southern California. Underneath the surface where these buoys are, I just have a frame and it has lines going across it. There are like so many applications of seaweed. I focus on food. I like feeding people.
And that's exactly what he did. Tori and renowned San Diego chef Jojo Ruiz prepared a meal of fresh, local aquaculture cuisine. Abalone, an endangered native shellfish, now being grown here at the port.
Yeah, of course he did. Right.
And seaweed direct from Tori's farm.
I mean, it's kind of like eating frisee, except it's salty.
Seaweed production has increased globally by nearly 75% over the past decades. And in the U.S., seaweed farming is the fastest growing aquaculture crop.
Aquaculture farms like this one are the sustainable wave of the future from coast to coast.
I met up with Norm Bloom, who took me out to his farm on Long Island Sound.
You're an oyster farmer. How did you get the idea, hey, sugar kelp?
The state started talking about it, and figured, well, let's make it go.
It sounds like, in a way, you're almost ahead of the market idea.
Well, first we got to prove we can grow it.
Right. And how's that been going?
That's good.
Sugar kelp, like Tori's seaweed, can also be used in food, cosmetics, or as potential biofuels.
It's a new and emerging industry.
The kelp harvested here at Copp's Island is staying all in the family, used in a cosmetics line designed by third-generation farmer Jeannie Bloom.
Does that feel somewhat satisfying that, you know, you're kind of continuing in a way your family's legacy?
Yeah, definitely. I love merging the two together, and if it's good for the environment, it's good for you.
Al Roker, NBC News.
Really cool. Love to see that. I would try it too.
I would too.
All right, here's what's trending now. The curtain fell on Broadway's longest running show, The Phantom of the Opera, on Sunday night. Broadway legend Andrew Lloyd Webber dedicated the final show to his son, who passed away last month. It is the end of an era on the Great White Way, as the show ran for more than 35 years at the Majestic Theater.
Had the pleasure of seeing that one. It was great.
And you talked to Andrew Lloyd Webber.
I did.
Very cool.
A new holiday for the legendary Bruce Springsteen, who was born in New Jersey. Everybody knows that. Governor Phil Murphy there announced that the singer's birthday, September 23rd, will officially become Bruce Springsteen Day. And he said, quote, "We thank him for showing the world what it means to live our New Jersey values."
Let's go, Bruce Springsteen, Jersey product. And fans are buzzing about Sunday's surprise appearance from superstar The Weeknd at the Coachella Music Festival. The artist debuted a new song from his upcoming show, The Idol, and HBO released a teaser trailer for the show earlier today, announcing it will premiere. The Idol will premiere on June 4th.
One day I'm gonna make it to Coachella.
Yeah? Bring me, take me.
Yeah, let's go. Road trip. Seriously, there's a lot of music festivals coming up this summer. I feel like I need to get ahead and start booking plans.
Well, you've got kids of that age, so maybe they'll let you tag along.
I've got old kids, so we can go,
Exactly.
See Here Now in New Jersey. Speaking of Jersey.
Look at you.
Asbury Park. Check it out. I went last year. Amazing festival. Okay, I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Your news continues right after this.
podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
We're back now from Las Vegas,
Seattle,
from
Guatemala City,
from Wilmington.
I was in space in Texas, from Normandy,
from
France,
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, April 17th, 2023, hunt for a killer. Police in Alabama searching for the gunman who opened fire on a birthday party, killing 4 and injuring dozens. What we've just learned about the victims.
Mystery at sea, the frantic search for 3 Americans after their boat vanishes near Mexico. What's being done right now to track them down?
Running and remembering. The Boston Marathon sets off 10 years after the deadly bombing that shook that city. How survivors are remembering those lost.
And implant illness, an urgent warning for anyone considering one of the most popular forms of cosmetic surgery. Could breast implants actually make you sick?
It is 11 a.m. in Fresno, 1 p.m. in Mobile, 2 p.m. in New York.
Yeah, and we begin this hour with the search for a suspect after a deadly mass shooting at a birthday party in Alabama. 4 people were killed, 28 others were hurt after gunfire erupted at a Sweet 16 celebration on Sunday. Authorities say some of the victims suffered critical injuries.
Let's get right to NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. He's been tracking this story for us. Guad, we now have the names of the 4 victims. What have we learned about them?
Kate, Savannah, we have the names and we have the ages. We know that the youngest was 17 and the oldest 23. These are the 4 victims that died in that tragic shooting. And we, of course, know that 28 others were injured in this incident. Now, there's been a lot of talk about Phil Dowell, someone who was a star athlete. We know that 2 of the victims were high school students, Phil Davis being one of them. He was planning to attend Jacksonville State University there in Alabama. Today, the university also sharing a statement, the head of the football coach asking for the public to support the families. And of course, we've been on the ground getting more information as to what happened. Authorities haven't shared very many details, but we have been able to speak to some of the witnesses. And my colleague Priscilla Thompson was able to speak to a friend, a personal friend of one of these victims.
It's hard. Me and him were very, very close.
What is it like to think about graduating without your best friend there with you?
It's difficult. It's definitely something hard to, deal with, but just, got to do it for him and do it for God.
What do you think you'll miss most?
Probably his smile, his laugh, just him being around.
This was a friend of Phil Davis. This is a small community of about 3,000 people, a little more than 3,000. So you can imagine how this is one of those communities where everyone knew each other as police as they continue with this investigation.
Oh, God, those details there, his laugh, his smile. Guad, the person responsible for this has still not been found. What do we know about where that search stands right now?
Right. So local authorities spoke yesterday, and they chose to keep most of the details to themselves. They are not sharing details of what they think happened. We do know that they were still trying to account for all of the individuals that were inside of the venue when this happened. They are asking the community for any information that may help them with that investigation. We know that the FBI and state authorities are also involved. NBC News did speak to the DJ who was present at the party, and the DJ did share that the lights were off and it was very dark, which made it very difficult for those inside the venue to see exactly what was happening when these gunshots took place, Savannah.
Guad Venegas, thank you. Well, time is running out. In the search for 3 missing American sailors, U.S. and Mexican authorities are fanned out now in a massive search area in the water near Mexico. It's been 13 days since Carrie and Frank O'Brien and William Gross were last seen. Between the 3 of them, they have nearly 100 years of boating experience. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now. Dana, where do the search efforts stand as we speak?
So, Kate, right now, the U.S. Coast Guard and the Mexican Navy are searching a 2,500 square mile area. It has been 13 days since husband and wife Frank and Carrie O'Brien and their friend William Gross set sail off the coast of Mazatlan, heading to San Diego. Now, the trio was last heard from on Tuesday, April 4th. Cell phone pings that day show the boat calling into Cabo San Lucas. They had planned to stop there for supplies, but the Coast Guard says there is no record of them arriving. The group was traveling on the O'Brien's 44-foot sailing vessel called Ocean Bound. Officials do not believe they had enough fuel or food on board, which is why they are aggressively pursuing this search and rescue. Now, the families of the lost sailors are hopeful their experience at sea will help them make a safe return home. And as you mentioned, Kate, the three have a combined 100 years of sailing experience. The O'Briens are even licensed Coast Guard captains. Gross's daughter spoke with NBC News San Diego and shared the last message that she received from her dad. Listen.
The last message I got from my dad was we have a 9:30 a.m. departure today on Tuesday, April 4th. We communicate constantly with family and friends. We have a Facebook group that we post to. We check in. If our sailing plan changes, we let people know. I'm just wanting my dad and the O'Briens to roll back in and be like, what's the big deal, guys?
And I know that would be such an important, happy ending for this family. Now, while the friends did set sail from what's considered a do not travel zone, the Coast Guard says they are strictly focusing on search and rescue. So it's unclear if foul play may be involved. The Coast Guard, however, did say that they may have encountered winds over 30 knots and 20-foot waves. Kate?
Oh, is that why it's a do not travel zone, because of rough weather?
No, because there are some seedy things that have been going on in the area. So they've been warning travelers to not venture into some of these areas that could be considered dangerous. And that's why I think there's a lot of people who are wondering if foul play may have been involved. Officials have not ruled that out, but they also want to note that they may have experienced rough seas. So hopefully we'll find out pretty soon, and hopefully they make a safe return home, Kate.
Exactly. Dana Griffin, thank you.
Well, the fate of the widely used abortion pill mifepristone is in the hands of the Supreme Court this week. The High Court placed a temporary hold on a Texas judge's ruling that would have prevented patients from receiving the pill by mail. That means for now, the pill is still available, but that hold put in place by the Supreme Court, it ends at midnight on Wednesday. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now on this. Hey, Yamiche, so, I mean, there are a couple different scenarios that could play out here, but really we only know for certain what goes on until Wednesday. Walk us through what we're watching to happen this week.
Well, Savannah, right now we have to underscore that mifepristone is still available in the 37 states that legally allow some form of medication abortion. That said, Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito did issue an order on Friday that upholds that status quo through Wednesday while the Supreme Court considers whether to grant the Biden administration's emergency request to preserve the Food and Administration's approval of the drug. Given that timeline, experts believe the court is likely to act before then. It could maintain or decide to lift the stay and possibly curtail access to the pill. If the court sides with opponents of abortion rights, that could result in the pill not being available by mail and patients needing to obtain the pill in person and before 7 weeks of pregnancy. For now, Justice Alito has instructed the groups challenging the FDA's approval of the drug and the way that those changes that were made after all of this was happening to be on Tuesday at noon, to respond by Tuesday at noon. So we'll have to see what happens there. Savannah?
Yeah, and Yamiche, we've also seen Vice President Kamala Harris really take on this issue of abortion rights. What have we seen from her lately, and how important of a role is she playing here?
She's playing a critically important role. I, along with my colleagues Peter Nicholas and Carol Lee, have a story out today that illustrates that the White House is combating these new, fresh, and renewed GOP efforts to curb abortion with Vice President Kamala Harris as the face of that battle. Take a listen to her this weekend at a women's march in L.A.
When you attack the rights of women in America, you are attacking America. We are strong when we know the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us.
Now, the vice president has already held scores of abortion events since Roe v. Wade was overturned, and now she's expected to hold at least one abortion event a week and is hoping those efforts will help preserve abortion access as well as galvanize voters going into 2024 and improve her and President Biden's approval numbers, according to more than a dozen people that we talked to both inside and outside of the White House. So Vice President Kamala Harris, she really has been reacting to this on a visceral level, and the people close to her say that she really is looking at this not as a prosecutor, or I should say as a prosecutor who has dealt with sexual violence cases, but also as a woman and a woman of color. So this is definitely an area where the White House is looking for her leadership, and she's going to continue to do a number of the things that she's been already doing. Savannah?
All right. Michelle Sindor, a lot to watch for this week. We know you'll stay on it for us. Thank you so much.
Well, America's largest bridal chain is in trouble, and the maker of Angry Birds, the video game, could soon have a new owner.
Christina Partsinevelos joins us now with today's CNBC Money Minute. Hey, Christina.
Hi, I have some bad news for maybe some brides out there. David's Bridal is telling customers that their outstanding orders, yes, are safe after filing for bankruptcy for the second time in 5 years. This is one of the largest sellers of wedding gowns and formal wear in the United States. The company said its website and stores will remain open for now, but there's that bad news. Could shutter in the coming weeks if a buyer can't be found. I'm sure there's a lot of people stressing right now. Shares of Google parent Alphabet are down today after a New York Times report that Samsung has discussed changing the default search engine on Galaxy phones from Google to Microsoft's Bing search. Google makes an estimated $3 billion in revenue with their Samsung partnership. And lastly, Sega is set to acquire Rovio, the maker of Angry Birds. The Japanese gaming giant is paying $776 million to complete the deal. Rovio games have been downloaded over 5 billion times, and the Angry Birds franchise has been licensed into other products, including movies and children's toys. What got me, though, was that David's Bridal story, though.
Yeah,
I know.
That's, for a lot of brides, that's the place.
Yeah, oh my
right?
gosh, absolutely. Also,
Well, I shopped there.
Yeah. Oh, did you?
Yeah. And for prom dresses too, Christina.
Yes, I totally did that.
That's an excellent example because prom is around the corner, and I'm sure a lot of people are a little bit worried, and especially if these stores close. And it's alarming that this is the second time David's Bridal has had to do this in 5 years.
Yeah, my niece just shopped there for what it's worth. So
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
it's still a thing.
I know.
It's still a thing. So is Angry Birds. Still a thing.
Were either of you ever into that?
My kids.
Yeah,
for sure.
People, I've
never
you'd
played.
See them. Yeah, I know, I didn't either, but you'd see them stuck
Depends
on
on
their
your
phones, right?
age, but
Yeah.
but I guess it's maybe coming back around for the little kids.
Like everything else, right? 90s
Right, exactly,
fashion,
exactly.
and
It's all
wide
back.
leg jeans,
What's
skinny
old
tank tops.
is new, yeah. Wide leg, yeah. The center part. Do any of you sort of?
Yes,
have
I went to a center
Yeah.
part because it's back. Thank you very much.
Christina,
I
we're not
tried
on it.
Just doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me. I'm getting old, I guess. Stuck in my ways.
We are going to switch gears when we come back. We're going to talk about how a terrorist attack reshaped a Boston community 1 decade later, the marathon. You're watching NBC News Daily. Kelly. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
On Monday in Boston, nearly 30,000 runners are sprinting through the city's streets today for the 127th Boston Marathon. This year's race, of course, marks a decade since the bombing near the marathon's finish line. 3 people died, hundreds more were injured in that attack 10 years ago. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park is near the finish line on Boylston Street. Kathy, what are you seeing there today, 10 years after the bombing?
Kate, good afternoon to you. Well, this marathon comes on the heels of a very somber anniversary. Right now, though, I can tell you there's a lot of excitement in the air. Thousands of people have just wrapped up 26.2 miles, which is quite a feat, and they ran through some pretty tough conditions today. Rain and cold. Roughly 30,000 runners representing 100 countries participated in this year's race, but obviously this excitement is layered with a bit of sadness because on Saturday, that was the exact day of the bombings, and we're actually not too far from the finish line. There were several events, several programs honoring the victims, the survivors, and the first responders who rushed in to help everyone that day.
Yeah, I know you went to a memorial ceremony over the weekend, Kathy, where they honored those victims and the survivors of the 2013 marathon bombing. What did people say? What were they talking about?
Yeah, so many people standing right by that finish line stirred up so many emotions. We spoke with Michelle Blackburn. She was just 25 years old at the time when she was standing at that finish line when the bombs went off. She was rushed to the hospital. Unfortunately, doctors were able to save her leg. Obviously, her recovery was a long road to recovery, but incredibly, she actually trained for the marathon this year. Take a listen.
I feel like I'm doing really well. I've always really been able to, I think, focus in on all of the good things that I've gotten from that day, all of the people that I've met, all the people that helped me along the way.
I always remember the people that I run for and the people that have been lost, and I always make a special mental tribute at the finish line.
Kate, as you see there, so many people inspired by the stories of perseverance and grit, especially after what took place 10 years ago today.
All right, Kathy Park in a rainy Boston for us. Kathy, thank you.
Well, dramatic body cam footage captures police in New Mexico storming into a home and shooting its owner to death. However, it was the wrong house, something the officers appear to have questioned just moments before busting in. Here's NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster.
New body camera video capturing the fatal police shooting of a homeowner in New Mexico. The videos from April 5th show 3 Farmington officers responding to a domestic violence report around 11:30 p.m., identifying themselves as police 3 times.
Farmington Police.
But the department says officers went to the wrong address.
It might have been 4308.
Is it 43 or 53?
Or, yeah, it might have been 5308.
52-year-old Robert Dotson opens his front door wearing a robe, investigators say pointing a gun at police.
Hands up!
All 3 officers fired their weapons.
I'm good. I'm good.
Dotson died at the scene.
One down at the doorway.
His wife is heard screaming inside.
Please don't.
Appearing to open the door when police say she begins firing.
Get her in cuffs!
Minutes later, she surrendered.
Where's the gun at? He dropped it, and then she picked it up and pointed it at us.
Upstairs are 2 children heard on a 911 call released by the Farmington Police Department.
There were gunshots in the house, and my dad is shot.
The police chief offered his condolences the next day.
Mr. Dotson was not the subject of the call that our officers were responding to. And this ending is just unbelievably tragic. I'm extremely sorry that we are in this position.
The department is not naming the 3 officers who are now on paid administrative leave.
it is a tragedy, no doubt.
Former police chief Carmen Best, who watched the video, says the shooting appears to be consistent with police training.
I would not expect my officer to have a gun pointed in their direction and not react.
A reaction stemming from a mistaken address now being investigated by state police. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Well, coming up, the new revelations emerging about what exactly was in those leaked government documents that ended up online. You're watching NBC News Daily.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now?
I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi family.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We have an important heads up for you last-minute tax filers. Taxes are due tomorrow, but if you haven't filed yet, don't stress. It is not too late. NBC News Daily anchor Vicki Nguyen joins us now with some important tips to keep in mind. All right, no panic here.
No.
What is the latest you can file electronically?
All right, if you're filing electronically, it's 11:59 p.m. tomorrow to click submit. If you're sending it in via snail mail, you gotta have it postmarked by tomorrow. And remember, a lot of post offices close around 5 or 6, so don't wait too long. There's no penalty if you file late, if you're expecting a refund. And by the way, Kate, the IRS is sitting on $1.5 billion in refunds from 2019. Those will expire by July 17th this year. So if you're due a refund from 2019, get on it.
Get on that.
Now, if you want to file an extension because you're not quite ready, tomorrow is still the deadline. And the key here is to remember you have to estimate how much in taxes that you owe. And if you owe, make that check out. That's all due tomorrow. You can pay by credit card or debit card online, but that payment is due tomorrow.
But you can still do it. You can still extend. I didn't know that. All right. Any new rules this year to be aware of for 2022?
Kate, so much of our country was hit by natural disasters this year, and the IRS recognizes that if your home was swept away in a flood or you were buried in a snowstorm for part of the year, you get some time, anywhere from May to October for an extension. So folks in Arkansas, Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, parts of California and New York, go to irs.gov/disaster relief, and you'll find out what the deadline is for you, and odds are you have have an extension.
You mentioned refunds. How quickly can most people expect to get that check back from the IRS?
All right, so if you e-file and your direct deposit information hasn't changed, Jackson Hewitt experts are saying some people are getting their refunds in as short as 9 to 10 days.
What?
Yeah, it comes back really quick. Anecdotally, I know some people have gotten their refunds in 3 days. If you file by paper, expect it to be 2 to 3 months. The key here, I want everybody to remember this, the IRS says they will never contact you via phone, text, or email. They will only send you something in the mail if they need to contact you. So if you get any other communication claiming to be the IRS, odds are it's a scammer. Delete it or hang up.
Vicki Wynn, thank you.
Yeah.
Really good reminder there. That's an important one. All right, summer's just around the corner, and if you're planning a vacation but you haven't bought your flights yet, you might be in a pickle. Demand for airfare is soaring this summer, and trips are more expensive than usual. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez tells us why.
After a chaotic summer last year, the airline industry is bracing for an even busier 2023.
We're in the experience economy, and people want to get their experiences back.
Delta's CEO now predicting a record summer travel season. The airline's international flights are already 75% booked. Hopper.com reports domestic summer airfares will be about 18% more expensive than 2019. Summer ticket prices now averaging $328 round trip in the U.S., $518 if you're going to Mexico, $1,100 to Europe, up 30% from 2019.
But that is not deterring travelers. The latest TSA figures show daily passenger screenings are well ahead of last year, and in some cases, now surpassing pre-pandemic levels.
We're traveling this summer, Jamaica, got that planned already.
It's a little tricky to get a cheaper flight. We're talking like a lot more than you normally spend.
So if you've waited this long to book, what are your options?
Don't overthink it. Go ahead, maybe get a bundled trip where your airfare and your hotel come together. You can save hundreds of dollars.
Experts say the most expensive time to fly this summer is the first week of July. By August, you can save an average of $125 off your airfare. The top U.S. destinations this summer, New York City, Vegas, and Orlando. Overseas, London, Paris, and Tokyo. Choose off the beaten path to get a better deal. Gabe Gutierrez, NBC News.
All right, well, big news for Big Mac fans, like the one talking right now. McDonald's is upgrading its burgers. The fast food giant is making changes to many of the ingredients, including the bun, the cheese, and the sauce. Oh. The new burgers have already hit grills in several cities across the U.S., actually, and the rest of the country can expect to see these updates later this year. I gotta say, in my humble opinion, the Big Mac sauce is perfect.
The special sauce.
So I don't know. Maybe it's fresher, maybe it's hot, but I hope it tastes the same.
2 all-beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese. Anybody? Anybody? Joel, you know that one. Pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun. Thank you very much.
I love it. Now I want a Big Mac.
I'm wondering if they really change it dramatically, or maybe they're just tweaking around the edges.
Yeah, it's just getting maybe a little upgrade. Nice.
Coming up, how Florida's governor is rallying the state's legislature in his latest battle with Disney. You're watching NBC News Daily.
is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now, and here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Minnesota Court of Appeals has upheld the most serious murder conviction of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin in the murder of George Floyd. Chauvin's attorney had asked the court to throw out the conviction because of the publicity surrounding the case and other factors that they claimed prevented a fair trial. But the three-judge panel sided with prosecutors who said Chauvin received a fair trial and a just sentence. Chauvin is currently serving a 22.5-year sentence.
The Secret Service is investigating reports of a gunshot fired this morning at the home of Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband, Doug Emhoff. Neither of them were at the residence at the time, and no one was injured. Well, according to the Secret Service, there is currently no indication the incident was directed at the individuals it protects or the Naval Observatory.
Italian police have seized more than $440 million worth of cocaine floating off the coast of Sicily. Roughly 70 waterproof packages weighing 2 tons were found sealed together with netting and equipped with a tracking device. According to police, the packages were spotted by a Navy surveillance plane. Officers believe the drugs were dumped by a cargo ship and meant to be recovered later. New revelations now from the leak of top secret documents and why the government didn't know for months that state secrets were being posted online. It comes as lawmakers are demanding further investigation into how it all happened and how to stop it from occurring again. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now from Washington. Ken, you have some new reporting of your own about why the government wasn't able to discover these documents being posted publicly online. What did you find?
That's right, Kate. Well, one reason is that the government does not have the ability to look at private social media used by the 1.3 million Americans who hold a top secret security clearance. They can look at what they do on Twitter and Facebook that's made public for everyone to see, but they have no right, and there's no requirement that those people disclose what they're doing on these kinds of private chat rooms like the one in Discord that Airman James Teixeira is accused of leaking the documents in. And so they were there for many, many months before the U.S. government discovered them, only after they were made public, Kate.
And Ken, on another thread of this complicated story, there's new information in these documents having to do with China. What do we know about that?
Well, there is a lot of different revelations regarding China, including, Kate, a document reported in the Washington Post that China could quickly establish air superiority if it invaded Taiwan. And there are other documents that show that there were 3 Chinese spy balloons around the world that the U.S. was aware of, in addition to that one that was shot down traversing the United States, Kate.
There were 3 more.
That's right.
Okay. Ken Delanian with us. Ken, thank you.
Well, a big development out of Russia today. The U.S. ambassador to Russia visited detained American journalist Evan Gershkovich at a prison in Moscow. The Wall Street Journal reporter was detained back in March on charges of espionage. But those are charges both the Wall Street Journal and the U.S. government deny. The ambassador tweeted that Gershkovich is in good health and called for his immediate release. Well, back here in the U.S., in Kansas City, Missouri, a community is demanding answers after a black teenager was shot. Police say it happened last week while the teen was trying to pick up his younger siblings. They say he went to the wrong house and after ringing the doorbell was shot by the homeowner twice, including once while the teen was on the ground. The homeowner was taken into custody and released after 24 hours, according to police. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, who is closely following this story for us. Maggie, I understand there's quite a bit of outrage there on the ground. Tell us, what do we know about this investigation and how the community is responding? Tell us what we've seen on the ground.
Yeah, so Savannah, in short, the thing that really is frustrating people the most, infuriating them, I should say, the most on the ground in Kansas City is the fact that Kansas City police confirmed they took the homeowner in this case into custody after this shooting Thursday night, held that person for 24 hours, and then released them without naming or charging them. They say, police say that's because this investigation is ongoing and they were waiting to talk to Ralph, waiting to talk to the 16-year-old boy who was shot in this case. They said initially because of his condition, they couldn't take his statement, therefore they couldn't file charges, and Missouri law prohibits them from holding someone longer for 24 hours without filing charges. Even with that explanation, even with that context, protests over the weekend, fury on the ground, calls for justice. People in Kansas City say they don't understand how this could happen. Take a listen.
I realize that justice doesn't come overnight, but the fact that there's a kid in the hospital and everything I read says not even a charge has been done, that concerns me.
Just hold this man accountable, and you see that the community came out and supported. We are a community. If one of our children is shot, killed, we all are here.
So the police chief assuring the community this investigation is moving forward. They promised it will be thorough and it will be fast, and they're basically asking for patience in the meantime. But Savannah, you hit the nail on the head. A ton of anger on the ground, as one might expect at this point.
Yeah, part of that, it seems, at least some of it, is that according to the family's attorney, to the boy's attorney, the homeowner is white. Of course, that's attributed just to the attorney at this point, right, fueling some of that. But Maggie, what can you tell us, of course, about this teenager's condition today?
So we just spoke to his family, and we actually just learned that Ralph, 16-year-old Ralph, who was shot once in the head, and the family says once in the arm, that second shot coming when he was on the ground. They say he is actually recovered enough, believe it or not, that he was released from the hospital over the weekend. They say, again, that first gunshot was to the head. It was lodged in his frontal cortex. He has a traumatic brain injury, and he still is having trouble speaking at this point. But they are hopeful for a full, or at least close to full, recovery, and he made tremendous progress over the weekend, again, out of the hospital, which is fantastic news. But now everybody just waiting for that update from police, hoping charges come soon in this case. So we'll see what happens, Savannah.
Yeah, powerful image there of him in the hospital, but good news that he's out. Maggie Vespa, thank you very much.
There's a new twist in Florida's escalating war with Disney. Today, Governor Ron DeSantis announced state lawmakers will overturn Disney's attempt to avoid a state takeover of its special district it has in Orlando. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is following the latest for us. Sam, walk us through this latest move by DeSantis. There's been a lot of back and forth here. What does this mean for Disney?
Yeah, what is the upshot here, Kate? Good to be with you. It was fascinating to listen to Governor DeSantis today, to hear what he had to say, as much as the words that he used as what he did not say. The governor today talking about the fact that Florida has to be a state of laws, not a state of men or corporations ruling on their own. And that's the reason why Disney needs this special district taken away from it. No mention at all, Kate, of what got us here in the first place, the Don't Say Gay or Parental Rights in Education bill. That did not come up. No talk of woke activism, at least from the governor, or anything along those lines about culture wars. He said this is an issue of fairness. And here's what happened. The state legislature back in February created a law that put in a new board there, basically stripping away Disney selected supervisors and putting in hand-picked board members from Governor DeSantis. But before that went into effect, Disney effectively made a deal with itself. That board, which is elected by landowners in the area, and those landowners are Walt Disney employees, friends, and family members, with the corporation itself, to extend their authority to basically run this self-governance into the next several decades. Well, DeSantis said that's not going to fly. And he said on Wednesday, the board is going to meet and nullify that. And if that's not enough, the state legislature will create its own law, which would supersede whatever Disney had done. Here are the governor's remarks just moments ago.
It's basically like a legal fiction. They negotiated with themselves to give themselves the ability to maintain their self-governing status. Now, that's in direct defiance of the will of the people of Florida.
Now, Kate, another interesting sort of outcome of this today was the governor talked about land that Disney owns that he has some ideas of what he would like to use it for, be that the development, he said, of potentially a penitentiary, he used those exact words, or workforce housing for Disney employees, which would be a huge thorn in Disney's side because it would create labor issues for the company. He threw those out there. The big question right now, though, is if it's land that Disney owns but has not yet been used for the actual Disney business itself, does he have the right to do that? Does the state have the right to come in and develop Disney's land for other purposes? But it is very clear that he's sort of waging the next stage of this war and saying, do not even think about pursuing this any further.
Right. Other purposes, including the suggestion of a prison or a penitentiary. So Disney CEO Bob Iger, on the other side, has had some strong comments too, but I take it he's now saying he'd be glad to meet with the governor to discuss.
That's exactly right, Kate. So Bob Iger a few days ago had said, we're not going to go to the mattresses over that. Those were his exact words. I would be willing to meet with the governor to try to figure this out. We have reached out to Disney. So far, I've not heard any sort of a response on what the timeline like that would be. But Governor DeSantis did not mention anything about it in his remarks today.
All right, Sam Brock for us following that one. Sam, thank you.
After a 2-week recess, the Senate is back in session today with the return of some familiar faces. Let's go straight to NBC News senior congressional correspondent Garrett Haake at the Capitol for us, of course. Hey, Garrett, so a couple big names had been out and they are expected back this week. Another one still missing. Walk us through where we're at with lots of people who were healing from certain issues, things like that. How's that going to impact what we do see in the upper chamber this week, and what are the key things that do need to get done?
Well, Savannah, newly elected Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman just walked in the doors a few minutes ago. He's been out for a few weeks battling depression. And Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is back after he suffered a concussion back on March 8th. He had been home dealing with rehab, trying to get back mobile and up here to the Capitol. He'll be returning today. We should hear from him on the Senate floor in the next hour. But the lawmaker who still is not here, who's really kind of the person everyone's watching now, is California Democrat Dianne Feinstein. She serves on the Senate Judiciary Committee. They play a key role in confirming Biden-nominated judges. One of the few things that the Senate can do with divided government. With her out, that work has slowed. There's now a lot of pressure on the Senate Democrats to either find somebody else who can take that seat on the Judiciary Committee for the short term, or to get her back to the Senate. I talked to Chuck Schumer about this today. He said he hopes to have her back soon, but couldn't be more specific than that.
Garrett, also, we're rapidly approaching this debt ceiling deadline, how much the government can sort of raise what it's borrowing, something House Speaker Kevin McCarthy addressed during a speech at the New York Stock Exchange. What is he saying about the state of negotiations? What can we expect to see?
This is the biggest thing that Congress is going to have to deal with as spring turns into summer. And what Kevin McCarthy had to say about negotiations is, frankly, that right now there aren't any. He last spoke to President Biden about this issue in February, and he's trying to kind of shake up the negotiating process, both by outlining the consequences of there not being a deal to lift the debt ceiling, and by suggesting that House Republicans have at least the outlines of their own plan to do so. Here's some of what he said about that this morning in New York.
In the coming weeks, the House will vote on a bill to lift the debt ceiling into the next year. Save taxpayers trillions of dollars, make us less dependent upon China, curb our high inflation, all without touching Social Security and Medicare.
The response from Democratic lawmakers and from the White House has been, okay, but that's not a plan. They want to hear a specific plan from McCarthy before they sit down for any negotiations. Democrats have said the debt ceiling should be lifted. Right now, no preconditions. That's where they start on this, Savannah.
All right, Garrett Haake, you'll be watching. Thank you.
Well, coming up, a health alert, the urgent new warning about HPV and cancer.
Yeah, it's an important one. You're watching NBC News Daily. Apologies.
It was the end of the story, but it was also just the beginning. We couldn't know then that following the mystery would take us to places as strange as any fiction. The mind whirled among dreadful possibilities. What happened here?
The True Crime Original. Dateline, Fridays and Sundays.
Welcome back. HPV is the most common sexually transmitted infection in the U.S., but a new study found that many Americans lack a basic understanding of the virus and the serious health problems it can cause.
NBC News health writer Erica Edwards joins us on this now. Erica, this study, what did it find about people's knowledge about HPV?
Yeah, so the survey was done in 2020, finding that about 70% of respondents had heard of the link between HPV, the human papillomavirus, and cervical cancer. But actually, that knowledge had actually dropped since the last time the survey was given in 2014. But get this, less than a third of survey respondents knew that also certain strains of HPV can also lead to oral, head and neck cancers, penile and anal cancers as well. The CDC recommends that kids around age 9 start getting those shots long before they may ever be exposed through sexual contact. Kate, Savannah?
So, Erica, I mean, a lot of people remember the ads, even on TV, about that HPV vaccine. It was pushed for many people to get that whole series of it. That's been going on for years now. Do we know why awareness is falling, or why that maybe hasn't helped people understand? Is it that it's kind of the link to that next step of what can happen? Why is it that people aren't aware?
Yeah, so the study authors suggest that maybe there's just been a shift in public health efforts, going away from those public health ads that you were talking about, moving toward teaching doctors how to recommend the shots to their patients. Kate, Savannah?
And maybe the doctors aren't always mentioning it as much? Is that the theory?
That's the theory anyway, yes.
Okay.
All right, Erica Edwards, thank you so much.
Well, a New York City radio host is warning others against getting one of the most popular kinds of cosmetic surgery, breast augmentation.
Yeah, she says she's suffered rashes, joint and muscle pain, and even heart palpitations from the procedure. NBC News medical fellow Dr. Akshay Syal has the story, and we do want to warn you, some viewers may find some of these images graphic.
49 seconds before we crack open the mic.
Radio personality Marissa Gonzalez, better known as Lala, goes on the air to talk about entertainment, music, and culture with her co-host and twin sister, Lulu.
35 KTU, the beat of New York.
But these days, she's talking about something else.
I've been sharing my story about explanting and
explant surgery, or the removal of breast implants. Breast augmentation is one of the most popular kinds of cosmetic surgery, but its history has been fraught with legal challenges and even temporary suspensions of the procedure over possible health issues. After her surgery, Gonzalez says she began developing symptoms like rashes, joint and muscle pain, and even heart palpitations.
I went to a dermatologist, I went to an allergist, I threw out all my makeup, all the brushes. It wouldn't go away.
The FDA, which has approved saline and silicone-filled implants, says that they're monitoring and researching symptoms similar to Gonzalez's, described as breast implant illness. But the agency doesn't recognize the illness as a formal medical diagnosis, and that's left many patients without answers.
I felt like no doctor was taking me serious. They were like, it's gonna heal, you're fine.
But breast implant removal is becoming more common. Between 2006 and 2019, there was a 30% increase in these kinds of surgeries, according to data from the American Society of Plastic Surgeons. Dr. David Rankin, a plastic surgeon, once did hundreds of breast augmentations a year. Now, he focuses on patients who've had problems with the implants.
We see a lot of patients with thyroid issues. Joint pain is a big one, hair loss, brain fog, just generally tired, lethargic, not feeling themselves. There's theories that it's just a foreign body and your body's fighting against it. The real bottom line is, at this point, we really don't know.
Dee Hicks is a patient care coordinator for Dr. Rankin. She and other advocates have been pushing for the FDA to further acknowledge risks linked to augmentation. The agency issuing its strictest black box warning in 2021. But Hicks says the work is not over.
I see the suffering every day. I see people lose their jobs, their relationships, their health.
After months of feeling unwell, Gonzalez set up an appointment with Dr. Rankin to have her implants removed.
It's interesting, Dr. Akshay Sayal reporting there, but it's interesting that number, that 30% increase in people wanting to remove breast implants.
It definitely is. Wow, I mean, some of those symptoms, and it takes you a while to even understand that's what's going on. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
For 35 years, it has been one of New York City's biggest draws.
Yeah, okay, we've got Times Square, we've got the Empire State Building. We had Phantom of the Opera on Broadway. Well, on Sunday, the record-breaking musical ended its historic run, and George Solis was there as they got ready to raise the curtain and drop the chandelier one last time.
The iconic chromatic chords reverberated one last time as Phantom of the Opera took its final Broadway bow after a record-breaking 35-year run. Fans from around the world gathering outside the historic Majestic Theater.
It's a range of emotions.
Yes.
It's sad, it's exciting.
M. Pringle has seen the show 15 times.
What does this show mean to you?
Everything. It was the first tattoo I got on my arm.
One last journey through the mirror and into the depths of the Paris Opera House to hear this tale of a disfigured musical genius and his quest for love. Silently the senses. All set to Andrew Lloyd Webber's legendary score.
It's a tale that still speaks to now, is that beauty is found from within.
The global phenomenon has grossed a staggering $1.3 billion.
It's just unprecedented. You know, what we see here on stage, what has happened with the Phantom around the world.
February was set as the point of no return for the show, but then ticket sales began to surge, extending its run another 8 weeks.
I don't know, I think it's the best musical on Broadway.
Still, with cost of production soaring following the pandemic and inflation, producers say it's not enough to keep the chandelier crashing night after night. And so, at least for now, the music of the night
The power of the music of the night.
fades softly, deftly, and back into the dark. George Solis, NBC News, New York.
Good stuff.
Yeah, wow.
It was also quite a night for fans of the reality TV show Love is Blind. The highly anticipated season 4 reunion was supposed to air live this weekend on Netflix.
Yeah, live. That's the key there. Well, there was just one problem. Those fans were stuck waiting over an hour after an issue with the live stream. NBC News correspondent Jacob Soboroff has the story.
The hashtag Love is Late trending overnight.
I was waiting for the Love is Blind reunion, and this is what I got.
As fans of the Netflix mega hit Love is Blind were stuck waiting, and not so patiently.
Netflix, this is not going to work.
The reality show's season 4 reunion, which was set to air live on the streaming giant at 8 p.m. Eastern Sunday night, was delayed for over an hour. As the minutes ticked away,
Hello, this is terrible.
the show's hosts, Nick and Vanessa Lachey, taking to Instagram Live.
Apparently, y'all, everybody broke the internet to see this reunion.
The lengthy hang-up triggering a social media meltdown. One viewer posting, Netflix says check your mail for a DVD copy of the live reunion. Another writing, Netflix, you got 10 more minutes before I reenact this reunion myself. Even Blockbuster, the one-time video chain, joking, remember renting VHSs from us? You could start it on time, no problem. Netflix apologizing before the show finally got underway, tweeting, we are incredibly sorry that the Love is Blind live reunion did not turn out as we had planned. Earlier this month, here on Today, Nick Lachey joked about the live event.
Is this a good idea, Nick, live with this group of people?
I'll tell you on April 17th.
Okay.
And while they say the best things in life are worth waiting for,
Bro!
Love is Blind fans just as happy their wait is finally over.
All of you at home, you haven't missed a thing. We've actually been sitting in these couches, not talking to each other, so we could save all the tea for you.
Jacob Soboroff, NBC News.
Bit of a black eye there for Netflix.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, maybe they shouldn't do live like that. They don't normally.
I'm just picturing the poor person.
Oh my gosh,
who, it's like, I don't know where to push the button or whatever.
I know. Oh my gosh. Well, you know what? Worked out ultimately.
I guess neither of us are big fans, but let us know what you thought.
Yeah. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead. This is it, right?
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Monday, April 17th, 2023, hunt for a killer. Police in Alabama searching for the gunman who opened fire on a birthday party, killing 4 and injuring dozens. What we're learning now about the victims.
Mystery at sea, the frantic search for 3 Americans after their boat vanishes near Mexico. What's being done right now to track them down?
Mousetrap. Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis announces his latest move against Disney, the governor's new efforts against one of the biggest companies in the world.
And sunblock. Researchers announce what they're calling a melanoma vaccine. Why it might not actually prevent one of the most common cancers, but you'll tell you what it can do, which is pretty incredible. Well, we begin this hour with another American community torn apart by gun violence.
This time it happened in Alabama. 4 people are dead. 28 others are hurt after a shooting during a birthday party, a Sweet 16. The gunfire erupting in a ballroom dance studio, or in a dance studio, I should say. At this hour, authorities are searching for the gunman who is still on the run 24 hours after the attack.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas. Hi, Guad. So we now know the names of the victims. Tell us what we've been able to learn so far.
Savannah, Kate, we know the names and we know the ages, as young as 17 and the oldest being 23. We know that 2 of those victims were high school students at Dadeville High School. One was Philstavis Dowell and Tronkivia Smith. Both were seniors. Philstavis was a star athlete on the football team and the track team. We know he was planning to attend Jacksonville University, and now, of course, he's one of those that died. We haven't gotten more details from authorities about what specifically happened that evening, but NBC News has spoken to some of the witnesses, of course, friends and family members of those victims. Here's part of a conversation that my colleague Priscilla Thompson had with a friend of one of those victims that died.
It's hard. Me and him were very, very close.
What is it like to think about graduating without your best friend there with you?
It's difficult. It's definitely something hard to, deal with. But just, got to do it. Do it for him and do it for God.
What do you think you'll miss most?
Probably his smile, his laugh. Just him being around.
We also know that 28 others were injured during that shooting, some critically injured, and many of them were, of course, teenagers, being that this was the party of a 16-year-old.
Yeah, of course. And Guad, where does the search stand for the gunman right now?
So, Kate, we've been waiting for new details from local authorities. They spoke Sunday evening. That last update indicated that they were still trying to account for everyone that was present at that venue during the celebration, but they did not disclose any possible motive or other information of the person responsible for this. Now, NBC News did speak to the DJ of the event who was present during the incident, who said that it was very dark, and because of the darkness, it was difficult to see who could have been responsible. He said he heard the gunshots and, like many others, jumped to the ground, tried to help some of the teenagers that were around. But he did say that it was going to be very difficult for witnesses to give any information because it was dark inside that venue. Meanwhile, we do know that state and federal authorities are working with local police to continue with this investigation.
All right, Guad Venegas, thank you.
Well, time is running out in the search for 3 missing American sailors. U.S. and Mexican authorities are fanned out in a massive search area in the water near Mexico. It has been 13 days since Carrie and Frank O'Brien and William Gross were last seen. Between the 3 of them, they have nearly 100 years of boating experience. NBC News correspondent Dana Griffin joins us now on this. Hey, Dana, tell us the latest on where the search efforts stand right now.
So right now, the U.S. Coast Guard says they have no new updates on today's search. They've been focused on 2,500 square miles, and it's been days since husband and wife Frank and Carrie O'Brien and their friend William Gross set sail off the coast of Mazatlan. Now, they were heading to San Diego, a trip that should have taken 2 days, but the trio hasn't been heard from since Tuesday, April 4th. Cell phone pings that day show the boat calling into Cabo San Lucas. They had planned to stop there for supplies, but the Coast Guard says there is no record of them arriving. Now, the group was traveling on the O'Brien's 44-foot sailing vessel called Oceanbound. Officials do not believe that they had enough fuel or food on board, which is why they are aggressively pursuing this search and rescue. The families of those lost sailors are hopeful that their experience at sea will help them make a safe return home. And as you mentioned, the three have a combined 100 years of sailing experience. The O'Briens are even licensed Coast Guard captains. Gross's daughter spoke with NBC San Diego and shared the last message she received from her dad. Listen.
The last message I got from my dad was, we have a 9:30 a.m. departure today on Tuesday, April 4th. We communicate constantly with family and friends. We have a Facebook group that we post to. We check in. If our sailing plan changes, we let people know. I am just wanting my dad and the O'Briens to roll back in and be like, what's the big deal, guys?
And we definitely hope that is the case. While the friends did set sail from what's considered a do not travel zone, the Coast Guard says they are strictly focusing on search and rescue. So it's unclear if foul play may be involved, but the Coast Guard tells us that they may have also encountered winds over 30 knots and 20-foot waves. But again, the family is just hopeful that they are experienced and they are going to make a way back to them. Savannah.
And 2 licensed Coast Guard captains on board. That's what you'd hope for, absolutely, even though it's been a while. All right, Dana Griffin, thank you.
Well, the fate of the widely used abortion pill called mifepristone is in the hands of the Supreme Court this week. The High Court placed a temporary hold on a Texas ruling that would prevent patients from receiving the pill by mail. That means for right now, the pill is still available, but the hold put in place by the Supreme Court ends on midnight on Wednesday. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins me now. Yamiche, there are a bunch of different scenarios that could play out here, right? What are we watching for this week?
Well, Kate, as you said, the really important thing to underscore here is that mifepristone is still available in the 37 states that legally allow some form of medication abortion. Now, Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito issued an order on Friday that upholds that status quo through Wednesday, while the Supreme Court considers whether to grant the Biden administration's emergency request to preserve the FDA's approval of the drug. Given that timeline, experts believe the court is likely to act before then. It could maintain the stay or decide to lift it and possibly curtail access to the pill. If the court sides with opponents of abortion rights, that could result in the pill not being available by mail and patients needing to obtain the pill in person and before 7 weeks of pregnancy. Now, Justice Alito instructed the groups challenging the FDA's approval of the abortion drug to file their brief by Tuesday at noon, Kate.
So that's the next legal step. I want to ask about the vice president, Kamala Harris. She seems to have really taken on the issue of abortion rights. What has the vice president been up to?
Well, it's a key question because there's the legal part of this and there's the politics of this. And I, along with my colleagues Peter Nicholas and Carol Lee, have a story out today that illustrates that the White House is really combating these renewed, fresh GOP efforts to curb abortion access with the Vice President Kamala Harris as the face of that battle. Take a listen to her this weekend at a women's march in Los Angeles.
When you attack the rights of women in America, you are attacking America. We are strong when we know the vast majority of us have so much more in common than what separates us.
So there you really hear the passion in her voice. And Vice President Kamala Harris, she's already held scores of abortion events since Roe v. Wade was overturned. Now Harris is expected to hold at least one abortion event a week, and she's hoping those efforts will help preserve abortion access as well as galvanize voters going into 2024 and improve her and President Biden's approval ratings. We should also note that Democratic strategists, they say that no other senior Biden administration official is as credible as Vice President Harris when it comes to abortion rights and this issue because she understands understands it on a visceral level, they tell me, as both a woman and as a former prosecutor who handled sexual violence cases. So we can imagine that we're going to see a lot more of her talking about this. We're told that she's going to be holding at least one abortion event a week. We're told that she's also going to be just convening local leaders and state leaders. So this is really an issue where Vice President Harris is trying to dig in on and has been digging in on. So definitely a place to watch as the politics and the legal issues here play out. Kate?
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what Republican candidates do in the 2024 race on this issue as well, Yamiche.
Definitely.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Well, Apple is getting deeper into the banking business, and big changes are coming to McDonald's hamburgers.
I'm hungry now. Morgan Brennan joins us at today's CNBC Money Minute. I'm headed to the airport where there's a McDonald's. I just know the Big Mac's in my future. Hey, Morgan.
Well, there you go then. Savannah and Kate, it's great to see you. Apple is expanding further into the financial services space with the launch of its new high-yield savings account. Apple Card Savings comes with 4.15% annual rate and requires no minimum deposit or balance. The accounts are launching through Goldman Sachs, and users can manage their accounts in the Apple Wallet app. The CEO of Anheuser-Busch, meantime, is responding to backlash over Bud Light partnership with trans influencer Dylan Mulvaney. The beverage company's CEO, Brendan Whitworth, said he never intended to divide people and that he is in the business of bringing people together. Whitworth's response comes after consumers destroyed cans of the beer in protest after the ad campaign featuring Mulvaney. And McDonald's is making upgrades to its burger menu. Fast food chain is introducing new buns, a new way of cooking the patties to improve the taste. Burgers will now be grilled with onions, which the company said adds more flavor. The changes have been made in international stores. They've started rolling out on the West Coast, but it sounds like you're going to get the old school McDonald's Big Mac
at JFK.
if you actually buy that later.
If you go to New York, we heard Big Mac is they're changing their special sauce.
The sauce,
too.
like, it's perfect.
Well, I guess we're going to have to buy them and do some taste
we'll
testing. See where we're at
here. There you go. Morgan, thank you.
Coming up, a Missouri community demanding justice after a 16-year-old is shot. What his family is now saying about his recovery. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now? I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi! Hi, family!
In Kansas City, Missouri, a community is demanding answers after a black teenager was shot. Police say it happened last week while the teen was trying to pick up his younger siblings. They say he went to the wrong house and after ringing the doorbell was shot by the homeowner twice, including once while the teen was on the ground. The homeowner was taken into custody and released after 24 hours, according to police. I want to bring in NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa, who is closely following this story for us. Maggie, I understand there's quite a bit of outrage there on the ground. Tell us, what do we know about this investigation and how the community is responding? Tell us what we've seen on the ground.
Yeah, so Savannah, in short, the thing that really is frustrating people the most, infuriating them, I should say, the most on the ground in Kansas City is the fact that Kansas City police confirmed they took the homeowner in this case into custody after this shooting Thursday night, held that person for 24 hours, and then released them without naming or charging them. Police say that's because this investigation is ongoing and they were waiting to talk to Ralph, waiting to talk to the 16-year-old boy who was shot in this case. They said initially because of his condition, they couldn't take his statement, therefore they couldn't file charges. And Missouri law prohibits them from holding someone longer for 24 hours without filing charges. Even with that explanation, even with that context, protests over the weekend, fury on the ground, calls for justice. People in Kansas City say they don't understand how this could happen. Take a listen.
I realize that justice doesn't come overnight, but the fact that there's a kid in the hospital and everything I read says not even a charge has been done, that concerns me.
Just hold this man accountable, and you see that the community came out and supported. We are a community. If one of our children is shot, killed, we all are here.
So the police chief assuring the community this investigation is moving forward. They promised it will be thorough and it will be fast, and they're basically asking for patience in the meantime. But Savannah, you hit the nail on the head. A ton of anger on the ground, as one might expect at this point.
Yeah, part of that, it seems, at least some of it, is that according to the family's attorney, to the boy's attorney, the homeowner is white. Of course, that's attributed just to the attorney at this point, fueling some of that. But Maggie, what can you tell us, of course, about this teenager's condition today?
So we just spoke to his family, and we actually just learned that Ralph, 16-year-old Ralph, who was shot once in the head, and the family says once in the arm, that second shot coming when he was on the ground. They say he is actually recovered enough, believe it or not, that he was released from the hospital over the weekend. They say, again, that first gunshot was to the head. It was lodged in his frontal cortex. He has a traumatic brain injury, and he still is having trouble speaking at this point. But they are hopeful for a full, or at least close to full, recovery, and he made tremendous progress over the weekend, again, out of the hospital, which is fantastic news. But now everybody just waiting for that update from police, hoping charges come soon in this case. So we'll see what happens, Savannah.
Yeah, powerful image there of him in the hospital, but good news that he's out. Maggie Vespa, thank you very much.
Dramatic body camera footage captures police in New Mexico arriving at a home and shooting the homeowner to death. Police were responding to a call, but they went to the wrong house. Here's NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster.
New body camera video capturing the fatal police shooting of a homeowner in New Mexico. The videos from April 5th show 3 Farmington officers responding to a domestic violence report around 11:30 p.m., identifying themselves as police 3 times.
Farmington Police.
But the department says officers went to the wrong address.
It might have been 4308.
Is it 43 or 53?
Or, yeah, it might have been 5308.
52-year-old Robert Dotson opens his front door wearing a robe, investigators say pointing a gun at police.
Hands up!
All 3 officers fired their weapons.
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Dotson died at the scene.
One down at the doorway.
His wife is heard screaming inside.
Please don't.
Appearing to open the door when police say she begins firing.
Get her in cuffs!
Minutes later, she surrendered.
Where's the gun at? He dropped it, and then she picked it up and pointed it at us.
Upstairs are 2 children heard on a 911 call released by the Farmington Police Department.
There were gunshots in the house and my dad is shot.
The police chief offered his condolences the next day.
Mr. Dotson was not the subject of the call that our officers were responding to. And this ending is just unbelievably tragic. I'm extremely sorry that we are in this position.
The department is not naming the 3 officers who are now on paid administrative leave.
It is a tragedy, no doubt.
Former police chief Carmen Best, who watched the video, says the shooting appears to be consistent with police training.
I would not expect my officer to have a gun pointed in their direction and not react.
A reaction stemming from a mistaken address now being investigated by state police. Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Coming up, new details emerging about what was inside those leaked classified documents. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You can watch us wherever you stream live. You can see a number of those places listed right there on your screen. The news continues after this.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest, a bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. For nearly a year now, the U.S. government has been holding back nearly $1 billion worth of goods imported into the country. Well, the reason? Those goods may be tied to forced labor overseas. Now, major companies are under pressure to prove their supply chain is clean. Here's CNBC's Andrea Day.
We went inside one of America's largest ports and saw firsthand the mountain of goods being detained. Now, it's everything from solar panels to bedding to floor tiles from some of the biggest brand names. Those companies now scrambling to prove their supply chain is clean.
Wall to wall.
Millions of dollars worth of solar panels on its way into the U.S. and all stopped in its tracks.
An overwhelming amount of cargo.
Over here, a load of xanthan gum.
It's a 40-foot container full.
This is a top priority for CBP and for the department.
And on this side of the warehouse, boxes and boxes of vinyl floor tiles, halted.
This is not just a supply chain security issue for us. It is an economic security issue for the country.
Right now, we're in a warehouse where we conduct examinations.
Our cameras got exclusive access to Customs and Border Protection's battle to stop products produced with slave labor.
We're probably holding somewhere in the vicinity of 200 or so full container loads of this commodity, about $15 million.
All of it shipped to the Port of New York, Newark, and all of it detained.
the team here at the port enforcing the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, ensuring goods made with forced labor in the Xinjiang region of China do not enter the United States.
This is modern-day slavery.
American companies now forced to deal with the consequences of a tainted supply chain.
It is challenging, especially when your supply chains go into China.
Anne-Marie Highsmith oversees trade at CBP headquarters in Washington, D.C., making the issue even more challenging for American companies.
The Chinese government has taken affirmative steps to obfuscate those supply chains and prevent businesses from learning the conditions under which those products are manufactured.
Her message to American businesses:
you need to know your supply chain.
And making it even tougher is that major companies can have thousands of first-tier suppliers, and that list goes on and on. So a basic shirt can have one supplier for just the thread and another for the buttons. Back to you.
All right, well, are you in the market for a new car? Prices over the last 5 years have risen at the fastest rate since the 1980s, and that's leading a lot of people to consider buying pre-owned. But there are things you need to do to make sure you're not getting a lemon. Linda Baccaro from our New York station shows you how to do your research.
Rose Coach says this 2019 Honda HR-V is perfect to get to and from work in Suffolk County. Problem is, she can't use it. She found the car on Facebook Marketplace and agreed on a sale price.
Total is $12,700.
She noticed an issue with the airbag light and asked the seller about it.
They say they replaced the airbag, and it's a glitch. Something needs to be fixed, and it's not a big deal. It's gonna probably cost like 20 or maybe 100 or something like that in total.
But when she tried to get the car inspected and registered with DMV...
First inspection I was trying to get, and the guy says, oh no, you have a salvage title.
The New York DMV says a car is considered a salvage if it's been rebuilt after being damaged in excess of 75% of its retail value at the time of the loss. New York state law then requires that the Department of Motor Vehicles perform a salvage vehicle examination to determine if there are stolen parts. After that, a title can be issued and the owner can register the vehicle and get it inspected. Rose shopped around for repairs to pass inspection.
The dealership says $7,000 plus tax. It's a big price.
If you're buying a used car from a private seller, bring the car to a mechanic to examine it, take a test drive, and get a vehicle history report. For Rose,
it's lesson learned.
We reached out to DMV on Rose's behalf, and they're now working with her to get Rose the green light to hit the road.
So bottom line seems to be ask a lot of questions.
Exactly,
and
yeah.
Be a little careful about those used
Sorry
cars.
we keep bringing you bad news about buying cars. Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow we'll do a really happy story about products.
There we go. All right, well, coming up, new video of a deadly encounter involving Customs and Border Protection agents. Why the victims' families say they never expected it to be made public. You are watching NBC News Daily.
begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
NBC News, streaming free now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
The Minnesota Court of Appeals upheld the most serious murder conviction of former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin in the murder of George Floyd. Chauvin's attorney had asked the court to throw out the conviction because of the publicity surrounding the case and other factors that he claimed prevented a fair trial. But the three-judge panel sided with prosecutors who said Chauvin got a fair trial and a just sentence. Chauvin is currently serving a 22.5-year sentence.
The Secret Service is investigating reports of a gunshot fired this morning at the home of Vice President Kamala Harris and her husband, Doug Emhoff. Well, neither of them were at the residence at the time, and no one was injured. According to the Secret Service, quote, there is currently no indication the incident was directed at the individuals it protects or the Naval Observatory.
Italian police have seized more than $440 million worth of cocaine floating off the coast of Sicily. Roughly 70 waterproof packages weighing 2 tons were found sealed together with netting and equipped with a tracking device. According to police, the packages were spotted by a Navy surveillance plane. Officers believe the drugs were dumped by a cargo ship and were set to be recovered later.
Wow. Well, we're learning new revelations from that leak of classified documents and why the government didn't know for months that state secrets were being posted online. It comes as lawmakers are demanding further investigation into how this happened and how to stop it from occurring again. NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delanian has been reporting on this. He joins us now from Washington on it. Hey, Ken, so, I mean, you have new reporting, I know, about why the government wasn't able to discover that these documents were being posted publicly online. What did you find?
Well, Savannah, one reason why is that the government has no ability, no right to look at the private social media of the 1.3 million people who hold top secret clearances in this country, including Jack Teixeira, who's now been charged with leaking this information. There's no requirement that these people disclose their private social media. Sometimes the government looks at what they do publicly on Twitter and Facebook, but not these private chat rooms on places like Discord. And so Jack Teixeira allegedly was posting these documents for months before the U.S. even knew they were there, and the government only found out after it became public in the news media.
Ken, there's new information in these documents also now that we know what's out there surrounding China. What do we know?
Yeah, well, NBC News is reviewing a document today that talks about the U.S. assessing that China is creating a cyber capability to take control of an American satellite, which is pretty remarkable. There were also documents published by the Washington Post that said that the U.S. knew about 3 additional Chinese spy balloons, in addition to the one that flew across the United States, and another report that said that China could quickly establish air superiority in the event that it invades Taiwan. So some interesting new revelations about Chinese capabilities, Savannah.
Absolutely. A lot to unpack there. Ken Delanian, thank you so much.
You bet.
Well, for the first time ever, U.S. Customs and Border Protection is releasing body camera footage from a deadly shootout. Last month in Arizona, a Border Patrol agent shot and killed a suspect in Pima County, which is right along the U.S.-Mexico border. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now. Stephen, what do we know about how this incident went down? What are we seeing in this footage?
Okay, this is some very dramatic video released by CBP. As you mentioned, the first time this agency is releasing a body cam video from an agent-involved shooting. The driver killed was a U.S. citizen accused of transporting undocumented immigrants. We do want to warn you, though, this video is disturbing. The footage shows agents chasing a black BMW. They were able to corner that car. You see an agent jump out with a baton and start smashing the windows of that vehicle. The agent grabs the driver's arm, but then the car goes in reverse. The agent then points his firearm at the driver and fires that one deadly shot. The Pima County authorities later declared that driver, Noe Mejia, dead at the scene. According to CBP, 5 undocumented immigrants were found in that car. 2 were in the back seat and 3, Kate, were in the trunk.
Oh, and what are we hearing from the family of the person driving the car?
Yeah, Kate, we did hear from an attorney for the family. They passed along a statement to our affiliate KVOA there in Tucson, Arizona, saying, quote, "At no time did CBP give notice to the family that this footage was being released to the media. At no time did CBP seek or receive the consent of our clients to release this footage to the media. The family is horrified and re-traumatized by the release of this footage that shows in graphic detail a CBP officer shooting their loved one." The family continues to investigate this incident. And Kate, it is also worth pointing out that since 2021, the Tucson sector has had the highest number of use of force incidents, according to CBP data. The Pima County Sheriff's Office is still investigating to determine whether or not the shooting was justified.
All right, Stephen Romo for us. Stephen, thank you.
Well, a 2021 sexual assault investigation involving actor Armie Hammer is now under review by the Los Angeles District Attorney. That's according to a source familiar with the investigation. You might know Hammer from his roles in movies like The Social Network and Call Me By Your Name, or you may have heard of some of these more recent revelations. Let's get to NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin on this. Hey, Aaron, so NBC News was able to confirm this just a few minutes ago. Tell us what we've learned so far.
Yeah, that's right, Savannah. A source with knowledge tells NBC News that the Los Angeles Police Department has wrapped up its investigation into sexual assault allegations against actor Armie Hammer. They have forwarded the results of that investigation to the LA District Attorney's Office, a spokesperson confirming to NBC News that they are now reviewing a case involving Armie Hammer. This all relates back to the 2021 allegation made by a woman identifying herself as Effie. She came forward alleging that in 2017, the actor brutally raped her in Los Angeles. At the time, coming forward in a press conference with her then attorney, Gloria Allred. Gloria Allred is no longer representing her. We reached out to Effie asking her for comment on this latest development. We have yet to hear back. It is unclear how long the district attorney plans to review this case. No charges have been filed.
And Aaron, at this point, have we heard anything, any response from Hammer or his legal team? Are we expecting that?
We reached out to Hammer's lawyer just a short while ago. That lawyer declined to comment. Back when these allegations were originally made, though, in 2021, his lawyer released a statement denying the allegations, saying, quote, "All of Hammer's sexual relationships have been completely consensual, discussed and agreed upon in advance, and mutually participatory." Savannah.
All right, Aaron McLaughlin, thank you so much.
There's a new twist in Florida's escalating war with Disney. Today, Governor Ron DeSantis announced state lawmakers will overturn Disney's attempt to avoid a state takeover of its special district it has in Orlando. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is following the latest for us. Sam, walk us through this latest move by DeSantis. There's been a lot of back and forth here. What does this mean for Disney?
Yeah, what is the upshot here, Kate? Good to be with you. It was fascinating to listen to Governor DeSantis today, to hear what he had to say, as much as the words that he used as what he did not say. The governor today talking about the fact that Florida has to be a state of laws, not a state of men or corporations ruling on their own. And that's the reason why Disney needs this special district taken away from it. No mention at all, Kate, of what got us here in the first place, the Don't Say Gay or Parental Rights and Education bill. That did not come up. No talk of woke activism, at least from the governor, or anything along those lines about culture wars. He said this is an issue of fairness. And here's what happened. The state legislature back in February created a law that put in a new board there, basically stripping away Disney selected supervisors and putting in hand-picked board members from Governor DeSantis. But before that went into effect, Disney effectively made a deal with itself. That board, which is elected by landowners in the area, and those landowners are Walt Disney employees, friends, and family members, with the corporation itself, to extend their authority to basically run this self-governance into the next several decades. Well, DeSantis said that's not going to fly. And he said on Wednesday, the board is going to meet and nullify that. And if that's not enough, the state legislature will create its own law, which would supersede whatever Disney had done. Here are the governor's remarks just moments ago.
It's basically like a legal fiction. They negotiated with themselves to give themselves the ability to maintain their self-governing status. Now, that's in direct defiance of the will of the people of Florida.
Now, Kate, another interesting sort of outcome of this today was the governor talked about land that Disney owns that he has some ideas of what he would like to use it for, be that the development, he said, of potentially a penitentiary, he used those exact words, or workforce housing for Disney employees, which would be a huge thorn in Disney's side because it would create labor issues for the company. He threw those out there. The big question right now, though, is if it's land that Disney owns but has not yet been used for the actual Disney business itself, does he have the right to do that? Does the state have the right to come in and develop Disney's land for other purposes? But it is very clear that he's sort of waging the next stage of this war and saying, do not even think about pursuing this any further.
Right. Other purposes, including the suggestion of a prison or a penitentiary. So Disney CEO Bob Iger, on the other side, has had some strong comments, too. But I take it he's now saying he'd be glad to meet with the governor to discuss.
That's exactly right, Kate. So Bob Iger a few days ago had said, we're not going to go to the mattresses over that. Those were his exact words. I would be willing to meet with the governor to try to figure this out. We have reached out to Disney. So far, I've not heard any sort of a response on what the timeline like that would be. But Governor DeSantis did not mention anything about it in his remarks today.
All right, Sam Brock for us following that one. Sam, thank you.
Well, Napa Valley wineries are responding to climate change, coming up the impacts you might already be tasting.
But first, time for today's Daily Snapshot. Take a look at this stunning image from Jerusalem where people gathered around the Edicule. That's the site believed to be the burial site of Jesus. They were there to hold the Holy Fire ceremony, all with candles in hand. You can see it from above. The ceremony's been celebrated the same way for the past 11 centuries. More NBC News Daily right after this.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit. I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Watch NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt or listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Napa Valley vineyards are known for producing wines with a one-of-a-kind flavor, right? But the climate that is key to producing that is being threatened. Here's NBC News correspondent Nayela Charles.
The secret to Napa's exquisite wine doesn't come in a bottle, and it can't be recreated. It's the climate, a unique mix of sun, soil, and rain. But climate change threatens to put that equilibrium out of balance.
2%.
In Napa Valley, taste tests for the 2021 wines are underway at Turnbull Winery.
That's so good. It's like magic unicorn horns.
Their backdrop is picturesque. Vibrant green hills, courtesy of record rainfall that eliminated more than 70% of California's drought in just 3 months. But some Napa wineries are still rising from the ashes. In 2020, the glass fire ripped through the Northern Valley. It was one of the most destructive fires in California history. 20 vineyards were destroyed.
The trees would just burst into flames.
Was it scary?
Oh, it was really scary.
Katie Lazar and Chris Howell, the wine growers at Cane Vineyard and Winery, narrowly escaped when flames came up their hillside, destroying every building and much of their 550-acre vineyard.
After driving through the fire, I remember the sound and the smell, but we're here. We lived.
The last 13 years have been Earth's hottest. Climate scientists say that California's record droughts and wildfires, swinging to record rains, floods, and even snow, are part of that change. In Napa Valley, this climate whiplash is a threat. The concern is an extreme change in climate could change the taste of the wine, a taste that the local economy relies on. These vines will soon produce the grapes that make Napa Valley famous, the world-renowned Cabernet Sauvignon. Does the wine that was made in the warmer years taste any different than the others?
Yes, it does.
Beth Novak Milligan's family has owned these vineyards since the 1970s.
In 2022, we had a day here about 118 degrees. I mean, that's desert heat.
Then there's the fires and the smoke they produce.
If there is fresh smoke close by and it's just sort of hovering in your vineyard, the grapes do absorb that through their skins.
Peter Heitz lost about 20% of his 2020 harvest to what experts call smoke taint. He says it tastes like ash.
We took all the wines that were damaged and then we sold them off to other people that probably made barbecue sauce, and we lost millions of dollars doing that.
According to one estimate, the 2020 fires cost the California wine industry $3.7 billion. Almost all of that loss was due to smoke damage.
That'll be the thing that you need.
Growers are adapting to the climate challenge as best as they can.
We're like focusing on planting vines that won't need any water at all.
But all are resilient.
We have to be nimble, and then we have to react or respond to what Mother Nature sends our way. We all know that climate change is real, and it is impacting us.
The question is, how fast will it change, and what flavor will this possible new climate create? Back to you.
All right, Nyla, thank you. Well, in today's Daily Health, a new study has found what could be a major breakthrough for cancer patients with melanoma. The data from this study found that adding an experimental mRNA cancer vaccine to a patient's treatment reduced the chances that their cancer will return. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren, joins us now with this breakthrough. Kristen, this is really incredible stuff. So people might remember that mRNA word. It's the same technology that was used to develop those COVID vaccines. But explain to us how this so-called vaccine works. I think the headlines on this cancer vaccine had people really excited, and it is very exciting, but kind of tell us some of the nuance here.
Right. So let's just start with saying this is a really big deal, what a lot of people think they've been waiting for. It is an mRNA vaccine. The research was actually started before COVID, and what they had done, the work they had done, really helped them to push that COVID vaccine further along and quicker down the pipeline. So what this is, though, it's not a vaccine in the traditional sense where you would take it and then not get cancer. This takes a person's tumor, a specific tumor, the hallmarks of that, and then it's able to create this custom blend for a person, and in quite simple terms, that then would seek out that person's cancer and destroy it. So researchers are quite excited about this, and here's how one of them characterized it. Take a listen.
So that by the time I retire, I'll hopefully put myself out of the business of treating patients with metastatic melanoma, meaning everybody will get treated with some sort of treatment after surgery, and will hopefully eliminate many, if not all, of the relapses.
So melanoma is the deadliest form of skin cancer. We talked to one patient who was diagnosed with advanced stage 3 melanoma. He was in this trial. He got the vaccine as opposed to the group that got the placebo. He has now been cancer-free for more than 3 years. So they say that the recurrence rate dropped 44% when people were given this. And then there are these applications they hope in the future, Savannah, to other types of cancer as well.
Oh, wow. Such great news. Kristen Dahlgren, thank you so much. Incredible reporting. And you can catch more of Kristen's report here tonight on NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
So this month's NFL draft is going to set a record, but it has nothing to do with the players coming into the league. The stage being built is bigger than a football field. It is the largest stage ever used for the event. It's expected to be 378 feet by 100 filled with 10,000 square feet. 10,000 square feet of LED panels. Construction began in March on the space outside Kansas City's Union Station. 7 miles of fencing for security is around the event. It happens April 27th.
Wow, that's pretty cool. Well, there's more news ahead. You're watching NBC News Daily.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Welcome back. On a Pennsylvania college baseball team, one player is proving that it's never too late to swing for the fences.
That is so true. 56-year-old Jim Fullen always dreamed of playing college baseball. Life kind of got in the way. He never got a chance until now.
There was some confusion when Jim Fullen first took to the field alongside Pennsylvania's Montgomery County Community College baseball team.
I was a little shocked at first. I thought he was one of the coaches.
But Jim isn't the coach. The 56-year-old is one of the new freshman players on the Mustangs' much younger roster. His first day memorable for all the wrong reasons.
It's horrible. I struck out on 3 pitches, made 3 errors. I almost wanted to pack it in.
But he didn't give up.
There's a reason why I'm here. And I just came at it another day. Ball, 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 ball.
That's because playing college ball has always been Jim's dream, one he put on hold to raise a family and join the Army.
A good buddy of mine said, Jim, do it for yourself. Don't do it for anybody else. So that's when I made the decision. Give one more.
Last year, the granddad of 9 retired from his job as a U.S. postmaster just so he could start applying to schools, hoping for a spot on a team and a chance to finally get a college education.
Runners split up half at first.
Mustang's coach, Mike Fitzgerald, says while Jim was a little rough around the edges, he made the team fair and square.
I don't even know if he made contact with the ball for the first week, but he had the will to want to keep coming back. And every day he came to practice, every day he got better.
Jim is not just a teammate. The right fielder is also inspiring players nearly 40 years younger.
The guy's 56 and he plays like he's 20. Keeps his body in shape. He's a good guy.
Yeah, let's go, Jim.
Swinging for the fences.
Yeah, Jim.
And now so grateful for each day on his very own Field of Dreams.
I say this to these guys probably a couple times a week. I say, we get to play baseball today. I'm out here playing baseball. It's great. I mean, what more can you ask for in life? It's good stuff.
Yeah.
He told me he's loving college, too. He's trying to get his associates for real.
Oh,
and he loves his statistics class. It's his favorite.
There you go.
Maybe
That's
baseball
awesome.
stats.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Great story. That was awesome.
Let's take a look at some other stories trending today, huh?
That's right. Well, Netflix has apologized after last night's Love is Blind live reunion show was delayed by over an hour. The delay was a result of technical difficulties. The streaming giant says the reunion episode will be uploaded in full today by 3 p.m. Eastern time. This is only the second time ever that Netflix tried to do something live. The previous live Chris Rock stand-up special went off without a problem. But last night, Love was late, as Netflix said.
That's why I said, oof, wow. Okay, last night, singer-songwriter Frank Ocean made his long-awaited return to the stage as the headline act for this year's Coachella Music Festival. The enigmatic star had not appeared at a large-scale concert for nearly 6 years. While performing, he announced that his first new album since 2016 is on the way. Big news for fans. Unfortunately, he ended up being an hour late to the set and was forced to stop the show early because the curfew at the venue went into effect.
Oh, I'm sure those people were also not too happy about the delay.
I guess what we're seeing is like a home video, like somebody just
it looks like a
shooting
cell phone video of the big
yeah,
screen.
but you can hear him.
Yeah, wow, awesome. All right, well, in the state of New Jersey, this is pretty cool. September 23rd will now officially be known as Bruce Springsteen Day. Governor Phil Murphy issued the proclamation over the weekend at the inaugural American Music Honors event. Unfortunately, the boss himself was unable to attend the ceremony after he and his wife Patty tested positive for COVID.
Oh,
Such a
no.
bummer. I know, but hey, September 23rd, we'll all celebrate.
Yeah, he gets his own day. That's pretty
exactly.
cool. Yesterday, the Phantom of the Opera closed the curtain on its 35-year run, the longest in Broadway history.
It's a range of emotions.
Yes.
It's sad, it's exciting. I don't know, I think it's the best musical of Broadway.
During its run, 20 million people saw it, and it grossed around $1.4 billion.
People emotional.
They love it.
Oh.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Savannah Sellers, and you're watching NBC News Daily.
This is what it looks and feels
the storm
The
zone.
bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
If it's Monday, dueling fights made in Manhattan over Trump and the debt limit as House Republicans hold a hearing on District Attorney Alvin Bragg, and House Speaker McCarthy heads to the New York Stock Exchange to deliver an ultimatum to the White House. Plus, the Justice Department accuses China of an unprecedented and brazen scheme to crack down on dissent inside the U.S. and operating a police station of the Chinese government inside New York. And a deadly battle for control of Sudan. Two of the country's top generals fighting for power, trapping civilians in the crossfire as the UN warns of a potential humanitarian catastrophe. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. Congress is back from its recess, but the big action today wasn't on Capitol Hill. It was in Lower Manhattan. In New York City today, House Republicans aggressively defending former President Trump as he faces criminal charges while also escalating a standoff with President Biden on a potentially catastrophic default on U.S. debt. This morning, Speaker McCarthy delivered remarks from the New York Stock Exchange warning of the risks of rising debt and demanding the White House restart debt ceiling negotiations or else.
Without exaggeration, American debt is a ticking time bomb that will detonate unless we take serious, responsible action. Yet, how has President Biden reacted to this issue? He has done nothing. Mr. President, with all due respect, enough is enough. This is not how the leader of the free world should act. Your partisan political games are provoking the very crisis you claim to avoid.
Now, the White House argues that the partisan political games are actually being waged by Republicans. In a statement, they accuse McCarthy of, quote, dangerous economic hostage-taking. President Biden has said he will not negotiate on this issue and is demanding a clean bill to lift spending caps. Now, it's worth noting that without government action, the Treasury Department warns the U.S. could exceed its debt limit later this summer, which could prompt an unprecedented default on U.S. debt and throw the global economy into a state of widespread turmoil. Meanwhile, as McCarthy criticized the current president, Republicans on the House Judiciary Committee held a field hearing just a few blocks away to bolster the former president. The hearing, which on its face is about the issue of crime in New York under Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg, comes, of course, as Mr. Trump has relentlessly attacked Bragg for charging him with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. The Republican members of the Judiciary Committee echoed many of the same attacks Mr. Trump has levied against Bragg on his social media feed. Take a listen.
The district attorney, justice isn't blind. It's about looking for opportunities to advance a political agenda, a radical political agenda. Rather than enforcing the law, the DA is using his office to do the bidding of left-wing campaign funders. He's taken a soft-on-crime approach to the real criminals.
Mr. Bragg, I hope you're watching. I hope you're watching today, sir. You're a disgrace. You're a danger to this country, and I will do everything I can in my power to hold you accountable.
NBC's Garrett Hake is on Capitol Hill. NBC's Ryan Nobles is in Manhattan following that Judiciary Committee field hearing. And NBC's Ali Rafa is outside the White House. Garrett, I want to start with you. Speaker McCarthy says a House debt ceiling proposal is coming. And I think the big question is, how detailed is it going to be? Are you getting any sense of what is in this proposal?
Well, look, the proposal's the right word, Kristen, because that's where we are right now. This is not yet a bill, but it's the outline of where House Republicans think they want to go, at least to get negotiations started. In this proposal, you see things like capping discretionary spending, rolling it back to 2022 levels, building in the idea that you can only add to that spending by 1% a year. They talk also about unspecific changes that they would want to make to some entitlement programs, things like SNAP benefits potentially, changing the work requirements around that. that or around Medicaid. I'm being unspecific here because the plan itself is unspecific, and I think that's ultimately where this gets into some trouble. McCarthy went to New York today to try to shake up this argument, try to make the point in front of a different audience that negotiations, he believes, need to resume with the White House. The White House and Senate Democrats have said, we'll negotiate to the degree we want to do that at all when you have a real plan. So an outline is not a plan. It's not something you can pass into law. This doesn't get all the way there, but McCarthy and House Republicans argue it's a start and we should be talking. And by the way, he just got some backup on the House floor from Mitch McConnell in his first speech back after suffering that concussion. He's saying President Biden needs to sit down with the speaker. He's not going to basically jump in and help. He wants those two to sort this out sooner rather than later.
Well, that is certainly an interesting data point today, Garrett. And, you know, we have spent so much time focused on how fractured the Republican caucus is. And the big question is, will Speaker McCarthy be able to get Republicans in the House on board with any plan or deal that he strikes with the White House? He was asked about that today on CNBC by our colleagues, and he says, quote, that he has the support of America and that he will ultimately get the party behind him. What do you make of that response? What does it tell us about the state of play right now?
Well, it tells me he doesn't have the votes yet, but
Yeah.
I think that's also partly because he doesn't have a bill yet. I mean, how many times in how many different contexts have we talked about the idea that you can't pass an outline and that what's going to matter here are the details? What do those work requirements look like? How many people among the most vulnerable might get left without benefits or with reduced benefits? That's going to make people, particularly in those battleground districts that we're always talking about, you know, I look first to the New York delegation where you've got all these new Republicans from New York State who won in Biden districts. How are they going to react to this? If McCarthy is going to force the White House's hand on this, he needs to at least make sure all of his ducks are in a row, because any cracks in the Republican coalition will be certainly exploited by Senate Democrats and by the White House.
Yeah, well, okay, and you take me to my next point. Garrett, thank you for that very smooth transition. Ali Rafa, let me go to you at the White House, because they were out with a pre-buttal today before we even heard from Speaker McCarthy. What's the strategy there? And as Garrett notes, they're dug in on this issue, essentially saying, look, we're not going to negotiate. We're not going to have Speaker McCarthy back to the White House until we see the plan.
Yeah, Kristen, what we heard from Speaker McCarthy today was widely anticipated from this White House. And so what you're seeing now, I would almost compare it to that awkward period of time after you have a fight with a family member or friend where either side is waiting on who reaches out to the other first. Except in this specific case, there really was no fight. There was no argument because we didn't even get to that point. We know that President Biden and Speaker McCarthy haven't met in person or talked about the debt ceiling debate since they met in person in the Oval Office in February, despite several public invitations by the president to continue those discussions. So right now, we're really in this space where we're waiting to see how this continues. As you said, both sides really dug in here. This White House maintaining this argument for months now that this shouldn't be a political football. This is a congressional responsibility, that this should happen as soon as possible, and then negotiations on any specific budget cuts to Democratic priorities could be negotiated at a later point. But you have McCarthy saying that he wants this paired, any sort of negotiation on the debt ceiling to be paired with those spending cuts. So the White House at this point trying to get this behind them as soon as possible, because especially this proposal that we heard from McCarthy today to potentially delay this into next year, an election year, certainly threatens this White House's plan to, as we know, we know President Biden is expecting to announce his reelection soon. The longer this goes on, the longer this potentially becomes difficult optics-wise for this White House. So trying to get this behind them as soon as possible, Kristen.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And there could be serious consequences even if they get close to going over the edge with this. Ryan Nobles, let me turn to you in New York. That's, of course, the backdrop to this dramatic hearing that is playing out in Manhattan today, where Republicans have cast this as a hearing to look at crime in New York. And yet the inference is this is about really putting DA Bragg in the spotlight, of course, the person who has charged former President Trump with 34 felony counts. So what were your big takeaways so far today?
Yeah, Kristen, it's interesting. Donald Trump's name was not on the agenda at all, but there's no doubt that this indictment against him, the future prosecution from Alvin Bragg and his office, cast a long shadow over the proceedings today. You know, the Republicans that were involved here insisted that this was just about a big concern that they have about crime on the increase all over the country, but specifically here in Manhattan. And they accuse Alvin Bragg of not doing enough to prosecute criminals that are responsible for violent crimes. And they brought members of the community who were victims of these violent crimes who have a problem with Bragg. But, you know, the idea that Donald Trump has nothing to do with this, I don't think anyone really believes. And we tried to press Republicans today about if they would have had this hearing if not for that indictment. And listen to how they responded.
Hearing have taken place if Donald Trump has
I know what I said there. I think this is the most powerful witnesses I've seen in a long time.
Congresswoman, would this hearing would it have been taken place had the district attorney not indicted the former?
It would have been taking place. Now, whether it would have been today, I don't know.
So they talked around it a little bit. They said it would have happened, maybe not as early as it happened this time around. They even have claimed that they're going to do hearings like this all over the country in cities like New Orleans, Chicago, and others. But make no mistake about this, Kristen, this serves two companion goals for these House Republicans. First, it gives Donald Trump the cover that he needs. It tarnishes the image of Alvin Bragg, who argued today that the crime rate here in New York is actually better than it is in some of the districts of these Republicans who are attacking him. But it also allows them to put crime front and center as a campaign issue in 2024. It's one of the reasons that they were successful in 2022. So you saw them kind of pushing in both directions today during what turned out to be a pretty contentious hearing here in New York City earlier today.
Yeah, your second point cannot be overstated. It is undoubted. There's no doubt that that is a key part of their strategy heading into 2024. Very quickly, you talked a little bit about what we heard from Alvin Bragg, but how did he respond broadly to these hearings?
Well, we saw his office use his Twitter feed as a way to respond. Initially, as the hearing was going on, he tweeted some of the statistics, the crime statistics that his office had compiled that showed a number of violent crimes that have decreased since he took office. And then he issued a statement shortly after the hearing ended, and he said that it was a slap in the face, that the way this hearing was conducted was a slap in the face specifically to New York City police officers, to the prosecutors in his office, and to the public service that are working every single day to keep crime in line. The one thing that we found in this, Kristen, is that Democrats had two opportunities here. One was just to ignore this, treat it like a sideshow, pretend it didn't matter, or they could aggressively push back. What they've chosen to do, at least in the early stages of this back and forth, is aggressively push back, and we saw that on display here today.
Great reporting, great interviews. Ryan Nobles, thank you. And before that, Garrett Hake and Ali Rafa. Turning now to the 2024 race, which we were just talking about, Republicans rallying around former President Trump. Mr. Trump received endorsements from 4 members of the Tennessee congressional delegation after meeting over the weekend in Nashville. That group includes the state's 2 senators, Marsha Blackburn and Bill Hagerty. And it comes as most of Mr. Trump's so-called rivals for the 2024 Republican nomination continue to tiptoe around criticizing him. Still, we are seeing some early fireworks. The former president has ramped up his attacks on Florida Governor Ron DeSantis for his past support of entitlement reform. And a new response from DeSantis' allies is hitting back at Trump. Take a look.
Trump is being attacked by a Democrat prosecutor in New York. So why is he spending millions attacking the Republican governor of Florida? Trump's stealing pages from the Biden-Pelosi playbook, repeating lies about Social Security.
Joining me now to break down the state of 2024 Republican field is Amy Walter, publisher and editor-in-chief of the Cook Political Report. Amy, always great to have you.
Great to be here.
So let me just get your reaction to what we just saw. So here is a group that's allied with Ron DeSantis. That's the key, right? We're not hearing that from Ron DeSantis. Right. I mean, does he continue to kind of keep the gloves on, as it were, as it relates to going after Trump? Is there any incentive for him to sharpen his attacks at this point?
That's a really excellent point, because remember, we have both the ads that are going up for Donald Trump, which attack Ron DeSantis, also not officially yet with the Trump campaign. They're also part of the super PAC, and these are super PAC ads. The one thing that I thought was really interesting in that ad, it did 2 things, the one that you just showed. One, trying to give some cover to Ron DeSantis. So it seems pretty clear that the attacks that Trump and Trump surrogates have had on DeSantis on this issue of entitlements. And when he was in Congress, when DeSantis was in Congress, voting for budgets that made reforms to entitlements, it's taking a toll, which is why they were up there responding, tried to answer back for insulate. But the other thing, that the tagline on this ad is, what happened to Donald Trump? And I think that is the needle that both DeSantis and those who support DeSantis are going to have to thread, because it's not so much about, I'm going to be different from Donald Trump, or we need to move on from Donald Trump. It's what happened to Donald Trump. He's not the same person that he was in 2016. He's looking out for himself. He's focused on the rearview mirror. He's not focused on the future.
It's such a great point, Amy. And you have to think about 2016, right? And the fact that so many of his rivals didn't want to lay a hand on him because they didn't want to alienate his base. And that turned out to be basically a glide path to the nomination. And I would anticipate that Republicans are struggling with the same dilemma right now, not wanting to anger the Trump base, those voters that they need. And is that the line that you expect DeSantis and others to thread? Or do you think they are going to sharpen their attacks at, like, the first debate?
Well, so this is a really good point. I talked to a couple of strategists about this very thing, and one of them made this point earlier, before this ad came on, that yes, the best line of attack against Donald Trump is he's not looking out for you anymore. He's looking out for himself, right? He's so obsessed with the 2020 election, all the things that he's done since then to enrich himself. He's not looking out for you anymore. But your point is a really good one. It's easy to say that or put that in an ad or type that in a press release. Saying that on a debate stage when he's standing right there, that is a lot harder. And that's what we're going to find out. And same with Donald Trump. His argument against DeSantis, actually pretty effective about this issue of entitlements. But will he be able to stay on message? Or will he go into the name calling, which he also really enjoys doing when he gets face to face with people?
He sure does. There's no doubt we'll see a whole lot of that. You know, it's interesting. We learned that Mike Pompeo is not going to run. The other thing that really benefited former President Trump in 2016 was a very crowded field. I mean, this field is starting to take shape. We don't want to prejudge it yet. It doesn't look like it's going to be as big as we may have anticipated.
That's right. As long as Trump is looking really strong and DeSantis is the only one who seems to be getting any political oxygen, he's the only one in double digits in the polls. If you're an aspiring politician, especially a younger one, you say, you know what, maybe 2028 is a better time for me. It's not worth it to do this. But as we know, and again, I talked to a lot of strategists over the last couple of weeks, especially Republicans who have been in presidential campaigns. And they say, remember, there's always somebody in the field that surprises us. Pete Buttigieg, Rick Santorum, right? You and I can go through the whole list of candidates that were at 2% in the polls, and no one was taking them seriously. The two frontrunners got into rock'em sock'em robot kind of fight and created an opening for a candidate who is different. I think that's where Tim Scott is sort of trying to go.
Tim Scott,
right, which is, I'll be the more optimistic. I will be someone who's not bruised up from the fighting. I'm going to be one that unites. He talks a lot about uniting America, but also that I can unite the party. So these dynamics are still very fluid, obviously, but I think you're exactly right. The field is going to be a lot smaller, which means that this fight over that, let's call it 60% or so of voters who aren't hardcore Trump, always Trump voters, that's a big pool.
It's a lot of
voters. It's a lot of voters. And the fewer candidates, then you're right, it doesn't get split up in many ways.
Very quickly before I let you go, fundraising. The Trump campaign says we're going to have a windfall because of the indictment. You also have Nikki Haley, who her campaign said that they'd raised about $11 million. It was actually over $8 million. So that got adjusted a little bit. But what do you make of those figures so far, and the fact that, Trump's been raising the most, but it's been pretty flat in terms of what we've seen?
The one number we really want to see is Ron DeSantis. We know what he raised before. We're all waiting for him to announce to see what kind of money he will have in the bank. I think that will be really instructive for what kind of money is out there for a candidate that, again, is not running as an anti-Trump, is well-known, who had gotten a lot of donor support before. But I think you will have individual donors who may end up saying, well, you might not have a lot of money in the bank, but I like you, and I'm going to fund a super PAC for you. And as you know, that matters as well as what's in the bank of the individual candidates.
Amy Walter, thank you so much for setting the table for us on this Monday, making us smarter. Great to see you as always. Coming up next, 2 high-profile senators return to the Capitol, but there is still one big absence on the Senate floor, leaving Democrats in a bind. And new NBC News reporting on the Democrats' 2024 dilemma. Who would be a tougher opponent, Ron DeSantis or Donald Trump? Our panel weighs in. You're watching Meet the Press now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
We're back now from Las Vegas.
From Seattle,
Guatemala City.
From Wilmington. I was in space in Texas. From Normandy,
from
France.
Surfside, Florida. Thank you for watching, everyone.
Welcome back. 2 senators, one from each side of the aisle, are returning to Capitol Hill this week after lengthy absences for health issues. Minority Leader Mitch McConnell spoke on the Senate floor today, coming back to work more than a month after a fall that left him with a concussion. And Pennsylvania Democrat John Fetterman is back more than 2 months after he checked into the hospital to seek treatment for clinical depression. But one key Democratic senator will remain absent. California's Dianne Feinstein, the oldest senator, announced in early March she was suffering from shingles. The 89-year-old Feinstein has asked to be temporarily replaced on the Judiciary Committee, but 2 Republicans on the committee have already said they'll oppose that move. For more, I'm joined now by today's panel. Eugene Scott, senior politics reporter for Axios, Margie O'Mara, Democratic pollster, and Rick Tyler, Republican strategist and MSNBC political analyst. And we do want to note that, Margie, you have done some polling work for John Fetterman's campaign, just so we get that off the table. Let's start, Eugene, with the fact that Republican Senator and Judiciary Committee member Marsha Blackburn is now the second Republican to basically say she's going to block Democrats' efforts to try try to replace Dianne Feinstein. And let me read you what she says. She says, I will not go along with Chuck Schumer's plan to replace Senator Feinstein on the Judiciary Committee and pack the court with activist judges. Joe Biden wants the Senate to rubber stamp his unqualified and controversial judges to radically transform America. Do you see any scenario where Republicans relent on this issue?
I honestly don't. And Dick Durbin said earlier today that he believes that they can find 10 Republicans who would be able to help them get through the process of replacing Feinstein. But based off of what we just saw, I think they're more likely to be other Republicans who will side with Blackburn than against her.
Rick, what do you make of this? Could this backfire for Republicans? What do you think?
Look, the Republicans should replace her. But this isn't a Republican initiated issue. You have Dianne Feinstein, who's been elected since 1992. She has been a champion of the left's agenda. She's been a champion of she wrote the 1994 assault weapons ban. She led on LGBT issues. These are issues at the left. And now all of a sudden, all the left and the Democrats who care about all those issues just want to toss her aside because they want to get their agenda done. And I think it's despicable.
Margie, let me just let you respond right there.
I mean, look, when Republicans don't have public opinion on their side, which is what's been happening, what we saw in the midterms and what we saw in the Wisconsin Supreme Court case, they rely on political gimmicks. And every senator, just like every person, when you're sick, should be able to take some time off. And you shouldn't have to agree with them politically in order to think that that makes sense.
The political gimmick is denying the democratic process. Remember, she's up next year, so we can't wait till next year. Remember, the voters of California elected her knowing she was 88 years old. Now she's older. Now she's not going to run. She's up for re-election next year. She already said she's not going to run. But instead of waiting out that process, they want the governor, Gavin Newsom, to appoint their far-left person because they know they can't get a far-left person in a statewide election got through a primary. So this is not about what's going on in Capitol Hill. This is about California raw power politics.
Is it, Margie? What do you think?
Marsha Blackburn said that she wants to block this because of how she feels about Joe Biden's nominee. This has nothing to do with a primary.
That's her response.
That has nothing to do with a primary on the Democratic side in the California.
No Republican has called for her to step down or step her seat, vacate her seat.
You do have Ro Khanna, you have Dean Phillips kind of leading this charge for her to step down. I mean, do you think that more are going to follow suit? Are you concerned about that?
I don't know. This is a decision that's up to her and her family and her staff.
Ro Khanna called it a dereliction of duty. I think that's despicable.
Let me play what Amy Klobuchar had to say. She's one of those who's trying to walk a fine line, and I think it really illustrates the tough spot that some Democrats are in. Take a look.
If this goes on month after month after month, then she's going to have to make a decision with her family and her friends about what her future holds, because this isn't just about California. It's also about the nation. And we just can't, with this one vote margin, and expect every other person to be there every single time. It's going to become an issue as the months go by. But I'm taking her at her word that she's going to return.
Eugene, what do you make of that? And you can kind of feel how uncomfortable she is talking about this.
Well, I don't think it's as simple as people wanting a far-left person appointed by Newsom. I think there are a lot of voters I've spoken with in California who are concerned that there has not been a clear date that has been articulated about whether or not Feinstein or when Feinstein will return. We don't see most people saying that she should be kicked out of the Senate right now. In fact, we've seen a growing number of women lawmakers say, hold up now, we don't talk about this when they're men who are sick, as we have seen, as you alluded to earlier in this conversation. But I think people really want to know at the end of the day, will someone be in this position who can fulfill the responsibilities that voters sent this lawmaker to Washington to fulfill?
The question really is also about kind of the spot that it is putting a Gavin Newsom in. I mean, if he has to replace her, for example, and the concerns that have been expressed from his camp about putting his finger on the scale of that race.
Well, I think that's for his team to decide once that's something he has to do.
How important, Rick, is Mitch McConnell's return, do you think? How significant is it? And does it underscore this disparity that some lawmakers are trying to argue between, kind of the time that is given to male lawmakers to recover versus what we're seeing with Feinstein?
Look, I think it's significant, and you know, you just have to go over the Senate gallery and look down and see that we have a lot of elderly people who served their country as lawmakers, but voters voted them in there. I'm glad that Mitch McConnell is back leading his caucus. I'm glad that he's recovered. I hopefully that he can go forward. But Mitch McConnell is not up for re-election this year or next year. He's up for re-election the following year, or I think maybe in the year after that. But I'll go back to it. I think this is about raw power politics in California because they don't want to wait anymore to fill this seat.
Eugene, it's so interesting because the White House has really tried to stay out of this discussion. And trust me, I've tried to bring them into it. But this is an uncomfortable discussion for President Biden to be having. And they have been very clear. Look, this is up to Senator Feinstein, but the idea of focusing on a lawmaker's age is not something they want to talk about.
Because you can't talk about it just with Feinstein and leave it at Feinstein, to your point. And that's why I think we're seeing not just the White House be careful. There are a lot of people who really want to be careful because, to your point, if you just look over the Senate gallery, like while Feinstein is the oldest senator, she's not the only person who has had health issues that has made her constituents question whether or not she can do the job.
Speaking of the White House, I do want to do one note on 2024, which is that they are watching this emerging Republican field very closely. And Margie, I wonder, from the perspective of the White House and from Democrats, who would be the tougher challenger in a general election? Would it be former President Trump or would it be Ron DeSantis?
Well, I'll say, as a pollster, you should not even think about what the polls look like for a 2024 election when you have someone as well-defined as Trump versus someone that people are still beginning to know. I will tell you, and we've done now focus groups with younger voters, with younger men of color, with older voters, all kinds of different audiences, and you ask them about Trump running again, and people say, that's going to get me to vote against him. Like, I've just had enough. Even Republicans say, you know, I don't think we can as a country handle this again anymore. Even people who said I voted for him, I liked him, I don't think we can handle it anymore. That said, that doesn't mean that I don't think that DeSantis would be vulnerable. He has the same mean-spiritedness that voters have clearly rejected. And I think that's, whether you're talking about social issues or whether you're talking about how you view the other party, the sense that you are deliberately not trying to bring the country together, that's something that voters say, I've had enough of that.
Rick, what's your take?
Look, I think the Republican Party is very scared and they want to move on from Trump, but they don't know how to, because currently he would win the nomination. And frankly, I don't think Ron DeSantis has demonstrated, at least of yet, that he's up to it. Challenging Trump as the one alternative because he keeps failing that, because he casts himself always in the shadow of Trump. He's always reacting to Trump. He's always defining his issues based on what Trump is or isn't. And you saw that with the Ukraine issue, where he stepped in it on Ukraine and then immediately backed off because he was realizing he's not being a leader, and people want a leader.
Yeah. All right. Great conversation. Thank you all so much, Eugene, Margie, and Rick. Really appreciate it. We want to turn now to yet another mass shooting in America, sending another community into mourning. This time it's Dadeville, Alabama, where over the weekend 4 people were killed and 28 others were injured in a shooting at a 16-year-old's birthday party. Authorities identified the 4 victims killed as Corbin Holston, Marcia Collins, Sean Kevia Smith, and Phil Dowdle. 18-year-old Dowdle was on his way to play football for Jacksonville State on a scholarship. Police have not yet identified the suspect or even shared if there is a suspect in custody. They also have not released any information on the motive behind the shooting. Now, according to the Gun Violence Archive, this is the 163rd mass shooting in this country so far this year. It is the 107th day of the year, just to put this all into context. Still ahead, China's crackdown on dissidents on American soil. The Justice Department goes public with a sweeping new series of cases, including a secret Chinese police station headquartered illegally in New York's Chinatown neighborhood. Plus, new details on last week's Intel document leak and the alarms being sounded by lawmakers in the wake of the stunning security breach.
I am stunned that somebody at that level could have so much access. So the question is, how did he get it and why did he do it?
I have a lot of questions about why were these documents lying around? Why did this particular person have access to them? Where was the custody of the documents and who were they for?
Clearly, he was having access to documents that he should not have had access to. And someone should have been paying attention, tapping him on the shoulder and ending that access.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Welcome back. This afternoon, the Justice Department announced 3 criminal complaints had been filed against a slew of Chinese government officials and Chinese nationals for what it is calling a transnational repression scheme targeting U.S. residents. U.S. law enforcement officials arrested 2 men for allegedly operating an illegal Chinese secret police station in Manhattan's Chinatown. They face charges of conspiring to act as agents of the Chinese government and obstruction of justice. DOJ is also charging over 40 Chinese government officials and Chinese nationals for harassing dissidents here in the U.S. by creating fake social media accounts to threaten and suppress those individuals. All of those defendants are believed to live in China or elsewhere. Joining me now on set is NBC News Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney. And Ken, thanks so much for being here. So what more do we know about this scheme and what the PRC was up to?
Kristen, this is a major move by the Justice Department to call out China for this behavior. And it's so interesting. People might say, wait a second, a Chinese police station in New York City? How does that work? Well, it turns out that China has as many as 100 overseas police stations in different countries across the globe, according to a human rights group. And the Chinese say that they are designed to provide services to the overseas Chinese community. But what activists say and what the Justice Department is saying is that often they're tools of repression to target and harass dissidents, people who disagree with the Chinese government. That's what they say happened here. And then in the other case, you have a host of people accused of, as you said, setting up fake social media accounts, some in Chinese, some in English, and trying to manipulate U.S. public opinion. So a really interesting case here.
So could there be more of these secret police stations here in the U.S., given what you say, that there are so many globally?
Absolutely. I think there's a great chance. We don't know of anything right now, but I mean, there are other major cities with large Chinese populations and Chinese American populations. The government of China takes the position that all Chinese across the world are subject to their laws. And obviously, the Justice Department does not see it that way.
It's just extraordinary to think about. Let's turn now and talk about the leaker, 21-year-old Jack Teixeira, who was accused by the U.S. government of leaking these highly classified documents. And obviously, you have bipartisan calls from lawmakers demanding answers and demanding to know how this could have happened and how to prevent it. Where are we in terms of trying to figure out whether he should have had access and if there's going to be a real effort to clamp down on how many people have access to these sensitive documents?
Well, I think the Justice Department knows the answer to that question, but they haven't revealed it yet. Did he have lawful access, or did he use his IT sort of administrative access to steal these documents? That's a huge question, but whatever the answer is, it's very clear that there were some basic security failures here. That's one thing the lawmakers are talking about. But they're also having a larger, broader conversation about the systemic issue of, wait a second, there are 1.3 million Americans with top secret security clearances. There's massive overclassification. By one count, the government classifies 3 documents a second. And so, you know, does the system need to change? And does the sharing of intelligence that happened in large part after 9/11, did that go too far?
We know that the Senate is going to get a briefing this week. What are we expecting there? And does Congress have the capacity to take action to try to clamp this down, or does this have to happen within the U.S. government?
And it doesn't seem like Congress is passing anything these days, right? It's a House divided, but
it's a fair point.
The intelligence committees can put pressure on the agencies, and they can do things internally. They did a lot after Edward Snowden and Chelsea Manning leaked those documents more than a decade ago. They changed how security clearance holders are monitored, but some people think it needs to go even further. For example, right now they cannot look at private social media like this Discord platform where Jack Teixeira is accused of leaking these documents. Some people think maybe they should be able to do that.
Well, and I think that there have been so many questions about whether there is a broader issue with classified documents. Yes, we have this leak, but we've also been talking about the current and former president and vice presidents who have taken classified documents home with them. They have all claimed that they didn't intend to do that. But, I mean, is there a broader issue here that lawmakers are going to have to look at?
Yeah, it's a great example of how this system appears to be out of control. There are just too many secrets, too many classified documents, and the government does not have a handle on it, and this is a great example of where it goes wrong.
Ken Delaney covering a whole lot of angles for us today. Ken, thank you so much. Great to see you as always. A key critic of Vladimir Putin, who has survived 2 poisoning attempts, now stands convicted of treason in a Russian court. We will have more on that story, including how his now haunting words when he sat down with Meet the Press.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Your music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
Welcome back. The U.S. and its allies are closely watching for signs of a growing alliance between 2 of the West's biggest adversaries, Russia and China. Russian President Putin met with China's defense minister in Moscow yesterday, less than 1 month after his meeting with President Xi. The 2 nations touted their military cooperation and vowed to strengthen their strategic partnership. Meanwhile, the G7 foreign ministers gathered in Japan, where they discussed China's growing influence as well as Russia's war in Ukraine. Recently, I spoke to Poland's prime minister, and he warned that the war could go on for several years. Here's some of what he had to say about that and much more. Take a listen. Well, as you know, the leaked documents also appear to say that Ukraine's spring counteroffensive may fall short of its goals to retake Russian regions. How concerned are
Ukrainian regions?
Yes.
Occupied by Russia.
Exactly. The Russian-occupied regions. Yeah. How is that accurate? How concerned are you that Ukraine does not have the might it needs?
I have to be honest. As I said, Russia has strong army. Until very recently, everybody thought that this is the second strongest army in the world, and Ukraine, according to different rankings, had the place number 24, 25. So the difference in power should have been much more visible, whereas the fighting spirit of Ukrainian soldiers, plus our support, the US, Poland, the United Kingdom, and some other countries, made them, even stronger. And they are really fiercely fighting in Bakhmut and in Avdiivka and some other places. But having said that, I do not underestimate the power of Russia either. And this is why I believe that the war can last longer and we should prepare for a longer war.
One of the big headlines is that from these documents is that the U.S. believes this war may last into 2023 and beyond. Is that your assessment?
I think so too, because Russia has huge and vast natural resources, human resources. They have patient society, patient public opinion. Actually, the public opinion in Russia support the Kremlin by and large. The majority of public opinion, or vast majority of public opinion, supports Putin. Not dissimilar to the situation in the 30s when the German society public opinion supported Hitler. This makes the situation of Putin easier because he does not have to count with the public opinion domestically, whereas the public opinion in the United States or in Europe is much more yin-yang. They think that maybe the ceasefire at any cost should happen and stuff like this. So we have to work collectively on informing our public opinion in the European Union and in the United States how critically important it is to support Ukraine, and Ukraine must win this war.
The leaks also show that Ukraine conducted drone strikes in Belarus and in Russia. Do you think that's accurate, and is that a violation of Ukraine's promise not to launch those strikes outside of the region?
Well, a country, state, and a nation which is so brutally attacked has to defend itself through different sorts of means. And I do not think that this is any kind of violation of any agreements between Ukraine and the donors of the weapons and financial donors. This was used in several cases, and they are trying to undermine the strength of the Russians in terms of their logistics, in terms of their delivery of their weapons to Ukrainian front. So I don't think this was any breach of any agreements from before.
So, but you're saying you think it's true that they struck targets outside of Ukraine?
I don't have any specific knowledge about this. I'm just basing on your statement or your question and or on the documents. If they are true, even if they were completely true, I wouldn't think that this is breaching any agreement.
Let me ask you about China and its role. As you know, top U.S. officials have expressed real concerns that China is considering providing lethal aid to Russia. So far, they say they have not seen evidence that that is happening. What does your intelligence tell you, and how worried are you about China?
Well, I think this is a kind of red line, Rubicon, for the relations between the U.S. and China. This is how I read different statements made by the U.S. officials. China is in close cooperation with Russia, unfortunately. I don't know if you read or heard what President Xi Jinping said towards during the farewell when he was leaving Moscow. He said something like that now is the chance which was not there for 100 years, that we can change the order which was created 100 years ago. Sounds quite serious. And I know that China is serious. We respect China. It's a very serious country, but also the engagement and involvement of the United States in this, China-Russian relations is critically important.
Some have called it a marriage of convenience here. Do you see it that way?
Either the marriage of convenience or maybe, first step into a closer alliance, which would be of huge jeopardy to the rest of the world.
Let me ask you, we talked about fatigue in Europe. Let me ask you about fatigue here in the U.S. The Republican House Speaker has said that he is not going to write a blank check for Ukraine. What is your reaction to that? And of course, we're facing an election year coming up in about 2 years here. Do you worry if there is a change in the White House that will impact sustained aid and support for Ukraine?
Well, I am worried about the fatigue of the public opinion in the United States, which is going to impact probably the thinking of many politicians, in particular that early next year primaries begin, and this can have serious impact on the attitude towards Ukraine. The more so, I believe that this spring offensive and summer offensive is important, and working appropriate negotiating position by the Ukrainian government and President Zelensky is very important, because God knows what is going to happen later on. This is why I warn against, the Russian patient stance towards this war in Ukraine.
And our huge thanks to the Polish Prime Minister for sitting for that interview. You can watch my full interview with him on meetthepress.com. In related news, a Russian court today sentenced prominent Russian journalist and dissident Vladimir Kara-Murza to 25 years in prison on charges of treason and denigrating the Russian military. Kara-Murza was arrested after delivering a speech to the Arizona House of Representatives last month in which he denounced Russia's war in Ukraine. Today, he rejected the charges against him as political and compared his hearing to the show trials conducted under Stalin. Kara-Murza has long been an outspoken critic of Vladimir Putin and previously survived 2 poisonings he attributed to the Kremlin. Over the past year, he spoke out strongly against Putin's invasion of Ukraine, including in appearances on NBC, and he spoke with Chuck Todd at the start of the Russian invasion last year. Take a look at that.
We haven't had a free election in this country for more than 2 decades. Yeah. The so-called parliament is not representative. It doesn't speak for us. It doesn't speak for Russian society. Those protesters who are on the streets of cities across Russia today saying that this is not my war are the real representatives of Russian people and Russian society, and I'm proud of them.
You described him as deranged. Do you believe he is no longer a rational actor? And do you believe that there are people around him that are nervous that he's no longer rational?
I think he hasn't been a rational actor for a long, long time, frankly. And, all the possible red lines that this regime could cross, it has crossed a long time ago. This coming Sunday, February 27th, we will be marking the 7th anniversary of the assassination of my close friend and Russian opposition leader Boris Nemtsov, who was literally gunned down in front of the Kremlin wall in February of 2015. Other political opponents have been poisoned by the Russian state, including Alexei Navalny, including myself, including others. We have hundreds of political prisoners, and more Putin is also being aggressive, not just to our own people here in Russia, but also to other countries, as we're seeing very spectacularly here.
the day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
How do you feel at this age, this stage where you are right now? I'm feeling quite liberated.
We all know that that's what makes the world go round for all of us as women, our girlfriends, our friends.
Hi!
Hi, family!
Welcome back. Today, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken called for an immediate ceasefire between military and paramilitary forces in Sudan as fighting continues for the third straight day. The death toll from the violent conflict between the two groups reached at least 97, according to reports from the Sudan Central Committee of Doctors. The group also reports over 1,000 people have been injured as civilians are caught in the struggle for political control. The State Department has said it is not evacuating Americans and that U.S. citizens are currently safe and accounted for. NBC's Raf Sanchez has more on the violence.
Kristen, civilians in Sudan's capital are facing an absolutely dire humanitarian situation right now. They are literally caught in the crossfire as rival factions within the Sudanese military fight street by street across Khartoum. The official death toll, around 100 civilians killed so far, but a Sudanese doctors group is saying the real toll might likely much higher than that, that there are in some cases literally bodies in the streets that nobody is able to go and collect as bullets are flying in all directions. There are reports from Sudan tonight that soldiers are setting up positions inside of hospitals, making hospitals targets. These are medical facilities already almost completely overwhelmed by the dead, by the wounded. Now, key sites of fighting, the bridges over the River Nile, which allow these different factions to move their forces across the city, but also the airport. And that is the reason the U.S. government is saying at this point it is unlikely that there will be an evacuation of the relatively small number of American citizens who are in Sudan. It is not at all straightforward for either the U.S. military or the State Department to fly a plane into an airport that is right in the middle of the fighting. And of course, the Biden administration has very painful memories of the evacuation from Afghanistan, where 13 U.S. service personnel were killed by a suicide bomber at Kabul airport. Now, in terms of the diplomacy, we saw a relatively rare statement from a united UN Security Council over the weekend calling for an end to the fighting. The council, of course, largely divided since the start of the war in Ukraine. And we're hearing also from U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken speaking out on a trip to Japan for the G7. He says the people of Sudan want the army to go back to the barracks. And what he's talking about there is that in 2019, the people of Sudan rose up, they overthrew their longtime dictator, they tried to put the country on a path towards democracy. But in 2021, the military mounted a coup, they seized control, they really dashed hopes for a democratic transition. And here we are in 2023 with these rival military factions turning their guns against each other. You essentially have the regular military fighting against a paramilitary group known as the Rapid Support Forces. Now, the African Union is trying to play a mediating role to end the fighting there. But what people in Washington are watching very closely is how some of the neighboring Arab states decide to weigh in or not weigh in, paying especially close attention to Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, and Saudi Arabia. Kristen?
Incredibly volatile situation. We know you'll continue to track it. Raf Sanchez, thank you. And thank you for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air with the city bracing for possible protests. Schools shutting down tomorrow in Akron. As the Ohio Attorney General announced in just the last 90 minutes, there will be no charges against the 8 police officers who shot Jalen Walker dozens of times after a traffic stop. Why the AG says it was justified. Plus, the latest on a black teen shot in the head simply because he went to the wrong house to pick up his brothers. In a live report, we'll sort through some of the conflicting info tonight from what police are saying versus what his lawyers are. Plus, could a prison end up built next to Cinderella's castle? That's just one of the new threats raised today from Florida's governor in this power struggle with Disney. And after facing conservative backlash over its partnership with a transgender influencer, we'll have more on Budweiser's new ad that leans hard into a new theme, patriotism. And a complete disaster for Netflix after it couldn't get its live Love is Blind special on TV. What does that mean then for streaming networks looking to compete with the broadcast behemoths for big live events and their big audiences? We've got to look at that later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we're coming on the air with Akron, Ohio, bracing for possible anger and maybe protests, with a grand jury there deciding they will not be charging 8 police officers, 7 of them white, in connection with last year's deadly shooting of 25-year-old Jalen Walker, who was black. You've got tonight public schools in the city sending out a notice to parents today that, yes, classes will be shut down tomorrow. Over the last few days, we've seen steel barricades installed near the courthouse where this grand jury was deliberating. And officials have been stepping up security measures ahead of today's decision that came down again in just the last 90 minutes. You may remember this, Walker's death sparking days of demonstrations across northern Ohio, highlighting yet again this conversation about the police use of force against black people. Officers tried to pull Walker over for an alleged traffic violation last June. It ended in them opening fire on Walker and hitting or grazing him with 46 rounds, according to officials. Now, the state's attorney general says today the grand jury decided the officers were legally justified in what they did. Listen.
It is critical to remember that Mr. Walker had fired on the police and that he shot first.
Jesse Kirsch is live for us in Akron, Ohio. Walk us through this decision, what we know led up to it from the grand jury, and what the expectation is tonight into tomorrow in Akron.
Yeah, so Hallie, first off, the situation here right now. I want to tell you, downtown Akron, we are just blocks away from the Justice Center here. Calm. You can see behind me, it's pretty much business as usual. There's still traffic moving through downtown. There are some buildings with boarded up windows here, but we have seen that in motion for days. So I just want to make clear right off the bat that things are calm and peaceful here in downtown Akron right now. This decision, this moment was months in the making. This shooting occurred last June, so last summer. And throughout this time, there's been a month-long investigation, and the Attorney General made a point of saying that the special grand jury that was impaneled just to review this case took longer than other grand juries typically do to review evidence. That is how much was being put into this case. We're told it took the grand jury more than a week to review the evidence. Authorities say that they interviewed roughly 50 police officers from the Akron Police Department, including the 8 officers who discharged their weapons. Prosecutors also say that they poured over 51 body camera clips, as well as a clip from a dash camera from a police car. And we have seen police body camera footage. So we're talking about a lot of video evidence, a lot of interviews. In fact, roughly 100, I believe it was more than 100 from the press release sent to us, interviews that were conducted. All of that is the investigation. And then, of course, that is all presented to the grand jury. We try to get some answers on what was shared, couldn't get specifics, but the bottom line, Hallie, no state level charges against any of the 8 officers who shot Jalen Walker.
We are getting ready to hear, I know, from Walker's family in just a little bit on this. You mentioned, and it's important to note, this precludes, right, this grand jury decision precludes any state-level charges, but they want the Justice Department to open a federal civil rights investigation into this, right?
Right. So this is state level. Again, as you just pointed out, this is state level. That is not this was a state attorney general. This was not federal prosecutor speaking at this press conference. The state prosecutors also made a point of saying that this decision doesn't say anything about potential civil action as well. So we could see a lawsuit from the family against the city of Akron, against the police department, against the police officers potentially involved in this. So civil action still possible. As you mentioned, we're going to be looking for any potential federal level action as well. But at the state level, no indictment, no criminal charges forthcoming against the 8 officers involved. And another thing to remind people, the situation here is different than what a jury would be considering at trial, right? A grand jury has a lower burden that they are trying to decide against. Sufficient evidence is what was trying to be decided against here. And obviously, we're used to the term beyond a reasonable doubt when you're dealing with a jury at a trial. So it's just something to make clear here. This was a lower threshold. 7 of the 9 grand jurors, the special grand jurors, would have needed to find that sufficient evidence. And all we know is that that clearly did not happen. We do not have the specifics because prosecutors say they are not allowed to share what that vote was. But we do know the makeup of the grand jury. We're told it included 2 black people, 3 men, and 6 women. Those are all the details we have at this point about those special grand jurors, Hallie.
Jesse Kirsch live for us in Akron to start us off tonight. Jesse, thank you. We are getting some new details tonight about the black teenager who was shot in the head because he rang the wrong doorbell while trying to pick up his younger twin brothers. Ralph Yarl, we're learning, is now recovering at home. His family says he's still not able to talk as well as he used to be because of his traumatic brain injury from those 2 shots to his head and arm. Police have not said who shot him, but Yarl's lawyers say he's a white man and that he said something to Ralph before the shooting. We're learning more about this 16-year-old tonight. His high school says he's a great student. He was taking college-level courses. And when he graduates, Yarl wants to study chemical engineering at Texas A&M. But his real passion, that's music. You see him here with his bass clarinet. This was something he loved to do. You also have seen protesters out there demanding justice. Here's what his father told our station in Kansas City. Listen.
If it goes free, the next black kid that's gonna ring that doorbell could get shot again. We don't want that.
Part of what makes this story so notable today isn't just all that big-name online attention, although it's true that's out there. Viola Davis, Halle Berry, Justin Timberlake, Kerry Washington, among those asking about accountability. But there are real questions about any accountability here. Why charges haven't been filed, and why the person who shot Yarl was let go after just 24 hours. Here's Kansas City's police chief.
After consulting with the Clay County Prosecutor's Office, the homeowner was released pending further investigation due to the need to obtain a formal statement from the victim.
But Yarl's lawyer says that's actually not the case, telling our Maggie Vespa that Yarl, the 16-year-old, did give his statement in detail over the weekend. Listen.
Whether or not the chief is aware of that is one thing, but the statement that the reason a proper arrest hasn't been made is because they don't yet have a victim from the statement is a false statement. So the chief either has been misinformed or he's directly misleading the public.
Maggie Vespa is live for us in Chicago. Maggie, I know all day, right, all night, you're looking through Missouri law. You're talking to people here. You're talking with family members and attorneys, trying to figure out why this person who shot Yarl is not in custody. Now we have this conflicting information, as we just laid out. You also spoke with Ralph Yarl's aunt, who says she was in the room when that statement was taken. Walk us through this.
Yeah, well, and Hallie, I want to start actually with breaking news that we're coming on the air first here to tell you that the Kansas City Police Department just sent us and just released via Twitter a press release that they have actually now passed this case on to the Clay County Prosecutor's Office. They did not say, excuse me, what the arresting charges are. They believe in this case. They did not say what charges they're pursuing or what they expect the prosecutor's office to pursue. But that information, that press release, came in response to NBC News asking about the contradiction that you're hitting there right on the head, that basically police yesterday had said they hadn't been able to speak to this 16-year-old. They hadn't been able to get a statement on what Ralph Yarl says happened to him. And then we talked to the family today and they say, no, police talked to him on Friday when he was still in the hospital. And he's since been released. He was released on Saturday. So we reached out to Kansas City Police and we said, what's going on? Is the statement there or not? Can we expect charges or not? And now, within the last hour, the police department saying, indeed, they have passed this case on to the prosecutor's office, so no charges filed just yet. But that is a paramount step, Hallie, as you know, in this process.
Yeah, and explain what that means, Maggie, that this is now being passed to the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, excuse me. Essentially what that means, as you know, is that the prosecutor is going to make the final call on this. Sometimes in high-profile cases like this, they're going to let the prosecutor basically go through the evidence that the police department has put together, decide based on that evidence what kind of charges could come down. We know full well that despite the fact that the police department hasn't yet identified the homeowner in this case, Ralph Yarl's family attorney says this was a white man who shot this young black boy. So the family attorney, the family, and people in the Kansas City community, as, again, unconfirmed report from police, but from the family attorney, as that detail has kind of permeated out into the public sphere, people have been calling for hate crime charges. And the family attorney reiterated that call to us today, saying that he believes those should be pursued. And he said, basically, this man would have to explain to a jury that he looked out his window, he saw, in his words, a black silhouette, and he felt fear. And he said, and we, the Black community, are here to say that fear equates to hate. That's what he told us. So again, basically now this is being left up to the prosecutor's office in Clay County. Police say they have finished their investigation. We can assume, based on yesterday's press conference, they've also passed along that victim statement. So now we're waiting to hear what, if anything, prosecutors intend to do with this rapidly evolving case.
And I just want to ask about the timeline on that, Maggie, because as you say, this is happening literally as we are on the air here, that this has been passed to the prosecutor's office. Presumably the next step would be the prosecutor's office reviewing it and then sharing perhaps publicly what their decision is on this. And in the meantime, Ralph Yarl's home, right? We know that his family says his speech is not all the way back, but he is home and recovering.
Yeah, he was shot in the head. He has a traumatic brain injury. His speech is not all the way back, but they're hopeful for a full recovery. Second shot was to the arm. So they say they're just glad that he's survived and he's healing one day at a time. Allie.
Maggie Vespa, all over these new developments for us late tonight from Kansas City. Maggie, thank you. We are just now learning the names of the 4 people killed after another mass shooting in this country, this time at a Sweet 16 party just south of Birmingham, Alabama. You see the names here: Corbin Holston, Marcia Collins, Shawnkeivia Smith, and Fulstavius Dowdell, who was just 18 years old. Dowdell was just about to play football at Jacksonville State University. He played wide receiver, defensive back. His coach says Phil did it all. And there's this terrible picture that's sticking with our team. Look at this, the fire department cleaning off a bloody handprint from the dance studio. A ton of questions about this investigation. Police are not saying who the shooter is, if they even have a person of interest. On top of that, no clue about a motive. Why would somebody target a 16-year-old's birthday party? And it's not clear how the 28 other people who got hurt in this shooting are doing, if they were shot or just got hurt trying to run to safety. This attack now has more victims, dead and hurt, of any shooting this year. Priscilla Thompson is live on the ground in Dadeville for us tonight. We mentioned all those big questions, Priscilla. Any closer to any answers tonight, or do we know when we may hear more?
Well, Hallie, police did not hold a press conference today, and so if they are any closer to those answers, they are not yet releasing that information publicly. As you mentioned, no word on motive, no word on the identity of a suspect or if anyone has been arrested. In fact, they didn't even release the names of the victims. We had to obtain that through the coroner's office. The only thing that police here have said is that there were 4 people who were killed and 28 people injured. We have checked in with the local hospital that received around 15 of those patients. They told us that all 15 of those people had gunshot wounds, and at least 4 of them were in critical condition when they had to be transferred to other hospitals. So it is possible that the death toll here could continue to rise as this community continues to seek answers. Hallie?
You spoke with Phil Dowdell's football coach, who says he just feels numb right now.
Yeah, Hallie, and you see a bit of a memorial beginning to grow behind me where that yellow tarp is covering the door where all of this erupted. But there was a vigil held late last night, and I spoke with the head coach, and he said that he is still in disbelief. He got the call Saturday night and rushed out of bed to be here with his students. He has been comforting members of the football team, telling me that he hugs them and he just tells them that he loves them. But in his mind, he's thinking about them throwing touchdown passes to Phil. And I want to play a little bit more of what he shared with me. Take a listen.
I'll be honest, there was no thought. For whatever that means, there was nothing. You were just trying to process everything.
And everyone that I've spoken to among those teammates describes Phil as someone who had a smile that could light up a room. And so today in this community, people are trying to find ways to honor those 4 victims and support those 28 people who were injured as they continue on the road to recovery. Hallie?
Priscilla Thompson live for us there in Dadeville, Alabama. Priscilla, thank you. A desperate search tonight for 3 experienced sailors lost at sea who haven't been heard from in nearly 2 weeks. We're talking about Carrie O'Brien, her husband Frank, and their friend William Gross. Together, they have about 100 years of sailing experience combined. The O'Briens even have Coast Guard captain's licenses. The group was last heard from April 4th as they left from Mazatlan, Mexico. They were supposed to stop in Cabo a couple days later for supplies, but the Coast Guard says there's no record of them getting there. Dana Griffin is joining us now. Boat didn't have a lot of tech on board, we hear. What else do we know about who these sailors are? What kind of supplies they may have had? What about the weather? What do we know?
Well, here's what we know so far. Reached out to the U.S. Coast Guard today, and they have no new updates on the search. Now, the group was traveling on the O'Brien's 44-foot sailing vessel called Oceanbound. And as you mentioned, the three have a combined 100 years of sailing experience. Right now, the U.S. Coast Guard is focused on a 2,500 square mile area. So the crew did set sail from what's considered a do not travel zone because of cartels and violence. But authorities tell family members that they don't believe the boat would be a target for cartels. So, Hallie, the more likely scenario here is rough seas. Now, the Coast Guard tells us that the boat may have encountered winds over 30 knots and 20-foot waves. And unfortunately, Hallie, that is actually the big concern here. It has been 13 days since they set sail off the coast of Mazatlan, and they were heading to San Diego, a trip that should have taken 2 days. Cell phone pings from Tuesday, April 4th, show the boat called into Cabo San Lucas. They had planned to stop there for those supplies, but the Coast Guard, as you mentioned, says there is no record of them arriving. Officials do not believe they had enough fuel or food on board, which is why they are aggressively pursuing this search and rescue. Now, the families of those lost sailors are hopeful that their experience at sea will hopefully bring them home safely.
You got to imagine so many people praying for a miracle here 13 days later.
Yeah.
Dana Griffin, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Today, the judge overseeing that huge Fox Dominion defamation trial everybody's been waiting for is telling reporters that, hey, this last-minute change in schedule isn't really unusual, as he's delaying the trial until tomorrow with some last-minute reports that maybe there could be an 11th hour settlement right before the case is supposed to head to the jury in the morning. Remember, at the center of this case, whether or not Fox defamed Dominion voting systems by airing lies about their voting machines after the 2020 presidential election. Dominion wants $1.6 billion in damages, although we're going to put a little asterisk on that. Eamon Javers is joining us now to explain. We've been hearing reporting, Eamon, all day that maybe this delay, we thought this trial was starting today, opening arguments today. You'd be coming on talking to us about opening arguments. Instead, you're coming on talking to us about the potential for maybe opening arguments tomorrow if there is this settlement here. What do we know? What can you tell us?
Yeah, Hallie, there's just been this tsunami of speculation about a possible settlement here, but the reality is we just don't know anything. I've been emailing folks. I was over staking out the hotel where the legal teams are staying.
Oh, boy.
Both sides have been very tight-lipped throughout the day today. Despite our best efforts, we haven't gotten any indication of where things stand. The judge was very tight-lipped this morning. So what we know as of now is that last night we got word just after about 8 p.m. that the trial was going to be delayed. So we'll keep an eye out into the evening tonight, but officially they are starting here tomorrow at 9 a.m. We're going to go into jury selection. They're going to, each side will have the opportunity to pick from the jury pool as they go through the day. And then the whole thing is expected to last about 5 or 6 weeks. The judge at pains, as you say this morning, to say nothing unusual about a one-day delay. But of course, as you know, Hallie, that means everybody's speculating that maybe Fox wants to settle this in the wake of some real adverse rulings by this judge in the run-up to trial day.
And so, given that, right, we put that asterisk on the $1.6 billion number. There's been some back and forth on that figure, right? Explain it, explain what that means, and then explain the business piece of this with some experts perhaps saying, hey, Fox could handle maybe a settlement like that. Their stock price could take a dip, but ultimately that may be how they decide to go if this is even on the table.
Yeah, definitely. It's clear that Fox could afford this. The question is how much damage to their business opportunities, happens going forward. And that's a real question because they've got to renegotiate with all the cable carriers to carry Fox News on all those carriers. And the question is how much money is that worth in the wake of these damaging revelations? What we saw over the past 24, 48 hours is a series of rival motions back and forth by Fox and Dominion. Fox suggesting that Dominion had lowered its demand from that 1.6 figure by about $500 million. Dominion following up very quickly with another filing saying, wait, no, we didn't. We still want the full 1.6. So that's where the bidding is right now. Dominion saying they deserve $1.6 billion because these lies damaged Dominion's business. Fox saying, no, this is the First Amendment. We're allowed to do this.
And that's why this case is being so closely watched, Eamon, as you know, because of those First Amendment questions that are coming up. PSA, if Eamon Javers is staking at your hotel, you should go talk to him. I hope that that advice reaches the proper ears. Eamon, thank you very much. I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
You bet.
A tense and pretty testy scene with House Republicans trekking north to New York for a kind of field trip to talk violent crime in that city. Not exactly friendly territory for those GOP members, including Judiciary Chairman Jim Jordan. Listen.
You're a scumbag. Every
Let me tell you this.
I got you all on video with your face. The hearing is a sham. The hearing is a sham. Indict Jim Jordan. Indict Jim Jordan.
The hearing's supposed to highlight what Republicans see as the way the Manhattan DA, they think, is neglecting crime issues to instead focus more on pursuing charges against former President Trump. But if Alvin Bragg had not indicted Mr. Trump this month, would this hearing even be happening at all?
I believe this hearing would be happening regardless, whether it would be today or later on in the year, because this is an issue that I've been highlighting and pressing with my colleagues over and over again.
I know what I said there. I think this is the most powerful witnesses I've seen in a long time.
Keep in mind the context here. New York is actually one of the safest big cities in the country. Not even, look, this is a list of the top 15 most dangerous cities in America. New York's not on it. NBC's Ryan Nobles is in New York outside the location of that hearing there. And this was interesting, Ryan. We see you on Capitol Hill. It is not often that Capitol Hill takes a field trip to New York, a city that's actually seen less violent crime recently, even though some of these House Republicans are talking about a spike. Help us understand what this is really about. Is this about crime? Is this about politics? Is this about Donald Trump? Or is it, you know, option D, all of the above?
I think option D, Hallie. I think you're pretty smart to put it in those contexts, because I do think even though the Republicans that we pressed on about this today tried to get around the idea that the indictment of the former president wouldn't have precipitated this hearing, I don't think that's true. I do think that they certainly wanted to draw attention to the district attorney, Alvin Bragg. But there's also a companion effort here by Republicans to make crime a big issue, not just here in New York State, but across the country. And listen to how they framed it today during the hearing this morning.
You can resist arrest, deal drugs, obstruct arrest, and even carry a gun to get away with it.
Yeah, I think a lot of people walk around the city very scared right now.
There is a catastrophic crime crisis across America.
Now, obviously, Alvin Bragg does not agree with the way Republicans were framing his work in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. This is how he responded to the hearing today. He said, for outside politicians to appear in New York City on the taxpayer's dime for a political stunt is a slap in the face to the dedicated New York Police Department officers, prosecutors, and other public servants. You know, there was an opportunity here for Democrats just to ignore this, Hallie. They've taken the other route, and they are taking it head on, not just allowing the Republicans to go unanswered.
It's not like these House Republicans are any fans of Alvin Bragg. They want to see him come to Capitol Hill. They want to bring him in to answer questions about this investigation of Donald Trump. Alvin Bragg has basically said, I'm paraphrasing, stay in your lane, Congress. This is a, New York issue, not a congressional issue. Bottom line, are we ever going to see Alvin Bragg testifying in front of Congress here, in front of those House Republicans like they want?
I think it's very unlikely, Hallie. There's a pending lawsuit right now that Bragg has filed to basically prevent not only him, but anybody in his office from being forced to answer a subpoena. He has recently got an amicus brief today from the former district attorney, Cyrus Vance, and some others who are in support of that legal effort. They're going to do everything they can, these House Republicans, to try and make a show out of this. But whether or not they have the legal ground, the true oversight to actually force Bragg and his associates to come before him, that's an open question, and it's not something that's going to be answered anytime soon.
Ryan Nobles, live for us in New York City. Safe travels back home to the Capitol. Thanks, Ryan. The United Nations saying today at least 180 people are dead. Nearly 2,000 others have been hurt from airstrikes, from shelling, from gunfire, with two rival generals fighting for control of that country. It is a drastic turn for Sudan, which only 4 years ago got rid of its longtime autocratic leader in favor of democracy. The Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, today calling for a return to a government led by civilians. Listen.
People in Sudan want the military back in the barracks. They want democracy. They want a civilian-led government. Sudan needs to return to that path.
NBC's Keir Simmons is covering this for us. We're glad to have you here in Washington, Keir. So listen, no change, right, to the idea that there are Americans who are in Sudan. The State Department has said we're not evacuating. People should shelter in place. What do we need to know about where this goes next and the two generals who are behind so much of this violence?
Yeah, no surprise they're saying we can't evacuate because it's
they don't have control of the airports.
Right
what are they going to do? Where are they going to land the planes?
International airports on fire. The civilian aircraft are severely damaged, according to the satellite pictures that we've seen. I mean, just take a look at the pictures. I mean, we've got fighter jets flying overhead of the capital, Khartoum. We've got shooting in blocks around that capital. I actually spoke to an American travel writer who was there, you know, traveling through northeast Africa.
They're recently or they're currently?
No, they're now. Caught in the middle of it. She says that she saw exchanges of fire just blocks away from her, that she thought at first it was a thunderstorm. Terrifying. So, yeah, it's challenging. I'll give you an example of just how difficult the situation is. The US ambassador sheltering in place. The reports tonight that the EU ambassador has been insulted in his own home.
Oh, wow.
And you want to know why this is important? Two good reasons, aside from just, you know, the civilian.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. One is that this is a fledgling democracy, trying to bring in a civilian government, and now that's in trouble. And of course, President Biden's, you know, hope is to try and support democracies around the world. Well, you're not seeing that there. Another is that because Sudan is a strategically important place. I mean, it's kind of been battled over between Russia and the US over a long period of time. Get this, calls tonight from the US, Russia, and China for an end to this fighting between, as you say, these two military leaders who are feuding, actually, fighting over the opportunity to run the place, if you like. So forget democracy.
Is that unified front from these three adversaries, the U.S., China, Russia, going to be enough to get a resolution?
Yeah, I mean, I call it a unified front. I mean, clearly they're not unified. They've all got their own interests, but you would hope so. But let's see. I don't think that the situation is in control right now.
Keir Simmons, thank you for staying on top of that for us. A lot of developments on that story tonight. Appreciate it. Coming up, the L.A. District Attorney reviewing allegations of sexual assault against actor Armie Hammer. We'll talk about what we know about this investigation. Plus, speaking of Hollywood, writers there just approving a strike. We'll tell you what's at stake coming up in the 5 Things.
Music is so familiar. What do you think when people start humming back your tunes? How you doing, Lester?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight and expert analysis. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
NBC News learning today that the L.A. District Attorney's Office is now reviewing allegations of sexual assault against actor Armie Hammer related to a case that the LAPD opened back in 2021. That's according to a source familiar with the investigation. In a statement, the District Attorney's Office says the LAPD presented a case for them to look at. They didn't specify which case, NBC News has reached out to Hammer. His lawyer says they're not commenting right now. In the past, he said his interactions with his partners have always been consensual. Keep in mind that Hammer has been in big movies like The Social Network, where he played the Winklevoss twins. He was in Call Me By Your Name, The Man from U.N.C.L.E. Aaron McLaughlin is joining us now. Aaron, what do we know tonight about all this?
Hey, Hallie. Well, as you pointed out, these allegations first came to light in February of 2021 when a woman who called herself only Effie came forward very publicly accusing Armie Hammer of violent rape. She alleges that during the course of an on and off relationship that took place between 2016 and 2020, in 2017, she alleges that he violently raped her in Los Angeles for 4 hours. She made these allegations very public at the time, side by side with her then attorney, Gloria Allred. And now we're learning from a source familiar with the investigation that that investigation has in fact closed recently. It's unclear when exactly the investigation closed, and then with the results of which have been forwarded to the district attorney. The district attorney, a spokesperson, saying that they're currently reviewing a case involving Armie Hammer. Unclear how long that review process could last. Worth noting, no charges so far have been filed. Now, we have reached out to Effie to ask her for comment on today's development. We have yet to hear back. We also reached out to Armie Hammer and his attorney declining to comment. But back in 2021, his attorney releasing a statement saying that all of Hammer's sexual relationships have been completely consensual, discussed and agreed upon in advance, and mutually participatory. Hallie.
Aaron McLaughlin, thank you very much for that. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Hollywood writers have just voted to authorize a strike if their talks with the Alliance of Motion Picture and TV Producers doesn't end in a new 3-year contract. The current contract is set to expire in just a few weeks on May 1st. The writers want more money and better working conditions. They're supposed to pick up negotiations again today. Number 2, a couple familiar faces back on Capitol Hill today. On the left there, the top Senate Republican, Mitch McConnell. On the right, Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman. McConnell's back for the first time since he tripped and fell at a D.C. hotel. He got a concussion like 6 weeks ago. Fetterman is back 2 months after being treated for clinical depression. Number 3, embattled Congressman George Santos. Controversial Congressman George Santos says, hey, he's going to run again in 2024. Remember, he's facing calls to resign. He's also facing a bunch of investigations at the federal, state, and local level, all because he repeatedly lied about his background, both before he was elected and since taking office. Number 4, soggy Marathon Monday for runners in Boston today. 10th anniversary of the Boston Marathon bombings that killed 3 people and hurt hundreds of others. The defending champ Evans Chebet of Kenya won the men's to become the first back-to-back winner in Boston in 15 years. Helen Obiri, also of Kenya, got the women's title, her first pro marathon title. Officials say 30,000 runners from more than 100 countries participated. Even if you're not one of those 2 winners, you are still a winner in my eyes. Number 5, McDonald's. Upgrading its burgers, they're going to have a softer bun, meltier cheese, more caramelly flavor, and more Big Mac sauce. The company says they're doing it to try to boost sales. So if you head to McDonald's, that's what to expect. When we come back, another twist in Florida's feud with Disney. Why the governor's talking about sending in more inspectors to check out Disney's rides, or maybe even opening a prison nearby. That's next.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You will never believe what a police officer found inside a quesadilla that led to somebody getting arrested. We're going to show you later in the local. But first, a new twist tonight in that political power struggle between Florida's governor and Disney, with Ron DeSantis now threatening to maybe let a new prison be built right near the park, one of the state's biggest tourist attractions. And that's not all we're hearing from DeSantis today, as he's rolling out a new plan to try and stop Disney from keeping so much control of the land it's built on. Right now, for example, the park's rides don't have to be inspected by the state. That could change. Maybe he'll send in more inspectors. Then there's the question of what happens to the land around Disney, which the governor says could potentially be redeveloped. Listen.
People have said, you know, maybe have another, maybe create a state park, maybe try to do more amusement parks. Someone even said, like, maybe you need another state prison. Who knows? I mean, I just think that the possibilities are endless.
So he sees endless possibilities here. Keep in mind, this is just the latest move in this Florida feud. It started after Disney spoke up against the state's controversial so-called Don't Say Gay law last year. DeSantis didn't like that, so he installed some allies to try and take control of a board that oversees Disney's district. Except Disney, before he did, made its own surprise power play to keep control, and that is where he ended up where we are now, Sam Brock, who is live for us in Florida. So you heard that from DeSantis, right? He's talking about all these things that could end up happening right around the state's biggest tourist attraction. Maybe they inspect the monorail, which they didn't have to do before. It's like, throw in some red tape. Is any of this going to actually happen? In other words, are these threats actually going to become reality for Disney?
Yeah, that's an open-ended question right now, Hallie, and a pretty wide variance from state park to state prison. And that's what DeSantis apparently wants to do right now, is to create a little bit of confusion. I will say this. It is incredibly convoluted. It is not just you. I've been talking to lawyers. They are still trying to wrap their head around what exactly is going on here. One of those attorneys specializes in government law, and he said he would be surprised if the actions of the DeSantis-backed board would necessarily, and so the state legislature as well, would necessarily change any of the dynamic here. Because let's go back in time for a second and try to put together what actually happened. In late February, of the state legislature come in and allow Governor DeSantis to create this board, his handpicked allies, in your own words. But before they are able to actually get seated, Disney and its current board, the Reedy Creek Improvement District, they come together, which, by the way, that board is made up of Disney property owners on the land, right? So it's Disney working with Disney. They come up with agreements that protect their autonomy, protect their ability to tax, to do all of these things. So now there needs to be a violation to change that, which tees up a legal fight. DeSantis, I am told, can move forward with complaints about special treatment that Disney is receiving, but not necessarily because of a particular political stance, not as retaliation. And that's where the legal argument goes. I spoke with that attorney, Jacob Schumer. Here is how he sees the holes in DeSantis's case.
They have an argument. The problem is that it's directly tied to something Disney said, that is their political stance on a matter, which means that the First Amendment comes into play. And you cannot retaliate against anybody for their protected speech, such as stating opposition to the law, and that includes corporations.
Hallie, something really important to point out from earlier today in that entire 30 or 45-minute press conference. What did you not hear Governor DeSantis discuss? Don't Say Gay, the parental rights and education law, woke activism, anything about culture wars.
Yeah.
Some of his colleagues did. He avoided it like the plague. And then I guess the question becomes, is that because his attorney said that would not be wise to do that, given the political landscape right now? I guess we'll find out.
Do we have any sense of timeline, Sam? In other words, when we may have some more answers to some of these questions?
That's a great question. So we know on Wednesday that the board is going to be meeting. I'm told that they're going to state their opposition to what Disney did, that they're going to try and void and nullify what was done. But then there's also the legislative action that has to come into play. They can state all of this all they want. But then the ball goes back to Disney's court. And if Disney decides to pursue legal action for violating the covenants that they set up that protects their own land, Hallie, then you get into a legal fight. And you made this point at the top of your segment here, which is the fact that you can't just put in a state prison or put in housing or whatever it is that DeSantis wants to do on someone else's land. Clearly, there's going to be legal pushback to their autonomy to be able to do that.
Sam Brock following every twist and turn in this one. Sam, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Coming up, Clydesdales, U.S. flags, the Lincoln Memorial, all showing up in Budweiser's new ad after backlash over a recent endorsement deal. So is it enough to get customers back? Plus, how changing our diet could help the environment. The foods you might have to give up to fight climate change. Not that you might have to, but anyways, researchers are talking about it. Next.
For Dateline Premium, subscribe now on Apple Podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
Here's some of the stories we're watching tonight.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
So Budweiser is out with its first ad since that huge controversy over trans influencer Dylan Mulvaney's use, showing off of the beer in a social media post. Watch.
Let me tell you a story about a beer rooted in the heart of America, found in a community where a handshake is a sure contract. Brewed for those who found opportunity in challenge and hope in tomorrow. Raised by generations, willing to sip, share, risk, remember.
Okay, you saw Clydesdales passing these iconic landmarks, right? You saw some national parks, et cetera. This is all after that statement from Anheuser-Busch's CEO saying that they never intended to be part of a discussion that divides people, that they're in the business of bringing together people over a beer. That's after a March Madness promotion in which Bud Light teamed up with various social media influencers, including Dylan Mulvaney. Her post is what sparked so much of this backlash, a kind of boycott, with the company losing something like $6.5 billion. You saw customers, celebrities calling for people to destroy the beers, for example, putting videos of themselves on social media, like driving over the beers, Kid Rock, shooting at Bud Light cans, etc. Katie Beck is joining us now. And here we have the latest twist in this turn, this saga, if you will, with Bud Light, which is a leaning into themes of Americana in what frankly seems aimed, just from the outside, at trying to win back some of those more conservative customers who boycotted Bud Light over its post with Dylan Mulvaney.
Hey, Hallie. Yeah, this was actually speaking to those perhaps supporters or customers who have abandoned the brand in recent weeks, trying to win them back by putting out basically the most patriotic thing you can think of, Clydesdale horses taking a tour from New York City across the Grand Canyon. I mean, it was about as all-American as you could get in an ad, and whether it worked will yet to be determined. I mean, I think that the customers here have spoken in terms of what they find acceptable, and clearly this was not it. The question now is, how do you regain those customers? I spoke to one bar owner I know in South Carolina, and he said that the profit losses and the excess Bud Light he has in his restaurant and bar are real. He says I've have more sitting on a shelf in the past few weeks than I've ever had in my 16 years of running this establishment. So I do think it's having a very tangible effect and a dollars and cents effect on what's going on with the company.
Are there any takeaways for other brands here?
I mean, I certainly think other brands are watching this as perhaps a litmus test of what is good marketing, what is going to work. But I think that knowing your customer base, knowing what their expectations are is part of that. And I certainly think that other companies might be, really taking a hard look at how this turned out. I mean, the backlash, even since that commercial, even since this statement, the social media posts have just been explosive and very one-sided. Those Bud Light loyalists, a lot of them are turning the other way and saying we're never going to drink this beer again. We have other brands to turn to, and we don't want to mix our politics and our beer. And certainly this wasn't their flavor.
Sure. You also look at, brands. I think of Nike, for example, came out, has been taken some backlash and continued on kind of a different course. So it is an interesting sort of case study here. Katie Beck, thank you very much. Appreciate it. NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. From our Midwest Bureau, at least one person has died in a fungal outbreak at a paper mill in Michigan. Public health officials say nearly 100 workers in all were infected with blastomycosis, this deadly fungus. Some people started feeling sick last month, getting like pneumonia-esque symptoms. The mill will shut down for about 3 weeks now. Out of our Southern Bureau, Mississippi police say a man tried to hide a gun inside a quesadilla during a traffic stop. Cops noticed the passenger put something into a Taco Bell bag. Turns out it was a gun. Officers also found things like heroin and drug paraphernalia. The passenger is now facing multiple charges related to this. From our Northeast Bureau, check out this video. A pizza delivery driver in Pennsylvania being called a hero for stopping a suspected car thief. So you're watching the delivery driver walk up to a home, turns around, and then look. You're about to see it. He's going to trip the suspect. Tough to see in this shot here. Here comes the suspect. Ready? Trips him. Boom. Police say that guy was running away from him, and this delivery driver didn't even drop the pizza. Officers say because of his quick thinking, they were able to make an arrest. So could going vegan save the world? From a climate perspective, it may make a big difference, according to a new study that says cutting down on meat and dairy and eggs could cut back on carbon emissions by almost 60%. Our Maura Barrett takes a closer look in a new series we're calling Climate Changes, looking at how the climate crisis is changing how we live and maybe, in this instance, how we eat.
Fire a Philly and a Reuben.
Macio's Butcher Shop in LA is known for its Californian sandwich, stacked with bacon, turkey, and Gouda. But all that meat and cheese is actually entirely made from plants.
It smells just like bacon grease.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know.
I feel like that's the point.
Yeah.
As a nutritionist, it's been Macio's dream for years to open a space like this.
The shop is basically the combination of all the things that I care the most, which is like animal welfare, healthy eating, and the environment, the planet.
What does your ideal customer look like here?
The meat eaters.
She and her partner Joe are fighting something bigger than the lunch rush. Their goal? Helping people realize just how effective plant-based food can be when it comes to fighting climate change.
How does eating this sandwich contribute to helping the climate?
The carbon footprint is pretty minimal compared to what it takes to create actual turkey and actual bacon.
A recent study found plant-based food production accounts for nearly half as many greenhouse gas emissions as animal-based food.
I think what's coming more into focus is our diet. Definitely affects climate change.
Put another way, if you were to eat a hamburger made from farmed cows every day for a year, the greenhouse gas emissions would be equivalent to driving a car more than 7,000 miles. That's 2.5 times across the country. But if that same burger was made from beans instead, the equivalent car trip would be just 93 miles, about the distance from New York City to Philadelphia. For Patrick Brown, co-founder of plant-based food company Impossible Foods, it's just smart business.
The use of animals in food production is by a wide margin the most destructive technology in the world today. Reducing or eliminating animal agriculture, reducing as much as possible, is the world's best and maybe only chance to actually put the brakes on global heating.
There's this dream or idea that someone can bite into a sandwich or a burger and not know whether it's plant-based or real meat. Do you see that as being the future?
I see it as being the present, to be honest. There are plant-based products on the market that, in blind taste tests to consumers, are identified as meat unambiguously and preferred over the animal product. It's not at all unreasonable to think that within a decade or so, there could be a flip where the better technology that produces products that are more delicious, more nutritious, and very soon they'll be more affordable than the animal products.
Have a good one.
A plant-based future that, for some, is close enough to taste.
Thumbs up for me.
Hallie, researchers point out that meat eaters are open to making the switch to a plant-based diet. In fact, Good Food Institute found that 93% of Americans bought a combination of plant-based and animal meat last year. Now, as consumers are thinking about it, as you might expect, the big factors they're considering are